"Son, are you coming home for the new year this year?" Staring at the message his mother had sent on his phone, Chen Luo suddenly found himself at a loss for how to reply. He had already gone 3 years without returning home for the new year. Was it because he did not want to go back? No, it was because he had no face to go back. Chen Luo was the first university student in his village. This title had allowed his parents to straighten their backs with pride among the villagers. Yet shamefully, after graduation, he had failed to find a job. In the villagers' eyes, only positions within the system, like doctors, teachers, or police officers, were considered respectable work. Anything else would only earn the dismissive remark. After all those years of studying, and even going to university, what was the point? Hadn't he still failed to find a decent job? Was it that Chen Luo did not wish to look for such work? No, it was that he simply could not pass the exams. Each year, tens of millions of university graduates together with previous year's candidates flooded into the job market, making the employment situation brutally harsh. Many departments were already heavily overstaffed, retirement was delayed, and personnel were shifted around. The number of new positions opened each year was pitifully small. For a single post, thousands of people would compete. They screened by major, by degree, by year of graduation. The posts he was actually eligible to apply for were scarce. Some positions were blatant favoritism, so-called talent introduction spots demanding PhDs, double first-class backgrounds, or elite universities. He had thought of furthering his studies, yet even the postgraduate entrance exam had defeated him. Scoring over 400, he ranked in the 200s. In both of his professional courses, he achieved full marks of 150, but what did that matter? He was ranked 5th, still blocked by 4 immovable mountains ahead of him. Even if Chen Luo had crossed the score threshold, he would be filtered out by English level requirements or the pedigree of his undergraduate university. Chen Luo could still vividly recall the scene of being mocked when he returned to the village for the new year right after graduation. "What's the use of going to university?" they had said. "You still haven't found a job, have you? Wasted your parents' money and your time for nothing. Look at old Wang's kid next door. He quit school after junior high, yet now he earns 7,000 or 8,000 a month. What's so special about being a university student? You might even end up working under him someday." Hearing these words left him deeply unsettled, and he resolved to work hard and rise above. Yet reality made it clear that whenever you choose to struggle, others might accomplish the same with far less effort. After 2 years of preparing for exams, he gained nothing at all, while the endless series of tests only brought heavy expenses. For a university graduate, 2 years of attempting civil service and staffing exams is about the limit. After those 2 years, his fighting spirit faded, and age restrictions further narrowed the positions he could apply for until almost none remained. Perhaps Chen Luo was simply not cut out for life within the system. After 2 fruitless years of trying, he could only choose to give up. After all, for the 2 years since graduation, he had been living off his parents. His parents were already growing old. He had a younger sister in high school and a grandfather at home. The burden of life upon them was heavy. At 20, Chen Luo still had the courage to keep trying. But what about Chen Luo at 25? Was it not time for him to think about supporting the family? His hometown was a 5th-tier small city. Though renowned as the world capital of 3-7, that title did nothing to change its poverty and backwardness. In Nanjing, where the average monthly wage hovered around 2,000 to 3,000, the cost of living was shockingly high. Chen Luo had inquired at many shops, yet most offered only 2,008 or 900 a month. After deducting rent and living expenses, he could hardly even support himself, let alone send money home to his parents. Forced by circumstances, Chen Luo had no choice but to leave his hometown behind and go to the provincial capital. He had worked sales at Luoshabin, sold flowers in Donan, and hawked trinkets at Hagang Dam, but in the end he chose to enter the food delivery trade. Though delivering food meant enduring wind and sun, facing the risks of constant riding, and from time to time suffering curses and insults from customers, it at least allowed Chen Luo to have money in hand whenever he needed it. By day he earned 5 yuan per order, at night 8 yuan, and during holidays 10 or even more per delivery. Chen Luo could reliably complete 60 orders a day, making over 300 yuan daily. After deducting penalties for bad reviews and the insurance fees, he could take home just over 9,000 a month. After rent, the cost of renting his electric bike, and basic living expenses, he was left with about 6,000. Each month, he transferred 3,000 to his parents, 1,500 to his sister, keeping only 1,000 for himself as emergency funds. Back when he was at university, his parents had given him 2,000 yuan every month, and he had thought that amount insignificant. Only after experiencing life himself did he truly understand that 2,000 yuan was no small sum at all. To earn 2,000 yuan selling corn at 1 yuan per jean meant 2,000 jean of corn. At 1 yuan per jean of chili peppers, it meant 2,000 jean of chilies. At 1 yuan per jean of ginger, it meant 2,000 jean of ginger. What did 2,000 jean of chili peppers really mean? Take small millet peppers as an example. Even an experienced picker could harvest only about 150 jean in a full day's work. 2,000 gene of chilies would require at least 13 days of picking. And throughout the 4 seasons it was impossible to have chilies to pick every single day. Chen Luo had delivered food for more than a year practically, without a single day off, yet he now had just a little over 5,000 yuan in hand. He had once saved up 10,000, but in the delivery trade there were always collisions and scrapes, fatigue, and illness to spend money on. None of that was what bothered Chen Luo the most. What disturbed him most were the male customers who would open the door stark naked to take their orders, and even ask to buy his socks, hinting that they wanted him to do unspeakable things. If he were not afraid of being reported, he would have swung his fist at them. 5,000 yuan looked like a fair sum, yet it was far from enough to spend for the new year. Shouldn't he buy his parents new clothes? When people came to offer New Year greetings, wouldn't they need food and drink prepared? And that did not even include travel expenses, red envelopes, and all kinds of miscellaneous costs. His parents would always say they were just working at home and had no need for new clothes, that the old ones could last another 2 years. Yet as their son, how could he let a whole year pass without buying his parents even a single new outfit? 5,000 yuan. What could it truly accomplish? Moreover, after 3 years since graduation, he still had nothing to show for himself. He hardly dared to return, afraid of seeing the disappointment in their eyes, of hearing more gossip, and above all of disgracing his parents. You have a new Mate 1 delivery order. The electronic voice from his phone shattered Chen Luo's train of thought. Snapping back to reality, he checked the order details. The destination was not far, just behind the street he was on. But before that, he still needed to pick up another milk tea order. Ever since flash delivery services like Xiang'o and Qianwen declined, milk tea orders had been increasing far faster than other types of deliveries. Of all the orders he delivered each day, milk tea was unquestionably the largest share. As for going home, he decided against it. He simply would not return. His wages for the month were about to be paid. When they arrived, he planned to transfer 10,000 to his parents so they could enjoy a good new year. Keeping 3,000 to 4,000 for himself would be enough. During the few days of the new year, he would simply deliver more orders. Next month's salary would surely exceed 10,000. As for going back for the new year, Chen Luo did not have the courage to face them. Just as Chen Luo was about to start his electric bike, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, making him freeze in surprise. Ding, a host meeting system requirements has been detected. Ding, binding successful. Ding, the daily flash sale system is now at your service. System. Chen Luo even wondered if he was hallucinating. Yet when he lifted his head, he saw a faint blue attribute panel hanging before his eyes. Ding, today's flash sale item has been refreshed. Name 1 unfinished apartment in Tianqi Huading, Gongqing District, Yunqing City. Area 256 square meters. Estimated value 26.8 million. Current flash sale price 9 yuan. There was only a single item, yet even with just one, Chen Luo checked it twice. Tianqi Huading was a name he naturally recognized. After all, he had delivered takeout there before. But very few delivery riders ever took orders to Tianqi Huading because the security guards would stop them at the entrance. Motorbikes were forbidden, and they had to walk into the complex to deliver. Even so, that did nothing to change the fact that it was a famed large flat in Yunqing. The unit price was over 9,000, nearly 10,000 per square meter. Even if he calculated by an annual income of 120,000 and did not spend a single cent, Chen Luo would still need to struggle for 23 years to afford it. Not to mention renovation, soft furnishings, hard furnishings, an entire series of expenses that were all money pits. Under normal circumstances, saving 60 to 70,000 in 20 years would already be considered quite good. And now with just 9.9 yuan, he could take down a property worth nearly 3 million. Only then did Chen Luo notice a string of numbers in the lower left corner of the page. 5,689. It was precisely the entirety of his current balance. After thinking for a moment, Chen Luo still chose to purchase. It was just 10 yuan. Even if it turned out to be fake, he could skip dinner or take a couple of extra orders to make up for it. But what if it was real? For him, that would be defying the heavens to change his fate. Ding, purchase successful. The property certificate, purchase contract, keys, and other related items have been stored in the system space. Host, please check them yourself. The items are refreshed at midnight each day. They may include real estate shares, money, skills. All items are obtained through legal means, so the host need not worry. Hearing this, Chen Luo hurriedly began to check. Within the system space, everything related to this apartment had already been stored in detail. This was real. Joy flooded Chen Luo's face, but in the next second a different voice pulled his thoughts back. Didn't you have an order about to time out? A sound came from his phone. Glancing at it, Chen Luo saw that a milk tea order was about to exceed its time limit. He temporarily shut off order reception, then rode his bike to the next street to pick up the food. At the very least, he had to deliver the few orders already in his hands. Though his speed was fairly fast, and he even took shortcuts, there was no doubt he still ended up 2 minutes late. Fortunately, the customer was a good-natured college student. After hearing Chen Luo's explanation, the other party was fairly understanding. Not only did he not leave a bad review, he even gave a positive one. Chen Luo found a relatively secluded spot and took the property certificate out of the system space. He gently ran his fingers over it before opening it. Even after confirming his own name 3 or 4 times, he still felt an unreal sense of disbelief. Thinking of something, Chen Luo took out his phone and sent a message to his mother. "Don't worry, Mom, I will definitely come home for New Year this year." Chen Luo roughly calculated the time. Today was January 24th, a little over 20 days left before the new year. If he went back 10 days in advance, that should be about right. It all depended on what other things he could secure through flash sales in these 10-odd days. After sending the message and receiving no reply, Chen Luo assumed she was busy, slid his phone into the slot on his electric scooter, and rode toward the station. Past 11 o'clock, there were few people at the station. Only the station manager was there tallying something. The manager was a man in his 30s whose first impression was simple and honest. Chen Luo did not know his actual name, though everyone around called him Brother Zhou, so he followed suit. "Xiao Chen, why did you come back?" Seeing Chen Luo park his bike and unstrap his helmet, Zhou Kai could not help asking in puzzlement. At the station, Chen Luo was not the one who took the most orders, but he was definitely the most hardworking. It happened to be the mealtime rush, the peak period for takeout orders. Why would he come back to the station instead of delivering? Could he have gotten hurt somewhere? Thinking of this, Zhou Kai put down what was in his hands and hurried over. Did something happen? He quickly scanned Chen Luo, and seeing no injuries, finally let out a breath of relief. "Brother Zhou, don't worry, I'm fine. I've come to resign." Chen Luo spoke, voicing his decision. "What? Resign?" Hearing this, Zhou Kai was somewhat stunned. He had never imagined that Chen Luo would choose. "I know you're a kid with your own mind. This must be the result of careful thought, so Brother Zhou won't ask your reasons." As he spoke, Zhou Kai took out a key, opened a nearby cabinet, and found Chen Luo's contract. "Just sign the resignation form, and that will be it. As for your wages, just apply for them the day before payday." Zhou Kai handed the contract and a pen over to Chen Luo. Chen Luo accepted without fuss and flipped to the page for signatures, putting his name down. "By the way, did you get into some government unit?" Taking advantage of the moment while he was signing, Zhou Kai moved a little closer and asked the question. He knew this kid had been working while preparing for exams, often requesting leave to sit for them. It was only mid-January. Our postgraduate results were not yet out, though results for national and provincial civil service exams were being released one after another. "No, Brother Zhou," Chen Luo replied, handing the contract and pen back. "You kids still trying to hide it from me?" "Relax, Brother Zhou has been through it too." "Oh, I understand what you're worried about," Zhou Kai said, taking back the contract and pen. "Once the public announcement period is over, you'd better treat me to a meal." In Zhou Kai's view, Chen Luo must have already succeeded, otherwise he would never choose to resign. After all, Zhou Kai had seen the boy's efforts over the past year. Working while studying, reluctant to spend on food or drink, sending home every spare bit of money. Now that he was resigning, it must mean his hard work had finally borne fruit and his bitter days were coming to an end. Hearing this, Chen Luo did not bother to explain further. After all, he had not passed any exam, but with the system now crossing class barriers was merely a matter of time. In Zhou Kai's eyes, however, his silence was tacit confirmation. "All right then, if you've got things to do, go ahead. Remember to treat everyone here to a meal when you get the chance." Zhou Kai patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Sure, I definitely will when I have the chance." Chen Luo replied, taking off his work uniform, neatly folding it, and placing it on the table. The electric scooter was his, of course, but the battery inside was not. That was rented. Originally, the scooter's own battery could not possibly support long delivery runs. It would also damage the battery and shorten its lifespan, which was not cost-effective. By contrast, renting a battery had become the perfect choice. Chen Luo mounted the scooter and headed toward his rented apartment. He planned to return the battery, then go to Tianqihuting to take a look at his new home. The apartment Chen Luo rented cost 800 yuan a month. It was not large, just 2 bedrooms and a living room. Of course, besides him, there was one more person living there. The other tenant was an otaku who rarely went out and spent most of his time shut in his room. He was about 1.75 meters, somewhat thin, wore black-framed glasses, and had a rather introverted personality. Although they lived under the same roof, when they met it was at most a nodding acquaintance. When Chen Luo entered the door and saw no one in the living room, he glanced at the bedroom door, but did not think much of it. He changed into a relatively clean set of clothes, took the original battery off his electric scooter, and hurried to the shop where he rented batteries. The batteries were rented by the month. Since it was only the 24th, he could still get a few days of rent refunded. After collecting the refund, Chen Luo headed toward Tianqihuting. Tianqihuting was located in Gongxing district of Yunqing, near the university town. It had a total of 7 buildings, each with 17 floors, only counting as Madris towers. The ongoing second and third phases of Tianqi were planned to be built as mid to high-rise buildings and duplex units. Because the area was close to the high-speed rail station and the university town, with complete medical facilities, commercial streets, and convenient transportation, housing prices had remained stubbornly high. Chen Luo delivered 60 to 70 food orders every day and had naturally delivered to Tianqihuting before. He had simply never imagined that one day he would own an apartment here. Uncle Zhao, could you open the gate for me? Chen Luo stopped his scooter and called out to the man in the security booth. Xiao Chen, what brings you here? Zhao Wei was stepped out of the security room and swept his gaze over Chen Luo, frowning slightly as he spoke. Normally the young man often delivered food here, and after seeing each other many times he at least knew him by name. He had originally wanted to say that food deliveries were not allowed inside the complex, but seeing Chen Luo, without a delivery uniform and with no takeout on his scooter, he changed his words. Here to visit a friend. You'll still need to register. As Zhao Wei spoke, he opened the logbook at the gate. Everyone entering, whether persons or vehicles, had to be recorded. No, Uncle Zhao, I bought an apartment here, Chen Luo said, taking the property ownership certificate from the bag. Hey, oh, you bought a place. Then you'll still need. What did you say? For a moment Zhao Wei thought he had misheard. As a security guard here, he naturally knew the housing prices in this complex. When the complex first opened, the price had been over 9600 yuan per square meter, and by now it had risen to nearly 1000. All the units were large, one apartment per elevator landing with no small layouts. Each one cost at least 2.5 million yuan. Hadn't this young man only graduated 2 or 3 years ago and been exhausting himself every day delivering food? How could he possibly afford a place here? Yet faced with the property certificate held out to him, Zhao still took it and flipped it open. Seeing the owner's name was indeed Chen Luo, he momentarily did not know what to say. After working as a security guard here for over a year, he could easily tell the document was genuine. The red official seals stamped across the page could not have been more authentic. When he saw the floor area of the apartment, Zhao Wei's heart twisted in bitter envy. Once the renovation was done, the total cost would exceed 3 million yuan. 3 million. On his 3,000 yuan monthly salary, he would not earn that much even if he worked himself to death. And in truth, he would never make it that far. He was aging, and in another couple of years the company might no longer want him. Just then a car horn blared twice. The insistent horn jolted Zhao Wei back to himself. Only then did he realize he was blocking the residents behind from entering. He hurriedly closed the property certificate, handed it back to Chen Luo, and raised the barrier arm. Chen Luo stuffed the certificate back into his bag, started his scooter, and headed toward his new home. The apartment granted by the system was in Building 3 on the 15th floor. Chen Luo took the elevator card out of his system space, swiped it, and rode up to the 15th floor. When the elevator doors opened, Chen Luo finally noticed that there was only one apartment on this landing. There was also a sizable open space in front of the elevator, which could be creatively designed in the future. Chen Luo unlocked the door and stepped inside to find an unfinished bare concrete shell. Just past the entryway was an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows. He walked around the place, surveying it in a slow circuit. There were 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 4 bathrooms, 1 master bedroom, 2 secondary bedrooms, and 2 rooms set aside for elders. It was impressively spacious, but unfortunately, he had no money to renovate it. He wondered whether he could flip it and sell it off. Compared to a large flat, he would much rather live in a villa. He just did not know when he might manage to instantly obtain a villa and a fortune. Fortunately, this was only the first day. He believed it would not be long before these goals could be achieved. Chen Luo was just about to leave since the apartment was not yet livable. But before he could step out, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw that it was his mother calling. Mom. Chen Luo answered the call and greeted her softly. Hello, son. Are you busy? His mother Guan Shuiying spoke tentatively, afraid that her call might interfere with. No, it's our company's lunch break right now, Chen Luo replied. He did not want his parents to think he was struggling outside, so he had never told them he was delivering food. He had only vaguely told them that he worked at a major factory in the provincial capital and earned over 10,000 yuan a month. Hearing her son say this, Guan Shuiying finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Around what date will you come back? Don't forget to buy your ticket in case there's nothing left later. Or I can ask your dad to take 2 days off to come pick you up. Guan Shuiying spoke, afraid that her son would come up with the same excuse as last year about not being able to get a ticket. Last year she had checked and new tickets had still been available. I'm not sure about the exact date yet, Chen Luo said. There are still some things at the company that haven't been wrapped up, and with the year-end bonus and various benefits, it might be around the 5th or 6th. After thinking it over, Chen Luo felt that the 5th or 6th should fall around the 18th or 19th of the 12th lunar month. All right, then call me once you've decided, his mother said. We'll wait until you come back before we slaughter the New Year's pig. At this, joy spread across Guan Shuiying. She did not expect her son to achieve great success. As long as he stayed safe and could support himself, that was enough. Most of her life had already passed, and the only thing she truly could not let go of were her 2 children. All right. By the way, has little sis started her vacation yet? Remembering something, Chen Luo asked. Not yet. She's in her final year of high school. The workload is heavy. She probably won't be off until the 6th or 7th, his mother replied, unable to hide a trace of worry. Given her daughter's grades, Guan Shuiying felt that getting into a good university would be difficult. She thought that if her girl could at least get into a decent vocational college and study something like pharmacy, optometry, or dentistry, it would make it easier to find a job later. In any case, the girl should stay in school for a couple more years. Once she entered society, she might be married off in less than 2 years. She was still so young, practically a child herself. How could she be ready for marriage? Yet around them such examples were all too common. Nanchang was an autonomous region for ethnic minorities. There were many ethnic minorities there, and early marriages and early pregnancies were widespread. Even if they were not yet old enough to register their marriage legally, they would still hold a wedding and live together, then go get the certificate once they reached the required age. Of course, that was already considered a relatively good outcome. Some people marry very young, have children, then hand the kids over to the grandparents while the couple goes out to work in distant cities. After they have seen enough of the colorful outside world, who would still be willing to stay cooped up in a tiny mountain village for a lifetime? Since they have not yet reached the age to register the marriage with no certificate in hand, breaking up is all too easy. It is only the children who are pitiful, unloved by father or mother, left to grow up under the care of their grandparents. In the end, most of them merely tread the same old path as their parents. You should take a nap at noon, or you'll have no energy for work this afternoon. I'll hang up first and go wash your quilt. Your third grandaunt's family is holding a pig slaughter feast tonight. Your uncle and his family should be coming too. Hearing the first part, Chen Luo had been about to refuse. After all, he would not be going home for several days, so there was really no need. But when he heard the latter half, he suddenly did not know what to say. It turned out it was not all for his sake. All right, I'll hang up then, Chen Luo said, ending the call. His uncle's family lived far better than his own. There were 6 people in their household, 3 of whom received government salaries. They owned both a commercial apartment and a villa, as well as 2 cars worth around 100,000 yuan each. His mother had also been a teacher. Because his grandfather was a teacher, there had once been a policy that as long as a teacher's children surpassed a certain score line, they could enroll in particular schools and later become teachers themselves. When his mother entered the workforce, it had been in the early 2000s. She had likely been assigned through a targeted placement program. His uncle, a few years behind her, missed that window and had to sit for open recruitment exams. Even so, the job market back then was nowhere near as harsh as it is now. However, his mother felt that a salary of just over 1,000 yuan at the time was too low. Since his father happened to be cultivating nodo ginseng and had caught a good market, she resigned from her teaching job. No one had expected that teachers' salaries would later increase several-fold. The conditions of Chen Luo's family were considered decent within the village, yet compared to those within the system, they were far inferior. His mother had regretted that decision more than once afterward, but in this world, where could one possibly find medicine for regret? Leaving the house he owned, Chen Luo turned the matter over in his mind and finally decided to put it aside for the time being. He planned to wait a while and see what he might be able to snap up through the flash sales. If it truly did not work out, he would sell this apartment. After all, when he went home for the new year, he could not go back empty-handed. Chen Luo returned to the room he was renting and decided that once he went back for the new year, he would cancel the lease on this place. Paying rent for days when he would be away for the holidays felt rather uneconomical. He lay on the bed tossing and turning, waiting for midnight to arrive. His mind was in a state of hyperactivity, making sleep all but impossible. Moreover, he had gotten used to running food deliveries late into the night, and his internal clock could not be adjusted in an instant. Ding, flash sale items have been refreshed. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Luo did not hesitate in the slightest and hurriedly opened the panel to check. Name: Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Category S450L 4MATIC. Guide price 2,883 million yuan. Current price 9 yuan. Introduction: powertrain is a 2.5T inline 6 plus 48V mild hybrid, 367 horsepower, 500 Newton meters, torque, 9-speed automatic, with full-time 4-wheel drive 0 to 105. 6 seconds. Highlights include a naked-eye 3D instrument cluster, rear-wheel steering, air suspension, with magic carpet function, L2-level intelligent driving rear executive seats, and a Burmester sound system. Reading the system's introduction, Chen Luo was momentarily stunned. One sentence echoed in his mind: congratulations on becoming a distinguished Mercedes-Benz owner. Without the slightest hesitation, he chose to buy it. Ding, purchase successful. The car purchase contract and related documents have been stored in the system space. Please proceed to the 4S dealership at the designated location to collect the vehicle. Note: once the host's assets exceed 100 million, all related items can be delivered directly by dedicated personnel. Chen Luo took out the car purchase contract and, seeing the address on it, checked it with the navigation app on his phone. He discovered that it was not far. He could take the subway there the next day, though he would still need to scan a shared bike to get the rest of the way. Riding his electric scooter was also an option, but if he drove the car back, the scooter would be left stranded. After a sound sleep, when Chen Luo woke up the next day, it was already close to 10 o'clock. He had actually woken once at 7:30. After so many days of muscle memory, He could not change overnight. But he had lazed in bed and slept for another 2 hours. When he opened the door, he saw his roommate, skulking suspiciously right in front of it. The door swinging open not only startled Chen Luo, it frightened Jiang Huai as well. "Chen Ji, you're awake. Don't misunderstand, usually you're already out by this time, so I thought something might have happened to you." Jiang Huai hurried to explain. He was visibly nervous, head lowered, fingers twisting at the hem of his shirt. Hearing this, Chen Luo secretly let out a breath of relief. For a moment, he had wondered if the other man had some strange fetish. "It's fine, I resigned yesterday," Chen Luo said by way of explanation. "Good, did you get admitted somewhere?" At those words, Jiang Huai lifted his head, eyes lighting up in surprise and delight. Why did everyone seem so sure he had passed some exam? "No, I just felt that delivering food was too exhausting, so I changed to something lighter. An office job," he replied. "Anyway, I've got things to do, so I'll head out first," Chen Luo said, preparing to leave. Hearing that, Jiang Huai did not doubt him. In his eyes, Chen Ji was both smart and hardworking, only lacking an opportunity. There was no way he would deliver food for a lifetime. With that thought, Jiang Huai returned to his room. Chen Luo walked out of the building and headed toward the subway station, 300 to 400 meters away, just across 2 streets. After passing through security, Chen Luo glanced at the direction signs, then saw on the electronic display that line 1 would arrive in 1 minute. Once on the subway, he studied the route map and saw he needed to ride 8 stops. At this hour, most people were already at work, so the carriage was quite empty, and he could even find a seat. He had experienced line 1 on a Sunday afternoon heading toward the university town when the carriage was crammed wall-to-wall with people. Just squeezing aboard was difficult, let alone finding a seat. After getting off the subway, Chen Luo scanned a yellow shared bike and rushed toward the 4S dealership. The distance was about 1.2 kilometers and cost him 2 yuan. Earning money was hard. Spending it, on the other hand, made it vanish without one even noticing. "Sir, are you here to look at cars?" As soon as Chen Luo approached, 2 women in black business suits stepped up to greet him. Both appeared to be around 30, but were well maintained. "I'm here to pick up a car. This is the purchase contract," Chen Luo said, taking a document envelope from his bag. Hearing this, the woman on the right quickly took the envelope and began examining it. The woman on the left had not secured a good position and was beaten to it by her colleague. Her expression inevitably turned a little sour. But now that the client was in someone else's hands, she could hardly snatch him back. She could only retreat and cede the client to this wretched colleague. The woman on the left acted as if she had seen nothing at all. She had already held the sales champion title for 2 consecutive months. Oh, what harm was there in yielding it for 1 month? "Sir, my name is Chen Lu. Please come inside," she said as she led him in. At the same time, her hands moved quickly, opening the file envelope, checking the purchase contract, and carefully verifying the information. When she saw the model of the car, she could not help but be stunned. Although this was a Mercedes 4S dealership, cars in the million yuan range were rarely seen on ordinary days. Not to mention million-level vehicles, even those costing 600,000 or 700,000 were uncommon. She had never imagined that the man before her, who looked only 26 or 27, could actually afford such an expensive luxury car. "Manager, could you come over for a moment?" Chen Lu murmured into the microphone at her collar. "Sir, please enjoy some tea." The woman who had been on the left earlier walked over with a smile, setting a cup of tea in front of Chen Luo. "Good day, Mr. Chen. I am Zhao Dongfu, the manager of this Mercedes 4S dealership," the man introduced himself. "Allow me to take you to see the car first." As he spoke, he invited Chen Luo to take a look at the vehicle in stock. Chen Luo did not refuse and followed alongside him. From a distance, his gaze was already drawn to a black car with a striking design, every inch of it exuding an air of exorbitant luxury. Its body lines were smooth and lustrous, the sheen almost liquid in the light, and that 3-pointed star emblem truly lived up to the name of Mercedes. The license plate had already been mounted as well, 6868, an auspicious number delightful to the eye. "Sir, we went to the licensing office a month ago to register and select a plate number," the manager explained. "On my own initiative, I chose 6868 for you, hoping it will bring you smooth fortune and prosperity, Mr. Chen." Naturally noticing where his gaze had fallen, Zhao Dongfu offered this explanation. "You were very thoughtful," Chen Luo replied with a smile. He truly was quite fond of this plate number. "Mr. Chen, are you planning to drive it away today?" Zhao Dongfu asked. "Yes," Chen Luo answered lightly, his full attention still fixed on the car. He had not expected that in the very next moment Zhao Dongfu would raise his hand in a signal, and 2 employees would appear holding a long banner high behind the car. On it, bold characters proclaimed congratulations to Mr. Chen Luo on acquiring his beloved car. Before Chen Luo could even react, a bouquet of flowers was thrust into his hands. With a series of pops, colorful streamers burst into the air, accompanied by the rapid clicking of camera shutters. "Congratulations, Mr. Chen, on becoming a distinguished Mercedes owner," someone announced. Zhao Dongfu stepped forward and shook Chen Luo's hand. "Thank you," Chen Luo replied. To be honest, he had never experienced such a scene before and felt rather ill at ease, able only to voice his gratitude. Sir, we've already placed the complimentary gift package for your car purchase in the trunk. Chen Lu came forward to, thank you, Mr. Chen, here is your purchase contract and the relevant documents, said Zhao Dongfu as he handed the file envelope back to Chen Luo. All right, I'll be heading off then, Chen Luo said, placing the bouquet on the passenger seat before settling himself into the driver's seat. His hand brushed over the steering wheel. Indeed, it was worthy of being called a luxury car. Even the feel of the wheel was entirely different. And this was only a car in the million-yuan range. If he were to one day instantly snag a Lamborghini, Ferrari, or Bugatti, would he even be able to adapt? He realized he was thinking too far ahead. Chen Luo started the engine, and the car slowly rolled out. He had earned his driver's license the year he graduated high school, and had previously worked as a designated driver, so driving came to him as naturally as breathing. We look forward to your next visit, Mr. Chen, called out Zhao Dongfu, bowing in unison with several staff members as they watched the car depart. Remember to clean up the place, he added. Once the car had gone, the smile faded from Zhao Dongfu's face. He signaled toward the streamers scattered at their feet and turned back into his office. Meanwhile, Chen Luo's car merged into the flow of traffic, and as he waited at a red light, he could not help but drift into thought. There was none of that face-slapping bravado from web novels here, he mused. Not a single dojied fool looking down on him had jumped out to mock him, only for him to slam a purchase contract in their face and turn the tables in style. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw that BMWs and Audis were not in short supply, though their price tags did not quite match his. Yet one could not deny that Cloud City as a first-tier metropolis was both a gateway and hub connecting various southwestern countries, and also a major province for non-ferrous metals, flowers, and medicinal herbs. Wealthy people here were far from rare. Luxury cars in the million-yuan bracket might not be seen on every street corner, but they were certainly not rare curiosities either. He knew in his heart that without the system, he might never have driven such a fine car in his entire life. Chen Luo drove back to the place he rented. The community was an older residential compound, and most of the people living there were of advanced age. Renters like him were only a very small minority. His landlord's children were capable and had already brought their parents to live with them. With the apartment otherwise sitting empty, it was better to rent it out and earn a bit of income each month. He seemed to recall that another place he had rented in a different district had its rent paid entirely via mobile transfer as well. The sudden appearance of a luxury car in the compound drew the attention of the elderly men and women gathered by the mahjong room, and they began chatting among themselves. To them, terms like Maybach or Mercedes meant little. What they knew were just BBA brands, and that the upright standing Mercedes hood ornament was the more expensive kind. Look at that man. Doesn't he look like the young Chun who's always delivering food? You know he really does. What do you mean really does? That's him. But I saw him heading out to deliver food just yesterday. How is it that he's driving a Mercedes today? Just look at that car. Must be at least 200,000 to 300,000, no. More than that. My nephew has one, and I heard it cost 500,000. What? That expensive? Several people frowned as they spoke, clearly taken aback. After all, they were old and no longer worked outside. With the mahjong room serving as their usual gathering spot, they ran into him quite often. Naturally, they knew how hard he worked delivering food. So what was going on today? How had he ended up in a Mercedes? Do you think that boy might have found himself a patron? Someone ventured. Well, he is quite good looking. It's not impossible. I remember he lives with that sissy fellow, doesn't he? I heard that sissy is into men. So you think? He doesn't look like that at all. Tisk, listen to yourself. Remember that Hong Jie scandal that had everyone talking. With those men who think with their lower halves, who can say for sure? You really don't understand the weight of the phrase, since you're already here. There's some truth to that. Where did you get those sunflower seeds? Share some with me. Their chatter went on, but none of it reached Chen Luo's ears. He had already returned to his room and begun packing his things. Now that he had a car, he would naturally be driving home later. Since he was ending the lease, all these so-called junk belongings of his needed to be properly dealt with. Some things, if they could be left behind, would simply be left behind. This time when he went home for the new year, he expected to stay at least 1 or 2 months. In that span, he figured he would be able to instantly snag quite a few good things. After tidying up almost everything and throwing away what needed to be discarded, Chen Luo lay down on the bed and finally let out a long breath of relief. Remembering something, he took out his phone and called his landlord. Hello, Grandpa-san. Oh, Xiaochen, what is it? It's like this, I'm planning to return to my hometown. I'll stop renting at the end of this month. I just wanted to give you a call in advance, so it'll be convenient for you to rent the place out again. Chen Luo explained. Alright, that's no problem. I'll transfer you 200 yuan. Of course it's not for nothing. You'll have to clean the room properly for me. Hearing this, how could Chen Luo not understand that the old man simply wanted him to accept the money with peace of mind? This old man had actually treated the two of them very well. During the previous New Year, he had even specially invited them over to his home for the New Year's Eve dinner. They did not go, of course, but not long after the elderly couple actually brought food over to them instead. The person who delivered the food was a man in his 40s dressed in a white shirt and suit trousers wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looked exceptionally refined and scholarly. It was said that he was a professor at a university in the college district. Even after knowing that Chen Luo delivered food for a living and was merely a tenant, he showed not the slightest impatience, remaining mild and courteous in every respect. All right then, thank you, Grandpa-san. In the past, Chen Luo would never have accepted the money, but at this moment, there was no harm in doing so. It was not that he wanted to take advantage of that 200 yuan. The elderly couple had indeed been good to him. By accepting it, he was acknowledging and carrying this favor. In the future, he would simply find an opportunity to repay it as thanks for the care they had given him over the past 2 years. Chen Luo waited until midnight for the system to refresh, then turned his gaze to the items newly listed for the day. A chime sounded in his mind. Ding, today's flash sale mall has been refreshed. Name China Merchants Bank 100-gram investment gold bar. Quantity 10 bars. Estimated value 157 million yuan. Flash sale price 9 yuan. Seeing the system's description, Chen Luo was stunned for a moment. Gold bars. 10 of them 1 kilogram in total. With today's gold price at 1157 yuan per gram, he could exchange 9 yuan for over 1 million. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Luo chose to purchase. Ding, purchase successful. The relevant purchase certificates have been placed in the system space. Please proceed to the nearest China Merchants Bank branch to collect your items. With the day's item already snapped up, Chen Luo felt at ease and went to sleep. Once dawn broke and the bank opened, he would go and convert those gold bars into cash. Chen Luo did not intend to keep the gold in his hands, or instead he planned to sell it back to the bank without removing it from the counter, turning the gold into money as straightforwardly as possible. The nearest branch was about 3 kilometers away. Following the navigation, Chen Luo arrived at the Qianfang sub. After parking the car, Chen Luo carefully prepared his purchase certificates, ID card, and bank card, placing them neatly into a transparent document folder before getting out of the car. At the entrance of the branch, 2 security guards stood holding batons. Chen Luo walked into the lobby where a teller was teaching an elderly person how to handle some transaction at a self-service machine. Seeing Chen Luo approach, the teller smiled and asked, "Sir, how may I help you?" Her gaze swept over Chen Luo and fell on the transparent folder in his hand. "Hello, I'd like to handle an off-counter repurchase of investment gold bars." Chen Luo stated his purpose. "Xiao Chun, come over a moment," the teller called softly to a young male colleague at the counter. The teller leaned close to the young male clerk and whispered a few words in his ear. "Sir, please come with me," she said, then led Chen Luo into a quiet lounge to the side and poured him a glass of water. "Sir, may I see your purchase certificates?" the woman asked, her gaze falling on the document folder on the table. Seeing this, Chen Luo pushed the folder toward her. The woman opened it without ceremony and began examining the contents. After checking the name and purchase number, she took out a tablet and started verifying the information. "Sir, according to today's quotation from the Shanghai Gold Exchange, the gold price is 1157 yuan per gram. The total value of these gold bars is 157 million yuan. If you choose off-counter handling, our branch will contact a buyer for you, but about 4 yuan per gram may be deducted. If you choose the non-off-counter option, our branch will charge a 3 yuan fee per gram, meaning we can only repurchase at 1154 yuan per gram. Off-counter procedures will have the funds credited on the same day, whereas non-off-counter repurchases will take 7 working days to arrive. For a repurchase exceeding 1 million, even if I apply for urgent processing, it will still take about 3 to 4 days. It depends on which option you prefer." The teller finished her explanation. Hearing this, Chen Luo finally understood. The difference was only about 1 yuan per gram, nearly 100 yuan for 100 grams. But the two modes differed by several days in when the money would arrive. "If I choose off-counter handling, are the procedures troublesome? How long will it take?" Chen Luo asked. Although the funds were said to arrive the same day, 11 o'clock at night was technically still the same day. They couldn't possibly expect him to wait here for over 10 hours, could they? "I've checked your documents, so everything is in order. It should take about half an hour," the teller said after thinking for a moment. "All right, let's go with that as quickly as possible. Please transfer the money into this card," Chen Luo said, indicating the bank card in the document folder with a glance. "Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment," the teller said, then moved a small bamboo basket filled with candies and sugar mandarins onto the table. Only then did she leave to handle the procedures. Taking advantage of the waiting time, Chen Luo played a couple of rounds of a mobile game, the matches leaving him simmering with irritation. His phone was already a few years old, bought back in his university days. Once the money arrived, he would immediately go and replace it with the latest fruit brand phone. Just as Chen Luo was about to exit the game, a pop-up notification appeared. 153 million yuan had been credited to his account. He had become a millionaire. "So you should have received the transfer by now, correct? These are your related documents." The teller spoke as she placed the document folder back on the table. The purchase contract was gone. Oh, only the bank card and ID card remained. Thank you. Chen Luo picked them up, gave them a brief check, and seeing no problem stood up to leave. We look forward to your next visit, Mr. Chen. Leaving the banking hall, Chen Luo opened his car door, put his documents away, then started the engine and headed to the nearest fruit brand phone flagship store. He had delivered takeout to that store before, so he knew where it was. In the entire Yun City, there was only one official flagship store. All the others were authorized resellers. On top of that, places like Tin Machine and similar chains were also running promotions, so there were quite a few places to buy the phone. Give me the latest model set, natural color 1 terabyte. And just apply a screen protector. Upon entering the store, Chen Luo did not waste words and stated his request. Sir, please have a seat and some water first. A male salesperson hearing this exchanged a glance with his colleague, then invited Chen Luo to sit and poured him a glass of water. Sir, this is the latest model from our store, the Fruit 17 Pro Max, priced at 13999 yuan. As for the screen protector, it depends on what price range you need. Moreover, we recently launched a benefit. If you pay an additional 500 yuan, you can choose items worth 500 yuan, such as phone cases, lens, diamonds, chargers, and the like. The salesman then opened his mouth and placed a price list in front of Chen Luo. Phone cases range from 399 yuan to 799 yuan. Lens diamonds are 150 yuan each. 3 lenses cost 450 yuan. Power banks are priced at 799 yuan each. Screen protectors are 359 yuan each, and headphones are 699 yuan each. Chen Luo didn't want to continue looking at it. How greedy can one be? I don't want the screen protector, I'll just take the phone. A screen protector over 300 yuan, is it encrusted with diamonds? Oh. Hearing this, the salesman was taken aback. Why was he selling less instead of more? That's fine, but the box only includes the cable. You'll still need to buy the charging head. The charging head costs 399 yuan. The male salesman didn't mind this, as he had already sold the device. Whether the agreement was completed or not didn't affect him. Chen Luo suddenly felt a bit regretful. If he had known, he would have gone to the Mi store or the Huawei store earlier. Just calculate it all together. Now holding a fortune of 1 million, Chen Luo couldn't be bothered to waste more words with the salesman. Sir, the total is 14398 yuan. How would you like to pay? Chen Luo heard this and directly opened the WeChat QR code. Sir, here's the receipt. Please keep it. Chen Luo took the bag and without much hesitation turned and left. Seeing the other party's car was a Mercedes-Benz, the salesman felt a bit regretful. If he had known, he would have pushed a few more packages. Chen Luo sat in the car and noticed it was meal time, but he wasn't too hungry and planned to eat dinner later. He saw a nearby shop selling milk tea, bought a cup of peach gum tapioca, intending to have a little snack. Then he returned to his rented room, planning to activate his phone first. On January 27th, Chen Luo snatched a Kian Lingerie Butterfly Loves Flower Bowl for 540 yuan. On January 28th, he snatched the full set of 24K gold jewelry from the Zhou Baifu store anniversary collection, valued at 150 yuan, which included bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and rings. On January 29th, he snatched a villa in the Yulong Bay water landscape valued at 10 million yuan. On January 30th, he snatched a shop in the Yuncheng Chung District Commercial Center valued at 1.8 million yuan. In the blink of an eye, only one day remained until Chen Luo's departure. Tomorrow, the 31st, is the last day of this month, and also the last day for him to leave Yun City and return home for the new year. Although he told his mother he would return around the 5th or 6th, he thought it would be better to go back a few days early and prepare some things. After retrieving the items he had snatched in the past few days, he happened to run into Jiang Huai sitting in the living room. Brother Chen, are you leaving? Jiang Huai glanced at Chen Luo and cautiously opened his mouth. Naturally, Jiang Huai had noticed Chen Luo packing up his things these past few days. But he had never dared to ask, fearing it was his issue that led to Chen Luo's departure. Yes, I'm leaving tomorrow morning. Chen Luo did not hide it. After all, they had lived together for 2 years, and he often used Jiang Huai's Wi-Fi. In that case, let me treat you to dinner tonight. Jiang Huai mustered up the courage to speak, as he probably wouldn't see Chen Luo again. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. He was treating him to dinner. Let me treat you. Chen Luo thought for a moment, feeling it was inappropriate to have Jiang Huai pay, especially since Jiang Huai was younger than him and had not worked at all during the past 2 years. He probably didn't have much money on him, and Chen Luo felt embarrassed to let him treat. Jiang Huai, however, didn't continue to argue. He just planned to pay for it himself. He'll tidy up a bit and see you tonight, Chen Luo said, turning back to his room to pack his things, planning to buy 2 suitcases on the way. Looking at the small bedroom, Chen Luo suddenly felt a mix of emotions. After coming to Yun City, he had spent a third of his time here. Now that he was leaving, it was inevitable to feel a bit reluctant. But he should be happy after all. With the system, he was meant to pursue a brighter tomorrow. Soon it was past 7 in the evening. Chen Luo tidied up a bit and walked out of his room. Jiang Huai was sitting neatly on the sofa, his hair still a bit damp. There was a pleasant scent of shower gel in the air, indicating he had just showered. Brother Chen. Upon seeing Chen Luo come out, Jiang Huai hurriedly stood up. Shouldn't you wear a little more? Chen Luo noticed Jiang Huai was dressed too lightly and couldn't help but remind him. Though Yin City is known as the Spring City, it can still be a bit cold in the mornings and evenings. Especially when the evening breeze blows, it's easy to catch a cold. I'm fine, brother Chen, I'm not cold. Hearing this, Chen Luo didn't insist. Then let's go, he called out and led the way out. Jiang Huai turned off the lights, closed the door, and followed. This is an old neighborhood, and there are no elevators, so they had to walk down one floor at a time. However, the floors were not high. They lived on the 5th floor, which was still quite decent. Watching Chen Luo get into that luxury car, worth millions, Jiang Huai felt a bit at a loss. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Chen Luo had already fastened his seatbelt and noticed Jiang Huai was still standing there in a daze. He couldn't help but remind him. Chen Luo opened the passenger door. He had piled some luggage in the back, making it a bit awkward for Jiang Huai to sit there. Jiang Huai got in the car, but whether it was due to his personality or something else, he remained silent the whole way. At the night market food stall, can we eat some crayfish and skewers? Chen Luo knew Jiang Huai wouldn't refuse, so he handed him a box. After choosing, he also grabbed 2 bottles of champagne soda and had the owner prepare 3 pounds of spicy crayfish. Here you go. Chen Luo poured a cup and pushed it over. This is a specialty from my hometown, try it. It has a faint aroma of glutinous rice. Thank you, brother Chen. Jiang Huai replied, looking a bit shy. I remember you're 22 this year. Haven't you gone to school? Chen Luo took a sip, glanced at Jiang Huai and asked. He could see that Jiang Huai's clothes were all brand name items. The bracelet on his hand was worth over 10,000. His family conditions must be quite good. My family thinks him a disgrace, so they didn't let me go. Jiang Huai explained upon hearing this. A disgrace? Chen Luo felt puzzled upon hearing this. After spending more than 2 years together, while he didn't know Jiang Huai very well, he at least considered him a good kid. Why would his family think he was a disgrace? I'm sorry. Chen Luo noticed the other person's discomfort and immediately apologized. It's nothing to be sorry for, and there's nothing that can't be said. Jiang Huai fidgeted with the hem of his shirt, as if summoning his courage. Actually, I'm gay, and I have a boyfriend who loves me very much. Hearing this, Chen Luo almost choked on his breath. For some reason, images of someone carrying takeout and being bare-skinned suddenly flooded his mind. Seeing Jiang Huai like this, could he be a cunning spirit? Do you think it's pretty shocking and disgusting? Jiang Huai chuckled self-deprecatingly at the sight of the other person's expression. No. It's a different era now. While I don't support it, I would never discriminate against it. And what about your boyfriend? Chen Luo spoke up, trying to shift the topic. He passed away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huai's expression grew somewhat forlorn. I met him in high school, and we had a very good relationship back then. During those 2 years when certain types of Danmei novels were particularly popular, we indulged in forbidden fruit. After that, we naturally confirmed our relationship and agreed to attend the same university, planning to rent an apartment together. The dream was beautiful, but reality was always cruel. In our senior year, our relationship was discovered by our families. My father beat me up and wanted me to transfer schools. His family also disapproved. His mother even threatened to jump off a building to force him to change. Caught in the middle, he ultimately couldn't bear the pressure and jumped off first. By the time he was sent to the hospital, it was already too late. As for me, I was sent to a re-education facility. Jiang Huai spoke, tears cascading down his face uncontrollably. The experiences in the re-education facility were a lifelong nightmare he never wanted to mention again. Those so-called experts were nothing but lunatics and perverts. Electroshock therapy, whipping, and even. He barely managed to escape, wanting to go home only to hear his father say he would rather he die outside. Ultimately, Jiang Huai chose to leave. After all, without him, they still had a younger brother who wouldn't disappoint them like he did. He arrived in Yin City, a place with a pleasant climate and relatively low cost of living. The other party was also aware of what followed. I'm sorry. Hearing these words, Chen Luo suddenly felt at a loss on how to comfort him. Let's have some barbecue. These crayfish are also quite good. Chen Luo suddenly regretted it. Had he known, he wouldn't have had this meal, as he wouldn't be able to console the boy. It's fine, it's all in the past. Jiang Huai smiled and spoke, appearing relieved. Jiang Huai took a sip of soda, put on gloves, and began peeling crayfish. To be honest, Chen Luo found this meal quite tasteless. He wanted to say something comforting, but didn't know what to say. Thankfully, he was alone, not in a relationship, living freely and comfortably. When Chen Luo returned home, he felt too lazy to wash up, and simply lay back on his bed. Time to sleep. He had to drive for several hours tomorrow. As for the flash sale, he'll deal with that tomorrow. It won't run away. What he didn't know was that Jiang Huai sat on the edge of his bed, sitting still all night. For over 2 years, he had lived like this, too afraid to sleep. He lifted his shirt. The wound was still oozing blood, old and new injuries overlapping, clearly not from just a day or two. He didn't know why he did this, but it somehow made him feel a bit better inside. If only they had. Perhaps there wouldn't be a present like this. It's all because of me, all my fault. Chen Luo got up stretched, lazily feeling sore all over after that nap. He glanced at his phone. It was already past 9. After tidying up a bit, he could leave. Chen Luo took the time to check today's flash sale items while packing his things. Name Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel Series. Model 6000T000PB, 347 Platinum Tourbillon. Price 1.13 million inch. Description: at the 2018 Geneva Watch Exhibition limited to 25 pieces globally. Due to being discontinued, it currently has a premium of about 25, with prices ranging from 1.35 million to 1.45 million. Flash sale price 9 yuan. Seeing the system's introduction, Chen Luo didn't hesitate for a moment and directly chose to purchase it. Cars and watches are undoubtedly the pinnacle of what men desire. A watch worth over $1 million couldn't even be found in short videos before. After all, big data knew his spending level and wouldn't push items in this price range. Chen Luo took out the watch, examined it, and put it on his wrist. It felt somewhat cold, but that couldn't diminish the fact that it was worth over $1 million. He closed his somewhat worn suitcase, placing the keys on the table. He couldn't let the new tenant be without keys. He glanced at Jiang Huai's tightly closed door and wanted to say something to him. But he opened his mouth, then chose to let it go. He opened the door and walked out. Only after hearing the sound of the door closing did Jiang Huai open his door and step out, scanning the area, before finally noticing the keys on the table. Chen Luo closed the trunk and sat in the driver's seat, setting the navigation. This route is 256 kilometers long and is expected to take. Chen Luo started the car, leaving the place where he had lived for over 2 years. He planned to return early and find an apartment in South City. The one next to his uncle's house wasn't bad, a row house with 4 floors. There was a parking space in front and a small yard of over 20 square meters in the back. The area where his uncle lived was all villas close to the South City government. There was an artificial lake, the only 5-star hotel in the city, and many government offices were located nearby. Take his uncle's residence in Zhongtianhuafu for instance. There were several officials, at least at the director level, from the South City government living nearby. Nearby were Zhongtian Courtyard, Zhongtian Mansion, and Zhongtian Original. More than enough to count. With 3 members of his uncle's family receiving government salaries, they could easily cover their housing fund. During the initial renovations, they took out a home renovation loan, which made life a bit tough until they paid it off in 2 years. In addition, they had to support 2 children in school. According to his uncle's statement, their loan repayments would have to last until retirement. He had researched it before. It should be over 190. Now that housing prices have fallen, he should be able to secure it for around 165. Including renovations, at least 200 would be necessary. As for the house next to his uncle's, it hadn't been renovated, so he needed to contact the property management to try and reach out. If he could buy it, it would be best to be neighbors with his uncle. If that were the case, the price might rise slightly. Of course, the key would still be to wait until he got to South City to inquire further. Traveling from Yun City to South City takes about 3.5 to 4 hours, depending on road conditions. When Chen Luo exited the highway to South City, it was just past 3. He didn't plan to return immediately, but rather booked a hotel, intending to go back around the 5th or 6th. While in Yun City, he noticed that most of the items he bought during flash sales were from there. Now that he was in South City, would the flash sale items change as well? After driving for 4 hours, Chen Luo felt somewhat fatigued and lost his appetite, falling asleep in the hotel. When he awoke, it was already past 4 in the morning. He grabbed a bottle of water nearby and opened it to drink. He also checked today's flash sale items. Name: Qixing Pharmaceutical, 60 shares. Market value 320 million yuan. Flash sale price 9 yuan. Description: a leading private enterprise in Sanchi and Nanjing with a full industry chain, gap planning, research and development, production and sales, all integrated. Seeing the system's introduction, Chen Luo couldn't help but be taken aback. Sanchi from Nanjing is quite famous and renowned worldwide. Many are eyeing this opportunity, such as Bai Yao from Yunqing and Tina Pharmaceutical, but he had never heard of Qixing Pharmaceutical. Over 300 million compared to the trillion-dollar groups like Bai Yao from Yunqing and Tina Pharmaceutical, it falls significantly short. Nevertheless, it is still the leader in the private Sanchi industry. He didn't have much business ambition, but having a company would provide a reasonable explanation for the money he had when as for the rest, he could just fabricate a story which should suffice. Chen Luo chose to purchase, as even 60 of the shares were nearly 200 million. In a place like Nanjing that already placed him among the elite. Chen Luo opened his phone to check the information about Qixing Pharmaceutical. Since Qixing Pharmaceutical could become the leading private Sanchi enterprise in Nanjing, it certainly had its strengths. Unfortunately, its research and development were a weak point, lacking its own brand name. Otherwise, it would be much more than this. But research and development is a money-burning endeavor. If too much is invested, it's hard to manage, and if too little, making progress is difficult. Well, if given the chance, he could inspect it in person. Chen Luo closed his eyes, planning to take another short nap. By the time he woke up, it was already past 8. After tidying up, Chen Luo decided to first secure a house at the Zhongtianhuafu sales office. The Zhongtianhuafu properties had mostly sold out when they first went on sale. What is now referred to as the sales office is actually occupied by the property management, with some transformed into activity centers. Hello, I would like to contact the resident of Unit 46. Could you provide me with a contact number? Chen Luo got straight to the point with his inquiry. I'm sorry, we have regulations that prevent us from disclosing resident information. May I ask what this is regarding? The woman refused on the grounds of client privacy, but still inquired about the reason. I noticed that Unit 46 has not been renovated since it opened, and I'd like to inquire whether it is for sale. Chen Luo continued expressing his intention to purchase. Or please have your company contact them to ask if they are willing to sell. While they cannot disclose client information, the property management can certainly reach out on his behalf. Sir, please have a seat in the waiting area for a moment. I need to inquire about the homeowner's willingness. If they agree, I can give you their contact information. The woman said, gesturing towards the waiting area, not far away. Thank you. Hearing this, Chen Luo smiled back and went to the waiting area. About 10 minutes later, the woman came to the waiting area. Hello, sir. The homeowner is interested in selling, but she would like to discuss it with you in person. It might need to be tomorrow morning, or would that be acceptable? That's fine. Hearing this, Chen Luo nodded. It was good that the other party was willing to sell. As for the price, a slight increase wouldn't matter, as he wasn't too concerned about the money at this point. Alright, can I add you on WeChat? I will give you the homeowner's WeChat. Sure. Hearing this, Chen Luo opened the QR code for the other party. Thank you for your trouble. You're welcome. After completing the matter, Chen Luo chose not to linger further and left directly. On the other side, at Qixing Pharmaceutical, this year our revenue is 191 million, an 8% decrease from last year. The net profit is 438.71 million, with a net profit margin of 2.28. Does anyone have anything to say? Qixing Pharmaceutical's executive president Xie Yongyan said, casting a glance at the senior executives present. President Xie, while the pharmaceutical industry is highly profitable, the annual investment is also substantial. Most of it is wasted, and we are still overshadowed by the giants Baiyao from Yunxing and Tina Pharmaceutical. The emerging Sanchi Group is also eagerly watching from the sidelines. Unless Qixing Pharmaceutical can produce a standout representative product, most consumers will prioritize the two major pharmaceutical companies under equal conditions. As senior executives of Qixing Pharmaceutical, we naturally hope for better development, but some things are simply out of our control. Indeed, President Xie, at least we at Qixing Pharmaceutical are still profitable, while many smaller enterprises have been losing money for years. Our business is becoming increasingly difficult nowadays. Many executives voiced their helplessness. They had invested in the pharmaceutical industry waiting for year-end dividends. The better the industry performed, the happier they would be. But it's not that they weren't trying, even their efforts proved ineffective. Xie Yongyan sighed upon hearing this. He was well aware of the situation. Even the leading private Sanchi enterprise, Qixing Pharmaceutical, was in such a predicament, let alone those small enterprises. In recent years, the proportion of investment in research and development has been increasing, yet they couldn't even make a splash. Just then a man in a suit walked in. It was Xie Yongyan's secretary. President Xie, everyone, there's been an incident. The old chairman has sold all his shares to someone. Now the company's equity has changed hands, and the corresponding legal person and positions have been modified. The secretary reported the news without hesitation to everyone present. Seeing the youth in front of him, Xie Yongyan couldn't help but frown and speak. He took out his phone, entered the contact information from the paper, and dialed the number. Others, noticing his actions, began to circulate and check the contents of the paper. Chen Luo, who had just parked his car, heard his phone ring and took it out to take a look. A strange number from Nanxing. Although confused, Chen Luo chose to answer. Before he could speak, a voice came from, "Hello, is this Chen Luo, Mr. Chen? I am Xie Yongyan, the executive president of Qixing Pharmaceutical. We have just received news about a change in shareholding. I wonder when you will have time to visit the company for guidance." Can it be now? Chen Luo interjected before the other person could finish. Of course. Then we will be waiting for Mr. Chen's esteemed presence at the company. Chen Luo responded and hung up the phone. He navigated to the route of Qixing Pharmaceutical and drove towards it. Meanwhile, Xie Yongyan, having hung up the phone, let out a sigh of relief. Go have the kitchen prepare a better spread. Xie Yongyan glanced at the time and instructed his secretary beside him. The secretary acknowledged and turned to leave. Everyone with a new director in place, no one knows what kind of person this director is. I hope everyone treats him well. Xie Yongyan scanned the crowd and made this statement. What he worried about most was the new director's potential to make a strong impression upon taking office. But there was nothing he could do. The other party was now the largest shareholder. Even if he were dismissed, he wouldn't have the right to complain. Qixing Pharmaceutical is located in the southern suburbs, some distance from the city center, with its factory and R&D base situated there. At the entrance of Qixing Pharmaceutical, Xie Yongyan awaited alongside several senior executives from the company. Nearby Qixing Pharmaceutical, there are also several factories, such as those related to cosmetics, and some industries concerning Sanchi. However, since it is located in the suburbs, even if Xie Yongyan wanted to host Chen Luo, he could only have the kitchen prepare something. In the distance, a black Mercedes could be seen approaching and stopping at the entrance. Mr. Chen. As soon as Chen Luo stepped out of the car, a middle-aged man approached, followed by several others of similar age. Everyone had seen the photos, so they naturally recognized that this person was the new chairman of Qixing Pharmaceutical. Mr. Chen, I have had some food prepared. Please let's eat and talk together. Listening to the other party, Chen Luo's gaze instinctively scanned the entirety of Qixing Pharmaceutical. All right. Chen Luo nodded and followed him. Mr. Chen, the conditions in the factory are limited and the dishes are all home-style. I hope you won't find them lacking. As Xie Yongyan spoke, he led Chen Luo to the main seat. His eye for people was naturally sharp. The other party's car, although not a supercar, was still worth 7 figures. The watch on his wrist, which he had seen before, was also worth 7 figures. The key was that it was a limited release with only a few dozen in the world. Although it was just over 1 million, some things cannot be purchased, even with money. Although he couldn't authenticate its genuineness, he didn't believe that the other party would boldly wear a fake. At such a young age, he could acquire Qixing Pharmaceutical, indicating that his family must be either very rich or very distinguished. On another day of envying others for being born into good circumstances, Chen Luo didn't pay too much attention, as during his time delivering food, he often saved time to complete more deliveries. Many times he either didn't eat at all, or had only steamed buns and pickles. The more he saved, the more he could send. At the banquet table, everyone raised their glasses and began introducing themselves, stating their names, positions, and the areas they were responsible for. After they became familiar with each other, Xie Yongyan explained the profit situation of Qixing Pharmaceutical for this year. So little. Hearing that the profit was only over 4 million, Chen Luo couldn't help but frown. After all, Qixing Pharmaceutical, with a market value over 300 million, and being the leader in the Sanchi industry in Nanjing, how could its profit be so low? Actually, the situation was better before, but the impact of the masks in previous years. Plus, business has been tough these past 2 years. Costs have increased, research and development investment has grown, and there are 2 major competitors, Yuncheng by Yao and Tina, ahead of us. Especially in these 2 years, the rise of the Sanchi Group has made things difficult for Qixing Pharmaceutical. This is also the main reason why the former directors have continuously increased R&D funding, hoping to have a breakthrough representative product. The Sanchi Group is not yet publicly listed, but once it is, Qixing Pharmaceutical will undoubtedly face even greater difficulties. It's not an exaggeration to say that it will be surviving in a narrow gap. Xie Yongyan spoke, his tone filled with helplessness. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh. Would it still be possible to sell his shares and get some money out? But after thinking it over, he shook his head. If he were to act at this moment, the news of 2 consecutive changes in chairmanship would likely cause panic among shareholders, leading them to sell their shares and resulting in a decrease in market value. The Sanchi Group probably wouldn't miss out on such an opportunity to kick a man when he's down. Most importantly, even if he wanted to sell his shares, it would be difficult to find someone to take them. After all, acquiring his shares would require a significant sum of money. In the Nanjing area, finding such a person was indeed not an easy task. While major real estate tycoons like Zhongtian Group and Huayu Group might have over 100 million in cash flow, they would never venture into cross-industry acquisitions, as the risks are too great. After all, the real estate market has not been very prosperous in the past 2 years. Even the Sanchi Group as a competitor would find it hard to take over. The Sanchi Group, with a registered capital of 100 million, has developed over the years to an estimated asset valuation between 1 billion to 1.5 billion. Such a large cash flow they also cannot produce. After all, while pharmaceuticals can be highly profitable, the investment is also considerable. Just the R&D aspect is a huge money pit. Forget it, if it doesn't make money, then it doesn't make money. He only needs a company to make his family reasonably believe that he suddenly has money. Mr. Chen, according to company policy, we will distribute 50 of the profits as dividends. The remaining portion will cover other expenses of the pharmaceutical company, such as equipment, salaries, and so on. Xie Yongyan explained again. That's fine. Just transfer the money to my account. Chen Luo did not refuse, as he currently only had a little over 1 million. That house, along with the renovations, would cost at least over 2 million. With the upcoming New Year, expenses would undoubtedly be significant. Having some money on hand would better prepare him for any unforeseen situations. After all, he couldn't be sure that he would definitely be able to get a windfall. After Chen Luo finished speaking, the crowd fell into a long-awaited calm. The executives of Qixing Pharmaceutical glanced at each other, seemingly pushing one another to speak. Chen Luo naturally noticed this situation. In an instant, he understood the concerns in their hearts. Most of the time I stay in Yun City, so I hope everyone can take extra care of matters regarding Qixing Pharmaceutical. I raise my cup and toast to all of you substituting tea for wine, Chen Luo said, lifting his glass and standing up. He still needed to drive, so he naturally couldn't drink, as he would never gamble with his own safety. Hearing this, the executives present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, with no significant changes in personnel, and everyone still in their original positions, it was good news. They were middle-aged at a stage where they had elderly parents and young children to care for. Finding such a job again would. When Xie Yongnian heard this, he realized that Chen Luo's license plate began with Yun A, and his worries were somewhat unnecessary. Qixing Pharmaceutical was quite decent in Nanjing, but it was nothing compared to Yun City. It was likely that there were larger and more valuable groups in Yun City that wouldn't even consider Qixing Pharmaceutical. His concerns were purely redundant. Come, Chairman Chen, we toast you. Understanding the reason, Xie Yongnian put on a smile and raised his glass to toast Chen Luo. The other executives of Qixing Pharmaceutical also stood up, raising their glasses to toast Chen Luo. He did not refuse, responding with tea instead of wine. Chen Luo didn't linger, as the matters had been mostly resolved, and he was unwilling to waste time there. Qixing Pharmaceutical seemed decent, but its annual profits were quite hard to put into words. With that time, he might as well go back and get some sleep, waiting for the product refresh at midnight for a flash sale. It was only February 1st, and he still had a few days before returning home. Chen Luo glanced at his phone, planning to grab something to eat before heading back. He hadn't eaten enough earlier and didn't particularly enjoy crowded places. It was much more comfortable to eat alone. Chen Luo entered a spicy hot pot place, casually ordered a bit, and spent over 50. The consumption level in Nanjing ranked among the top in the entire Kuan province, while in reality the average salary here was only 2,000 to 3,000. After driving back to the hotel, Chen Luo couldn't help but lie on the bed and ponder. Now that he had the flash sale system, his assets would surely increase, making him wealthier. Should he do something for the hometown that nurtured him? Chen Luo shook his head, deciding to wait for a suitable opportunity. After taking a shower and playing a couple of games, Chen Luo chose to sleep. However, just in case, he set an alarm. The next day, when Chen Luo woke up, it was just a little past 7. The alarm he set for 8 hadn't gone off yet. The routine he developed while delivering food was hard to change right away. Chen Luo had no intention of sleeping for another 2 minutes. He opened the system mall to check today's refreshed items. Name: Yulong Scenic Garden, value 8 million, flash sale price 9 yuan. Seeing today's flash sale item, Chen Luo couldn't help but be taken aback. As a person from Nanjing, he had certainly heard of Yulong Scenic Garden, as it had been a hot topic since its establishment. On the day it went on sale, advertisements flooded everywhere, making it impossible to be unaware. Unfortunately, it was said that as of now it still hadn't sold out. Based on the income levels in Nanjing, very few could afford houses of this caliber. They were either businessmen or greedy, but the greedy ones didn't have the guts to buy so openly. Investors weren't fools, and no matter how much they invested, if the houses couldn't be sold, they would just end up stuck with them. Therefore, let alone houses worth tens of millions, even those in the several millions were quite rare. Yulong Scenic Garden was indeed one of the top luxury properties in Nanjing. Looking at the price, it should have been renovated, or otherwise, if it were in bare condition, it would be around 5 to 6 million. This house, located in the southern part of the city, was not affected by the one in Zhongtianhuafu. Ding, detecting that the host's assets have exceeded 100 million, it can be delivered by a special personnel to the designated location or directly placed into the system space. Please choose host. Let's put it in the system space. Hearing this, Chen Luo thought for a moment and spoke to the system, too lazy to have it make a trip. He got up, planning to wash up and check the details of the house. Chen Luo first drank a bowl of soybean milk, ate 2 marinated eggs, and a fried dough stick. After satisfying his hunger, he went to a nearby bank to withdraw some money, glanced at the time, and then leisurely headed towards Zhongtianhuafu. When Chen Luo arrived, the woman from yesterday was already waiting at the entrance. Following her directions, Chen Luo parked the car and then entered the sales center with her. On a nearby sofa sat a woman in her 40s, looking quite well maintained. Ms. Zhang, this is Mr. Chen, who wishes to buy a house. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello. Chen Luo extended his hand and shook hers lightly. Listening to the woman's words and observing her attire, she should be from the system. Let's go take a look at the house first, Jiang, he said, inviting him to see the property. Chen Luo did not stand on ceremony, following her for a while until she opened the door to enter. Mr. Chen, this house has 5 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, and 2 living rooms plus a balcony. There's a parking space in front and a yard in the back. Jiang Yi explained to Chen Luo. Chen Luo listened, but couldn't help but scan the surroundings. I believe you are familiar with the market. I wonder about the price. Jiang Yi inquired. Although the other party was not dressed well, she had seen his car, which was worth over 100,000. Buying a car for 1 million and a house are 2 different concepts. Sister Jiang, when this house was first on sale, the price should have been around 1.9 million. In the past 2 years, the price has been somewhat sluggish. I checked online, the prices of other houses in this community range from 1.6 to 1.7 million. Sister Jiang, if you can bear to part with it, I won't beat around the bush. How about 1.75 million? Chen Luo stated his offer. For houses listed online, finding an agent incurs a commission fee, and while 1.75 million might be a loss, it is certainly fair. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi knew that the other party had done his homework. Xiao Chun, if you call me sister, I won't be vague with you either. When this house was purchased, it was indeed close to 2 million. A dropping by over 20 is significant, but the market conditions are here. How about this one? 78 million, let's close the deal together. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before stating his bottom line. To be honest, even selling this house for 2 million would be a loss. Originally the plan was to buy it as a wedding house for the children, but unfortunately. Sure, Chen Luo did not say much more upon hearing this. After all, 30,000 yuan is not a difficult amount for him now. Alright, shall we go sign the contract? Jiang Yi said, and Chen Luo did not refuse. Signing the contract and making the payment, this house completely became Chen Luo's property. However, there were still some matters that needed to be handled at the property center. It's getting late. Let me treat you to a meal. Jiang Yi glanced at Chen Luo and spoke. Off. Hearing this, Chen Luo was momentarily stunned and a bit taken aback. What are you thinking? At my age, I could be your mother. Jiang Yi smiled upon seeing the surprise on the other person. Okay. Chen Luo responded, observing that the other party appeared to be at least a small leader level. More friends mean more opportunities. Sister Jiang, wait a moment. Chen Luo suddenly remembered something and opened the car door to take out a document bag from the passenger seat. Inside was the money he had just withdrawn that morning. It's not much, but it's the etiquette. Thank you for today. This is a small token of appreciation. Chen Luo handed the document bag to the saleswoman and informed her. Take it. The saleswoman wanted to refuse upon seeing it, as they had rules against accepting money privately. But before she could say anything, the document bag was stuffed into her hands. My parents will likely live here in the future, so they'll have to trouble you to take care of them. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he did not wait for a response and got into the car. Chen Luo naturally noticed that Jiang Yi was driving a Volkswagen electric car worth over 100,000, probably less than 2 years old. Xianxian Restaurant. This place is not far from the South City government, and the boss lady and Jiang Yi should be acquainted. This restaurant has been around since our college days. It's a well-established brand for decades. Jiang Yi said while introducing it to Chen Luo. Really? I must try it then. Chen Luo responded with a smile, but could not help but reflect. 20 years ago, not many people in South City could afford to attend university. Many did not even finish high school, going directly to vocational schools or other technical institutions. By the way, I haven't asked, what do you do? Jiang Yi asked, inquiring about the very purpose of inviting him. With a car worth over 1 million and nearly 2 million in cash flow, and judging by the way he looked, it seems there was more than that. Whether due to his own capabilities or his family's background, both are what she needs right now. I'm still in the entrepreneurial stage. Chen Luo did not truthfully disclose everything, as he wasn't quite sure how to explain what he was doing. Entrepreneurship, eh? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback, thinking he was already running a company. Are you starting a business in Yin City? Jiang Yi recalled the car license plate and asked, Sister, just say what you want to do directly. You make me feel a bit uneasy like this. Chen Luo spoke as this felt somewhat like a mother-in-law scrutinizing her son-in-law. What you said, you call me sister, don't I have the right to care about you? Jiang Yi said, aware that the other party was not foolish, and stated her purpose. Actually, there is still some selfishness involved. From the car you drive, the watch you wear, and your attitude towards payment, you should be someone who isn't short on money. I work at the Investment Promotion Bureau in South City, and the old director is about to retire. The new director will be chosen from me and another deputy director, and the most important criterion for selection is investment attraction. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, Chen Luo understood her intention. Sister Jiang, are you planning to have me invest in South City? Chen Luo was not foolish and quickly grasped her meaning. I have this idea. Jiang Yi nodded upon hearing this. South City's agricultural products like peppers, tobacco, corn, and turmeric are world-renowned. They all have their specialties, but that cannot change the poverty and backwardness of this city. One of the most important points is the lack of deep processing to create more added value. Take chili, for example. Wholesalers come to buy it for about 1 to 2 yuan, but they sell it for 3 to 4 yuan after reselling. Once it enters the factory and is processed deeply, it can sell for 10 to 20 yuan. Jiang Yi spoke, her tone laced with helplessness. South City is a border city with a decent geographical location, but it struggles to develop. Chen Luo naturally understood this. After all, both of his parents were farmers, and as a child of farmers, he was more aware of the hardships faced by them. As Chen Luo was pondering, the dishes were served. Sister Jiang, let me have someone investigate this. Chen Luo did not agree immediately. Although he wanted to do something for his hometown, he was unsure what to do. After the new year, he would see what opportunities he could seize. All right, let's eat. After finishing the meal, Chen Luo returned to the hotel. No, he needed to hire a secretary for himself, though otherwise some matters would become quite troublesome. Chen Luo glanced at the time. It was 1:30, thought for a moment, and decided to check out. He then drove towards the south of the city. He planned to check out the Yulong Scenic Garden first, as it would be convenient to. It is indeed one of the top luxury residences in South City. Just looking at the entrance gives a sense of grandeur. Chen Luo's car was not registered, so he naturally could not enter. After taking out the property certificate and having the security confirm it, they finally chose to let him through. Chen Luo glanced at the address on the property certificate. It was in courtyard number 7. Yulong Scenic Garden has a somewhat classical flavor reminiscent of the gardens in Suzhou. Upon entering, there is a square courtyard with a pond in the center featuring lotus flowers and koi. The villa has 3 floors, but there is actually one more underground. Chen Luo opened the door and walked in. It was as clean as if it had just been renovated. Chen Luo spent 20 minutes roughly looking over the entire layout of the house. The master bedroom is on the 3rd floor with a study. The 2nd floor has 2 guest rooms and a mahjong room, while the 1st floor has the kitchen and living room along with a tea table. As for the basement, there is also a living room, a media room, a billiard table, and a laundry room. Chen Luo remembered something and took out his phone to call Xie Yongyan. Xie Yongyan was inspecting the factory when he saw the incoming call and chose to answer. Hello, Chairman Chen. Xie Yongyan signaled for a few people to be quiet before speaking on the phone. Using the name of Qixing Pharmaceutical, get me a secretary. Chen Luo spoke up, revealing his intentions. Hearing this, Xie Yongyan did not rush to respond, but instead began to ponder. Xie Yongyan then inquired, what exactly are your requirements, Chairman Chen? Just someone to handle my daily trivial matters will suffice. Chen Luo replied after a moment of contemplation. Chairman Chen, it's not an ideal time for hiring with the new year approaching. Xie Yongyan remarked, if you only need someone to manage internal affairs, Wang from the secretary office at Qixing Pharmaceuticals would be a good choice. Wang can fill in for now, and Qixing Pharmaceuticals should expedite the hiring process. After some thought, Xie Yongyan addressed Chen Luo. That works. Chen Luo did not refuse upon hearing this. Not long after hanging up, Chen Luo received a friend request. Looking at it, he realized it was Wang, whom Xie Yongyan had just mentioned, who had accepted the friend request. Find me an interior designer. Chen Luo sent the message as the renovation of the Zhongtian Huafu apartment had to be expedited. However, with the new year approaching, the actual renovation would have to wait until after the holiday, but the preliminary designs could be drafted. All right, Chairman Chen. Seeing the response, Chen Luo finally put his phone down. Tomorrow he planned to go out to shop for New Year goods and buy a few new outfits for his parents. The next day, when Chen Luo woke up, it was already past 8 o'clock. Without hesitation, he first checked the flash sale mall. Name Sanchi Dual Path Anti-Sugar Whitening Nano Transdermal Technology. Value 100 billion. Flash sale price 9 yuan. Seeing this, Chen Luo was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. What on earth is this? He had never heard of it. However, upon seeing the value, which was astonishingly 100 billion, it quickly dawned on him. Could this possibly be some new high-tech technology? Without hesitation, Chen Luo took it out from the system space. A thick booklet, and after flipping through a couple of pages, Chen Luo chose to give up as he could not understand it. All he knew was that it was a 3-level processing regarding Sanchi, and it was worth 100 billion. The beauty and cosmetics industry itself is a massive market. In the market, the well-known whitening agents are mostly niacinamide and arbutin. Regarding Sanchi for whitening, it was completely an enormous blank. And a blank signifies a market. However, since he could not comprehend this, he would need a specialized expert to explain it. Chen Luo's first thought was of Qixing Pharmaceuticals. But after some consideration, he shook his head. Since he did not have 100% control over Qixing Pharmaceuticals, a formula worth 100 billion could not be guaranteed in the face of human nature. Establishing a group and making Qixing Pharmaceuticals a subsidiary was Chen Luo's initial thought. However, after checking, he found that a city-level group required at least 10 million in investment. At the moment, he did not have that much money on hand. It seems this technology needs to be handled with caution, or perhaps he could release a portion of it. But after thinking it over, Chen Luo ultimately chose to abandon that idea. Even if he only released a portion, it would undoubtedly cause Qixing Pharmaceuticals' stock price to rise. Acquiring the remaining 40 would not be easy. And without full control, once this technology was leaked, it was uncertain how much would need to be shared. Even with just authorization, there was a risk of technology being leaked. Forget it, let's enjoy the new year first and discuss it after the holiday. Who knows, he might be able to snag other items. His phone rang, and upon picking it up, Chen Luo saw it was Secretary Wang. Hello, Chairman Chen, I'm already at the door. Just a moment. Hearing this, Chen Luo stood up and walked to the door, manipulating it to open. Seeing the door open, Secretary Wang walked in. Chen Luo looked the newcomer over. He was in his 30s, dressed in a black suit, exuding an air of competence. Chen Luo handed the key to the Zhongtian Huafu to Secretary Wang and proceeded to outline his thoughts, leaving the communication with the designer to him. I understand. Secretary Wang replied, then hesitated before asking if I may ask, what is Chairman Chen's renovation budget? Around 2 million. First finalize the design, and then we can proceed with the renovations after the new year. Chen Luo responded. I understand, Chairman Chen. Upon hearing this, Secretary Wang did not linger and chose to leave directly. He had also scheduled for the designer to come to the house to take a look before finalizing the design. After seeing Wang leave, Chen Luo freshened up, grabbed his car keys, and decided to head out. First to grab a bite, and then to shop for New Year goods. Chen Luo checked on Meituan and found a decade-old local restaurant that seemed quite good. Boss, 1 bowl of douhua spicy and extra hot with more zhejian, please. And a steamer of soup dumplings and a cup of soy milk. Perhaps because it was Monday there weren't many people, so Chen Luo found a spot and called out to the boss. Coming right up. A woman in her 50s responded. Chen Luo observed as she was wrapping dumplings while her husband was frying youtiao nearby. Before long the food was served. They even thoughtfully provided chili sauce. In Nanjing, dumplings and buns are dipped in chili sauce instead of vinegar. Fresh chili scallions, ginger, garlic, cilantro, and a sprinkle of spicy powder or chili flakes with sesame salt and MSG. Everything tasted delicious. As for vinegar, pure vinegar is something Chen Luo cannot get accustomed to. It's just sour, nothing but sour. After tasting a bite, he found it indeed delicious. The dumpling skin was perfectly flaky. Chen Luo's little uncle was not much older than him. Chen Luo was born in the year 2000, while his little uncle was only 2 or 3 years older, born in 1997. He graduated in 2020 and immediately passed the civil service exam. The employment situation that year was relatively good. For instance, in Nanjing, there were over 6,000 special positions available, and one didn't even need a teaching qualification. Every year, the provincial unified examination for public institutions had around 6,000 to 7,000 positions. In a small fifth-tier city like Nanjing, over 6,000 positions were offered. Even if 600 positions were filled each year, it would fill all the special positions for the next decade. Perhaps that year was when some leader's son or daughter happened to graduate. The excess recruitment is severe. This time the public institution examination only released 200 positions, and due to various constraints I could only apply for 2. Can you blame me for not being able to pass the exam? Hearing this voice, Guan Yin turned around to look. When he saw it was Chen Luo, he was momentarily taken aback. He'll come back to check later, Guan Yin said to the boss, then smiled as he walked towards Chen Luo. Aren't you in Yin City? When did you come? Guan Yin patted Chen Luo's shoulder in a caring manner. I just got back a couple of days ago. Isn't today Monday? Are you not working? Chen Luo recalled that Guan Yin worked at the City Human Resources and Social Security Bureau, so it was working hours. What was he doing here? Is he buying cigarettes and alcohol for his grandfather? But his grandfather doesn't drink. I took a day off today. Chen Luo noticed a fleeting unnaturalness on Guan Yin's face as he responded. It's almost mealtime, get in the car and treat me to a meal, Chen Luo said, opening the car door and gesturing for him to get in. Guan Yin was momentarily stunned when he saw the car. He had seen quite a few luxury cars while working at the Human Resources Bureau. At first glance, this car was at least in the $1 million range. Is this your car? Guan Yin's gaze was fixed on Chen Luo, tentatively asking. He had been working for 5 years and still couldn't afford such a car. Chen Luo had only graduated 2 or 3 years ago. How could he really afford it? I made some money trading stocks recently, Chen Luo replied. Really, trading stocks? Not those businesses listed in the criminal law, right? Guan Yin was still a bit skeptical. After all, even stock trading required some capital. Although they hadn't been in touch much over the past 2 years, he knew Chen Luo sent at least 5,000 home every month. Considering the rent and utilities in Yun City and other expenses, even with a monthly income of 10,000, it would be hard to have any savings, right? My uncle, after all, I studied law. Would I do something like that? Chen Luo felt a bit helpless. After all, he didn't want to rely on the government for his livelihood, especially since it would affect his future children's public service exams. Get in the car first. Do you not want to treat me to a meal? Chen Luo said as he took the driver's seat. Although Guan Yin still felt it was surreal, he got into the passenger seat. Looking at the car's interior decorations and then glancing at his own nephew, he felt it was unreal. I will choose the destination you pay, Chen Luo said, starting the car. Due to their similar ages, they had a very good relationship, practically growing up like brothers. This little uncle was not his grandmother's child, but an adopted one. In the 1990s, due to family planning, having more than 2 children was considered overpopulation. Families would be fined and required to pay social maintenance fees, and public officials could face disciplinary actions. His little uncle was sent to the Welfare Institute shortly after birth. His grandmother worked at the Welfare Institute at the time and felt pity for the little uncle, developing the desire to adopt. Although they couldn't have more children, they could adopt, albeit with somewhat complicated procedures. His grandmother said that the family was quite poor back then. Food and education were all expenditures. Fortunately, everything has come to an end, and now he has reached the age to enjoy life. His grandmother said that the little uncle was particularly obedient and took the initiative to do chores while studying diligently. In fact, with his little uncle's capabilities, he could have pursued further studies for a master's or doctorate. But for some reason, he chose to start working right after his undergraduate degree. Chen Luo knew the reason without it being said. He felt guilty and didn't want to burden the family financially. He found a regular small restaurant and ordered a few dishes. "What were you doing today? Planning to give a gift?" Chen Luo asked after scanning the empty surroundings on the second floor and looking at his little uncle. "I might have that intention." Guanyin thought for a moment and didn't hide it. Although Chen Luo was his nephew, their relationship was more like that of brothers and pals. "This year, there's a promotion opportunity at my unit that could elevate me from a clerk to a deputy section chief. However, there's another person who meets the criteria, and I've heard that person has some connections. Although I am the unit's main writer and the leadership values me, I still worry that I might not be the one promoted." Guanyin expressed his concerns. That's why he planned to buy some soy sauce as a gift. "I'm not in the system, so I don't know much about this. However, you've been working for 5 years, so you must have some understanding of the leaders' personalities." Chen Luo informed him that if giving a gift could help achieve his goal, that would be best. If not, he advised against it to avoid getting caught in any trouble. Guanyin nodded, understanding this principle. As for such matters, Chen Luo couldn't help him. He could only focus on enjoying his meal. If there were an opportunity, he would naturally help his little uncle, but he didn't know anyone in the system. The only person he knew in the system was Jiang Yi, who had sold him a house. After finishing their meal, the two naturally parted ways. As for his little uncle's choice, Chen Luo was a bit uncertain. He first went to the Apple store and bought a few sets of the latest phones, then went to the shopping center and bought a few sets of clothes. The most expensive piece was just over 500, and after everything, he spent just over 5,000. He didn't buy shoes because frankly he didn't know what size his parents wore and could only take them shopping when the opportunity arose. Moreover, after the new year he would probably have to move to the city, so he needed to get some things ready. Just after finishing his purchases and sitting in the car, he couldn't help but sigh deeply, feeling quite exhausted. Just as he was about to drive, his phone rang. Chen Luo glanced at the caller ID and immediately understood the reason. "Hello, Grandma. Xiao Luo, I heard from your little uncle that you are back. Why haven't you come home? Where are you now? Come sleep here tonight. He'll make your favorite flour rice for you." Hearing the caring words from the other end of the phone, Chen Luo suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't even considered his grandmother's family when he was shopping earlier. He was a child raised by his grandparents, and his uncle and aunt treated him and his sister very well. After his grandmother stopped working at the welfare home, she spent some time cleaning at a KTV. Not to mention the late nights, she only earned over 2,000 a month. Yet during festivals, she would always buy clothes for the two siblings. In contrast, Chen Luo's grandmother was not very kind to them. Chen Luo's grandmother believed in gods and had a special room at home for worship. When his mother was in confinement, his grandmother did not step foot inside, even once citing the bloodshed as a reason. During his mother's confinement, she needed to replenish her nutrition and asked him to buy some eggs when he went to the market. In the end, he forgot, and his mother felt wronged, so she said a few more words. What his grandmother said left a lasting impression on his mother. "Buy them, I will go buy them now, and you can eat the eggs full of chicken droppings." Although she said that in the end she did not buy them. "Just came back 2 days ago, no need." "Are you the only one at home?" Chen Luo asked. "Yes, both of them are at work, and the old monkey is at Huayu Garden." His grandmother referred to his grandfather as the old monkey. "Then wait for me at home, or I will come pick you up," Chen Luo said, directly hanging up the phone. After all, such matters cannot be discussed, otherwise the old folks will always find some excuse or another. Chen Luo parked his car at the door and found that his grandmother was already waiting at the entrance. However, even with the car parked, her gaze was fixed on the entrance and did not fall on Chen Luo's car. "Grandma." Chen Luo opened the window and called out. He could visibly see his grandmother being startled. "I will park the car first." There was still a car parked in front of his grandmother's house, and next door, although it had been bought, another car was also parked there, likely belonging to Secretary Wang. Chen Luo could only park his car at the bottom of his grandmother's building, thinking that parking for 2 minutes should be fine. Moreover, although this building was newly renovated, it was rarely occupied on ordinary days. "Did you buy a car? How much did you finance?" "I still have over 20,000. Grandma, I bought it in full cash," Chen Luo said, taking out items from the back seat. He had bought a box of cherry sugar, oranges, and longans at the fruit market. "You just bought a car, why are you buying these things? We already have them at home." His grandmother, seeing what Chen Luo had displayed, a discontented attitude regarding his wasteful spending. "Just take this, take the others back. I can't eat more," the old lady said, taking the longans from him. Since they were already at the doorstep, there was no reason to take them back, and Chen Luo was not lacking in these items. "Mr. Chen, what brings you here?" Hearing the noise, Secretary Wang also came out. "I'm at my grandmother's house, just here to see her." "Hurry inside, or let me cook for you." His grandmother did not know the two, but recognized them as her grandson's friends, and quickly invited them in. Secretary Wang understood upon hearing this. No wonder Mr. Chun lived at Yulong Jinyuan and was renovating this place. It was all for the convenience of being neighbors. Grandma, they still have things to do. We'll go in first. Chen Luo spoke to his grandmother and then asked the two to wait for him. Seeing this, his grandmother did not say much. Chen Luo dropped off his things and stepped outside to discuss. It was about 10 minutes later that the old lady saw her grandson return. I saw you talking about something in the neighboring building. Are you taking on these contracts? Isn't it tiring? The old lady said, her face unable to hide her concern. This child who had never faced hardship and had studied for so many years couldn't lift a finger. Could he adapt to doing such contracting work? Chen Luo laughed upon hearing this and began to explain. Grandma, I bought the neighboring building. We were just discussing renovation matters. We're going to be neighbors now. You bought it. Hearing this, the old lady frowned, her first thought being whether her grandson was engaging in illicit activities. After all, she knew how much the young couple had spent on their apartment. The neighboring unit couldn't have been any cheaper. Where did he get so much money? Unless he was involved in such activities, how could money come in so quickly? Grandma, the money comes from my business. I will not engage in any illegal activities. Chen Luo hurriedly explained. However, he indeed needed a company or something to make explanations easier. He worried that mentioning Qixing Pharmaceutical would complicate things further. After all, Qixing Pharmaceutical was a local enterprise. Although she did not understand much, she still knew a bit about it. Do you still have money on you? I still have some land money and pension money. The old lady quickly spoke up, as renovations were also expensive, and he had just bought a car, so gas money had to be accounted for. She feared that he was living too tightly. Her husband had a retirement salary, and the young couple also received government salaries. Her youngest son was also filial, so her ability to support them was limited. No need, I have money. By the way, let's go out to eat tonight. Let's call the little uncle along. Chen Luo glanced at the time. It was almost mealtime. The old lady instinctively wanted to refuse. They could eat at home. Why waste money going out? But she couldn't resist Chen Luo. Once seated in the passenger seat, she had no choice. This car must be worth 200,000, right? The old lady said, examining the car's decorations. The accessories in this car seemed much better than the one they had at home. Their car was worth 150,000, and this one was even better. It must be worth at least 200,000. About that, Chen Luo didn't tell the truth. After all, if he said it was 1,000,000, she would probably ask more questions and worry. Slowly, as he got used to it, it would be fine. Chen Luo called his little uncle, as he had taken leave today and should have. His little uncle did not live at home, but stayed in the dormitory at work. Although Zhongtian Huafu was only 2 streets away from the government building, about a kilometer, his little uncle only came home on weekends. According to his little uncle, it was somewhat inappropriate for him to live at home. He initially refused, but upon hearing that grandma was also present, he ultimately did not insist. After picking up his little uncle, Chen Luo drove towards Dongfeng Road. He had made a reservation on his phone at a restaurant his grandmother liked, so naturally he chose that one. Chen Luo ordered a few hearty dishes before handing the menu to his little uncle and grandmother. Being family, he naturally knew what they liked to eat. The reason he didn't let his grandmother order first was that he knew the old lady was afraid of wasting money and would only order cheap items. That's enough, we've ordered too much, and it would be a waste if we can't finish it. The old lady felt that the dishes were sufficient and symbolically ordered a couple more, watching as Chen Luo took the menu and ordered several more dishes. It's fine, we can take the leftovers home for a late-night snack. Chen Luo replied with a smile, and the old lady understood his intention, not insisting any further. What work are you doing now? The old lady scooped a spoonful of mashed potatoes for Chen Luo and asked. Hearing this, the little uncle also turned to look at Chen Luo, as he also wanted to know. In less than 3 short years, he could afford a luxury car worth millions. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo realized he needed to present something substantial, otherwise everyone would ask him repeatedly. I work at Qixing Pharmaceutical. I hold a share, and the dividends are quite substantial each year, Chen Luo said as he opened a business app to show his little uncle. The little uncle could naturally understand this, which was also Chen Luo's intention, as he worked in the government and sometimes explained things more effectively. Regarding Qixing Pharmaceutical, the little uncle had naturally heard of it, as it was the leading private enterprise in Nanchang Sanchi district. Knowing this made him feel incredulous. Chairman, what percentage of shares do you hold? Seeing the introduction on the screen, the little uncle couldn't help but ask. 60. Chen Luo didn't hide it and responded, as such matters were hard to conceal. 60. Doesn't that mean the shares you hold are worth at least 200 million? The little uncle checked Qixing Pharmaceutical's market value, looking utterly incredulous. 200 million, how much is that? How much? The old lady also looked shocked upon hearing this, as it was not just 100 or 200,000, but 200 million. Tell me the truth, you're not doing that kind of work anymore, right? The little uncle said as he glanced at Chen Luo's backside. Uncle, what are you thinking? I was just lucky and made some money in the stock market. After accumulating some initial capital, I acquired Qixing Pharmaceutical. Moreover, I didn't need to put out so much money, I contributed more with technology shares. Chen Luo explained, letting the other party's imagination run wild. Otherwise he would truly be seen as someone who took shortcuts. Upon hearing this, the little uncle finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although it still felt surreal, it was easier to accept compared to mere speculation. Let's eat first, the dishes are getting cold. Try this, Grandma, Chen Luo said as he picked up 2 shrimps for his grandmother. Just after taking a few bites, Chen Luo suddenly heard someone call his name. Xiao Chen. Chen Luo turned around and saw Jiang Yi, the person who sold him the house earlier. Chen Luo looked and noticed that behind her was a young woman in her 20s, presumably an employee from her company. Are you here for dinner too? You haven't eaten yet, come join us. We just started eating, Chen Luo greeted, but whether they joined or not was their decision. No need, I have an appointment to discuss a project. I just wanted to say hi when I saw you here. You all enjoy your meal, I have to go now, Jiang Yi explained and nodded to the others before leaving. This is the deputy director of the Nanxing Investment Promotion Bureau. How do you know her? The little uncle asked. He had seen her during meetings, but she didn't recognize him. Chen Luo didn't hide it and informed the 2 of them about the situation. Upon realizing that the house next door had been bought by his own nephew, the little uncle was taken aback. He had considered that property as well, since he usually didn't have many expenses. Even with the Provident Fund, life was tight, but manageable. He had inquired before, but the owner had no intention of selling. Unexpectedly, that house ended up in his nephew's hands. In an instant, he understood his nephew's thoughts. Living together as 2 families was a good thing. By the way, I heard the director of their bureau is retiring, and the new director will emerge from the 2 deputy directors. Is this true? Who did you hear that from? Such things are basically impossible unless there is some relevant background. When the old director retires, the new one will either be parachuted in or transferred. It's rare for it to come from the 2 deputy directors. If that's the case, with the 2 deputy directors focusing on the old director's retirement and plotting behind his back, how could they still work? The little uncle explained, and upon hearing this, Chen Luo understood. Since the other party mentioned that the new director would emerge from the 2 deputy directors, it indicated they had some background. It might be from her family, or her position on the other side wasn't low either. Chen Luo didn't think much of it, and focused on eating, as such matters didn't concern him much. When Chen Luo went to pay the bill, he found that it had already been settled. Glancing at his little uncle, he saw the victorious smile on his face. Chen Luo thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered that the bill had been settled during the little uncle's trip to the restroom. Truly lacking in sportsmanship. Let's go shopping at the mall, just to walk off our meal, Chen Luo suggested, primarily wanting to buy something for the 2. However, before they could walk far, he heard someone, Chairman Chen. Chen Luo turned to see Xie Yongyan accompanied by several senior executives from Qixing Pharmaceutical. To Chen Luo's surprise, Jiang Yi and her companion were also there. Upon hearing this title, he was clearly taken aback. What brings you here? Chen Luo looked at the group. The company has a batch of orders that need to be sold before the new year. Director Zhang has channels, so they wanted to ask her to help connect the dots. Xie Yongyan explained, then suddenly remembered something. Look at me, I haven't introduced yet. Chairman Chen, this is the Deputy Director of the Nanxing Investment Promotion Bureau, Director Jiang Yi. Director Zhang, this is our Chairman Chen Luo, from Qixing Pharmaceutical, Xie Yongyan said, introducing the 2. Sister Jiang. Chen Luo smiled and greeted her. Xiao Chen, I didn't expect you to be the chairman of Qixing Pharmaceutical. Jiang Yi smiled, thinking that his assets should be in Yunqing, but was surprised he also had holdings in Nanxing. You 2 know each other. Seeing their interaction, Xie Yongyan reacted, surprised that the 2 actually knew. Chairman Chen, why don't we find a place to chat more thoroughly? Xie Yongyan glanced around. The entrance of the restaurant was not an ideal place for conversation. This? Chen Luo hesitated, looking at his grandmother and little uncle. They had planned to go shopping, but since this batch of goods needed to be shipped before the new year, it seemed urgent. As chairman, it felt inappropriate for him not to manage it. Moreover, he could tell that their conversation wasn't going smoothly, otherwise Xie Yongyan wouldn't have been winking at him. Work is important, you go ahead with your tasks first. The old lady quickly spoke, knowing her grandson had mattered. Yes, don't worry, I'm here for you, you focus on your work first. Guanyin also quickly interjected, as work is indeed crucial. Uncle, can you take grandma back later? Chen Luo said, handing the car keys to his uncle. No need, we can just take a cab later. Guanyin quickly declined, as it would be easy to get a cab now. Moreover, given the situation, it seemed likely that drinks would be involved. If he drove away, he would have to drink some. But the keys were already in hand, and the person had already turned away. Guanyin opened her mouth, but ultimately did not say anything. When you finish later, call me, and he'll come to pick you up, she said softly to Chen Luo as she stepped forward. After the 2 left, they found a private room in the mall and began to chat. During this time, thanks to Xie Yongyan's explanation, Chen Luo also began to understand. This batch of goods was indeed urgent. It consisted of a nutritional liquid, and the storage environment for this liquid was quite specific. Each day it spent in the warehouse incurred significant losses. These losses were unavoidable because if any environmental issues arose, the entire batch of nutritional liquid would be rendered useless. The key issue was that this batch was quite expensive and not many could afford it. As the deputy director of the Nanjing Investment Promotion Bureau, Jiang, he knew many business owners and had channels in this regard. This was the primary reason they were hosting this banquet. Sister Jiang, I wonder if I could ask you to help facilitate the shipment of this batch before the new year. Chen Luo raised his glass and spoke as this was a project worth millions, and even he could not ignore it. Little Chen, if you call me sister, then I'll speak frankly with you. As the deputy director of the Nanjing Investment Promotion Bureau, it is my duty to assist local enterprises, of course. However, this batch of nutritional liquid is worth millions, and it is also close to the new year. Plus, there is another batch from the Chichi Group. It won't be easy to find buyers in such a short time. In this matter, I am afraid I can't be of much help, Jiang, he said, not hiding the truth from him. The market is limited with groups like Chichi Group, Yunnan Baiyao, and team dominating the sales of nutritional liquids made primarily from Chichi. They account for a significant share of the sales. In a short time, she indeed could not find a sales channel. The people she knew could not consume so much nutritional liquid. If it could be done, she naturally would not refuse, as this would count as part of her achievements. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo understood. This batch of nutritional liquid would either have to be sold at a lower price or wait until after the new year to be shipped elsewhere. But whether it was a price reduction or losses during the new year, it would be a loss for Qixing Pharmaceutical. No worries, sister, I'll reach out to my friends in Yunqing to see what can be done. Chen Luo smiled as he spoke. This batch of nutritional liquid must not be left unsold. However, selling it would not be an easy task. Unless further processing is done to enhance its added value, there would be no rush to sell. After the meal, Chen Luo sent the two off, and the other executives left as well. Only Xie Yongyan was left beside Chen Luo, who was leading the research and development in the group. Chen Luo thought of something and could not help but inquire. It's Professor Zhang Kai. Would you like me to send you the information about the RD team? Xie Yongyan was unsure why he was asking, but still responded. Yes, I understand now. Once Chen Luo finished, he did not linger and turned to leave. Xie Yongyan was left standing there wondering if he had understood. So should he send the information or not? Xie Yongyan made a call asking Secretary Wang to send a copy of the RD team's information to Chen Luo. Back home, Chen Luo could not help but pinch his brow. People in Nanjing drink heavily, but he felt like an exception. After just a few drinks, he felt disoriented. Chen Luo took out the valuable information worth billions and began to browse through it. He intended to see if there were any solutions for the nutritional liquid. After just a glance, he felt his head spinning. The phone rang, pulling his thoughts away. Chen Luo looked and saw it was his mother calling. Hello, Mom. Chen Luo answered the call. Oh, you still remember him, your mother. You've been back for 2 days. The news has been kept under wraps tight. If it weren't for your grandmother saying, when were you planning to tell me? On the other end of the line, his mother's teasing voice came through, and Chen Luo smiled in response. Stop watching those short dramas. Your tone is just like the vicious mother-in-law in them. There have been some matters at the company. A batch of nutritional liquid needs to be shipped before the new year, and I got busy and forgot about it. Chen Luo explained. He had initially planned to surprise them, but now that they already knew, there was no surprise left. While work is important, you also need to take care of your rest. Try to avoid staying up late. Hearing his mother's concerned words on the phone, Chen Luo felt a sense of happiness. By the way, Mom, aren't we going to slaughter the pig the day after tomorrow? How's the shopping for the ingredients going? Chen Luo thought of something and couldn't help but ask. Tomorrow morning, your dad and I will go buy them. Since we are slaughtering the pig the day after tomorrow, we need to boil water and such, so buying on the same day is a bit rushed. Chen's mother thought for a moment and said to her son, Is Dad on vacation? Chen Luo asked upon hearing. Not yet, he still has a few days until vacation and took 2 days off. I see. Chen Luo nodded upon. Chen Luo's father works at a medicinal materials factory in the city where he usually handles transportation and loading of medicinal materials. In Nanjing, medicinal materials are fairly abundant. Chichi Chonglo and sand ginger are quite plentiful, and there are also many spices like grass fruit, cinnamon, and star anise. Doing this work depends on the goods. It can be relaxed at times, but during busy periods he might not get home until 7 or 8 at night. Overall, he earns about 4,000 per month. He'll come pick you up tomorrow. I bought some things that can be brought back with me. Chen Luo thought for a moment and said, after all, the trunk of the car has limited space and is already quite full. Tomorrow he could take it back and pick the two up to buy the ingredients. Mainly, he did not know what to buy you, otherwise he could have bought everything and sent it back. No worries, you're busy with work. You focus on your things, your dad is here. Chen's mother directly refused as they needed to go a bit earlier. If they went late, they might buy substandard products. It's fine, I have nothing to do tomorrow. He'll come pick you up. It's settled then, Chen Luo said, directly hanging up the phone. This child. Chen's mother sighed as she hung up the phone, feeling a bit annoyed. She had naturally heard from her mother-in-law that the child had bought a car. Over the past 2 years he had sent a considerable amount of money home, so he probably didn't have much left on hand. It was likely he had taken out a loan. They still had some savings, leaving a portion aside for emergencies while giving the rest to each other. Whether to have the other party repay the car loan or to make a down payment in the city was up to them. The young girl was still in school, and the elderly were aging, so it was wise to keep some funds on hand in case of unexpected events. Son, let's wait at home tomorrow. He'll come back and go grocery shopping with us, Chin's mother said to Chin's father, who was watching videos nearby. Got it, Chin's father replied without taking his eyes off his phone. Chin's mother listened to the sounds coming from the phone, something about a war god and a dragon king, and felt speechless. She had heard a segment while sleeping last night. It seemed to be about the return of the Dragon King. It made her feel rather uneasy. What a ridiculous thing. There were countless ways to prove that the Dragon King's identity, but it seemed to drag on endlessly. The younger ones mocked, and then the older ones came to ridicule as well. Nothing could be proven, and only fools would enjoy watching such things. Chen Luo hung up the phone and glanced at the thick book. While he could read it another time, he found it hard to concentrate. However, without the car on hand, it was a bit troublesome. He had drunk alcohol today, so he naturally couldn't drive. His uncle had work tomorrow, so it wouldn't be appropriate to have him come over to drive either. Chen Luo opened his phone and ordered a driver to bring the car back. He made another call to inform his uncle. Knowing that everyone had arrived home safely, he exchanged a few words before. Feeling a bit dizzy, Chen Luo decided to take a shower. Afterward, he felt a little clearer, and having nothing else to do, began to read the book on the table. But it was truly too difficult for him. He really couldn't understand it. He recognized the Chinese characters and the letters, but when combined, he had no idea what they meant. Just then the driver called, and Chen Luo went downstairs. After parking the car, he returned home and placed the necessary items in the back seat. To avoid forgetting them in a rush tomorrow, he finished those tasks, and then lay down on the bed. Glancing at the time, it was already past 11. Forget it, no need to think so much, it's time to sleep. Tomorrow's matters can wait until tomorrow. However, just in case, he set an alarm. The next day, Chen Luo was awakened by the alarm. After drinking, he swore he wouldn't touch alcohol again. Chen Luo opened a flash sale app, planning to check the items for that night's sale. Seeing the flash sale item, he was momentarily taken aback, because today's flash sale item was surprisingly a person. Name Dr. Kane, age 46, price 9 yuan. Expertise cancer drug development. Cancer drug development. Dr. Kane was not evaluated like other items based on price, but his involvement in cancer drug development was enough to highlight his value. After all, anything related to cancer drugs is a highly profitable industry. Dr. Kane's identity and experience have been arranged. Please do not worry, host. With the system's voice, Chen Luo let out a sigh of relief. However, since Dr. Kane was an expert in this field, he surely would understand the billion yuan value of the items. System, bring the character before me. Chen Luo spoke, informing the system. He remembered the system saying that when his assets exceeded 100 million, he could summon items. The system cannot perform this action. Note, living beings have specific activity trajectories and life experiences and cannot be generated out of thin air. Dr. Kane has been detected on his way back to the country. Please wait patiently, host. Hearing the system's words, Chen Luo didn't say much. He glanced at the time. It was already past 8. Chen Luo washed up and drove back to his hometown. Chen Luo's hometown is in a village under a town below Nanjing City, about 20 kilometers from the urban area, not too far. The village is called Datian, but Chen Luo has always had a question since childhood that he has yet to find an answer to. The village is named Datian Village, yet it has no arable land, just dry land. Why is it called Datian? Chen Luo's house is in the center of the village, right next to the village committee, with a playground at the entrance and 2 eucalyptus trees over 100 years old. The playground has basketball hoops, and children often play there while elders sit under the eucalyptus trees to cool off and chat. There is a slope at the entrance of Chen Luo's house. Usually only one side of the gate is open, making it small for entry. Cars can only be parked on the slope or directly in the square. Naturally, Chen Luo wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to show off. Whose relative is this? That car doesn't seem cheap, right? Isn't that a Mercedes? It must be at least 200,000. I feel it's more than that. Look at the Mercedes emblem. It's raised up, probably even more expensive. Several elders commented while looking at the car. After all, while there are cars in the village, most are Baojuan, Wuling, Hongguang, or other common brands. The better ones are just a bit better, like the teacher at the town's end. The person getting out of the car looks a bit familiar. Don't say I think he looks familiar too. Doesn't he look a bit like that kid from the Lausen family? Chen Luo's grandfather has 4 children, and his father is the third. Big brother, is that your little grandson? Several people were uncertain, as the village kids have been in school for many years now. They rarely came back, and when they did, they just stayed at home, seldom socializing. Plus, with the changes, they hesitated to confirm when standing in front of them. Grandpa, Grandma, third aunt, fourth aunt. Chen Luo drove the car and greeted several people. It really is from the Lausen family. Hearing this address, everyone understood. Candy. Chen Luo took a handful of chocolates from the car and placed them on the ping-pong table under the eucalyptus tree. Grandpa, I'm back. Chen Luo spoke to the elderly man beside him, who was his grandfather, now 80 years old. The elder had some hearing loss and needed to be close to understand, but his eyesight was still sharp. When did you come back? The old man stood up and asked, his back slightly bent. Have you eaten yet? Before Chen Luo could answer, he immediately asked another question. Just as Chen Luo was about to respond, he noticed his mother walking out from a distance. Aunt, let's go? Come play at our house. Chen's mother glanced at her son and called out to several people. No, it's getting late, we need to go back and cook. As a few people spoke, they all chose to leave, but the chocolate on the ping-pong table showed no restraint. One person took some, intending to bring it back for their grandchild. The few people did not live far, it was just a short walk to get home. After all, this was merely a small outpost in the village, and the real bustle was around the convenience store. How much is this car? Chen Mu glanced at the vehicle, asking a question. Chen Luo knew that his mother was not easily fooled. His grandmother thought the car could be bought for 20,000, but his mother, who surfed the internet on 5G, even if unaware of the car's true value, understood it would not be cheap. Just over 100,000. Chen Luo glanced at his mother and weakly confessed. How much? Hearing this, Chen Mu raised her voice. How much did you borrow? Chen Mu smiled, though her smile was somewhat forced. Their savings combined barely exceeded 20,000. A car over 100,000. What was the need for such an expensive car? This would require them to invest all their savings, and even then it wouldn't be enough. No loan, I bought it outright. If you didn't take out a loan, where did you get so much money? Don't tell me you earned it. You've only graduated for 3 years, can you really make $1 million? There are profitable businesses, but they are all listed in criminal law. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, he was pressed for an explanation. I truly earned it, I'm your son, don't you know me? But loans require collateral, which bank would lend so much? Chen Luo explained and opened Tinyanka to show his mother. Having been a teacher once, Chen Mu could understand this information. She also knew her child's character. He would never engage in illegal activities. But she feared that her child might stray for the sake of so-called face. Let's go home first, or I bought you something. Chen Luo spoke, changing the topic. Chen Mu didn't say much, leading the old man back home. Meanwhile, Chen Luo drove the car into the yard. The area of Chen Luo's home was quite substantial, with a large courtyard that could accommodate several cars. Near the entrance of the main room, there was a rain shelter made of iron sheets, but there wasn't one by the bathroom, near the front gate. As soon as Chen Luo drove in, 2 dogs began barking, continuously barking at the car. However, due to being restrained by chains, they could only bark helplessly. Around the courtyard, the old man had planted quite a few flowers along with some green onions, garlic chives, and cilantro. It was convenient for cooking noodles or making dishes. Hearing the commotion, Chen Fu also came out of the house. Dad, Chen Luo called as he got out of the car. Back already? Chen Fu stretched lazily. He had played mahjong a bit late the previous night and felt somewhat sleepy. Chen Luo responded, then opened the trunk to take out all the items he had bought. Is this Matai's? The old man couldn't help but pick up the liquor for a closer look. Is this Das Hongjiu? Chen Fu curiously examined the cigarettes. He knew about this brand, it cost 1,000 yuan per pack. Others had given him some to smoke before, but he never bought it himself. Now, having bought several packs, it cost several thousand yuan. What a wasteful child. It was a gift from a client. I didn't spend any money on it. I neither smoke nor drink, so I just brought it back. Chen Luo explained, not mentioning that he bought it. Suddenly, Chen Luo felt a gaze upon him. Turning his head, he found it was his mother. He immediately understood his grandfather had liquor and his father had cigarettes. She was jealous. He then took out a set of gold jewelry from Zhou Baifu and displayed it in front of her. Child, gold is over 1,000 per gram now. Why buy gold at this time? What a waste of money. Although Chen Mu complained, her hands did not stop moving as she picked up a bracelet to examine it. This set isn't cheap, is it? How much? Chen Mu leaned closer to her son, whispering her inquiry. 15,000. Chen Luo did not hide it. After all, the weight was obvious, and his mother wasn't naive enough to guess the price. This. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu shook her head at the bracelet in her hand. It seemed that they had indeed made money in the past 2 years. Buying a car worth over 100,000 was one thing, and now there was this 15,000 in jewelry. Gifts of cigarettes and liquor were normal, but jewelry. Surely nobody would gift that unless it was from someone like Xiao Huanyu. Otherwise, they wouldn't give jewelry to a boy. By the way, I also bought you some phones and clothes. Chen Luo said as he unloaded the clothing and phones. You child, my phone is still usable, and I have clothes, so why waste money? Although she said this, her hands were quite honest as she opened the bags to check. I bought 2 apartments in the city. One is next to Grandma's house, and it will be ready to move in once the renovations are done. The other one is already renovated, located in the south of the city. Hearing this, Chen Mu's gaze, which was initially on the clothes, suddenly shifted to Chen Luo. This glance made Chen Luo's heart sink, feeling a bad premonition. Honestly, how did you make your money? The car cost over 100,000, which is fine. Your uncle's apartment was nearly 200,000. You have another renovated apartment in the south. How much is that altogether? In 2 to 3 years, how could you earn so much money? Faced with his mother's questioning, Chen Luo was at a loss for how to explain. He wished he had just said he won the lot. I really earned it. Look, your son is the chairman, and this company is worth several billion. We deal in the 3-7 business, and it's quite profitable. I'm not investing with money. I invested with technology. Chen Luo hurriedly began to explain. Chen Mu still found it somewhat hard to believe. After all, it felt surreal, like a dream. It's true. After receiving her son's affirmative answer, Chen Mu finally sighed in relief. My son has succeeded. She touched her son's face, sincerely expressing her delight. This car costs $1 million. Chen Fu's incredulous voice rang out as he walked around to inspect it. His own car had been bought nearly 10 years ago and was registered for only 70 to 80,000. This car actually cost over 100,000. That's enough to buy a house. Do you like it? After a while, I'll gift you a Maybach. Chen Luo leaned closer to Chen Fu, gesturing with his chin. For men, the topics of conversation are usually limited to a few things: cars, watches. Naturally, he knew of the Maybach's reputation. Their boss drove a Mercedes which was said to cost 300,000 to 400,000 something. He envied greatly. As for the Maybach, he had never even thought about it. Things one did not have at birth, earned through hard work, were ultimately a minority. Let's go buy some groceries and take you to see the house, shall we? Chen Luo suggested. After all, they still needed to buy groceries today. All right, let's take my car. Yours is too expensive, and it wouldn't be good if it gets dirty. Hearing this, Father Chen agreed to let them use his car. It costs over 100, and the cleaning fee wouldn't be cheap if it gets dirty. His car had been used for several years. It was already dirty. I see you want to drive a new car, don't you? Mother Chen shot a glare at Father Chen, speaking somewhat irritably. With that, she brought the items into the room, while Chen Luo leaned closer to his grandfather's ear and spoke. You all go, I'll wait for you at home. These dogs and those chickens need someone to feed them. The old man refused, but couldn't resist Chen Luo's nagging. I'm going to change my clothes, the old man said, heading to the room to change into a clean and proper outfit. Mother Chen was washing her hair, while Father Chen was adding water for the chickens and locking the back door. Chen Luo was watching a short video when a call came in. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Xie Yongyan. Hello, Chairman Chen. I was wondering about that batch of nutrient solution. Xie Yongyan began inquiring. After all, this batch of nutrient solution was costing money every day. Hearing this, Chen Luo felt somewhat helpless. If it couldn't be sold, what could he do? Weren't they supposed to have orders before producing them? Producing so many nutrient solutions, don't they realize they need money to maintain them? No wonder the revenue was in the billions, but the profit was only a few million. At this rate, it would be a blessing if they didn't lose money. Just maintain it for now. Our experts will come to resolve it in a couple of days. Chen Luo replied, confident that Dr. King would have a solution. Even if there was no solution, they had to minimize the losses as much as possible. Okay, I understand, Chairman Chen. Upon hearing this, Xie Yongyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Luo hung up the phone, and they had almost finished packing. Why aren't you all putting them on? Chen Luo asked, noticing that his mother only put on one ring from the set of jewelry. Are you wishing your mother would live shorter? Being so ostentatious, you might not even realize when someone robs you. Mother Chen said, her gaze still fixed on the ring. Hearing this, Chen Luo naturally understood the saying, a common man is innocent, but bears the guilt of holding treasure. Perhaps he also needed to establish his own foundation. At this time, the vegetables in the market were no longer as fresh as in the morning. However, even if they bought them in the morning, they would need to be stored until tomorrow. The meat would be available after slaughtering the pigs tomorrow, so there was no need to buy it now. Some vegetables could be stored overnight as well. How many tables do you expect? Chen Luo pondered for a moment before asking his mother beside him. Dad and I planned for about 10 tables. Do you have any friends coming? If so, we need to account for them too. Mother Chen glanced at her son while speaking. She wondered if he was going to invite his colleagues from the company or other friends. I won't need to invite anyone from my end. He hadn't been in touch with his classmates for a long time. The only person he had met in the past 2 days was Jiang Yi, along with a few executives from Qixing Pharmaceutical. All right. Can you quietly tell me how much savings you have now? Mother Chen slightly lowered her voice while gently pulling Chen Luo down. Don't worry, I won't ask for yours. Chen Luo was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. It was hard to answer. Although he only had a few 100,000 now, with the instant kill system, he would only become wealthier. I probably have over 100 now. The company's dividends should still be in the 7-digit range, but I'm not exactly sure how much. The dividend money had already come in and was spent on the house. But to reassure her, he added a bit more. So much. No wonder he wanted to buy a Maybach for his dad. It turned out he had ample funds. It was surprising that she was thinking of giving her savings to him. She had more than enough. After buying some groceries in the market, the car was almost full. Even the seating area was filled with items, and most importantly, there were still plenty of things left to buy. Chen Luo even saw several old pumpkins placed under the passenger seat. Although Chen Luo's family had more than 10 acres of land, his parents hadn't farmed it for many years. They made some money from Sanchi before, but lost some when the price dropped. After that, they stopped farming and opened a restaurant for a few years, making some profit. However, when they encountered the pandemic, they couldn't continue. Eventually, his father got a job at the current herbal medicine factory, while his mother worked at the cigarette factory. They only quit last year to come back and take care of the elderly. After all, the pressure wasn't as great anymore. With both of them outside, there was only an elderly person in the house who was over 80. If he fell ill, no one would know, and the villagers would gossip. There were still some things left to buy, which Chen Luo would get tomorrow. He was thinking about items like cold vermicelli, cold rice noodles, chicken feet, quail eggs, and drinks, which he would bring back tomorrow. After shopping, Chen Luo glanced at the time. It was already past 2 o'clock. He originally planned to eat something as soon as he arrived, but the others said they had breakfast in the morning and weren't too hungry. They mentioned going to eat some cold vermicelli and drink some cold shrimp after buying the groceries. Chen Luo could only go along with them after all the majority rules. They found a place and had some sauerkraut rice, cold vermicelli, and also ordered some barbecue. After eating, he took the others to the house where he was currently living. A standalone villa. How much does it cost? Mother Chen stood in the yard looking at the rockeries, ponds, and pavilions and couldn't help but ask. Over 800. Chen Luo did not hide it. After all, such things were transparent, and a rough price could be found online. What did you say? Hearing this, Mother Chen almost thought she misheard. 800. It sounded too easy. She suddenly felt somewhat unaccustomed to her son becoming so wealthy. Was it really that easy for her son to make 8 million, and he spoke of it as if it were 800? If that were the case, then the money her son spent over time must have exceeded 8 digits. Chen Luo merely smiled without responding, for he knew that with the instant kill system, he would only become rich. Chen Luo showed them around. The only downside was that there were only 3 bedrooms. However, it would be easy to make adjustments. Taking advantage of the time, Chen Luo helped the two activate their phones, transferring the data from the old phones to the new ones. As for how to handle the old phones, he recommended transferring love without any advertising fees. The old man curiously watched the robot vacuum clean while his dad made phone calls one by one. After Chen's father finished notifying, Chen Luo glanced at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. If there were no overtime, his uncle would finish work at 5. He planned to pick everyone up, have a meal, and then go back. Chen Luo sent a message to his uncle and called his grandmother to prevent her from cooking too quickly. The old lady insisted on having them eat at her house over the phone, but after learning that Chen Luo had already made a reservation, she chose to give up. Chen Luo booked a private room at Haidaleo. Before the others arrived, he wandered around the mall. The elderly hadn't been here for many years and felt a great change as they looked around. Having experienced hard times, the old lady felt the most touched by the current prosperity. Around 6 o'clock, his uncle and grandmother also arrived. Chen Luo had already ordered some dishes and handed the tablet to the two of them to let them order as well. His grandmother suggested a few items, and his uncle took over the ordering. The elderly lady, having never been here before, appeared quite curious, but also a bit reserved. Perhaps due to her age, her appetite wasn't great. Although she tried some dishes, she didn't eat much. By the way, I have to work tomorrow, so I won't be coming, Guan Yin said, informing Chen Luo. He had already taken a day off earlier and couldn't take another. This time he really couldn't attend the pig slaughtering feast. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo understood and did not insist. After all, it was just a meal. Whether he attended or not didn't matter much. Then, Grandma, why don't you come back with us tonight? Or you can rest at my place and we can go back together tomorrow. Chen Luo suggested, considering his grandmother might find it inconvenient to go if his uncle didn't. No need, your uncle, and they will finish grading the exams today. They'll be back later tonight, she replied, as she had already received a call from them earlier in the afternoon. Hearing this, Chen Luo did not press further. After the old man finished eating, he quietly sat back to watch others make noodles. When they had nearly finished, Chen Luo went to settle the bill, and they parted ways. As they exited the private room, it was already getting dark. Chen Luo drove them back and chose to leave shortly. He still needed to buy some items tomorrow to make the trip to the city more convenient. When he got home that night, his uncle, just after hanging up his phone, rang again. Seeing a strange number on the screen, Chen Luo hesitated for a moment, but, hello, is this Mr. Chen Luo? This is Kane. Hearing the poor Chinese and the self-introduction, Chen Luo quickly recognized. Hello, Dr. Kane. Have you arrived in Yun City? Yes, good. I will send someone to pick you up tomorrow. Good night, Dr. Kane. After hanging up, Chen Luo called Secretary Wang to arrange for Dr. Kane's reception accommodation and other relevant matters. After finishing all this, Chen Luo lay on the sofa feeling a bit tired. For some reason, it felt more exhausting than delivering takeout. He glanced at the thick materials on the table. Tomorrow he would be busy again and could only meet Dr. Kane the day after. After washing up, Chen Luo set an alarm and went to bed. The next day, Chen Luo woke up just after 7. After washing up and dawdling a bit, he finally left the house. It was mainly too early and the shops were not yet open, making it hard to buy things. Chen Luo first went to a nearby wholesale market and bought 4 boxes of champagne. This is a specialty drink from the southern city, similar to a little soda. There are flavors like fresh orange, white lemon, glutinous rice lychee, and passion fruit. Except for the passion fruit flavor, Chen Luo picked up a box of each flavor. He then went to the vegetable market to buy some chicken feet, quail eggs, cold rolls, and such. Sunflower seeds, cigarettes, and liquor were also arranged, though they couldn't compare to mitai and dazhongjiu. After buying most of what he needed, he called his grandfather. Although his uncle's family had 2 cars plus his uncle's, there were a total of 3 vehicles. But since his uncle wasn't going, it was just his grandfather, grandmother, uncle, and aunt along with 2 kids. Taking 2 cars seemed a bit uneconomical, especially since they were having pig slaughtering meals everywhere and the traffic police checks were strict. If it was convenient for Chen Luo, he could take one. Chen Luo went to Huayu community to pick up his grandfather and then headed home. By the time they arrived, it was already 10 o'clock. The pig had been slaughtered and it was already cleaned and ready. Chen Luo's family usually had dinner in the evening, so not many people came for lunch. But those who did were very close relatives, 2 of his grandmother's sisters and several brothers from his father's side. Chen Luo's grandmother is the eldest with 2 younger sisters. His grandfather was an in-law, so Chen Luo's older siblings took his grandfather's surname Luo, while Chen Luo and his sister took the surname Chen. According to his father's concerns, if they also took the surname Luo, what would happen to the 2 children if the old man passed away? They wouldn't take their father's or mother's surname. How would that work? His grandfather had 4 more children, 3 sons and 1 daughter. It was said there were 5, but one aunt was not raised when she was little. His eldest uncle's family has 2 sons. His elder brother is married with 3 children, while the younger brother is still single. His second uncle's family has 2 daughters, each married and each with 2 children. His aunt's family only has 1 daughter who is not yet married. If you also count the 2 aunts' families and their children and grandchildren, it would be even more. His grandfather's side also has 5 brothers, each branching out their families. Adding in his great-grandmother's sister's lineage, the total number would be even larger. Considering all of this, Chen Luo felt that even 12 tables would be an underestimate. If they added a bit more, having 15 tables wouldn't be a problem. Although so many were invited, it didn't mean everyone would show up. Due to the need to set up tables at the entrance, Chen Luo parked his car under the eucalyptus tree. After several trips, he finally emptied the trunk. 4th aunt, eldest uncle, you are here. Dear Dad, dear. After putting down the items, Chen Luo grabbed some candies, sunflower seeds, and peanuts in a plastic basket and casually exchanged greetings. Jia Shun, it's been a long time since we last met. This year you must come to pay me a New Year visit. I haven't given out red envelopes in the past 2 years, Chen Luo's biological father said, expressing some dissatisfaction. Sure, I will definitely go. Indeed, he hadn't visited his biological father's house for New Year in the past 2 years. It wasn't far, about 100 kilometers, but the road was a bit difficult to travel. When Chen Luo was little, his health wasn't good. He was quite sickly, which some said was due to a lack of wood in his fate. He found a master to go pay respects to a biological father born in the year of the monkey. After paying respect, he was given a name, and afterwards his health improved. His biological father's family name was Hai, and they named Chen Luo Hai Jiashan. Where do you work in Yinqing? I haven't seen you come back in the past 2 years. Driving such a nice car, have you made a lot of money? The 4th grandmother cracked sunflower seeds, gesturing towards the car at the door, and couldn't help but ask. The 4th grandmother's family is also well off. When they were young, they worked on engineering projects outside, and they have a son and a daughter who live with their son. The son is a civil servant, and the daughter-in-law is a teacher living on the outskirts of the city. Although they didn't buy a house in the city, they built a 5-story self-built house at home. I've made some money. Currently I'm working at a pharmaceutical company, and the income is okay. Chen Luo spoke vaguely, not wanting to be too direct. Now that you have a stable job, when will you bring a partner back? You are the oldest child in your mother's generation. You must set a good example. The 4th grandfather spoke up, his words full of marriage pressure. His mother got married early in the year she graduated. Most of the children from her generation are still in middle school or elementary school. I will definitely bring someone suitable. Chen Luo smiled, but it was a bit forced. Was marriage pressure a must-have program for the new year? Son, go find Uncle Ji downstairs and get the key to the conference room. Bring some tables up. Chen's mother called out, summoning Chen Luo. Hearing this, Chen Luo felt as if he had heard a lifeline, and hurriedly said he would go downstairs to find someone to get the key. That Uncle Ji was the youngest son of the big lady he met under the eucalyptus tree yesterday. Because they lived nearby, he managed the keys to the conference room. In the conference room, there were tables, chairs, bowls, chopsticks, and large basins bought collectively. Whenever anyone had a wedding or funeral, they would come to borrow. They were all marked A after use, they just needed to be washed and returned. Each person took some, and in no time, they had moved over 10 tables and the corresponding stools. Chen's mother along with the elder sister-in-law and several sisters moved the bowls and chopsticks. Chen Luo's family had bought their own bowls and chopsticks usually stored in 3 large white plastic barrels with lids. These were bought when his great-grandmother passed away and used once when his grandmother died. Usually those in need would come to borrow. Weddings are free, but funerals would symbolically charge 1 or 5 yuan. Chen Luo didn't know how this came to be. It was said to be passed down from the older generation. Sometimes the bowls and chopsticks were not used, so they needed to be washed first. By the sink, several simple stoves made of bricks were set up with iron pots on top stewing meat and ribs. Chen Luo arranged the tables neatly. There weren't many people at noon, so he only set up 5 tables worth of food. Cousin. Just after finishing setting up the tables, he heard a voice. Looking up, he saw that his grandmother and others had already arrived. Isn't that the cherries and sugar oranges he brought over a couple of days ago? Why are they being brought again? He bought a box of sugar oranges this morning and left them at the yard entrance. Cousin. Hey, go sit down, we will eat. Chen Luo responded and began to greet them. His uncle's family has 2 children. Both are boys. The older one is in the 3rd year of junior high and the younger one is in the 2nd grade. They have their own names, but the family loves to call them elder official and young official. Yunzhou, find us a deck of playing cards. Sure. Chen Luo heard this and went to the car to fetch a deck of cards. During the New Year, mahjong and cards are indispensable. So when he bought cigarettes and alcohol, he specially asked for a deck and didn't skimp on paper cups. Yunzhou is also Chen Luo's name. He was previously called Qin Yunzhou, but it was changed when he started school. Although it was changed, those who were used to calling him Yunzhou still do, just like a nickname. Gradually, many people arrived, and someone was busy in the kitchen. Chen's father and Chen Luo's eldest uncle were butchering the pig. They had to remove the legs, ribs, and tenderloin and prepare the meat for the New Year's offerings. Some meat was also set aside to make sausages. The remaining bits were cut up, then dried to remove moisture and salted. After 2 or 3 days, they would turn it into pickled meat, which could be preserved for a whole year. When the meal was almost ready, the old man also began to burn incense and offer food. Don't ask why his father didn't participate. He simply did not know how. After everything was done, they finally set up the bowls and chopsticks and sat together. It was estimated that there were 5 tables, but it wasn't enough space, so they added another table. Chen Luo sat at a table with his parents and the 4th grandmother, and naturally he was asked about various things. Apart from answering, Chen Luo had no other choice. After enduring the meal, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As for washing the dishes, some people went to do it. It was not his turn at all. Some had to go home to feed the pigs and chickens, while others stayed behind to play cards or mahjong. After all, there were only 10 days for the new year, and even those who worked away mostly returned. After a year of hard work, relaxing a bit is nothing. The family had a mahjong machine, who, not finding anyone to play with, Chen Luo joined in a corner. With 10 or 20 yuan, in just over an hour, he lost almost 300. Slowly more and more people arrived. His aunt's family, several elders' families, and his aunt's family. The house was filled with numerous gift boxes. His phone rang, and Chen Luo glanced at it, noticing it was Secretary Wang. "Aunt, you play? Oh, I'll take this call." Chen Luo spoke to his aunt, who was watching the cards, and let her take over. Chen Luo's aunt didn't stand on ceremony and sat down to play cards. "Hello, Secretary Wang." Chen Luo walked to the back of the yard to answer the call. "Sure, please entertain Dr. Kane for me. I have something on, and I estimate I won't be back until tomorrow." Chen Luo said this and hung up the phone. Tomorrow he would find an opportunity to let Dr. Kane see that billion-dollar technology and see if there was a solution. He didn't have an electronic version, and even if he sent it out, it wouldn't be safe. When Chen Luo returned, his aunt had stopped playing, and his uncle had taken over. Seeing Chen Luo come in, his uncle wanted to get up to give his seat to Chen Luo. "It's fine, you play. He'll go check in the kitchen." Having already lost over 300, Chen Luo did not plan to continue losing. Playing cards with these people, he had no chance of winning. These people seemed to be able to count cards, guessing what he had and what he was calling. His uncle had money. Even if he lost a bit, it was fine. His uncle was a retired teacher earning about 10,000 a month with not many expenses, so losing a bit was no big deal. Chen Luo took a glance in the kitchen and found it filled with items. Those cutting meat were cutting meat, and those cutting vegetables were cutting vegetables. Chen's mother, aunt, and elder sister-in-law were sitting together picking vegetables and discussing something. Seeing Chen Luo come in, they hurriedly called him over. Chen Luo picked up a stalk of celery, removed the leaves, and listened to their conversations. "How much did you buy that house for?" his aunt asked, inquiring. 178. Chen Luo did not hide it, truthfully telling her. When he was young, he grew up in his grandmother's house. He was well aware of how good his uncle and aunt were to him, so there was no need to hide anything. "It's slightly expensive, but still acceptable." She knew the prices in the neighborhood. After all, there were several listings available. Around 165 would be just right. But since it has already been purchased, she wouldn't say much more. "Are you still going out after the new year?" she asked, prompted by a sudden thought. "Business trips are unavoidable, but for the most part, I will stay in Nanxing," Chen Luo replied after a moment of consideration. With that billion-dollar project, he wouldn't leave Nanjing anytime soon. At the very least, he would wait until this billion-dollar project stabilized before making any decisions. They did not discuss much more and slowly began chatting about gossip. Who hit their wife, who got divorced, whose child is pregnant, and so on. By around 4 o'clock, the yard was already filled. A few were gathered together discussing various topics. When Chen Luo passed by, he even overheard them talking about himself, mentioning how he had struck it rich and bought a car, speculating on how much he might earn in a year. His grandfather was sitting with a few old men holding a moutai, chatting about who knows what, but it was clear he was showing. The tables were gradually being set up, filling the entire yard. Fortunately, Chen Luo's yard was spacious enough, otherwise they would have had to arrange some of the tables outside. However, it turned out they had underestimated the situation, totaling 16 tables. So when serving food, they had to estimate portions, otherwise if too much was served at the front, there wouldn't be enough for the back. 2 tables were also set up in the kitchen, where Chen Luo and a few others were eating, but there were still 2 bowls of dishes missing. However, as they were all family, it didn't affect anything. Undoubtedly, the most popular dish was the old pumpkin, which had been cooked in abundance, yet by the end hardly any soup was left. It was boiled with brown sugar and rock sugar, making it sweet and beloved by both adults and children. In contrast, there was quite a bit of meat left over. The older relatives from the city, some of whom had a bit of distance to travel, planned to leave after the meal, otherwise it would be difficult to drive back in the dark. Chen Luo followed his parents, putting on a professional fake smile for the sake of social niceties. Come visit us when you have time. Come over for a meal when you can. Come again next time. Chen's mother packed some meat into a plastic bag to share with the family. Life had been better these past 2 years, they had enjoyed plenty of feasts and had no regrets. Moreover, now it was convenient. If they wanted fresh meat, they could just buy it, and they wouldn't eat much anyway. After some reluctance, they accepted it. In an instant, half of the people in the yard had left. Chen Luo encouraged his parents to stay a few more days and enjoy themselves. After all, it was getting late, and the journey back would not be easy. The 2 elders were worried about the pigs, cows, dogs, and chickens at home. Despite multiple attempts to persuade them, they could not be convinced to stay. Back in the yard, there were still a few tables of people drinking and eating. His grandfather's table had also opened a bottle of Maodai. Once one drank too much, it easily led to reminiscing about the past. They began recounting stories from their days at the Dongfeng Hong Power Station and in the army. Nanjing shared borders with 3 counties in Vietnam, and during the 1979 self-defense counterattack against Vietnam, Nanjing was a core battleground and frontline position. Many of those slightly older had participated in that battle. Chen Luo didn't listen much longer and started clearing off a table that had already been eaten from. The pot was already boiling with hot water, and they moved the bowls and chopsticks to the edge of the sink. What troubled Chen's mother was undoubtedly the leftover food. She feared making too little and being laughed at, but if she made too much, there would be a lot left over. Given the recent gatherings, it was rare to actually finish the leftovers. The refrigerator couldn't hold any more, and she felt it was a pity to throw it away. Using clean plastic bags, she packed what she could and fed the rest to the dogs or chickens. Chen Luo helped his mother with the leftovers while the others washed the bowls and chopsticks. The cleared tables were leaned against the wall, and the chairs were gathered together. After finishing these tasks, there were still 2 tables of people drinking. Many greeted them before leaving. You all can clean up the rest. We should be heading back soon. It'll be too late later on. The elderly ladies, seeing things were nearly cleaned up, spoke to Chen's mother. Uncle and aunt stood together, and their intent to leave was clear. Why go back at this hour? Just stay here, it's not like you can't find a place to sleep. Chen's mother urged them to stay, questioning why they were so eager to leave. Tomorrow I need to take Xiao Air to his painting class, plus the grades haven't been totaled yet. Let's wait for the next opportunity. Uncle quickly interjected. They also had a house here. However, it had been many years, and it was dilapidated and not suitable for living. Hearing this, Chen's mother did not continue to persuade them. If there was nothing to do, it would be best to stay, but if there was something pressing, it could not be delayed. Aren't you 6 people? What if you exceed the limit? The police are strict these days. Chen's mother finally noticed that the other party had 6 people, while her brother's car only seated 5. It's only a small extra, it's fine, the police have probably finished their shifts by now. Indeed, they were 1 person over, but it was unavoidable. At this time, it should not have too much of an impact. I have to go into the city tomorrow too. If not, the older and younger ones won't go tonight, they'll take them in tomorrow. For painting, we can adjust the time, it won't matter much. Chen Luo expressed his thoughts, and upon hearing this, Chen's mother hurriedly began to persuade. What do you both think? Uncle did not respond, but glanced at the 2 children, respecting their wishes. I want to stay at my cousin's house. Guan Xiao'er said, directly wrapping his arms around Chen Luo's thigh. Guan Lao said nothing, but the smile on his face already indicated his stance. All right, you must behave at your aunt's house. Uncle did not force him, and simply gave a reminder. After all, it was a holiday, and they should relax. Sister will head back now. Okay, be careful on the road, and let me know when you get home. Chen's mother said as she saw them to the door. Watching the car gradually disappear, she turned to leave. Chin's mother glanced at the ground littered with sunflower seed shells and orange peels and thought of the leftovers, feeling a sense of helplessness. By the way, when does my sister have vacation? Chen Luo suddenly asked. On the 7th, Chin's mother replied, as they were in their final year of high school and the school was strict. In just a couple of days after the new year, they would likely have to return to school. One was preparing for the college entrance examination and the other for the high school entrance examination, both at critical stages. Chen Lauda was looking at his phone, while Guan Laoer was using a tablet to play Tanks and Diggers. In 10 minutes, remember to give it to me afterwards. Chen Luo instructed Guan Xiaoer, as uncle and aunt were quite strict about electronic devices. As teachers, they naturally understood the dangers of electronics and how many children ended up wearing glasses because of them. On normal days, they could only watch for 5 minutes at most, allowing 10 minutes was already quite generous. It barely concluded at 10:30. Chen's father went to persuade the old man to drink less. The old man indeed listened to the advice, feeling a bit dizzy, and went to sleep. The others also stopped finishing what was in their cups. Though they were close, Chen's father and Chen Luo still escorted the others home, leaving only after ensuring they arrived safely. Many tragedies have occurred due to drinking. It's better to be cautious, a little vigilance doesn't hurt. When Chen Luo returned, his mother was washing the dish. Chen Luo squatted down to clean the dishes and chopsticks. His mother was tidying up in the kitchen, while Chen Luo grabbed a broom to sweep the floor. Using a rice sack, he filled it with trash. As for the tables, they would be counted and sent away in the morning. Chen's father took some salt to marinate the pork. After Chen Luo finished, he went to help. Who won at Mahjong? Chen Luo, thinking of something, couldn't help but ask. Your elder brother and your uncle won. Oh, I lost over 100. Chen's father replied, without stopping his work. Chen Luo lost 300, meaning the two of them lost over 400 today. In the past, Chen Luo would have felt pained. But now that they had money, it didn't seem like a big deal. After all, they were family, the profits should stay within. By the time they finished, it was nearly 12. The two kids had already washed up and were in their room, and Chen Luo had to mop the living room floor before sleeping. By the time he was nearly done mopping, it was already a little past 2 in the morning. Chen Luo was too lazy to wash up and just wanted to lie down and sleep. The two kids slept on the other side in his sister's room. Chen Luo took a glance. The younger one was already asleep, while the elder was still using his phone. You should sleep soon. Oh, too much screen time is bad for your eyes. Chen Luo said softly, trying not to wake the younger one before leaving the room. He plugged his phone into charge, then closed his eyes and chose to sleep. The next day, Chen Luo woke up around 8. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep longer. A little brother ran over to his side and woke him up. The key was that the little one didn't disturb his sleep. He was just fiddling with a small toy, making it hard for Chen Luo to continue sleeping. Chen Luo, helpless, could only choose to get up. His mother was cooking. There were still quite a few dishes left that needed to. You count these tables and chairs, then send them to the meeting room. Chen Luo responded, lightly checking that he had everything. Chen Luo opened his phone, recorded a video, and sent it to the village group. It was necessary to leave a record to avoid losing something or having arguments if anything broke. Chen Luo made several trips to move the tables and chairs to the meeting room. Although it wasn't far, it still exhausted him. After washing up, he found both brothers were already up and his mother had nearly finished warming up the food. He called out to the old man who was watching TV, and they all started to have breakfast. When are you leaving? His mother glanced at her son and asked. I should leave right after breakfast. Chen Luo thought for a moment and replied. Dr. Kane had arrived yesterday, and while the ones who were killed in the system would remain loyal, he couldn't just leave the doctor hanging. The key was that the batch of nutrient solution cost money for every day delayed. All right, just don't come back tonight. Hearing this, Chen Luo was taken aback. Oh, did she not want him to come back? Come back together after picking up your sister tomorrow. After hearing this, Chen Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he wouldn't have a home to return to. Good. Chen Luo responded and agreed. After finishing breakfast, he planned to wash the dishes, but was halted by his mother. You first take the two brothers back, be careful. His mother reminded him, although she wanted them to stay and play. But she also knew that they both had homework to do. After all, she was just their aunt, and her supervisory power couldn't compare to their parents. They could come back to play during the new year. All right. Chen Luo didn't stand on ceremony and called the two brothers, then said goodbye to his grandfather before leaving. We'll go to a supermarket, then I'll take you back. Chen Luo parked in the underground parking lot, unbuckled his seatbelt, and informed the two. He pushed a cart, and the younger brother climbed onto it with ease. Chen Luo smiled and didn't say much. The younger one still loved riding in the supermarket cart. He even remembered that when he was little, his uncle brought him and his sister to shop at the supermarket. The two loved riding the escalator going up and down and enjoyed it immensely. Chen Luo picked up a box of cherries and 2 boxes of lotus root powder in gift packaging. His grandmother didn't like eating rice noodles or noodles in the morning due to the greasy smell, so she would mix some oatmeal and lotus root powder instead. He grabbed a box of grapes and some other fruits, asking the two what they wanted. He picked up some yogurt and potato chips, while the younger brother chose a big excavator. When asked what the older brother wanted, he politely declined. Chen Luo didn't insist, and took a red envelope from the side to check out. There were a lot of things making it difficult to carry. After using the supermarket cart to load everything into the car, he returned the cart. Chen Luo took out 2 red envelopes and counted some money to put inside. This time he took 5,000 yuan. He didn't put in too much, a 1,000 in each envelope. It wasn't good to give too much, he was afraid it would burden them psychologically. He could just pack a little more for the new year. Take this. Chen Luo got in the car and handed the red envelopes to the two. No. The older brother quickly refused, as his dad had messaged him that if the cousin offered money, he couldn't accept it. If the cousin wanted to buy something, he couldn't take it either. He could just tell him what he wanted, and if it was reasonable, he could buy it for him. Take it, there's no need to be polite with me. Study hard. Chen Luo pressed the red envelopes into their hands, knowing how his uncle and aunt treated the two siblings. Now that he had money, it was only right to give back. Moreover, the older brother was the closest to him, often calling him cousin. Thank you, cousin. The older brother didn't want to accept it, but refusing wouldn't be good either, so he finally took it. The younger brother didn't think much of it. In his eyes, money could buy excavators, tanks, and toys. Chen Luo dropped them off at their home, and they were all inside. Chen Luo's uncle had given him and his sister keys for convenience when they came here. When Chen Luo brought the things inside, his uncle, who was tallying scores, stood up. You're here. Let's go eat rice noodles. Uncle stood up, ready to invite Chen Luo to eat rice noodles. After all, in Nanxing, many people eat a bowl of rice noodles in the morning, skip lunch, and go straight to dinner. No, Chen Luo quickly refused. My mom made cold dishes, and we ate before coming here. He wasn't hungry now and had no desire to eat. Look at you buying so many things again. It's not like we're going to anyone else's house. Why be so polite at mine? Uncle seemed to be scolding Chen Luo for spending money recklessly, yet there was also a hint of appreciation. Did your cousin buy these for you? At that moment, Annie also came out of the kitchen and noticed the toys in the little one. Yes, the little one replied absently while fiddling with the toys. Oh my, how many do you have now? Auntie showed visible helplessness at these words. She had bought many of these things, but it seemed like the little one could never get enough of them. After all, they all looked the same. What was so fun about them? The joys of children are truly hard for adults to understand. Have you said thank you to your cousin? Uncle asked, his tone turning a bit serious. I did, the little one said, still focused on the toys. Uncle, if you haven't eaten yet, you should go have some rice noodles. I have some matters at my company, so I have to leave first. Chen Luo glanced at the time. It was indeed getting late. He immediately spoke to Uncle. All right, if you have things to do. If you're free tonight, come over for dinner. We'll all be home. Hearing that the other party had to work, Uncle didn't insist. Okay, then I'll take my leave, Uncle, Auntie, and Grandma. Eldest brother, little one, am leaving now. A few people saw Chen Luo to the door and only returned after his car drove away. Hello, Secretary Wang. Please take Dr. Came to my house. Sure. Chen Luo made a call to inform Secretary Wang. After hanging up, he hurried home. As it turned out, since it wasn't far, just as Chen Luo arrived home, Secretary Wang brought Dr. Kane over. In addition, there was a young man in his 30s. Secretary Wang, you can go back now, or I'll call you if I need you. Secretary Wang understood that there was something to discuss, so he did not linger and left directly. Mr. Chen, let me introduce you to my assistant Zhu. Zhu, this is our boss. Kane introduced them. Hello, Chen Luo said, extending his hand for a light handshake. Please have a seat. Chen Luo led them to the sofa and fetched 2 bottles of water for them. Sorry, I just moved in, and I only have water at home. Thank you. By the way, boss, is there something you wanted to discuss with us? Dr. Kane asked, realizing that being invited to someone's home must have a purpose. Hearing this, Chen Luo glanced at Zhu when feeling a bit hesitant. He could trust Dr. Kane, but it was hard to say about his assistant. Mr. Chen, don't worry. I can vouch for Zhu with my integrity. And I suspect what you want to discuss is related to the technology on the table, right? If it's a technology that only I know, there's no way to move it forward, Dr. Kane explained. Chen Luo thought for a moment and found Dr. Kane's reasoning valid. Well, if Dr. Kane could trust the assistant, then he should trust him too. This is a billion-dollar project regarding the whitening properties of Sanchi, and I'd like Dr. Kane to take a look at it. Additionally, our company has a batch of nutritional liquid made from Sanchi, and the daily maintenance costs are quite substantial. I hope Dr. Kane can help think of a way to make it into a more conveniently stored product to reduce our current losses. Chen Luo stated his request. I need to see a sample of this nutritional liquid to analyze it before I can give you an answer, Mr. Chen. Also, there is quite a bit of technology to go through, so I will need some time. Dr. Kane spoke cautiously. After all, without a sample or precise data, he couldn't make any promises. No problem, Dr. Kane can take his time. I'll take you to the factory tomorrow, or we can discuss it further after you've seen it. A few days wouldn't make much difference, so Chen Luo didn't push. By the way, since you two are staying at a hotel, it must not be very convenient. I have 2 extra rooms in my house. If you don't mind, you can stay with me. Mr. Chen, thank you very much for your generous invitation. However, I have 2 students at the hotel, so I won't trouble you further. Moreover, we are already prepared for a permanent lab setup. Dr. Kane spoke. He had only glanced at the technology for 2 pages and felt it was quite valuable. Once he finished reviewing it and produced the samples, it would take at least a month or 2. In that case, I respect Dr. Kane's wishes. So I'll entrust this technology to you, Mr. Kane. Tonight, let me treat you to dinner as a welcome gesture. Please don't refuse. Chen Luo spoke, feeling it was necessary to treat the guests who had come from afar to a meal. However, he didn't expect that the system would also offer a buy-one-get-3 deal. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Secretary Wang, please come to my place. Chen Luo called Secretary Wang. Surprisingly, Secretary Wang was still in the neighborhood and hadn't left. Chen Luo briefed him on a few things and then watched him leave. As for the technology, it was naturally taken away by Dr. Kane. Chen Luo, sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He then checked the flash sale mall. He had been too busy earlier and hadn't paid attention. He needed to see what flash sale items had been refreshed today. Name: Phoenix Hotel. Value: 500 million. Flash sale price: 9 yuan. Description: the Phoenix Hotel is the only 5-star hotel in Nanjing, located near the Nanjing government building. It's in a prime location with a lake view, serving as a core venue for government and business receptions. The system's voice came through, causing Chen Luo to pause for a moment. As the only 5-star hotel in Nanjing, he was certainly aware of the Phoenix Hotel. He had heard that it was a property under the Datong Group, which had spent nearly 500 million during its construction. Although Nanjing was just a small 5th-tier city, there were quite a few real estate companies. Local companies included Datong Group, Huayu Group, Zhongtian Group, Dying Real Estate, Jinqing Real Estate, and Julong Real Estate. There were also many external real estate companies, some of which were even nationwide. Yunqing Construction Investment, Zhongjuan Group, Wenshang Real Estate, Iran Real Estate, Qianqing Group. Over 70% of real estate in Nanjing has direct or indirect ties to these groups. The Datong Group has not gone public, and its operations involve construction, real estate, hotel management, and commercial operations. With a registered capital of 400 million, the overall asset valuation should be around 3.8 billion. As the only 5-star hotel in the South City, the Phoenix Hotel is undoubtedly a prominent business card. Chen Luo did not expect to have secured this hotel so easily. Without any hesitation, he chose to make the purchase. Soon after, he noticed several new items suddenly appearing in his system space. Coincidentally, he needed to host Dr. Kane and his students for dinner that evening, and the Phoenix Hotel was undoubtedly the best choice. Chen Luo was about to call Xie Yongyan to join, as the latter was the manager responsible for Qixing Pharmaceutical. If he were present, even if Dr. Kane inquired about something, it would be easier for him to respond. However, just as he took out his phone, he received a call. A number from South City. Hello, may I ask if this is Chairman Chen Luo? I am Zhang Yin, the person in charge of the Phoenix Hotel. I apologize for the interruption, but I wanted to ask if Chairman Chen has any directives regarding the hotel's development. The voice on the other end belonged to Zhang Yin, tinged with a hint of flattery. This was unavoidable, as a sudden document had come down from above stating that the hotel had changed owners. Anyone would be taken aback for a moment. It must be noted that the Phoenix Hotel is backed by the Datong Group, which does not have any financial crisis. Moreover, as the only 5-star hotel in South City, the additional benefits it brings further highlight the necessity of the Phoenix Hotel. Since it is not short of money and the benefits are substantial, why would the group sell it? Either the buyer has significant power and the higher-ups of the group do not dare to refuse, or the buyer offered a price that the higher-ups could not refuse. Either way, it is not something a mere hotel manager like him can afford to offend. What if this new owner changes the entire hotel staff? At his age, in his 30s, with both elderly parents and young children, he cannot afford to take it lightly. Hello, Manager Zhang. The hotel's matters remain unchanged. I will not interfere with management. By the way, reserve a private room for me. I need to host some guests tonight. Chen Luo was well aware of the other party's concerns. He feared that with a new manager in place, the hotel might undergo a complete overhaul. For someone to reach the position of general manager, they must possess some capability. Since they have the capability and can make him money, why would they want to change? He promptly informed the other party that he would be hosting guests that evening. Understood, Chairman Chen. You may continue with your business. Hearing this, Zhang Yin sighed in relief, responded, and then hung up the phone. Chen Luo called Xie Yongyan to inform him about the arrangement. Remembering something, he also requested Xie Yongyan to bring along Professor Zhang Kai. As evening approached, Chen Luo noted that it was time and drove towards the Phoenix Hotel. The Phoenix Hotel is located next to the government building situated at the northernmost part of South City. Xie Yongyan and the others were in the southernmost part. It would take considerable time for them to arrive from the south. Chen Luo also needed to confirm the venue, so he arrived a bit earlier. However, he still encountered the peak hour traffic, causing a delay of over 10 minutes. Chen Luo parked in front of the hotel, looking up at the only 5-star hotel in South City. At the top of the hotel there was a logo in the shape of a phoenix alongside the words Phoenix Hotel. Zhang Yin was already waiting at the entrance. As the general manager of the Phoenix Hotel, he knew the chairman was coming and had to meet him. After all, he was the general manager of the hotel, usually dealing with wealthy and influential people. He had a keen eye. He instantly recognized the value of the car, and upon seeing the young man step out confirmed his identity. The chairman's information included a photo along with his phone number. Chairman Chen. Zhang Yin approached the car and called out, "Manager Zhang." Chen Luo looked at the middle-aged man before him, uncertainly speaking. He only remembered that the other party's surname was Zhang and could not recall the specific name. "It's me. The private room has been prepared for you. I will take you there now." Zhang Yin smiled and gestured to someone nearby to help park Chairman Chen's car. Chen Luo did not refuse and handed the car keys to the young man, following him to the private room. The room was fairly spacious, capable of seating 12 people. Aside from the dining table, there were also sofas and other areas for relaxation. This was something Chen Luo had instructed, as they did not have many people and did not need a particularly large room. Otherwise, it would be hard to communicate, as they would have to guess what the other party was saying from a distance. By the way, please inform the service staff at the entrance. Later, Xie Yongyan from Qixing Pharmaceutical Dr. Kane and his students will come. Chen Luo thought of something and instructed. "Understood, Chairman Shen. I will not disturb you. Call me if you need anything." Zhang Yin replied and left with the service staff, who brought tea and desserts. Chen Luo glanced at them before turning his gaze away, as if he saw the other party speaking into a microphone on their chest. About 20 minutes later, Zhang Yin personally led Xie Yongyan and Professor Zhang Kai into the room. After a round of introductions, they understood the situation. Professor Zhang Kai appeared to be around 60 years old, yet he looked remarkably spirited. He treated Chen Luo with courtesy, as their research funding relied on his approval. Of course, with his capabilities, he could enter any of the 37 research companies in South City. Even Teen and Yun City Baiyao were no exceptions. As for why he hadn't gone there, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. "Mr. Chen, we meet again." At this moment, Dr. Kane also arrived. He was followed by 3 students, 1 male and 2 females, along with Secretary Wang. "Dr. Kane, let me introduce you. This is Xie Yongyan, the general manager of our Qixing Pharmaceutical, and chief researcher Professor Zhang Kai. Both of you, this is Dr. Kane and his 3 students." Chen Luo spoke, making introductions. "Mr. Xie, Professor Zhang, it is a pleasure to meet you." The 2 parties shook hands, establishing some familiarity. However, Professor Zhang Kai felt an unsettling premonition. His intuition told him that this foreigner named Kane was definitely here to compete for his position. However, with so many people present, he could not express his concerns directly. "Let's take our seats," Chen Luo said, giving Zhang Yin a signal, and Zhang Yin understood and withdrew. Just as they sat down, before even the tea was properly served, the dishes began to arrive one after another. "Secretary Wang, you should sit down too." Chen Luo glanced at Secretary Wang, knowing that such matters should also be communicated to him. "Chairman Chen, is the Phoenix Hotel also your property?" Xie Yongyan spoke up, posing his question. He was well aware that Zhang Yin was the general manager of the Phoenix Group, so he could only harbor such doubts in response to the other party's courteous demeanor. "Yes, just acquired." Chen Luo did not conceal anything and replied. Although he had long suspected it, hearing this answer still left Xie Yongyan momentarily stunned. This Chairman Chen, how much capital does he possess to acquire the Phoenix Hotel from the Datong Group? It should be known that the Phoenix Hotel had an investment of 500 million, and it had not been long since its completion. It was likely that they had not even recouped their costs. Moreover, the Phoenix Hotel holds both location value and long-term value. How could those from the Datong Group let it go without a considerable price? The purpose of calling everyone here today, aside from welcoming Dr. Kane, is to announce another matter. Chen Luo glanced at the people present and spoke. Hearing this, the crowd straightened slightly, listening attentively to Chen Luo's next words. "Dr. Kane, from your perspective, do you think that the trillion yuan project can be implemented in Nanxing?" Chen Luo directed his gaze toward Dr. Kane and inquired. "A trillion yuan project?" Upon hearing this, both Xie Yongyan and Professor Zhang Kai were taken aback, exchanging glances as if to confirm whether they had heard correctly. Their eyes then fell on Dr. Kane, filled with endless curiosity, yet they understood that today's meal was likely centered around this so-called trillion yuan project. Dr. Kane pondered for half a minute, seemingly contemplating how to respond. "Mr. Chen, I have not fully reviewed this project, but from what I have seen, its value is undoubtedly in the trillion yuan range. Speaking of the part 1 examined, it is a skincare formula primarily using sanchi as the main ingredient, supplemented by heavy snow tea, utilizing the active properties of sanchi to achieve a rosy complexion. Most of the medicinal materials can be found throughout the entire Kuan province, which is an advantage in terms of raw materials. However, there are several apparent issues at present. First, research and development require a highly sophisticated laboratory. I have not visited the R&D facility of Tycoon Pharmaceutical, so I am unsure if it meets the standards. Second, if production is to commence, more precise machinery is needed, and such machinery does not come cheap. Only a handful of medical giants in the country manufacture them, and the purchasing channels are limited. Third, brand recognition. I just looked into Tycoon Pharmaceutical, and although it is indeed a leader in Nanjing, it does not hold a significant advantage even within the province, let alone the entire country. There are so many skincare products on the market that can achieve a rosy complexion. Why would others choose our product? Furthermore, the investments required in terms of raw materials, production environment, and technology inevitably dictate that this product's pricing will not be low. Dr. Kane voiced his concerns. Hearing this, Xie Yongyan nodded, acknowledging that the old man's analysis was quite astute. Are there any options that require less investment? Chen Luo frowned and inquired. Listening to Dr. Kane's words, it was clear that substantial capital was needed. At present, he hardly had enough funds, and the entire Tycoon Pharmaceutical team was not in a much better situation than he was. I took a brief look, and this is already the project with the lowest investment cost available right now. Dr. Kane shook his head as he spoke. No worries, I will try to figure something out. By the way, what about the nutrient solution? Chen Luo suddenly remembered something and asked. He had asked Secretary Wang to send Dr. Kane a copy of the RD data regarding the nutrient solution, unsure if the other party had any relevant solutions. I have already reviewed the data on the nutrient solution and have some ideas in mind. However, I will need to conduct further practical operations to yield results. Dr. Kane did not make any overly confident statements, only suggesting that he would try his best. Good. Professor Zhang Kai, since Dr. Kane is just starting here, I hope your RD team will offer him plenty of support. Chen Luo responded, and then turned to Professor Zhang Kai. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will cooperate with Dr. Kane's work. Zhang Kai replied. He had just searched for Dr. Kane online and found no trace of him, not even a single article or journal. In such cases, one could either be a fraud or someone solely focused on research. He could tell that although Mr. Chen was young, he was undoubtedly sharp. It would likely not be easy to fool him. Moreover, he was also eager to get involved in this so-called trillion yuan project. Do not divulge today's matters for now. Chen Luo glanced at the people present and instructed. The few nodded in response, not saying much more. Next came the dining, drinking, and conversing to deepen their familiarity. Chen Luo abstained from alcohol as it would give him a headache, especially since he had driven. After checking the time, Chen Luo let the others drink while he prepared to leave. In the office of the Phoenix Hotel. What was last year's revenue for the Phoenix Hotel, and what was the profit? Chen Luo sat at his desk glancing at the standing Zhang Yin before him. Mr. Chen, last year the hotel's revenue was 70 million with a profit of over 8 million. However, this batch of profits was already handed over to the group a month ago. Currently, there is only over 600,000 on the hotel's books. Zhang Yin explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo felt somewhat helpless. He had thought the money was still there to help alleviate some of his pressure. Unexpectedly, it had been handed over to the group a month ago. No matter. Have someone see them off later or arrange rooms for them at the hotel. Chen Luo instructed and then decided not to linger, choosing to leave. It was past 9 and he intended to return home to wash up and rest. This system really is something. Can it let him take down a bank or a group like Douyin Alibaba or Tencent? He had acquired assets but couldn't access any cash. Chen Luo planned to wait a few more days. With the new year approaching, there would soon be a holiday. If it came to it after the new year, he could mortgage the assets he currently possessed at the bank. He wasn't worried about repayment. After all, he had the seconds killing system, and even if he lost, he could afford to take the hit. Chen Luo first moved some items he needed to take home to the car, lest he forget them tomorrow. Then he freshened up before getting into bed, as his sister would be off the next day, and he needed to pick her up. The next day, the first thing Chen Luo did upon waking was to check the seconds killing system. Seeing today's seconds killing products, Chen Luo couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. He then sat up straight. Name Datong Group. Value 3.8 billion. Flash sale price 9 yuan. Description: the only enterprise in Nanjing that holds both Class A construction engineering contracting and Class A real estate development qualifications. The group encompasses various sectors, including building materials, property management, landscaping, and decoration, forming a complete industrial chain layout. Yesterday, the Phoenix Group was taken down in a flash sale. Today, it was Datong Group's turn. After dealing with the minor ones, now came the major challenges. Chen Luo showed no hesitation and directly executed the flash sale. Ding. Flash sale successful. Related items have been stored in the system space. Please check at your convenience. It seems I might need to visit Datong Group shortly. I need to quickly retrieve the remaining 40% of shares from Tycoon Pharmaceutical. However, before heading to Datong Group, I must pick up my sister. My mother said there would be a lunch break, but I don't know the exact time. Chen Luo tidied up a bit, planning to go out for a today. Dr. Kane is probably going to Tycoon Pharmaceutical. I just wonder when the issue with the nutrient solution will be resolved. While eating rice noodles, Chen Luo suddenly received a call from his little sister. "Hello, brother. Mom said you would pick me up. Have you set off yet?" On the other end of the line was his sister Chen Shi. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo glanced at the time. It was only 10 o'clock. "Didn't they say noon? Just wait for me in the dormitory for a moment. They'll be there soon." Chen Luo replied, picking up his clothes and standing up, realizing he wouldn't finish the rice noodles. "It's fine, drive safely. Call me when you arrive." Chen Shi said, hanging up. Though she said that he couldn't make his sister wait indefinitely, which was a pity as he had only eaten a few bites of the noodles. Chen Luo drove towards Nanqing No. 1 High School. Nanqing No. 1 High School is the best school in Nanqing with an undergraduate admission rate that has never been surpassed. In fact, every year there are students who get admitted to elite universities like Tsinghua and Beida. Chen Luo also graduated from this school, and interestingly enough, Chen Luo's high school homeroom teacher was also Chen Zai's homeroom teacher. His sister's academic performance is good, and she is obedient and sensible, allowing her to aim for the 2nd tier and strive for the 9th, provided she doesn't perform poorly during the exams. Nanqing No. 1 High School has 4 gates, but only the south and west gates are open on regular days. Because it is located in the city center, there is no room for expansion, resulting in some residential buildings on campus. Many teachers reside in the Shushang Garden and must enter and exit through the west gate. The west gate is primarily used by residents, while the south gate is mostly for students. Chen Luo glanced at his watch. He had been stuck for 5 minutes. The area was filled with the sounds of horns, and students were coming and going. Many cars were there to pick up students. Teachers and security personnel were maintaining safety at the scene. Nanqing No. 1 High School only has high school students, and at dismissal time each grade leaves at staggered intervals, but for some reason there are still so many students. Chen Luo drove through the west gate and entered. After all, compared to the south gate, it was much more relaxed inside the school, making it easier to exit. "Hello, where are you?" Chen Luo called, asking. "Brother, have you arrived?" "I'm at the girls' dormitory entrance. Which gate are you at?" "He'll come find you." Chen Shi, pulling a suitcase and carrying 2 bags, looked around and asked. "It's fine, wait for me by the small supermarket next to the cafeteria." Chen Luo said, not hanging up, and drove his car towards the small supermarket. Although he had graduated several years ago, the truth is that the school's main structure hasn't changed much. Chen Luo parked the car right at the entrance of the boys' dormitory. "This one, the black one." After saying this, he hung up the phone, opened the car door, and went to help his sister with her suitcase. "Did you buy a car?" Chen Shi could tell that this was obviously a new car, and it was a Mercedes with a prominent badge that must cost at least 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. "Yes, I've made some money in the past 2 years and needed a car for work, so I got one," Chen Luo explained as he placed the suitcase in the trunk. "This is for you." Seeing the set of phones in the suitcase, Chen Luo handed it to Chen Shi. "An iPhone 17. Brother, have you struck it rich?" Chen Shi recognized it at a glance. After all, several of her classmates were using it. She also wanted to buy one, but it was too expensive, costing over 10,000. If she had earned the money herself, she wouldn't mind buying it, but she couldn't bear to ask her parents for it. If she were to ask, her parents would definitely find a way to buy it for her. But she couldn't be so selfish. To earn that 10,000 yuan would require her father to work for 3 months. "Brother, my phone is still working. You're at work, you should use it." Although Chen Shi really liked it, she still returned the phone to her brother. "Don't worry, I have one. Mom and Dad do too," Chen Luo said, waving his own phone in front of Chen Shi. "Thank you, brother." Upon hearing this, Chen Shi finally felt comfortable accepting it. "Get in the car, they'll take you out to eat." Chen Luo invited her into the car, but just as he was about to get in, he heard someone calling him. "Chen Luo." Chen Luo was taken aback by this and turned to look. It was Teacher Kai. "Teacher Kai," Chen Luo replied uncertainly, as they hadn't seen each other for 6 or 7 years. "I thought I was mistaken, or I didn't expect it to really be you. It's been years. You've changed. You all really should come and visit the teacher." Teacher Kai patted Chen Luo's arm, pretending to be angry. "We've been busy with studies and work these past 2 years. It's our fault." Chen Luo rubbed his forehead. It wasn't that he had neglected it, but that he hadn't dared to visit. After all, he graduated from a prestigious university, yet outside of school, he couldn't even find a decent job, afraid of disappointing others. After all, during his school years he had good relationships and was well liked by all his teachers. "What brings you here?" Chen Luo remembered that Teacher Kai lived in the military district across from the south gate. What was she doing here? "Oh, I'm here to check on the dormitories. Need to cut off the water and electricity." "I remember you studied law. Did you become a lawyer?" Teacher Kai said, glancing at Chen Luo's car. She didn't know the value of the car, but it must be worth 3 to 4. "No, I'm currently working at a pharmaceutical company. The income is decent." It's quite ironic. I studied law in college, but couldn't find a job due to connections. In the legal profession, connections are something that can be inherited. Without connections, even if you enter a law firm, who would come to you for legal representation? Those with connections can access major cases right upon entry, backed by well-known lawyers. The pharmaceutical industry is also quite good. It's a profitable sector. By the way, I still need to check the water and electricity in the dormitory, so I will leave first. I hope to have the opportunity to dine at the teacher's home. Teacher Kai's phone vibrated, and after glancing at the message she spoke up, by the way, I remember we haven't added each other on WeChat. Oh, let's add each other. Teacher Kai said as she opened her WeChat QR code. Chen Luo did not refuse and added her on WeChat. Alright, I'll take my leave now. As Teacher Kai called out and chose to leave, Chen Luo watched her depart before getting into his car. Who made you unhappy? Chen Luo fastened his seatbelt and glanced at his younger sister in the passenger seat. Given her personality, she should at least greet the teacher. What could be the reason for this situation? Nothing. She fiddled with her phone and replied somewhat sulkily. Chen Luo did not press her for details, believing that she could handle such matters. Even if she couldn't handle it, he as her brother was there to support her. Perhaps it was because most students had already been picked up, the number of vehicles had noticeably decreased. However, this was the West Gate. He walked along the Huanqing West Road and did not pass by the South Gate. I have work to do today. After dinner I'll take you to where I live, and we can go back tomorrow. During the wait for the red light, Chen Luo informed his sister. You rented a place. She looked at her brother upon hearing this. I bought it. Chen Luo glanced at his sister, not hiding anything from her. You bought it? Is it a second-hand house? How much did it cost? She asked, curious. After all, despite the declining housing prices in the past 2 years, it was still not easy for ordinary people to purchase a home. Chen Luo smiled at her remark and did not explain. It would be the same when she saw it. Explaining now would just lead to more questions. Seeing that her brother did not respond, she thought he was embarrassed to say that perhaps he had bought a second-hand house that was not very good, maybe one built on the outskirts of the city. However, when the car stopped in front of the No. 7 courtyard, she stood there in a daze. It wasn't until they entered the house, and she heard with her own ears that this house was bought by her brother, that she still couldn't believe it. She must have dozed off in the car. She was definitely dreaming right now. Yes, dreaming. She must be dreaming. Seeing this, Chen Luo directly pinched his sister's face. How does it feel? Does it hurt? It hurts. This is real. Brother, is this really you who bought it? How much did you spend? Chen Zai's face was full of excitement, looking as if she needed to know everything. It really is my house. A little over 800, right? 10,000. Hearing her brother's nonchalant words, she asked uncertainly. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she reacted immediately, thinking, could it be that it was not 10,000, but rather a chunk? But where did her brother get so much money? Chen Luo could only explain helplessly. Upon learning that her brother had started a live streaming company, and that the money was earned by the streamers under him, she did not ask further. She did not doubt her brother's words. After all, in her understanding, live streaming was indeed a very profitable. I live on the 3rd floor, and there are 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. You can choose one yourself. I need to step out for a bit, so you can go eat by yourself later. Chen Luo said as he transferred 50,000 yuan to his sister. He then took a key from the drawer of the coffee table and handed it to her. Looking at the 50,000 yuan, she still felt it was somewhat unreal. Brother, can I ask one more question? Are you really wealthy now? If I were really wealthy, I wouldn't be polite with you. She leaned to the side, looking somewhat mischievous as she asked her brother. Take it or leave it. Chen Luo stood up and spoke somewhat irritably. After all, she was a senior high school student. How could her acceptance level be so poor? I'm leaving first. Chen Luo glanced at the time, planning to visit Qixing Pharmaceutical first, then head to Dr. Kane was observing something under the microscope, and his 3 students were also busy performing some operations that Chen Luo could not comprehend. Mr. Chen. Upon seeing Chen Luo enter, Professor Zhang Kai called out. Professor Zhang Kai. Chen Luo nodded to Professor Zhang Kai, then shifted his gaze to Dr. Kane, who had already looked away from. How is it, Dr. Kane? Chen Luo asked. This batch of nutrient solution needs to maximize profits, so we can only take one of 2 paths. Either as a pharmaceutical product or as a cosmetic. For pharmaceuticals, I recommend making them into Sanchi beauty pills. For cosmetics, essence water and face cream will work too. However, this brings up a problem. These products need to be sent for quality inspection and approval, so it will definitely. The most crucial point is that we lack the relevant machinery. Dr. Kane said, unable to suppress a sigh. Qixing Pharmaceutical had not previously engaged much in deep processing and mostly produced semi-finished products for direct sale. This way it would shorten the time and save a lot of costs, but naturally the profits earned would not be as much as those from finished pharmaceuticals. Chen Luo felt like he was dealing with a double-edged sword. Everyone knows that cosmetics and pharmaceuticals are lucrative industries, but the money is not easy to earn. Let me think this over carefully. If it really doesn't work, I can only abandon this line of thought, or I could try to contact pharmaceutical companies that can handle this trillion project. Chen Luo felt somewhat helpless and did not want to spend too much energy on this. If someone could take over at a reasonable price, he wouldn't mind packaging and selling it. After all, with this system, he could always obtain better things. Seeing the expressions of the few people turned somewhat despondent, but it was unavoidable. Chen Luo wanted to say something when his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Jiangyi. Hello, Sister Jiang. Chen Luo answered the phone, taking the initiative to speak. I haven't found a buyer yet. Really? Okay, thank you, Sister Jiang. Chen Luo said and hung up. Sister Jiang contacted a buyer who intends to take this batch of nutrient solution. Xiezong, I'll leave this matter to you. Chen Luo said to Xie Yongyan. With someone buying this batch of nutrient solution, they could breathe a little easier and wouldn't have to rush so much. Chen Luo spoke, suddenly remembering something, and issued a command to Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang was no fool. Upon hearing this, he understood. The chairman intended to reclaim the remaining shares. After all, with such a large cake, wouldn't it be unfair to let others enjoy it? Let's do it tomorrow morning. At Phoenix Hotel, let me know once the time is arranged. Chen Luo stated, giving his instruction. Understood. Secretary Wang replied. Gentlemen, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. We can discuss the nutrient solution further in a couple of days. Chen Luo turned his gaze to Xie Yongyan, conveying his message. Xie Yongyan understood the implication. Everything depended on tomorrow's negotiations. If those shares could be reclaimed, that would be ideal. If not, there would be no need to discuss the nutrient solution project. Rather than relinquishing such a substantial profit, it would be better to establish a new pharmaceutical company. Baixing Pharmaceuticals and Zhouxing Pharmaceuticals, as long as there's money, it's not a difficult task. Compared to the value of hundreds of millions, this tens of millions worth of nutrient solution pales in significance. Chen Luo drove towards the Datong Group. This time, regardless of whether the nutrient solution business succeeded or not, he had incurred a favor. Datong Group. Chen Luo dialed the number provided by the system. But after 2 attempts, both were busy, causing Chen Luo to frown slightly. He glanced at the Datong Group and, hello, my name is Chen Luo, the new chairman of Datong Group. I need to see your general manager. Chen Luo approached the front desk and spoke. Off. The receptionist was taken aback by this statement. A new chairman? When did the group change its chairman? How come no notification was received? Besides, the group was doing well. How could they possibly sell? Sir, did you come to the wrong place? The receptionist said, glancing at Chen Luo, not feeling that he looked like someone who had escaped from a mental hospital. Xiaohe, what's going on? Just then a heavily made-up woman approached, sizing up Chen Luo and inquiring about the receptionist. Upon hearing this, the receptionist lowered her voice to explain the situation. Are you mad? Is he a fool? And you are too. The group is developing perfectly well. They just acquired the land in the south. Why would they sell the group now? You don't need to use your pig brain to think it through. My boyfriend is a senior executive at Datong Group. Would he be unaware of whether they are selling? Have someone throw him out for me, dressed like a person. Which mental hospital did he escape from? The woman said, glancing at him with disdain. She was already annoyed and now had to deal with this. Not having taken action was already showing mercy. She had finally taken a moment to sneak a bite while that greasy man was busy in a meeting. Aside from making her all sticky with saliva, it was utterly useless. A beautiful appearance, but no substance. The woman said, switching the purse to another hand, and arrogantly headed upstairs. Sir, would you like to take a rest? To see our manager, you need an appointment. The receptionist said, gesturing towards the nearby lounge area. Although they did not force him out, they were still somewhat polite. Just as Chen Luo was about to speak, he noticed his phone ringing. After calling twice earlier, he naturally would not forget this number quickly. I'm at the front desk, come down yourself. Chen Luo answered, and immediately hung up. On the other end, Su Donglai, who had just cleared his throat to speak, heard this ambiguous statement. Just as he was about to inquire, he realized the call had already been disconnected. What was going on? Was Chairman Shun on a rampage? Su Donglai glanced at the phone number, wanting to confirm if he had dialed incorrectly. After verifying the number twice, he found no error. What did that statement mean? I'm at the front desk. Come down yourself. In an instant, he guessed the general situation. Something went wrong. It must have been the front desk offending someone. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly took the elevator to the lobby. Chen Luo sat in the lounge area, glancing at the time. 10 minutes had passed, and he had yet to arrive. He should have made it by taking the stairs. Su Donglai exited the elevator and rushed over, his gaze scanning the surroundings. What's going on? Upon seeing the receptionist, Su Donglai lowered his voice to inquire. The receptionist, seeing his expression, dared not respond and pointed towards the lounge area. Seeing this, Su Donglai turned and spotted Chen Luo sitting in the lounge with a serious expression, legs crossed. He had indeed seen the photo when the notification came from above. It was almost certain that this person was the new chairman of the group, Mr. Chen Luo. Hello, Chairman Chen. I am Su Donglai, the general manager of Datong Group. I too have just received the notification from above, and since the documents have yet to be issued, I apologize for the unpleasant experience it has caused you. Su Donglai lowered his posture significantly. His first sentence was an apology. At the very least, he needed to show his attitude to the leadership. Was the elevator broken today? Datong Group only has a few floors. It shouldn't take 10 minutes to walk up the stairs, right? Or does General Manager Su usually handle group affairs this lazily? Chen Luo did not respond to the question, but looked at Su Donglai asking. Upon hearing this, Su Donglai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This Chairman Chen looked young, but was not easily fooled at all. Chairman Chen, it's all my fault. Shall we discuss it? Su Donglai spoke after all. The other party was now the chairman of the group. If the other party wanted to make an example of someone, he could easily become that sacrificial lamb. Although at his level, he could compensate significantly compared to the general manager of Datong Group, that was nothing. Moreover, the group was operating smoothly. How could those above possibly choose to sell? Most likely it was the other party's substantial background that forced those old-timers to sell. Dealing with such a person would yield no good outcome. Offending them might make it impossible to continue in this field. Notify that person and her so-called boyfriend immediately. Investigate. There must be numerous violations. Let them leave on their own, or otherwise they can sing the song of iron bars. Chen Luo glanced at Su Donglai and informed him. He indeed intended to make an example, but the chicken was someone else. As for the monkey, well, it depended on your abilities. If you had the skills, you could stay. If you can't even handle this small matter, it's better to pack up and leave. Yes. Su Donglai hurriedly agreed, his heart also understanding the situation. Unknowingly courting disaster, they offended the chairman on the first day. If they didn't leave, it would be him who had to go, so don't blame me. If there's blame, it's on your own poor judgment and bad luck. Lead the way. Chen Luo spoke and then stood up. Su Donglai naturally understood the implication and quickly said, Director Chen, this way please. Seeing the two leave, the receptionist was still in a daze and then slapped her own face. What was happening? Was she dreaming just now? Was that person really the new director of the group? Had the group been bought out? However, she then felt relieved that she had managed to be polite and hadn't offended him. However, someone was likely in trouble, offending the chairman upon arrival and losing their job. In such a situation, one would either resign without any severance or end up on the government payroll singing a lament of despair. Manager Yu was also quite pitiful, having been caught in this mess for no reason. In the office, Chen Luo sat in the office pulling over the tea that the secretary had just handed him, but he didn't drink it. He merely toyed with the cup and then glanced at Manager Su. Manager Su noticed this gaze, his heart racing. It was a sharp knife. Entering and exiting, the best ending would be swift. But this kind of dull knife cutting flesh was the most torturous, leaving him unsettled. Manager Su, how much can the group allocate without affecting its operations? Chen Luo asked, sensing the temperature of the glass. Director Chen, Su Donglai began. The group just partnered with Huayu Group to secure a piece of land in the southern part of the city. Currently, the funds the group can mobilize are limited. After necessary expenses, it's less than 20 million. Su Donglai pondered for a moment and then responded. This was something Chen Luo hadn't anticipated. He had thought that the Datong Group could only allocate a few million, but unexpectedly, they could come up with nearly 20 million. Business in real estate had not been easy these past 2 years. Developing any project required bank financing, and there were many cases where construction halted due to a lack of funds halfway through. In such a situation, one had to either lower the price for reservations to gather funds and complete the construction, or else it would turn into a stalled project. Due to the lower prices, there were many discounts, and a lot of people would pay for reservations in advance. Yet some who paid still faced stalled projects, longing for homes while having to repay bank loans every month. How many people either lived in incomplete buildings or were driven to despair? What land? Chen Luo thought of something and turned his gaze to Su Donglai. It's like this: the South is collaborating with neighboring Meng City to establish a high-speed rail, and the government also intends to expand southward, creating a new southern district. The future direction for Datong Group will be in the south, so we secured a piece of land for a new project in collaboration with Huayu Group. Su Donglai replied, and upon hearing this, Chen Luo understood that development in the south was not as. Initially, the government building was located in the center of the southern city. Later, the government invited an expert from Port City to take a look in order to develop. They moved the government building north with the Phoenix Hotel, an artificial lake, and a villa area all adjacent to the government building. After several years of development, the north had indeed seen progress. Now focusing on the south was not unreasonable. After all, the southern city was nestled in a valley surrounded by mountains, and any further development northward would require significant land alteration. In comparison, the south had more potential for development. Set aside 15 million, I have my uses for it, Chen Luo stated. It would be best if he could reclaim his shares in Qixing Pharmaceutical. If not, he would have to think of other ways. Chen Luo was no philanthropist to just give up such a large piece of cake. Qixing Pharmaceutical had a market value of 320 million, of which he held 60 of the shares. To reclaim the remaining shares, he needed at least 128 million. All right, Su Donglai hesitated but agreed. When will the project in the south start? Chen Luo thought of something. Currently, both parties are still negotiating and haven't established a specific strategy. Moreover, some approvals are still pending, so it will have to wait until after the new year. Su Donglai pondered for a moment before responding. All right, Chen Luo acknowledged, but he had an idea forming in his mind. By tomorrow, wouldn't they be able to defeat Huayu Group? Once the funds were sufficient, he would need to establish a company to categorize the current assets. I will take my leave now. Contact me if anything comes up, Chen Luo said, standing up. Just as he stepped out of the group's door, he saw two people anxiously waiting by his car. One of them was the elegantly dressed woman from the reception. The other was a somewhat rotund, middle-aged man, presumably the boyfriend she had mentioned. Director Chen, you've arrived, eh? The man said. It was this wretched maid earlier who didn't know how to behave. I've already dealt with her properly. Over the years I've worked hard for the group, if not in merit, then in effort. I beg you to show mercy and let me off this time. As he spoke, the man knelt down, adopting a posture of sincere repentance. What are you still standing there for? Kneel and apologize to Director Chen. Seeing the foolish person still standing nearby, Yue was furious. If it weren't for the other person's compliance and understanding, making him serve diligently, he would have kicked him dead long ago. Director Chen, please be magnanimous and spare me this once, the woman said, filled with grievance. The Datong Group was located near the South City Middle School, so naturally there was no shortage of foot traffic. People loved to watch drama, and before long a crowd had gathered, pointing and discussing. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Moral coercion. But he wasn't exactly a good person, so what morals did he have? Chen Luo glanced into the Datong Group, and the receptionist immediately ran out. Chen. Director Chen, he began, but before he could speak, Su Donglai rushed out upon receiving news. Seeing the two in such a state made him furious. Su, your efficiency in handling work is quite commendable. However, I do not appreciate your methods, Chen Luo said with a smile, straightening Su Donglai's collar. Hearing this, Su Donglai felt a shiver at his ankles for some reason. Damn it, this smiling tiger. Director Chen, I understand. Leave it to me, I will not disappoint you, Su Donglai quickly assured. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo's smile faded, turning serious, and he then got into the car and drove away. Watching the car leave, Su Donglai finally let out a sigh of relief. Su, you must. Shut up. Come inside with me. Su Donglai glanced around before turning to leave. Yue, seeing this, quickly got up to follow. Su Donglai spoke, having thought that the opponent was young and easy to handle. He never expected them to be so difficult to deal with. The reason he advised Yue to wait by the car was to leverage the presence of passersby. This would make it difficult for the opponent to back down, allowing for a lighter punishment. Otherwise, why go to the car door when the elevator entrance was so suitable? Suzone, you have to save me. Yue exclaimed as he had worked hard for his current position and was reluctant to give. Isn't it just a few taunts? Must it be blown out of proportion? Who knew this man was so petty? The woman quickly chimed in, shifting the blame onto the opponent. If you make up for the embezzled funds over the years, I might consider not sending you to jail. Su Donglai sighed, feeling helpless. This was the only option he had. Based on the amount the opponent embezzled, they could face many years of imprisonment. Impossible. Yue directly refused upon hearing this. Over the years, he had used his position to extract a substantial amount of benefits. To ask him to hand it over at this moment was to put him in a difficult position. Moreover, most of it had already been spent. Asking for it now was akin to taking his life. Yue, I am notifying you, not negotiating. Either you return what you've embezzled, or you'll find yourself in jail. Su Donglai slammed the table in anger, frustrated that Yue couldn't understand straightforward words. You think I'm easily scared? You better resolve this matter for me. Otherwise, we'll both end up in jail together. After saying this, Yue turned and left. How many people in this position were not greedy? He had embezzled quite a bit, and the opponent was not in a much better position. Worst case, they would both fall together. The opponent's penalties would likely be even harsher. Upon hearing this, Su Donglai furiously swept the documents off his desk and paced back and forth with his hands on his hips. He was truly furious. This bastard was threatening him. If the initial actions were either not done or done covertly, how could they allow the opponent to grab hold of something incriminating? At this point, no matter how angry he was, it was of no use. Meanwhile, Chen Luo had just gotten into the car when he heard his stomach rumble. Alas, he had barely eaten any of the rice noodles this morning. Chen Luo glanced at the time. It was not yet 3 o'clock. He took out his phone and called Chen Shi. Where are you? He inquired about the other person's whereabouts. I'm out shopping with friends. What's up? Chen Zai's voice came from the other end, and Chen Luo could even hear the bustling sounds of the mall's discounts. Nothing much. Enjoy your shopping. After saying this, Chen Luo hung up. He had planned to treat the other to a big meal, but since they were busy, he couldn't blame them. Just as he was about to drive, he noticed a call from Secretary Wang. Me, eh? Okay, I can do that. Send me the location. After finishing his sentence, Chen Luo hung up. Then a notification sound from his phone rang. Chen Luo picked it up and confirmed the location. He drove toward Dongfeng Road. Hello, roommate, please. Chen Luo arrived at the entrance of the private dining restaurant and informed the receptionist. Sure, sir, this way, please. The waitress said as she led Chen Luo to roommate. Xiaoqin, you're here. As soon as Chen Luo entered, he heard a voice. He then saw Jiang Yi standing up and walking over to him. Sister Jiang. Chen Luo greeted and scanned the people in the room. Let me introduce you. This is Chen Luo, the chairman of Qixing Pharmaceutical. This is General Manager Zhao from Zifeng Pharmaceutical in Yunqing, and General Manager Zhu from Yufujing. Jiang Yi began to introduce the parties. General Manager Zhao, General Manager Zhu, I've heard so much about you. Chen Luo extended his hand and shook theirs. Although he had heard of both companies which were larger than Qixing Pharmaceutical, he had not actually heard of the two individuals, as he had not researched them before. However, in the world of business, they certainly wouldn't tear him down right. Chairman Chen is truly impressive for his age. We were just talking about you. Please have a seat. After a round of mutual flattery, everyone took their seats. As it happens, I heard Chairman Chen has a batch of nutrient solution for sale. Our company has seen a surge in online orders during the annual sales event and wants to establish a long-term cooperation with Chairman Chen. What do you think? General Manager Zhu from Yufujing was straightforward and did not beat around the bush. Although our company cannot engage in long-term cooperation, we currently need a batch of nutrient solution. General Manager Zhao from Zifeng Pharmaceutical also spoke up to express his demand. Chen Luo, upon hearing this, didn't respond immediately, but hesitated. To be honest with both of you, I am considering selling Qixing Pharmaceutical. However, with Sister Jiang as the leader, I can't just disregard your faces. How about this? Could you give me some time? By tomorrow afternoon at the latest, I will definitely inform you of the result. If it works out, how about a 5% lower price than the market? Chen Luo spoke, laying out his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. A 5% discount would save quite a bit. Although the two had their own thoughts, they feigned a difficult expression. Jiang Yi, hearing this, secretly scoffed. How could he not understand their intentions? They felt the benefits were insufficient and wanted to extract more. Since it's difficult for you both, let's forget it. After all, the pharmaceutical industry has been tough these past 2 years. There will surely be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Chen Luo observed. He could see that the two felt the benefits were not enough and wanted him to make further concessions. 5% was not enough, and they were not afraid of overreaching. Worst case, he could just sell Qixing Pharmaceutical to secure the funds for that billion-dollar project. What you say is too humble, Brother Chen. With Director Jiang personally leading, we cannot refuse this favor. Let's go with what you said. General Manager Zhao said, standing up and raising his glass. Seeing this, General Manager Zhu also stood and raised his glass. Chen Luo and Jiang Yi naturally joined in standing up and raising their glasses. Then we'll be waiting for good news from Brother Chen. Cheers. General Manager Zhu spoke, clinking glasses before downing his drink. Although Chen Luo did not want to drink, there were some things he could not refuse. I truly appreciate the two of you. May I ask where you are staying? Let me arrange accommodations for you and extend some local hospitality. Chen Luo set down his wine glass and inquired, Phoenix Hotel. Before the two could respond, Jiang Yi had already answered. Upon hearing that they were staying at the Phoenix Hotel, Chen Luo was not surprised. He was puzzled by Jiang Yi's words. Could it be that she already knew something? Seeing the others gaze on her, Jiang Yi merely smiled without speaking. Is that so? What a coincidence. The Phoenix Hotel just happens to be my property as well. I will call them shortly, Chen Luo said with a smile, adopting a stance of serendipity. The two were momentarily stunned at this revelation. Isn't the Phoenix Hotel owned by the Datong Group? How could the other party claim it as their own? When did that change happen? Jiang Yi, noticing their expressions, couldn't help but chuckle. You two might not know, but the Phoenix Hotel along with the Datong Group has been acquired by my brother. Jiang Yi explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, the two who had initially doubted began to believe. They might be able to deceive them, but Jiang Yi would not. Is that so? What a coincidence indeed. We will have to rely on Brother Chen in the future, the two said with smiles, though they were undeniably shocked inside. As a long-established real estate group in Nanjing, the Datong Group, although not publicly listed, was estimated to have assets around 4 billion. Despite generating considerable revenue every year and facing no insurmountable crises, why would they sell at this time? Isn't that akin to being foolish? Unless the acquisition price was irresistible. Chen Luo, observing the situation, wore a smile, having achieved his goal. Whether it was Yufujing or Zifeng Pharmaceuticals, their valuations were significantly higher than Qixing Pharmaceuticals, which inevitably would lead to underestimation. Only by making the other party take them seriously could they succeed. After seeing off the two, Chen Luo's smile finally faded. Socializing was truly not an easy task. He felt as if his face was about to freeze from smiling. Sister Jiang, I appreciate your help with today's matter. No matter the outcome, the other party had taken the lead, and this favor was one he would inevitably owe. By the way, Sister Jiang, do you have connections with any of the pharmaceutical giants in the country? I want to purchase a batch of precision instruments. Chen Luo thought of something and couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi frowned slightly. Do you think I am the secretary of Nanjing? Do you think a director of the city's investment promotion bureau like me could have such connections, eh? And I am just an assistant. Jiang Yi replied, somewhat irately questioning why he didn't ask. if she had connections with the president. Chen Luo felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, and forced a smile. Wasn't it worth a try to ask? Perhaps there would be such connections. Hey, colleagues are rivals, well, I believe you understand that. Do you think they would risk losing an entire watermelon for a mere sesame seed? Jiang Yi sighed and bluntly informed him. Don't think about domestic connections, you can try abroad. However, a high price is necessary. Those foreign folks will sell if the enticing price is offered. Thank you, Sister Jiang. I will think of a way for this matter. Chen Luo expressed his gratitude, realizing he currently had no money. With the funds he had at hand, retrieving that 40 share was no easy feat. Alright, I will take my leave then. I have a meeting tomorrow as well. Jiang Yi said as she grabbed her clothes and bag, choosing to leave. Chen Luo, seeing this message, Jiang Yin to make arrangements before calling Secretary Wang. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, not a single shareholder should be absent. Additionally, please draft a contract. Chen Luo finished giving instructions and sat in the passenger seat. Having drunk and with recent checks being strict, he couldn't entertain any illusions. Looking at the time, it was already past 7. Hey, have you returned home? Good, as long as you're home. I am getting ready to head back now. He initially thought his sister hadn't returned yet and was going to pick her up, but realized she was already home. Originally promising his sister that he would return to their hometown tomorrow, it now seemed unlikely. Today is the 7th. The new year is on the 16th, with only a few days remaining. Seeing that the designated driver had not yet arrived, Chen Luo took out his phone to call his mother. Hello, Mom, my little sister has already been picked up this morning. By the way, I still have some work tomorrow. I mean for you all to come in for 2 days. We can invite Uncle and his family to have a meal together. Alright, it's settled then. After finishing, Chen Luo hung up the phone and then noticed the designated driver already standing outside the car. He hurriedly opened the car door, allowing the other person to get in. By the time Chen Luo returned home, it was already past 8. As he changed shoes, he found Chun. She sitting on the living room sofa looking at her phone. Brother, you're back. Hearing the sound, Chun, she approached and called out. Have you been drinking? Smelling the alcohol, Chun, she spoke with some concern. To make money, of course. Chen Luo replied helplessly, even contemplating whether he should simply give up. After all, the daily flash sale items from the system were sufficient for him to live comfortably. But what kind of motivation can a life of idleness provide? By the way, I have 2 social engagements tomorrow, so I have already informed Mom and Dad they will be coming in tomorrow. You can take them around. Chen Luo mentioned. Okay. Chen, she replied without saying much more. I will go to sleep first, and my head feels a bit dizzy. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he didn't even want to wash up and directly went to bed. The next day when Chen Luo woke up, it was already past 8, and he rubbed his aching forehead. Drinking really leads one astray. Who invented alcohol, anyway? It's not only uncomfortable to drink, yet a whole crowd still flocks to it. Chen Luo instinctively checked today's flash sale items, and just with a glance his eyes widened, and his mind, what did he just snag? Zhongtian Group. The leader in the real estate industry of Nanjing, although not publicly listed, is valued at 70 billion. Even in Yunqing, Zhongtian Group directly or indirectly controls several companies. Its industries cover building materials, decoration, microloans, and more. Chen Luo had a feeling that the day he could flash sale to companies like Douyin, Alibaba, or Tencent was not far off. Name Zhongtian Group, 75 shares. Value 6 billion. Flash sale price 9 yuan. Seeing that value, Chen Luo was stunned momentarily. Wasn't Zhongtian Group valued at 70 billion, but 80 billion? Without the slightest hesitation, he chose to flash sale. Ding, congratulations to the host. Flash sale succeeded, and related items have been stored in the system space. Please check them yourself. Listening to the system's voice, Chen Luo felt it was simply marvelous. Chen Luo was about to call the Zhongtian Group, as it should not be an issue for such a large company to come up with 1 or 200 million. But before he could dial, the system's voice rang out. Ding, congratulations, the host's assets have reached 100 billion. The system is upgrading. Ding, the upgrade will take 3 days, and during the upgrade the flash sale function will remain unaffected. Remaining upgrade time 71 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. The system is upgrading. Moreover, has he become a billionaire? He just didn't know what kind of changes would occur after the system finished upgrading. Fortunately, the flash sale function would not be affected during this period. Chen Luo entered the number intending to contact the Zhongtian Group. Hello, this is Chen Luo. Mr. Chen. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I am Gu Ming, the general manager of Zhongtian Group. I've just received news from the board of directors. What instructions do you have for us, Mr. Chen? Gu Ming asked. Can Zhongtian Group produce 200 million in funds? Chen Luo inquired directly. Yes, we can do that, Mr. Chen. Even for Zhongtian Group, it wasn't easy to come up with 200 million, as this was cash, not assets. Most of the group's money was tied up in property development, and they would need to borrow from the bank as well. Okay, prepare it. They'll give you news in the next couple of days. After finishing his sentence, Chen Luo hung up the phone. Naturally, acquiring those shares wouldn't require that much money, but he currently had considerable assets at his disposal. He also needed to establish a company for better management. Chen Luo glanced at the time. It was about time for him to head out. After washing up and changing into a casual outfit, he noticed his sister was still asleep, so he did not disturb her. At the Phoenix Hotel, Secretary Wang stood at the door of the private room glancing at several people arguing inside. Qixing Pharmaceutical had 5 shareholders. Besides Chen Luo holding 60, the remaining 4 each held 10. All of them had followed the old chairman of Qixing Pharmaceutical to fight for their fortunes, and the old chairman had treated these brothers well, giving each of them 10. What does Chen Luo mean by this? I heard rumors that he wants to consolidate all the shares. Why is that? Who knows? But I heard rumors that Chen Luo seems to be preparing some project. The people present were sharp and understood immediately upon hearing this. Is the news reliable? I don't know. In that case, we must hold on tightly to our shares. No one. The 4 of them spoke up, unifying their stance. Chen Luo, standing at the door, heard this and chuckled lightly before opening the door and walking in. Mr. Chen, you are here. We should have come down to greet you. The 4 smiled as they saw Chen Luo enter, appearing friendly and easygoing. Seeing this, Chen Luo did not respond, but instead found a seat and sat down. Sit down. Chen Luo glanced at everyone and spoke lightly. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and chose to sit down. You all know why I called you here today. I won't waste any more words with you. Chen Luo said, signaling to Secretary Wang, who nodded in understanding and handed out the share sale documents to the 4 shareholders. I will acquire the shares you hold at market price. If you have no objections, please sign. Chen Luo glanced at the 4 people present and spoke lightly. Upon hearing this, the others looked over the share sale documents. Mr. Chen, I would like to keep my shares for retirement and do not wish to sell. Yes, Mr. Chen, I also do not wish to sell. The 4 observed this and spoke up. Receiving 32 million at once while still holding shares for dividends every year, they knew how to choose. Chen Luo was not surprised by this response. If it were that easy, he wouldn't have come in person. You all should sign the papers obediently. Receiving the money will allow for a peaceful retirement. Do not entertain unrealistic dreams. Chen Luo spoke blandly, seemingly unconcerned. Chen, I want to sell my shares. What can you do about it? Are you going to force me to sell? I tell you, we already know what's going on. You have a project under your control. Are you so eager to reclaim the shares because you are afraid we'll take your profits? I tell you, I will never sell my shares, so give up on that thought. An older man, rather irritable, stood up and slammed the table, speaking with authority. The other 3, feeling emboldened, also stood up, forming a united front. Secretary Wang. Chen Luo raised his hand and called out. Secretary Wang understood and handed a document to Chen Luo. Zheng Dayong abused power, embezzled over 1 million. Shen Fulai falsified accounts, misappropriated company funds of 3.2 million. Bai Ping lined his own pockets, accepted bribes. Zhao He. What do you want me to read them all out? As Chen Luo spoke, he threw the document onto the table. Upon hearing these names, the expressions of the few people turned pale. Of course, they did not call these names, but those mentioned were either their sons or grandsons. As shareholders of Qixing Pharmaceutical, it was only natural for them to arrange some people in the company. Based on these crimes, do you know how many years they might be sentenced to? Chen Luo pretended to inquire, seemingly genuinely clueless. He had studied law. How could he not be aware of these charges? The current price for the shares is 30 million. Do any of you consider selling? Chen Luo surveyed the people present and inquired. Do you think you can coerce us with this? Not a chance. They did wrong, and spending a few years in prison is what they deserve. I absolutely will not sell these shares today. The leading old man stated decisively, clearly resolved to refuse. Fine, if you don't want to sell, then don't. Since you shareholders value your shares so much, I hope that when they turn into worthless pieces of paper, you can still maintain such bravado. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he directly stood up. What do you mean? Are you going to attack Qixing Pharmaceutical? The leading elder reacted quickly, immediately grasping the meaning behind Chen Luo's words. What? The others looked at Chen Luo in disbelief. You hold 60 of the shares, nearly 200 million. Are you going to attack Qixing Pharmaceutical? The faces of the group were filled with incredulity, as who would engage in self-destructive behavior like this? It's only 200 million. Oh, I can afford it. What about you? When the shares become worthless, prison time is also inevitable. I wish you all good luck. Chen Luo smiled lightly, pretending to leave. Now it was the turn of several people to panic. What kind of technology was worth such behavior? After targeting Qixing Pharmaceutical, they could easily establish a new pharmaceutical company. No, they were financially robust and could afford the loss, but they could not. Wait a moment. I agree to sell for 30 million. The old man had no choice but to speak first and agree. Seeing this, the others exchanged glances and could only choose to agree. Chen Luo paused upon hearing this, a smile on his face. 30 million. What 30 million? Wasn't my offer 28 million? Chen Luo feigned innocence as if they had made a mistake. You? Upon hearing this, the others were almost amused to the point of anger by his shamelessness. 28 million, why don't you just go rob it? It seemed as if they were indeed robbing. Seeing this, Chen Luo turned and walked away, indifferent to whether they sold or not. Wait, I will sell. The old man ultimately chose to compromise. After all, 28 million was better than turning into a useless piece of paper. Although the others were furious, they could only helplessly agree. Secretary Wang. Chen Luo glanced at Secretary Chun and signaled. Secretary Wang understood and stepped back. In less than 2 minutes, he brought back a new contract. The money will be transferred to your account today, and from today onwards, Qixing Pharmaceutical will have nothing to do with you. Don't think about how to get back at me, or I will ensure you have no chance to enjoy your twilight years. After saying this, Chen Luo chose to turn and leave. Their grandchildren were not clean, and neither were the four of them. A company worth over 300 million, still the most profitable pharmaceutical company, with annual sales of 2 to 300 million, yet profits only at 4 million. He had just taken over because he didn't understand, or would he really remain ignorant forever? People must learn to grow. Chen Luo left, and naturally Secretary Wang would handle the subsequent matters. Chen Luo glanced at the time and realized it was almost time for lunch. He immediately called Jiang Yi, as he was the one who initiated contact. He couldn't just bypass him and contact the two directly. Jiang Yi answered the phone and said he would arrive in 10 minutes. After all, the Phoenix Hotel was right next to the government building. Hello, Mom. Chen Luo answered the phone and called out. We've already arrived at your grandmother's house. We plan to take a stroll first. There's been a lot of change over the past 2 years, and your grandfather hasn't been out for a long time. Chen Luo's mother continued from the other end, and he didn't say much more. I've transferred some money to you. I've booked a table at the Phoenix Hotel. Tonight, when your uncle gets off work, we'll have dinner together. No need, I have money. Why go to that kind of place? It's too expensive. You just find a restaurant or eat at your grandmother's house. You earning money isn't easy. Wait, why did you transfer me so much money? Chen Luo's mother sounded displeased upon seeing the transfer and quickly spoke up. Mom, I can earn money now. Hearing his mother's voice, Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. How far was he really from that? If she knew he was worth billions now, she would probably scream in shock. Yes, my son has succeeded. Chen Luo's mother sounded a bit choked up. No mother wants her child to succeed and live well. Mom, I have to get busy here first. I'll contact you later. Okay. Seeing Jiang Yi approaching, Chen Luo said a word to his mother and hung up the phone. Sister Jiang. Chen Luo called out. I've already notified the two. They will be here soon. Jiang Yi said to Chen Luo. Thank you, Sister Jiang. Let's go in first. Jiang Yi nodded and followed him inside. The four who had just come out frowned upon seeing the two entering. They naturally recognized Jiang Yi, having dealt with her before. Then seeing the two enter, their brows furrowed even more. The two general managers of Zifeng Pharmaceutical and Yufujing. Were they gathered in a private room for that so-called project? What should we do? The only elderly woman among the four spoke, her expression not looking good. After all, if their speculation was correct and the three parties collaborated, it would be even more difficult for them to take revenge. Let's go. The old man didn't speak, his face darkened to the extreme. Chen Luo, let's wait and see. He had lived most of his life and was already half buried. What else was there to fear? But the others were different. They were still young. He could afford to lose, but could they? Brother Chen, it seems like good news. The two walked into the private room. After all, if it were bad news, they wouldn't invite them at this time, nor would they go to this extent. Yes, it's resolved. Qixing Pharmaceutical is now fully controlled by me, Chen Luo said, pushing over the prepared tea. Then he'll trouble Brother Chen with the cooperation matter. Zifeng Pharmaceutical requires over 100 million in nutrient solution each year. If Brother Chen is willing, we can establish a long-term partnership. I too from Yufujing. General Manager Zhu followed suit, expressing his intentions. Alright, I'm not very knowledgeable on this matter. If both of you are willing, I'll have Xie Yongyan, who is in charge of this matter, follow up later. Rest assured, the promises made yesterday will not change. The two spoke, and Chen Luo naturally would not remain indifferent. I raise my cup of tea in place of wine, toasting to the three of you, Chen Luo said, raising his teacup. Inside, he couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless. After all, he was worth billions, yet here, he was playing the role of a drinking companion. Everyone clinked cups and drank the tea in one go. Zhang Yin, naturally perceptive, promptly arranged for the dishes. This meal lasted over 2 hours, but no alcohol was served. Chen Luo walked to the door, took a breath of fresh air, and couldn't help but sigh in relief. Sister Jiang. Upon seeing Jiang Yi, who followed closely behind, Chen Luo called out. By the way, Sister Jiang, I want to set up a company with a registered capital of around 100 million. I wonder if I can borrow your connections. He remembered that Zhongtian Group spent 200 million for the funds, acquiring those shares for only 80 million, leaving over 100 million as a surplus. He hadn't forgotten that the other party had also helped him a lot during this time. Jiang Yi was taken aback upon hearing this. After all, the other party already had several companies in Nanxing, why set up another? Instantly, she understood in her heart. With the other party's capabilities, sending someone to the Industry and Commerce Bureau would be easy. Why borrow her connections? This was a reciprocation of kindness. Sure, it's still early, I'll take you over now. Jiang Yi glanced at the watch on his wrist and spoke to Chen. Thank you, Sister Jiang. Chen Luo's car followed closely behind Jiang Yi, heading straight for the Industry and Commerce Bureau. After parking, Chen Luo took out the relevant documents from the system space. Let's go, I've already called the Deputy Director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Jiang Yi said, leading the way directly upstairs. Chen Luo glanced around and noticed many people were handling affairs on the first floor. For some reason, he suddenly felt that having connections in the government made things easier. Director Jiang, what a rare visitor. As soon as Chen Luo entered, he saw a middle-aged man with a somewhat plump figure wearing glasses and a suit come forward to greet Jiang Yi, shaking his hand. Oldly Deputy Director. Look at what you're saying. With your abilities, the official position won't be far off, right? The two exchanged pleasantries. Let me introduce you. This is my younger brother Chen Luo, who wants to start a company. I brought him here to have you give him a green light. Oldly Jiang Yi explained the purpose of their visit. What you're saying is that your brother is actually my younger brother too. Deputy Director Li's tone suggested they were close enough to avoid such formalities. He then picked up the landline on the desk, pressed a button, and said, have them come to my office. They will be here soon. I will ensure everything is processed quickly for your younger brother. Deputy Director Li said, thumping his chest for assurance. Before long, a woman knocked on the door. Younger brother, do you have any requests? Just let me know. Deputy Director Li continued, picking up a thermos cup and taking a sip. Huh. Chen Luo had just responded when he noticed the other party spat the tea leaves back into the cup. Chen Luo followed the woman to an empty desk and sent a message to Secretary Wang. Excuse me, what name do you want for your company? What is the registered capital? What business will it cover? The woman opened her computer and after taking Chen Luo's ID card inquired. Hearing this, Chen Luo pondered for a moment. He hadn't thought about a name. Let's call it 7 Stars Group. The registered capital will be 100 million. Additionally, please ensure that 7 Stars Pharmaceuticals, Phoenix Hotel, Datong Group, and Zhongtian Group are all under 7 Stars Group. As Chen Luo spoke, he pulled out the relevant proof from his bag. These documents could verify that the aforementioned entities were all under his name. Upon hearing that he wanted to name it 7 Stars Group, the clerk was about to say something, but was stunned by what he heard next, not even knowing how to click the mouse. Deputy Director Li almost spat out the water in his mouth upon hearing this. As the Deputy Director of the Nanjing Industry and Commerce Bureau, he was naturally aware of these well-known companies. It is not an exaggeration to say that the combined valuation of these companies could reach 10 billion. Now someone was telling him that all these companies belonged to one person. What a joke. But looking at the stack of documents presented, he inexplicably stepped forward to take a look. Not giving up, he checked another one, and indeed it was all real. Jiang Yi was equally astonished, as she naturally knew about 7 Stars Pharmaceuticals and Datong Group. However, she did not expect that in such a short time the other party had managed to acquire Zhongtian Group as well. Seeing Deputy Director Li's expression, she knew these documents could not be fake. What happened? Is it not possible to handle it? Chen Luo glanced at the clerk and asked. It is possible, it is possible. The clerk quickly responded, starting the processing. Sir, what about the address for the location? The clerk suddenly remembered to ask. Hearing this, Chen Luo suddenly recalled that they seemed to have no office location. Let's use the address of Phoenix Hotel for registration first. Building a new office in time was not feasible, and more importantly, he had no money. He could either convert the Phoenix Hotel into an office building or wait until he had money or struck a deal before making changes. Now I need you to register some relevant information, the clerk said, handing a form to Chen Luo. Chen Luo glanced at it and began to fill it out. Deputy Director Li slowly leaned closer to Jiang Yi, lowering his voice. Director Jiang, congratulations. Deputy Director Li was the first to offer his congratulations. Congratulations to you too. Jiang Yi smiled at Deputy Director Li. She had not expected that the other party would give her such a big surprise. Hearing this mutual congratulations, Deputy Director Li was somewhat confused about its meaning. You will understand in the future, Jiang Yi said, showing no intention of explaining. Deputy Director Li also knew Jiang Yi's character. She was not the type to speak empty words. Then I will wait and see. Deputy Director Li was very curious about what this mutual congratulations was all about. Is it done? Jiang Yi asked as she saw him stand up. Yes, the business license and other documents will take another 2 days to be issued, Chen Luo informed. Thank you, Director Li, Chen Luo said, and the clerk also exited. Brother Chen, you are too polite, Deputy Director Li said, and then there was a knock at the door. Secretary Wang called out, Director Chen. Chen Luo nodded slightly, and then looked at the car key at Deputy Director Li's waist. Director Li, I've wanted to buy that car for a while now. As Chen Luo spoke, he pointed to the key at Deputy Director Li's waist. Deputy Director Li was momentarily taken aback, not understanding why the other party mentioned the key. Upon taking a look, it was just an ordinary Volkswagen. But before he could react, the next moment the car key was in the other party's hand. "Secretary Wang, my car is a bit dirty. Oh, please take it out and wash it before bringing it back," Chen Luo said, handing the key to Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang took the key and stepped back. Deputy Director Li realized what was happening even if he was slow. "Look at you being so polite. This won't happen again." Deputy Director Li pretended to be angry, but he could hardly suppress his smile. "Director Li, I have some matters to attend to. Please have my secretary come by later to collect the relevant documents," Chen Luo said, gesturing toward the documents on the table. "Don't worry. Thank you, Director Li." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Yi and Chen Luo chose to leave. "Sister Jiang, thank you for today. I won't give you those trivial items. I wish you smooth sailing, Sister Jiang," Chen Luo said, feeling that it wasn't suitable for the other party to receive gifts at this stage. "Then you must work hard," Jiang Yi said with a smile. Oh, after all, she didn't care about those things. Chen Luo got into the car, and the smile on his face suddenly vanished. Given the current situation, Jiang Yi is certainly not as simple as he appears on the surface. As the Deputy Director Vice Director Li's attitude towards Jiang Yi is clearly abnormal. Once the other party understood his intention, the first person they looked at was actually Jiang Yi. It seemed they were inquiring whether they could accept him, and only after receiving consent did they smile and respond. There must be something behind Jiang Yi that makes Vice Director Li wary. Chen Luo couldn't figure it out and didn't want to waste his thoughts on it. "Hey Mom, where are you guys?" Chen Luo made a phone call to ask. "We are on Dongfeng Road buying clothes for your grandpa and grandma." Chen Luo glanced at the time. It was a little past 4. His uncle gets off work at 5, so he could head over for dinner soon. "We'll come up after we finish paying." Only then did Chen's mother notice the time and respond. "It's fine, it's still early. I'll come down to find you." Chen Luo spoke up and drove towards Dongfeng Road. He hadn't forgotten about the Maybach he promised his father, so it was a good time to check it out. About 20 minutes later, Chen Luo parked the car and met up with a few people. "How did the shopping go?" Chen Luo said, taking the bag from his mother's hand. "By the way, there's a Mercedes 4S dealership nearby. Let's go take a look at the cars." No, I can still drive my current one." Hearing this, Chen's father quickly refused, but Chen Luo still noticed the flicker of interest in his eyes. "Come on, let's go take a look." Upon hearing this, Chen's father reluctantly followed Chen Luo. Chen Luo first put the items in the trunk before driving to the nearby 4S dealership. On the other side, Chen's father complained while driving. Those ungrateful people who used to sit in his car immediately ran to ride in his son's luxury car instead. Left alone, he felt truly unappreciated. No one would get to ride in his car in the future home. There was an open space at the 4S dealership where some cheap cars were parked. Chen Luo parked the car, and a salesperson approached. "Hello, would you like to take a look at the Maybach?" Upon hearing this, the salesperson quickly swallowed the words that were about to come out. Although the other two cars weren't impressive, he naturally recognized this one in front of him, a Mercedes worth over $1 million. "This way, please." The salesperson welcomed the 10 people, and it's not rare for a whole family to come to look at cars. After pouring the last cup of water, he inquired, "Sir, do you have a model in mind?" In his view, anyone who could afford a Mercedes worth over $1 million should have some knowledge about the brand, so he immediately, "Take my dad to see it. If he likes it, price won't be an issue," Chen Luo stated, gesturing to his father to go check out the... Upon hearing this, Chen's father looked eager and had been scanning the surroundings since he entered. Before the salesperson could speak, he stood up and pointed at a black car not far away. That one. Chen's father had already locked onto his target, pointing at the car and speaking to his son. "Sir, you have a good eye. This is the Maybach S584 Matic, priced at $496 million. Let me take you over to experience it and explain it to you carefully." The salesperson glanced at the car, the smile on his face nearly uncontainable. A big sale. In a place like Nanjing, the number of people who could buy a car worth millions is very few. If he could sell a Maybach worth over $2 million today, his commission. "How much?" Hearing the $2 million figure, Chen's father exclaimed in surprise. "Actually, I don't like it that much." Chen's father's gaze was pulled back from the car. A vehicle worth over $2 million was too expensive. With that money, he might as well buy a house. Moreover, he had heard that his son only had a little over $1 million. He was still thinking about using some of his secret stash to buy a decent car to show off. But $2 million plus his secret stash wouldn't even cover the tip. If he put all his savings on the line, it would still be insufficient. The key point is that he hadn't saved anything yet. "If you like it, let's go take a look." Chen Luo naturally saw that his father really liked it, otherwise he wouldn't have made up his mind so quickly. Chen's father very much did not want to go. After all, what if he liked it even more after experiencing it? But he couldn't withstand his son's insistence. He didn't even realize when he arrived at the car, sat in the driver's seat, and carefully experienced it. The more he experienced it, the more he liked it, but he couldn't afford it. Liking it didn't matter. Could this be the feeling of love that cannot be obtained, as said in legends? Chen Luo glanced at his father and smiled, then turned to the salesperson. "Give me the lowest price, and if it's suitable, I'll pay immediately," and drive it away. Upon hearing this, the salesperson, who had initially felt somewhat disappointed, felt hopeful. "Sir, we have a discount of over 90,000. Including decorations, car insurance, and maintenance, it will be 2.46 million. The lowest price I can offer is 2.43 million, and we'll even throw in a firm price of 2.38 million, and everything that should be included will be included." Before the salesperson could finish speaking, Chen Luo interrupted. "That won't work, sir, this price. 2.37 million. Hearing this, the salesperson wanted to continue speaking, but was afraid that the next moment the other party would say 2.36 million. "Can I go and ask our manager for approval?" Upon hearing the salesperson, Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. A short while later, the salesperson returned. "Sir, our manager said this price isn't possible. It's 2.38 million, and well, make another promise." "Your manager probably isn't here today, right?" Chen Luo interrupted before the salesperson could finish. Hearing this, the salesperson was stunned. How did he know? He hadn't even gone to ask the manager. He just circled around the office and came back. "He isn't here. I called to ask." The salesperson explained, smiling somewhat awkwardly, unsure if the other party believed him. Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't pursue the topic any further. Taking advantage of the salesperson pouring water, he inquired with another salesperson. He wanted to have the manager come over for an introduction, saving the trouble of repeatedly asking the manager. However, the other party said the manager was busy today and didn't come. Indeed, the lowest price the salesperson mentioned came out of nowhere. "How about this 2.35 million, and we can make a deal? If we can't make a deal, I'll go to Yun City and find a familiar salesperson. He should be able to give me the lowest price," Chen Luo said, looking at the other party, seemingly expecting a response. Hearing this, the salesperson looked somewhat embarrassed. He had noticed that the other party's license plate was from Yun City, and he knew the other party wasn't joking. "All right, we'll go with this price. Sir, if you have any car purchasing needs in the future, or if your friends do, remember to refer them to me." The salesperson smiled, but felt somewhat unsatisfied. "Swipe your card." Chen Luo merely nodded and handed the card to the salesperson. The salesperson took out a card reader, and Chen Luo entered the password, successfully completing the payment. "When can I get the license plate?" Chen Luo thought of something and asked. "You can select the license plate number now, or it should take about half an hour. Let my dad choose the number." "All right," the salesperson said as he grabbed a tablet and went to find Chen's father. "Did you buy it?" Upon hearing the salesperson's words, Chen's father uncertainly ran over to his son and asked him, "How? 235. You prodigal son." Although Chen's father appeared to be scolding him, it was evident that he was quite pleased. "It's good, but too expensive." He was worried about scratches and dents once he drove it out. "Let's choose the license plate first." Chen Luo glanced at the time and reminded his father. Chen's father was fortunate to pick a consecutive number, 6,789. Chen Luo looked at it and found that these license plates were quite nice. Could it be that choosing a license plate also required looking at the price? Are cars with higher prices associated with better selection pools for plates? During this time, they naturally took familiar celebratory photos. However, it would still take a while before the license plates arrived. Chen Luo found a place to sit and called his uncle, as the other party should have finished work by now. "All right, please ask my uncle to pick up Grandpa." "Okay." Before Chen Luo could hang up, a red envelope appeared before his eyes. Before he could react, the envelope was stuffed into his hands. Chen Luo looked up and found it was his uncle. He was somewhat puzzled, wondering why he was receiving a red envelope. Turning around, he saw that his grandmother had also given one to his father. This is the custom. When a nephew buys a car, the uncle should give a red envelope. "It's not much money, just for luck, take it." Chen Luo wanted to refuse upon hearing this, but his mother insisted he accept it. "Accept it. I'll go get 2 pieces of red cloth tomorrow and ask a master at the temple to bless them to hang on the car," Chen's mother explained. "Thank you, uncle." He didn't understand this before, but since his mother said so, he didn't argue and accepted the license plate is ready. At that moment, the salesperson approached and informed them. Just as Chen Luo was about to speak, he noticed his mother handing a red envelope to the salesperson. Thinking it was some custom, Chen Luo didn't say much. The car was driven out, and the next moment the sound of firecrackers rang out. However, Chen Luo suddenly realized a problem. What about the original car? "Hello, can someone help me drive this car back?" Chen Luo found the salesperson and asked, "Sure, sir, please give me an address." Seeing the salesperson agreed, Chen Luo informed him of the address for the delivery. He wouldn't be using that car much anymore, and he was actually considering selling it, but he needed to consult first. He would ask the other party about their decision when they returned in the evening. With the issue resolved, they didn't linger and drove to the Phoenix Hotel to prepare for dinner. By the time Chen Luo and the others arrived, his uncle and grandpa were already there. They were just standing at the door and hadn't gone inside. "Why aren't you going in?" Chen Luo asked, noting that it was getting dark and the wind was picking up. His uncle could handle it, but what about his grandpa? "Is the table ready?" Chen Luo asked a nearby server. "Mr. Chen, it's already prepared," the server said as they led the group into the hotel. "Why does he call you Mr. Chen?" Chen's mother walked over to her son and inquired. Chen Luo didn't hide the truth upon hearing this. I bought a small stake in the Phoenix Hotel because I thought it was suitable. Having even a small share makes me a shareholder, so they call me Mr. Chen. Chen Luo explained, and the others nearby weren't deaf, so they naturally heard. His uncle glanced at his nephew thinking a small share. It must be quite substantial. His nephew was becoming increasingly enigmatic. So does that mean we don't have to pay for dinner here? The old lady didn't understand what being a shareholder meant, but she assumed it was akin to being a boss and asked, does a boss need to pay when dining at their own restaurant? Chen Luo poured a cup of tea for his grandmother and said, let's serve the dishes. He instructed the server. Upon hearing this, the server stepped back. Soon dishes began to arrive one after another, filling the entire table. You can go out for now. Chen Luo glanced at the server, asking them to leave for a moment. It felt odd to have someone watching them eat. Moreover, they didn't need anyone to pour water for their family meal. Grandma, try this. Grandpa, try this. Chen Luo hurriedly served the dishes, fearing the others might feel reserved. Just eat, we can manage ourselves. The old lady began to use her chopsticks. Seeing this, the others didn't hold back either. After all, there were no outsiders present. By the way, uncle, when will your position be confirmed? Chen Luo thought of something and asked. It will be confirmed and announced after the new year. His uncle said this, feeling uncertain. Chen Luo didn't say much in response. He needed to find an opportunity to help his uncle. By the way, uncle and aunt, the eldest, is also taking the high school entrance examination this year. After the exam, do you need me to help you with anything? Grandpa and grandma are getting older, and it would be more convenient for them in the city. Chen Luo inquired, thinking that adjusting two people shouldn't be a difficult task. His uncle taught at a middle school in the county, and his aunt taught at an elementary school in the town. They didn't usually work in the same place, and the two children attended the school where their uncle worked. When hearing this, his uncle and aunt exchanged glances. Was their nephew capable of such things? Could he pull strings to get them back? They usually lived separately, and it was true that the elderly were getting older. Since they were in different places, it was difficult for them to rush back whenever there was a headache or fever. They had thought about returning to take the exam before, but they simply couldn't afford it. At that time, they hadn't attended high school and went directly to a vocational school, graduating and becoming teachers. Now in their 40s, they had over 20 years of teaching experience. Nowadays, teachers with higher education have received systematic training, and it's much easier for younger ones to learn new things. Even if they took the exam, they wouldn't stand a chance against them. Forget it, we're doing quite well where we are. The key is that if we come to the city, we would lose many benefits. Once your house is renovated, the two elderly will have company, and you can help us keep an eye on things. Uncle paused in thought, then politely declined. After all, he knew this was no simple matter. Things were perfectly fine as they were. There was no need to trouble Chen Luo further. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo understood his uncle's concerns and said nothing more. He had simply asked, just to see how things stood. By the way, Dad, after the spring festival, don't go back to that job. It's exhausting. Not to mention the grueling hours leaving before dawn and returning long after dusk. Recalling something, Chen Luo gently reminded his father. After all, he himself could now earn handsomely. Why should his parents still toil so relentlessly? Though not yet past his prime, it would be lovely for him to rest at home and spend time with grandfather. No, that won't work, his father replied firmly. You must give 1 month's notice before resigning. Otherwise, the boss won't find a replacement in time. That would be utterly irresponsible. Hearing this, Chen's father immediately refused. Chen Luo offered a faint, knowing smile. Anyone unfamiliar might have taken it at face value. Hadn't his father just taken leave these past few days? So why worry about the boss failing to find workers during those days? Just ignore what your father's rambling about, his mother interjected, rolling her eyes. Their factory employs dozens. Would it truly collapse without him? I bet he's bought a new car and just can't wait to show it off. She shot a sharp, exasperated glance at her husband. Nonsense. His father retorted, flustered, as if his tail had been stepped on. Fine, have it your way. If you really want to do something, I'll arrange something lighter for you. Chen Luo peeled a shrimp and offered it to his father. Truth be told, this five-star hotel's cuisine was truly exceptional. The meal stretched over 2 hours. At one point, conversation drifted to the hardships endured by their grandmother's generation. How hungry his mother and uncle had been as students, and how much better life was now. The Phoenix Hotel stood just 2 streets away from his uncle's home. After parting ways, Chen Luo and his family returned to Yulong Jingyuan residence. With only 3 bedrooms available, Chen Luo naturally took the sofa. He resolved to convert the space beside the tea room into an additional bedroom. One on the ground floor would be far more convenient. The apartment's layout resembled an inverted concave shape. Excellent positioning and abundant natural light, though slightly short on rooms. Pulling the blanket up, Chen Luo was just about to drift off when his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Xie Yongyan, and his brow furrowed faintly. What could possibly warn a... Though puzzled, he answered promptly. Better safe than sorry should it be urgent. Apologies, Chairman Chen. I'm terribly sorry to disturb you at this hour. I'd like to report something. Just now the general managers of Zifeng Pharmaceutical and Yufujing Cosmetics, they expressed intent to sign a 3-year contract with Qixing Pharmaceutical for the nutritional supplement, and pledged annual procurement worth no less than 100 million yuan. Yet during dinner our agreement was for neither 3 years nor such volume. Only 50 million yuan annually. Xie Yongnian reported the discrepancy clearly. Chen Luo's brow deepened. How could both executives reverse course so dramatically? Instantly Jiang Yi came to mind. Accept their terms, but reduce the price by 5%. A business opportunity delivered to his doorstep was not one he'd refuse. Even with that concession, profits would remain substantial. The supplement required no further R&D investment. Understood, Chairman Shun. I won't disturb your rest further. With that, Xie Yongnian hung up. No sooner had Chen Luo set down the phone than his mother appeared silently beside him, startling him completely. Still conducting business this late? She asked, lifting her glass. I just came downstairs for a drink. Naturally, she'd overheard the remark about the 5% discount. Yes, a corporate order that will generate tens of millions in annual profit. That much? Her eyes widened. Setting down her cup, she sat beside him. Mom, is there something you'd like to ask? Chen Luo glanced at her. Nothing at all, she replied hastily. But he caught the flicker of evasion in her gaze. Go ahead, Mom. I came from your womb. I'm hardly naive. Gently taking her hand, he urged her on. Well, your second elder brother heard you've started a company and made money, and he wondered whether you might help him secure a position. His asking would be understandable, but your aunt raised it, and I found it hard to decline. At this she abandoned pretense and spoke plainly, though her voice grew quieter with every word. Chen Luo's brow tightened once more. Ever since he'd revealed his wealth, he'd anticipated this moment, yet never imagined it would arrive so swiftly. His second elder brother was his paternal uncle's son who'd landed a promising job upon graduation. Then came a devastating car accident. Doctors believed he wouldn't survive. Yet somehow against all odds he pulled through, perhaps thanks to ancestral favor in the netherworld. However, whether due to the accident or its aftermath, he'd grown increasingly irritable during his year-long convalescence, and seemed mentally sluggish as if his wits had dulled. Now well into his 30s he remained unmarried. As for the second aunt his mother mentioned, that was Chen Luo's paternal aunt. Both his father and mother hailed from the same village where most families bore either the surname Guan or Chun. Intermarriage was common. Did she specify any particular position? Chen Luo asked. Not exactly. Just said he needed a job, anything better than idleness. Chen Luo sighed softly, weariness edging his tone. He knew his second elder brother well. Ambitious yet unskilled, perpetually dissatisfied with humble work, often returning home penniless, even begging for bus fare. Smooth-talking but shirking responsibility. What young woman would choose him? His eldest brother, once employed at a hospital, had also suffered a car crash. Though he'd left medicine, the couple worked tirelessly, contracting construction projects, landscaping ventures, and built a modest 3-story house back home. At least they were diligent, grounded, and capable. What then could his second elder brother truly offer? Is this difficult for you? His mother ventured. If so, I'll decline your aunt outright. Not exactly difficult, but finding a suitable role is tricky. He knows no pharmacology, no hotel management, no civil engineering. Am I to appoint him to a managerial post with no real duties? Employees watch closely. Refusal is equally impossible. Family ties bind us. Though my uncle and aunt may say nothing openly, who knows what whispers circulate behind closed doors? Well, you can tell aunt that, Chen Luo said after a moment's thought. Security guard, hotel attendant, or construction worker. Let him pick whichever he prefers. If the man had ability, making him a general manager wouldn't be out of the question. Without competence, how could I let him take the role? That would be irresponsible to the hotel and everyone in it. All right, I'll call your aunt tomorrow and let her know. His mother set down her cup and headed upstairs. Chen Luo sighed. Enough brooding. Tomorrow was Monday, another fine day ahead. Chen Luo was roused from sleep by the elderly who, unable to rest, had stirred at dawn. He wished to doze longer, but found slumber elusive. He sank his mind into the system marketplace, curious about today's flash sale. Name: Divine Sculpting Pill. Value: flash sale price 9 yuan. Description: a product of the future. This pill reshapes the host's body, granting strength to stand against 10 foes with ease. Reading the system's description, Chen Luo paused. Would this eventually lead to cultivation? Yet he felt the system wouldn't offer such an item without reason. Was something about to happen to him? He couldn't recall offending anyone. Wait, the 4 shareholders. Would they dare? Chen Luo purchased the Divine Sculpting Pill and swallowed it. In an instant, heat surged through him. Had he a mirror head, have seen his skin flush crimson. But the sensation faded as quickly as it came. Clenching his fists, Chen Luo felt boundless strength within, as if he could fell an ox with a single blow. Could this be replicated? He shook his head. Even developing whitening products was hindered by machine shortages, let alone something like this. Fortunately, Dr. Kane was making strides on other projects that didn't require ultra-precise machinery. Dr. Kane had suggested a diluted version, first bypassing the need for intricate equipment. They could launch the product, build a reputation, and later release upgraded versions as second-gen or new-gen items. Chen Luo left the matter to Dr. Kane and his team. It was the 9th, 7 days until New Year. Soon his parents rose. Chen Luo took them for breakfast, hoping they'd stay longer. There was nothing pressing at home, but his father mentioned invitations for pig-killing feasts from close friends he couldn't refuse. Besides, the elderly worried about their chickens and dogs going hungry. Chen Luo didn't insist. He'd be returning in a couple of days anyway. Dad, what about the car? Chen Luo asked. The vehicle had been returned last night. Keep it or sell it, the choice was his father's. Let's keep it. Sentimental value, his father decided, knowing it wouldn't fetch much on the market. Better to hold on to it. We have the new car, but we can't use it for everything. Alright, I'll have it delivered to you, and if Chen Luo didn't argue, respecting the decision. As he ate, a message from Secretary Wang arrived. The design blueprints were nearly complete. She sought his input on any changes. Mom, hey, race the house design. Take a look. Tell me if anything doesn't suit you, and I'll have them adjust it. Chen Luo handed over his phone. His mother glanced at the plans and looked away. I don't know much about this. Decorate it as you see fit. By the way, do you have enough money? Didn't you say you only had 100 or so left? She worried he was strapped for cash after the car purchase and renovation. Don't worry, Mom. The hotel dividends came through. They'll transfer $1 million to you. Buy whatever you need. Chen Luo sent the money via his phone. No. His mother tried to refuse, but her phone chimed. How is it so fast? Don't you need to state the purpose for withdrawals over 50,000? She stared at the string of zeros on her screen. Chen Luo just smiled, offering no explanation. Be careful on your way back, he said. We'll grab some milk and drinks and head home. His mother tried to send some back. The amount felt too much to keep, but the daily transfer limit stopped her. In the end, she accepted it, planning to save it for his future wedding. Chen Luo, unaware of her thoughts, parted ways after breakfast. 6 o'clock, Phoenix Hotel. Dinner's on me. Chen Luo created a group chat, adding Xie Yongyan, Secretary Wang Zhang, Yan Su Donglai, and Gu Ming. He mentioned Zhang Yan to arrange the seating. Zhang Yan, Xie Yongyan, and Su Donglai knew their companies were under Chen Luo's control. But they never expected Gu Ming from Zhongtian Group to be in the group. Had Zhongtian been acquired too, why else would he be here? Su Donglai, aware of Zongshan's scale, knew acquiring it was no small feat. Did Chen Luo possess that much capital? As he pondered, another group appeared on his phone. This one with only 4 members, excluding Secretary Wang and Chen Luo. Secretary Wang, I'm just an employee too. Why am I being left out? Zhang Yan, President Gu, was Zhongtian Group acquired by Chairman Chen? Zhang Yan voiced the question on everyone's mind. Gu Ming, yes. He replied with a single word. Though they'd suspected it, hearing confirmation was staggering. Did Chairman Chen's assets exceed 10 billion? The richest man in Nanjing? The thought crossed their minds. The Huruan and Forbes thresholds were around 5 billion, and no one from Nanjing had ever made the list. Even the former richest man Jin Chaosui of Sanjin Group hadn't achieved that. Zhang Yan, I heard Chairman Chen founded a group called 7 Stars Group. Zhang Yan, are we going to be rebranded as 7 Stars Real Estate and 7 Stars Hotel? Chen Luo was naturally unaware of these matters, for at this moment he was already driving towards the private restaurant. Jiang Yi had invited him, but did not specify the reason. The other party had helped him a lot, so he had to make the trip, and he was also curious to see if they could assist in resolving his uncle's issues. Sister Chen, sorry to keep you waiting. Chen Luo entered the private room and found Jiang Yi already there. No, I just arrived too. Please have a seat, Jiang Yi said as she poured a cup of tea for Chen Luo. Sister Jiang, do you usually have such leisurely days? We meet almost every day now. Doesn't your brother-in-law have any thoughts on that? Chen Luo ordered a couple of dishes and made a joke. Unlike his uncle, who still had to work on a Sunday to complete materials. The main task of this unit is attracting investment. I'm here to meet the richest man in Nanjing. What can one say? As for your brother-in-law, he passed away early, otherwise why would I have to work so hard? The political world, corporate field, and business arena are all the same, even more dangerous. One misstep could lead to ruin. Jiang Yi shook her head. Sorry, Sister Jiang. By the way, Sister Jiang, did you call me here for something specific? Chen Luo hadn't expected to touch on her sad topic, so he hurriedly apologized and shifted the conversation. It's not a big deal, really. There is some news regarding the matter you asked me to inquire about. There are such machines in Italy, and the other party is willing to sell them. However, they want $1 million per machine. Once tariffs and other fees are included, the price for one machine easily exceeds 10 million RMB. I wanted to ask your opinion on this. Jiang Yi stated, revealing the purpose of her visit. 10 million for one. Hearing this, Chen Luo slightly furrowed his brow, as this price was indeed high. However, for that billion project, several items required these machines, making it absolutely necessary to purchase them. Yet he currently did not have enough funds at hand. Sister Jiang, could you help me order 10 machines? Chen Luo asked. 10 machines. Jiang Yi was taken aback as she had only estimated 3 to 4 machines. She did not expect him to request 10 right off the bat. The price for 10 machines exceeded a small target. Yes, 10 machines. When it came to funding, he could only find a way to scrape together resources from a few major groups. May I ask how large your project is? Jiang Yi couldn't help but inquire. Hearing this, Chen Luo didn't hide the truth, but still spoke conservatively. Around 7 to 800 billion. How much did you say? Jiang Yi stood up in surprise as that was 7 to 800 billion, not just 7 to 800. If there were truly 7 to 800 billion, wouldn't that mean the future Qixing Group would become a trillion-dollar enterprise? It should be noted that Nanxing was merely a small fifth-tier city. There were very few groups that even surpassed 100 billion, let alone a trillion. A group of such scale, even in the provincial capital Yunqing, would be among the top. According to the publicly listed corporate values in Nanxing, the highest was Nanxing Electric with a total market value of 500 billion. Other industries like aluminum, zinc, indium, and green energy also exceeded 100 billion. As for trillion-dollar groups, there had yet to be one so far. For some reason, Jiang Yi seemed to feel an overwhelming political achievement resting on her shoulders. Seeing her expression, Chen Luo was relieved he had understated the amount, otherwise she might not know how to react further. I will try my best to negotiate with them and ensure they give you the lowest price. Jiang Yi promised. After all, she was also eager to see what would happen if Nanxing produced another trillion-dollar group. By the way, Sister Jiang, there's something I wonder if you could assist with. Chen Luo began to mention his uncle's matter. Go ahead, Jiang Yi said as she picked up a piece of meat. It's like this, my uncle works in the city's Human Resources Bureau. This year he meets the requirements and wants to be promoted to Deputy Section Chief. But there's another person who meets the criteria too, and I heard they have some connections. I wanted to ask Sister Jiang if you have any connections in that regard. Chen Luo cautiously expressed his intentions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi frowned and placed the meat in her bowl, slowly setting down her chopsticks. Oh no. Seeing her reaction, Chen Luo secretly thought it was bad. She wasn't going to be angry, was she? I overstepped, Sister Jiang, I apologize. It's not that. After all, since the other party can be promoted, their ability and qualifications must be sufficient. Jiang Yi replied, not angry. Since the other party met the criteria, it was not against the rules for her to help. This is not a problem. I have some connections with the Provincial Human Resources Bureau, which oversees the city's Human Resources Bureau. Promoting to Deputy Section Chief is not an issue. However, hearing the first half, Chen Luo felt a glimmer of hope as it seemed feasible. But upon hearing the however, his heart suddenly sank. After all, the most dreaded thing is when a statement takes a turn. You are wonderful and I like you, but I already have a husband. Since you call me sister, I won't beat around the bush with you. Jiang Yi's tone grew serious, making Chen Luo feel that this matter was not simple. To be honest, for your uncle, the Human Resources Bureau is not a good place. It's hard to get promoted, one must rely on experience and time. It would be better to come to the Investment Promotion Bureau. With your connections, he could achieve the fastest development there. I can have him handle matters related to Qixing Group. The larger Qixing Group grows, the more remarkable his achievements will be and the higher he can climb. He could even be promoted outside the normal criteria. Otherwise, even if he became Deputy Section Chief today, it would be difficult for him to become Chief, let alone the Director or Deputy Director. In my opinion, he should either go to the Provincial Finance Bureau or come to the Investment Promotion Bureau. Jiang Yi expressed her thoughts. Hearing this, Chen Luo was unsure how to choose as he hadn't consulted his uncle yet. Besides, wasn't the other party only at the Deputy Director level? Could someone of such capability even have a say at the Provincial Finance Bureau? Even if they had real power, it was no match for the Provincial Finance Bureau, as that place controlled the fiscal lifeline of the entire province. The Deputy Director of the Provincial Finance Bureau is my classmate. Lending someone over is no problem. Jiang Yi seemed to sense his confusion and explained. Hearing that it was a transfer, Chen Luo understood. Transferring someone over under normal circumstances was merely an ordinary position. Having connections in the original unit coupled with the exclusionary practices meant that recommendations were usually prioritized for one's own unit, leading to a feeling of being caught in between. However, a transfer with connections was no different from a promotion, and connections would be utilized and promotions would occur. Jiang Jie, can you wait for me to ask my uncle for his opinion before giving you a reply? Chen Luo thought for a moment and responded, feeling it was indeed difficult to speak on behalf of his uncle. Such matters are best not left with traces on the phone, otherwise in the end it would all be evidence. Naturally, one should consult your uncle's opinion on this. By the way, don't you have any thoughts on this matter? Jiang Yi asked, directing his gaze at Chen Luo. She had checked on the other party beforehand and found that they had been delivering food for the past 2 years, as if they had suddenly risen to prominence. Additionally, she discovered that this person had also taken exams during these 2 years. Naturally, Nancheng had also experienced the exams, but he did not make it through. What's wrong? With exams being so strict, now does Jiang Jie have connections in this area? Chen Luo chuckled lightly after all having taken exams before he knew just how strict they could be. It might have been easier 20 years ago, but now it's not so simple. If one is not careful, the other party might drag him down as well. Naturally, there are none. After all, at my level, I don't have any slots that I personally control. However, based on your capabilities, you could spend a few years abroad taking the path of talent introduction, or perhaps a Ph.D. exemption from written exams where the interviewer is human and humans will always have subjective biases. People are naturally inclined towards benefits. Who can say when you might need them and rely on your connections? Jiang Yi smiled and explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo naturally understood the other party's meaning. Although most people look down on foreign masters and doctoral degrees because those in the country find it hard to get in, the ones abroad can. People only regard foreign masters and doctoral qualifications as watered down, but so what if they are? Most people's goal is to find a relaxed and stable job. The so-called watered-down masters and doctoral degrees that you look down on happen to be the tickets you don't have. When I graduated, I indeed dreamed of getting into a stable job, because that year's pandemic made too many people feel secure, at least ensuring a steady income. But the openings are limited, it can't accommodate so many people. Later, I gradually understood that in this world, someone has to be the blossoms, and someone has to be the leaves. One must recognize others' excellence while also acknowledging one's own mediocrity. Isn't that right? Chen Luo stated, explaining that he was indeed speaking the truth. When he graduated, he desperately wanted to take the civil service exam, which was essentially about the uncertainty of life and the future, fearing that he wouldn't be able to provide money when his family needed it. More afraid of the accusing gazes from others, fearing they would think that after so many years of study, he still hadn't changed his fate or provided a good life for his parents. But for him, at present, all of this does not exist. The money he has now is wealth that many people cannot possess even in their entire lives. His money could allow his parents to live well, and because of his success, he could hold his head high and earn the respect of others. Why should he still struggle down a path that doesn't suit him? Hearing these words, Jiang Yi only smiled and did not speak. If it were her, she would have done the same. After all, it's only human nature. People work hard, isn't it all, for a better life? How many people toil and labor just for that red bill? Jiang Jie, eat some vegetables. Chen Luo spoke, picking up a piece of braised pork. The utensils beneath were all heated, so even after talking for so long, the dishes remained warm. After seeing Jiang Yi off, Chen Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Glancing at the time, it was just past 1, with several hours left until 6. He was too lazy to go home and planned to stay at his grandmother's house for a while. His grandmother had made 2 copies of the key, and both Chen Luo and Chen Shi had one. Today was Monday, and his uncle and aunt had gone to school, returning only on Friday evening. It was estimated that only his grandmother would be at home, while his grandfather was in the apartment in Huayu community. According to his uncle's idea, he wanted to rent out that apartment, allowing the 2 elderly to live together for better care in case of any ailments. However, his grandfather felt that others would not cherish the rented house, and once it was returned, it would be uninhabitable, requiring money for renovations. In fact, he just thought it would be more freeing this way, able to do physical therapy, play cards, or dance in the square. After parking the car, Chen Luo took the basket of strawberries from the back seat. Walking to the door, he found that the main door was not locked, just the screen door was closed. Pushing open the door, he saw that his little uncle was also there while his grandmother was peeling water chestnuts for him. Upon seeing Chen Luo, his eyes narrowed slightly before recognizing him. "You didn't go to work today?" his little uncle asked as he stood up, inviting Chen Luo to sit down. "You arrived just in time. Eat. Wait for me to wash up first." The old lady set down the unpeeled water chestnuts and knife, picked up the plate, and handed it to Chen Luo, noticing the flesh was a bit dirty with yellow mud, saying she was going to wash it. Chen Luo set down the basket of strawberries, intending to say he would wash them himself. "You all chat, I'll wash the strawberries for you to eat." But seeing the strawberries on the table, he took them along. Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't say much and followed along. "When do you start work?" Chen Luo sat down and asked. "At 2:30. I have to go in an hour," Guan Yin said, glancing at the watch on his wrist. "By the way, little uncle, I asked you about it. You want to be promoted to a deputy position. The other party can arrange it, but they don't recommend it. They feel the city's Human Resources and Social Security Bureau has little prospect with few promotion slots and slow advancement. According to the other party's suggestion, they can arrange for you to go to the Finance Bureau. Secondly, you can go to the Nansheng Investment Promotion Bureau to follow up with the Qixing Group I'm in, which can help you climb to a high position the fastest. I wanted to ask for your opinion on this." Chen Luo spoke, informing his little uncle about the matter. "Is this reliable?" Guan Yin expressed some doubts upon hearing this, as he knew how difficult it was to get into the Finance Bureau from his position in the Human Resources Bureau. Moreover, his current unit is only a municipal level, while both the Promotion Bureau and the Finance Bureau are at the state level. The benefits are better, and there is more room for advancement. Just eat the water chestnuts, soak the strawberries in salt for 2 minutes. Chen Luo was about to speak when the old lady spoke first, placing the plate of peeled water chestnuts in front of the two. Then without lingering she walked towards the backyard. The route is through a secondment, so there shouldn't be any problems. Besides, I'm your nephew, how could I harm you? If anything really happens with my current financial strength, I could support you for a lifetime. By the way, why don't you just quit? I can let you choose any company under me to be the manager, isn't that easier than now? Chen Luo made a suggestion, fully aware that his uncle would not agree. He only said this to avoid his uncle rejecting his goodwill and genuinely choosing to return to his original unit. Which one do you think I should choose? Official Yin actually had a choice in mind, but still asked his nephew, wanting to know the other's thoughts. If I were to give advice, I would suggest you go to the Investment Promotion Bureau. Firstly, I know the deputy director there. Unless something unexpected happens, you should be able to get officially appointed, and they can look out for you. Moreover, if you really join the Qixing group, it can greatly accelerate your promotion speed. Although the Finance Bureau is also a good place, there are many units and people you will have to deal with. While it may be appealing, one must be cautious not to offend anyone. So according to my thoughts, I still recommend you to go to the Nanxing Investment Promotion Bureau. Chen Luo stated. Hearing this, official Yin nodded. To be honest, he was also thinking the same. Alright, I'll listen to you and go to the Investment Promotion Bureau. Official Yin agreed. Then he'll inform them later on. After the transfer letter is issued, I might have to report back after the new year. As Chen Luo spoke, the elderly lady had already brought over a bowl of strawberries. Eat strawberries. By the way, I haven't asked you, have you eaten yet? If you haven't eaten, there are some dumplings left in the fridge. I'll go get them, it'll just take a few minutes. The elderly lady said as she prepared to get up and head to the kitchen. Grandma, I've eaten. Chen Luo hurriedly refused, feeling a kind of love that made his grandma worry he wasn't eating enough. He remembered last time when he said he only wanted 10 dumplings, and she ended up boiling nearly 20 with still more than half a bowl of meat slices. He had just had a meal not long ago, but he couldn't fit in another bowl of dumplings. Did you really eat? Grandma seemed a bit skeptical hearing this. I really did eat. Upon hearing this, Grandma finally relented and sat down. By the way, could you help me check why the things I bought a few days ago haven't been shipped yet? Grandma said, pulling out her phone and showing it to Chen Luo for him to take a look. Chen Luo took the phone and glanced at it, noticing it was a piece of clothing Grandma had bought. Grandma, the delivery service has stopped, and it won't be shipped until after the new year. Also, this is a pre-sale item, it will be shipped in May. Chen Luo quickly understood and explained to his grandma. Huh, it won't be shipped until May. Then please help me return it. Hearing that it would only ship in May, Grandma frowned with disappointment, asking Chen Luo to help return the item. Chen Luo took a look at the clothing. It was indeed quite nice. Every time his mom took Grandma shopping for clothes, it was never easy. Grandma needed to wear a size 5, which was not easy to find in physical stores. Moreover, with the current merchants, a size 5 in one store may not be the same as a size 5 in another. Even when she tried on something that fit, Grandma wouldn't buy it, always using the excuse that she had enough clothes and wouldn't wear them all. In fact, Chen Luo knew deep down that Grandma felt sorry for his mom, knowing how hard it was for her to earn money taking care of an elderly person and sending 2 children to school, all while under great pressure. Chen Luo returned the clothing and planned to take Grandma shopping for some new outfits tomorrow. With the new year approaching, it was about time to buy a new set of clothes, right? Time's almost up. Oh, I need to go to work. He'll stay here for dinner tonight and sleep here. Official Yin glanced at the time, put on his coat, and spoke to Chen Luo. No, I have a dinner engagement tonight. I organized it, and it wouldn't be proper to miss it. Next time for sure. Chen Luo chose to refuse, as he indeed had plans for tonight. Alright, just arrange it as you see fit. I'll be leaving now. Mom, I'm off to work. Official Yin said, informing the two before stepping out. You go upstairs and take a nap. No, Grandma, I can't sleep. Chen Luo declined, placing an order on his phone for something to be delivered. He noticed that Grandma's phone had also been used for several years. He could set up a new one for his uncle's family. After all, it wouldn't cost much, but he couldn't bring himself to do that. Around 5 o'clock, when Chen Luo saw his uncle return, he left for the Phoenix Hotel. He glanced at the chat group and learned that Zhang Yin had arranged a spot. As Chen Luo arrived at the entrance of the private room, he found that the 5 people were already there. The few in conversation turned their attention towards him as the door opened. Upon seeing Chen Luo, they hurriedly stood up, including Gu Ming. Chairman Shun, Zhang Yin, and the others called out in unison. Please sit down. Chen Luo raised his hand slightly to signal them to sit, then walked over to take his seat. Is the food arranged? He picked up a wet towel from the side, wiped his hands, and looked towards Zhang Yin, asking. Rest assured, Chairman Chen, everything is arranged. Zhang Yin reported. You all don't need to feel nervous. You are all the backbone of my enterprise. Today's meal is mainly to introduce a few of you to each other. Chen Luo said, casting a glance over the attendees, his gaze settling on Gu Ming. He had met the other 4 before, but this Gu Ming was only acquainted through phone calls. The man was in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed half-frame glasses, his hair neatly styled, and his navy suit made him appear refined, yet he also had a somewhat disreputable air. "Chairman Chen, I am Gu Ming." Gu Ming naturally noticed that Chen Luo's gaze fell upon him, and stood up with a smile to introduce himself. "Please sit." Chen Luo pressed down with his right hand to signal Gu Ming to take a seat. Before long the waitstaff began to bring out the dishes one after another. "Mr. Gu, please inform the other shareholders in the group that the 200 million is a loan I took, and I will pay it back in a couple of days." Chen Luo informed him. Although he held the most shares in Zhongtian Group, there were still other shareholders involved. It was not just his alone. The counterpart had provided 200 million, which surely bore considerable pressure. "All right." Hearing this, Gu Ming did not refuse, but smiled and nodded. These past few days he had indeed been a bit troubled by those old fellows. After all, 200 million was not a small sum. "Let's enjoy the food," Chen Luo said as he picked up a shrimp fry. The 100 million registered for the group was needed to purchase those machines, and couldn't be moved for now. In other words, he currently faced a funding gap of 200 million. 200 million. Qixing Pharmaceutical was worth only 3.2 billion. Where could he possibly find that much money? He could only hope the system would perform better next, or he would really have to go to the bank for a mortgage. The funds for the nutritional solutions from Qixing Pharmaceutical have yet to be transferred, while Datang Group is estimated to be able to allocate around 20 to 30 million. Let's wait for 2 days and see. Chen Luo originally didn't want to drink, but one cup after another he found it hard to refuse the warm hospitality. However, he wasn't sure if it was due to the divine sculpting pill, but he felt his alcohol tolerance had improved significantly. Yet when leaving he nearly stumbled. The others called for a designated driver, but Chen Luo thought better of it. He parked the car at the hotel, and planned to take a nap at his grandmother's house, discussing things after sobering up tomorrow. Besides, he needed to take his grandmother shopping at the mall tomorrow. A few minutes' walk didn't warrant a designated driver. As Chen Luo exited the hotel, a gust of wind hit him, making him feel a bit more sober. Surrounding the artificial lake, the lights were already dazzling. Lanterns were hung at the entrance of the government building, and colorful lights illuminated the area, hinting at the festive spirit of the upcoming new year. Chen Luo changed direction and headed towards the artificial lake, planning to stroll around it a couple of times. Along the edge of the artificial lake, there were numerous pedestrians, couples cuddling, children playing, and elderly couples strolling leisurely, creating a serene atmosphere. Chen Luo sensed something and looked towards the shadows not far away. He couldn't shake the feeling of, yet he saw no one, and a hint of vigilance crept into his heart. While this world was not peaceful, their country was relatively so, but some things were unpredictable. Chen Luo glanced at the time. It was already 9:30. He planned to buy some fruit from the nearby store to wash away the taste of alcohol. Chen Luo frowned slightly upon realizing someone was following him, while another person approached him, hidden, wearing a mask, and pulling down their cap. As the person drew near, they suddenly attacked, thrusting a dagger viciously towards his neck. Not only that, but the person behind him also attacked, evidently aiming for a two-sided ambush. Almost instinctively, Chen Luo leaned back and grabbed the assailant's wrist. "Oh!" The person cried out in pain, dropping the dagger from their hand. Chen Luo swiftly seized the dagger, instantly placing it against the assailant's neck. With a twist, he maneuvered their arm, causing the other assailant's dagger to pierce their comrade's arm. "Oh!" The person cried out in pain, and Chen Luo seized this opportunity to kick towards the man's groin. "Young man, what's going on?" After all, they were at the artificial lake with the government building nearby, so there were naturally some passers-by. A woman in her 40s noticed the commotion and asked. As she inquired, more people slowly gathered around. Although the lighting was a bit dim, they could still see the knife in Chen Luo's hand, and the man lying on the ground wailing. "Blood!" The woman exclaimed, stepping back in fear as she saw the blood dripping from the man's arm. "Young man, don't be impulsive. Killing is illegal." An older man nearby quickly spoke up, his voice trembling, slightly afraid they might also get stabbed. Chen Luo's face darkened at these words. He was the victim after all. He took out his phone, intending to call the police. Meanwhile, the man who had been lying on the ground seized the opportunity, raising the dagger in his hand to stab at Chen Luo. Seeing this, Chen Luo slashed at the assailant's wrist, causing the dagger to fall. It fell onto the steps, spinning twice before finally stopping. "Hello, I want to report an incident. Someone tried to kill me and has been subdued." At the entrance of the artificial lake by the bridge near the museum. "Okay," Chen Luo said, ending the call. After witnessing the earlier scene and what Chen Luo had reported, the crowd began to understand. Almost instinctively, they surrounded the two men, fearing they might escape. One had a knife and the other had dropped theirs, so there shouldn't be much danger. However, better safe than sorry, they were a bit too far away. People love to watch a commotion, especially now when it was the opening of nightlife in Nanjing. Singing, barbecuing, drinking. Gradually more and more people gathered, some even taking out their phones to record. "Who sent you?" Chen Luo pressed the knife against the man's neck, leaning in slightly. The man heard this and turned his head away, adopting a posture that seemed to say, "If you're going to kill me, then do it." Seeing this, Chen Luo chuckled softly. However, with so many people around and recording, it wasn't the best time to act. The police arrived quickly. After all, the police station was only 2 kilometers from the government building. 2 police cars arrived, and the officers got out to control the scene. "Hello, I reported the incident." Seeing the 2 men subdued, Chen Luo spoke, and then put down the knife. "Take them back to the police station." The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Although he wore a police uniform, Chen Luo couldn't discern his rank. 2 cars arrived, and Chen Luo thought there wouldn't be enough space. However, to his surprise, several officers stayed behind to collect evidence, and even took statements from the crowd. Chen Luo didn't say much. He sat in one car, while the other 2 men were in a different vehicle. Naturally, the middle-aged officer was seated beside him. "Have you practiced?" the officer asked. After so many years in the field, he could tell that the assailant's injuries had been dealt with swiftly and accurately. Given that the other party was armed, being able to take on 2 opponents was something he couldn't explain without prior training. "Not really," Chen Luo replied, providing a brief explanation. He knew it was due to the divine sculpting pill, otherwise he might have ended up in a terrible situation today. Even if the 2 men would ultimately be caught and face justice, so what? As long as he was dead, the goals of the people behind it would be achieved. Could it be them? With this thought, Chen Luo squinted his eyes, revealing a hint of murderous intent. The officer sensed the killing intent and said nothing, but inwardly he couldn't help but sneer. How could someone claim not to have trained and still exude such murderous intent and gaze? Yet he didn't say more. As long as the other party hadn't broken the law, that was enough. Of course, if they did break the law, he wouldn't let them off easily. They soon arrived at the police station, and Chen Luo cooperated for the statement. Based on inquiries from witnesses and surveillance footage, it indeed matched Chen Luo's account. And the reason Chen Luo injured someone was entirely for self-defense. "There's nothing more to discuss, and it's getting late, so you should head back now. If anything comes up later, I will need your cooperation." The officer spoke, informing Chen Luo. "Officer Chen, may I ask who those 2 individuals are?" Chen Luo inquired, having learned from the previous records that the other party's surname was Chun. "Further confirmation is needed, but what can be established is that they are not from our country. They should be from Myanmar, likely from the Yunnan region." Officer Chen spoke. He could only say so much, and he found it difficult to disclose anything further. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo softly murmured, lost in thought. Just as he was about to express his gratitude and leave, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he realized it was his uncle. Chen Luo's heart sank, knowing his uncle must have come across related videos. "You should go first," Officer Chen naturally noticed, and said before turning to leave. "Hey Uncle Chen Luo, Xiao Luo, are you okay? Did you get hurt?" Just as Chen Luo called out, his grandmother's anxious voice came. Chen Luo glanced at the time and realized it was 11 o'clock. His grandmother usually went to bed around 9. It was then that he noticed several missed calls on his phone. It seemed she had been worried all night after seeing the video. "I'm fine. I just finished my statement and came out of the police station. Wait for me at the police station entrance. I'll pick you up." Before Chen Luo could finish his sentence, his uncle's voice interrupted. Chen Luo wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but the call was cut off the next moment. Chen Luo smiled helplessly. His uncle knew how to handle him, telling him in a way that made it hard for him to refuse. Chen Luo intended to sit on the steps under the national flag for a couple of minutes waiting for his uncle. Just then his phone rang again. This time, it was his mother calling. After answering, he explained everything, which finally put her at ease. Chen Luo saw that the family group chat had over 99 messages. He sent a message to reassure them so his uncle and aunt wouldn't worry. In less than 10 minutes, his uncle's car stopped at the entrance. As soon as the car was parked, the passenger door opened, and his grandmother hurriedly got out, checking Chen Luo anxiously. "Grandma, I'm really fine. The bad guys have already been caught. It's windy outside. Oh, let's go home and talk," Chen Luo said, urging his grandmother to get in the car, but she closed the passenger door and sat in the back with him. All the way she held Chen Luo's hand, asking about his well-being, her concern making her nearly cry. "Aren't you wealthy now? Why not spend some money to hire 2 bodyguards for your protection?" His grandmother suddenly came up with an idea and quickly proposed it. Hearing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh, but he nodded in agreement. His body had been modified by the divine shaping pill, so whether he hired bodyguards was not critical. His only concern now was that the people behind this might become desperate and harm his family. In such a situation, he had to eliminate the threat. But he understood that without evidence, everything would be in vain. He couldn't just go and kill someone without proof, could he? If it came to that, he would probably be the one singing the blues from behind bars. It would be great if he could extract some information from the 2 of them. Chen Luo got out of the car, just about to enter the door, when his grandmother stopped him. She had somehow obtained a peach tree branch from somewhere in the neighborhood, and was sweeping it over him, mumbling something under her breath. "You should take a shower and have a good sleep later. Tomorrow I'll go to the temple and get you a safety talisman. Wear it for protection." "Okay, thank you, Grandma," Chen Luo said, hugging the elderly woman in front of him. He had grown up with his grandmother, so his feelings for her were undoubtedly the strongest. Seeing this little old lady's caring appearance, he truly found it hard to bear. Chen Luo went to take a shower wearing his uncle's clothes. Once dressed, he found he looked quite like a leader. Just as he was about to lie down and sleep, he noticed a call from "How's it going? Are you okay?" Jiang Yi asked with concern. "I'm fine. I've already checked with the police station. Both of them are from Yunnan. But they are tight-lipped and refuse to say anything, clearly planning to stick it out." Jiang Yi informed Chen Luo. "I understand, thank you, Sister Jiang." Chen Luo spoke his mind, already roughly guessing who had hired the hit. After all, he had only been back in Nan City for less than 10 days, and the people he had offended with relationships turned sour were only the shareholders of Qixing Pharmaceutical. "Sister Jiang, may I personally interrogate the two of them?" Chen Luo asked, still hoping to extract some information. "Interrogation? That's not in line with the rules. However, as the victim, it's naturally not a problem for you to meet the two of them." "Thank you, Sister Jiang." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo understood her meaning. "You come with me tomorrow morning. Get some rest early tonight," Jiang Yi said to Chen Luo. He did not refuse, acknowledging and hanging up the phone. He initially intended to have Secretary Wang investigate, but searching without clues was like finding a needle in a haystack. The most crucial point was that the other party likely had made plans for a failed assassination and would not easily leave behind any evidence. The next day, Chen Luo's car met Jiang Yi's car, and they headed to the police station together. On the way, Chen Luo took a moment to check the day's flash sale items. When he saw the flash sale item, Chen Luo was momentarily stunned, as the flash sale item today was actually a piece of news regarding the stock market. Name: all-knowing stock market trends. Value: flash sale price 9 yuan. Note: when the all-knowing stock market trends is used, one can see the fluctuations in the stock market lasting 24 hours. Seeing the system's description, Chen Luo understood it was a pity that it only lasted 24 hours. If it were permanent, even Buffett would have to hand him a cigarette. However, even for a day, it was impressive. Chen Luo didn't hesitate and chose to purchase it. Just as he entered the police station with an officer guiding him, he noticed several people were waiting. He didn't recognize the person leading them, but behind him was Officer Chen from the previous night. "Director Jiang, it's been a while since we last met." "Director Du, you're joking. You're busy maintaining justice and safeguarding the safety of the people of Nan City. I only regret not applying to the police academy back in the day." The two exchanged pleasantries and shook hands politely. This must be Director Chen of Qixing Group, right? Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Director Du said, shaking hands lightly with Chen Luo, and then spoke with a hint of apology. "It is our negligence that such an incident occurred in our jurisdiction. Fortunately, Mr. Chen is favored by the heavens. He is already in the interrogation room. Let's go in first," Director Du said, beckoning several people to enter. The two were held in separate interrogation rooms. Chen Luo entered the one where he had kicked the root of the evil. Jiang Yi was naturally present, accompanied by 2 police officers. As for Director Du, he was in the observation room, watching through the glass. They could hear the sounds from inside, but unless tools were needed, those inside could not hear them. "Director, you hold real power as the chief, while the other side is just a deputy. Why be so polite to them?" A middle-aged man in his 40s spoke with some dissatisfaction. Interrogation was originally their responsibility. Why let the victim come to calculate anything? Are they considered useless? Beside the middle-aged man was Officer Chen from yesterday. "Do you think so too?" Director Du said, turning his gaze to Officer Chen. Upon hearing this, Officer Chen shook his head. According to the investigation, that young man is the chairman of the Qixing Group, which includes Zhongtian Group, Datong Group, and other enterprises with a valuation exceeding 10 billion. If such a public figure is not handled properly, it could truly become a problem. Officer Chen spoke, expressing, "Not just that." Hearing this, Director Du nodded and said, "I've heard that the young man has a project worth 1 trillion on his hands. It involves deeper processing of Sanchi. If it can succeed, Nanxing will not only give birth to $1 trillion, moreover, it can effectively promote Sanchi as a beautiful calling card for Nanxing. This will significantly improve employment issues and boost Nanxing's GDP, a clear political achievement. The other party's requests are not excessive, and as the victim, it is reasonable and compliant for them to come and see, but does not violate any rules. If anything goes wrong, someone up there will take the blame. What are you all worried about?" Du Mingwei spoke. Having reached this position, he naturally had many connections in Nanxing. If he wanted to know something, it would not be a big deal. Besides, this is not a secret. A little inquiry would yield results. How could Jiang Yi expect to climb to the chief's position without the upper management knowing? Moreover, although I am the chief and the other party is the deputy, don't forget her surname. If we offend her, can we expect to come out unscathed? Director Du said somewhat irritably, who told the other party to have such a background. He wished he could have such luck, but he simply lacked the capability. With a sigh of helplessness, he picked up a nearby headset and listened to the sounds inside. The two, upon hearing this, naturally understood the power of that surname. The Jiang family is a legitimate red family. Although the old man of the Jiang family has retired in recent years, they are not someone they can offend. Moreover, Jiang Yi's uncles and brothers are still in their positions. The two stopped thinking too much and picked up nearby headsets to listen to the sounds inside. So tell me who sent you here? Chen Luo asked the man seated in the chair, his hands bound. Of course he knew in his heart that this question would yield no answers. After all, the police had probably asked this question more than once, and anything that could be learned had already been discovered. I've already said we saw you had money and just planned to rob some cash. No one sent us here. The man said angrily, speaking harshly. He had not forgotten that it was the man in front of him who had kicked him in the family jewels and crippled one of his hands. You're so adamant. Ooh, I guess the reward the other side gave you is considerable, right? 1 million. Or 10 million. Chen Luo spoke to himself, seemingly asking and answering at the same time. Considering your ages, you must have children below and elders above, right? Tell me, if we take your photos and go to your country, can we find any information related to you too? You say if your parents knew that their son was a murderer, and if your wives and children knew that their husband and father was a murderer, could you still hold your head high, eh? As Chen Luo spoke, it seemed as if he was casually asking Jiang Yi beside him. Chen Luo clearly sensed that although the other party was trying to appear calm, there was a moment of evasion. Seeing this situation, Chen Luo knew he had a chance and quickly continued to take advantage of it. Hey, Secretary Wang, withdraw 100 million from the group and personally go to Yuanan. Bring the photos of whether you bribe those high-ranking officials in Yuanan warlords or place a bounty in the newspaper. You must find information about these two men for me. There are countless ruthless people over there, so remember to be safe when you go, lest you suddenly lose your head and die an untimely death. Although Chen Luo was speaking on the phone, his gaze remained fixed on the man, filled with threats. As long as someone is human, there will be traces of life. The reason the other party was so adamant was certainly because their family benefited from it. They wanted to exchange their lives for the future of their family. Although he had never been to Yuanan, he had heard it was poor and backward. The polarization was severe. The rich were rich and the poor were poor. It would even feel inappropriate to describe it with the 80-20 rule. The 90-10 rule would also not fit. Wealth is controlled by that one, while the remaining 9 need not be elaborated. The wealthy would become even wealthier while the poor would only grow poorer. At this time, if someone offered them 1 million or 2 million to kill someone, although there would be prison risks and even the risk of death, it could allow their parents, wives, and children to live well. You ask, would they take such a deal or not? But all of this is predicated on the safety of their family, on the premise of having a life to spend. His earlier statement was actually a reminder to the other party. Do you guess I can't find your family? In such chaos, who dies, which family is destroyed, should not be a rare. Outside the interrogation room, the middle-aged officer heard this and curiously asked, Director, can they make phone calls in this interrogation room? How would I know? Hearing this, the two couldn't help but feel speechless. Not understanding such a trick, no wonder they had remained a deputy captain all these years. You explain it. Director, Du didn't want to waste words, gesturing to Officer Chen. His gaze turned to Chen Luo in the interrogation room. He hadn't expected that the other party actually had this means and capability, underestimating them. Indeed, someone who could possess such a large industry could not be an ordinary person. The interrogation room's signal was jammed. It was impossible to make calls. Chen Luo knew this well, but the other party did not. The reason Chen Luo did this was not to make a call, but to convey the meaning behind his words. The other party told Secretary Wang to be careful, but what he actually wanted to convey was finding your family is not a difficult task. Given how chaotic Yuanan is, do you think Chen Luo could turn your own methods against you? That was in the chaotic Yuanan, not in a safe domestic environment where public security is far from good. The reason you're being so stubborn is precisely because you believe your family can live a good life thanks to your sacrifice, isn't it? But that premise only holds if they actually get to live that good life. Imprisonment, your family meeting a tragic end. Are you sure you want talk? Officer Chen interjected with an explanation. Naturally, they as police could not interrogate in such a manner, but the other party was different. Moreover, the other party was reminding Secretary Wang to be careful. Only those who understood the subtext would grasp the underlying threat, otherwise it would just seem like ordinary concern, hardly intimidation or coercion. Do as you wish. The man lowered his head, wavering inside, but he knew that for now holding his tongue was his only option. He refused to believe the other party would truly expend so much manpower and resources on this matter. Even if they did investigate, it would certainly take more than a day or two. By now the situation today must have already gone viral online. Their employer was surely aware, and to be safe they had no choice but to see it through to the bitter end. Once the target was dead, who would bother to keep digging? The other party might have some skills, but what if they hired a professional killer? Could the target withstand that? I know you don't believe ID spends such vast sums of money and effort on this. But don't forget the mastermind wants me dead. Before you made your move, you must have looked into my background. I'm worth tens of billions. Do you think I'd begrudge spending a few $100 million on an investigation? I know you're stubborn, but can you guarantee that the person next to you is just as stubborn? There's a saying in China, honest confession earns leniency, stubborn resistance invites severity. Don't test my patience, or I will make you regret it. Having said this, Chen Luo did not linger and turned to. Hearing this, the man's heart trembled. Yes, he could be stubborn, but could the other person? The other man had only just married and his child was newborn, not even able to call him father. He couldn't be sure the other man could withstand the pressure and not confess. Whoever spoke first would be seen as cooperative and could receive leniency. Whoever remained tight-lipped, given the other party's status, could hire a formidable lawyer and they might never see the light of day again. Worse still, even their families would suffer retaliation. They took the money merely to eliminate a problem. There was absolutely no need to ruin their families or end up dead. Wait. The man's mind raced. Seeing the other party about to step out the door, he quickly called out. Chen Luo stopped, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He'll talk. The man had no choice but to speak as he had run out of options. Hearing this, Director Du and the others outside exchanged glances, smiles spreading across their faces. Their decision had proven correct. The man had indeed extracted information. I don't even know who exactly hired us to kill you. Someone sent us a file about you gave us $1 million and promised another $1 million after the job was done. That's all I know. The man spoke candidly, revealing everything he knew. What about the financial account? How did they send the information? Chen Luo pressed on. The account was from Singapore. As for your information, it was sent via text message along with a photo of you. Oh, and they contacted us yesterday, saying you'd be dining at the Phoenix Hotel today, so we should wait here. The man quickly spilled everything he knew. What about the phone you used to communicate? Chen Luo asked. They told us to dispose of the phone before me, but I couldn't bring myself to do it, so I kept it. It's in the small inn where we were staying. Having already said so much, there was no point in hiding anything now. Immediately an officer asked for the address and went to retrieve the item from the so-called small inn. A thought struck Chen Luo. He pulled up a photo on his phone and showed it to the man. Yes, that's it. Seeing the half-length portrait with a red background, the man nodded eagerly. Chen Luo, seeing his confirmation, had a suspicion. After all, he had invited 5 people to dinner by creating a specific group chat to notify them. In other words, only those 5 knew he would be dining at the Phoenix Hotel. Who could want him dead? This half-length portrait was the one the system used for every acquisition. In other words, this might not be the work of the shareholders, but rather one of his own generals. Who could it be? A face suddenly surfaced in Chen Luo's mind. He did not linger and stepped out. Director Du will leave the rest to you. Chen Luo said to Director Du and the others. From here on, it was the police's job. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, we will find the mastermind and bring them to justice. Director Du promised. Chen Luo said nothing more, walked to the corridor, and took out his phone to call Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang, can I trust you? Chen Luo asked once the call connected. Secretary Wang's heart skipped a beat. Could Chairman Chen suspect him of being involved in the assassination attempt? With his meager means, how could he afford to hire a killer? Secretary Wang quickly assured him of his loyalty. Chen Luo also knew it was unlikely that Secretary Wang was the mastermind. He simply didn't have the financial clout to come up with that kind of money. Find some sharp people in the next few days and keep a close watch on Su Donglai. I want to know his whereabouts and what he does. Chen Luo wanted him to investigate. After all, wasn't that how it worked in the novels? Those CEOs could have their secretaries dig up the most minute details, even knowing how many times they wet the bed as children. But did Secretary Wang have the capability to find out? Understood, Chairman Chen. Secretary Wang knew this meant the chairman suspected Su Donglai. Chen Luo hung up. He also wanted someone to watch Xie Yongnian, given the questionable accounts of Qixing Pharmaceutical. But Secretary Wang had been recommended by Xie Yongnian, and there were some things no one could guarantee with abs. Chen Luo finished the call and noticed Jiang Yi walking over. Jiang Jie, I need to trouble you with something. Chen Luo began, as it was most appropriate for official channels to handle such matters. Are you suspecting that this matter is related to the CEOs of the companies under your command? The reason they want to kill you must be to prevent you from discovering something. And with them in this position, their only concern is likely the dirty hands they have. Are you asking me if there is a connection in terms of taxation? Jiang Yi, being an old hand at this, guessed what was on the other person's mind before they even spoke. Nothing can escape Jiang Jie's eyes. Chen Luo flattered her. Sure, which company do you want to investigate? All of them. Jiang Yi had just opened her mouth when the other party responded. Good lad, you have guts. Tomorrow tax inspectors will go to the few subsidiaries under your command. Jiang Yi stated, agreeing to the plan, as it was not difficult. But you need to be mentally prepared. After all, no company is clean enough to withstand scrutiny. I know, Jiang. Chen Luo replied, recognizing that those in the shadows wishing for his demise would not be small amounts. All right. I have some matters to attend to at my unit, so I'll take my leave. Jiang Yi gave a casual farewell, planning to leave. Thank you, Jiang Jie. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Jiang Yi simply smiled at this and said nothing more. After parting ways, Chen Luo did not return home, but headed towards the Market and Industry Bureau. Right now he was in urgent need of money with a funding gap of 200 million. The items he snatched up in the morning could quickly resolve his current predicament. Upon arriving at the industry bureau, Chen Luo found the clerk who had assisted him last time was also present. The clerk clearly recognized Chen Luo and hurried over. Mr. Chen, what business do you wish to conduct today? The clerk asked, leading Chen Luo to the second floor. Like last time, to establish a company. Chen Luo stated his intention. He took the water offered by the clerk and expressed his thoughts. Qixing investment under the Qixing Group with a registered capital of 10 million. Previously, he had withdrawn 200 million from Zhongtian Group. After deducting the acquisition cost of 110 million, only 90 million remained. He also transferred 20 million from Datong Group. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the 100 million needed to register Qixing Group. After deducting the money for a car along with some funds he had on hand, he could only scrape together 10 million. When it came time to enter the stock market, the 100 million from Qixing Group would definitely need to be put to use. After all, Qixing Investment is a subsidiary of Qixing Group, so it wouldn't be considered misappropriating company assets. How much one could earn in the stock market would depend on this round. Having gone through it once before, his speed this time was noticeably quicker. After finishing up, Chen Luo drove towards Yulong Scenic Garden. The investment company had been established, but there was still much to prepare. Who would manage Qixing Investment? Opening accounts, finding operators, and acquiring the necessary equipment. None of these could be lacking. The key was that he had no connections in this regard, as ordinary people were struggling for a living, let alone trading stocks. Although many had heard of stock trading and bull markets, they only knew of them by name. They had no clue how to operate. How could Chen Luo, a university graduate who had only been out for 3 years, possibly understand these matters? He took out his phone and called Secretary Wang. Hello, Secretary Wang, could you check if there are any stock operators available? Chen Luo inquired, as such matters were better left to subordinates. There was no need for him to get involved personally. He would be completely clueless. Yes, please help me find someone. He'll pay them handsomely for a few days of work. Chen Luo expressed his thoughts to Secretary Wang. All right, you make the arrangements. Having achieved his goal, Chen Luo hung up the phone. In fact, he initially did not plan to establish Qixing Investment, as there were only 24 hours available. Once this was used up, he would be left scrambling. However, graduation season was approaching, making it a prime time for recruiting talent. Not to mention, it would at least alleviate some employment pressure in Nanjing. When Chen Luo returned home, he found both his father and mother were there, clearly uneasy without checking on him. Son, you're back. Is everything all right? His mother spoke, checking Chen Luo from head to toe, worried. I'm fine. The police have already intervened. There's no problem. Chen Luo reassured them with a word. However, as his assets continued to grow, future troubles were bound. Having blocked them today, what about tomorrow? Even the best laid plans can have flaws, but no one could guarantee to be flawless. It seemed that after obtaining a sum of money in the stock market, he needed to establish a security group. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel secure regarding his parents. Unfortunately, such things were banned domestically otherwise. But while they were banned here, they were not abroad. Countries in Southeast Asia like Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, and Cambodia, which are chaotic and impoverished, are havens for mercenaries and warlords, making it feasible to approach from that angle. However, he was far from having the capability to intervene at the moment. He needed to wait a little longer. After comforting himself for a while, he finally felt at ease. By the way, after the new year, don't raise those livestock anymore. Now that I can earn money, you should enjoy some comforts too. Upon hearing this, Chen's mother glanced at Chen Luo. We can manage, but it ultimately depends on your grandfather. Previously, your aunt took him away, but after just 2 days, he kept insisting on returning home. His hearing isn't good, and he can't wear hearing aids. You know, even in this city, let alone at home, when he sits with those old folks, he can't hear a word they're saying, and he can't join in the conversation either. Though they sit together, he is still a lonely person. When your grandmother was around, at least he had someone to talk to. After she passed, it felt like his spirit had diminished compared to before. If you can persuade him, then I have nothing more to say. Chen's mother sighed as she spoke. Chen Luo naturally understood her feelings. He remembered that shortly after his grandmother passed, his grandfather fell ill. He was sent to the hospital, and every necessary procedure was performed, yet after several days, he showed no signs of recovery. Chen's father and his brothers took turns keeping vigil at the hospital. At that time, he had just graduated, and since it was inconvenient for his father to take leave from work, he was the one watching over. At first, his grandfather had little energy, merely lying there sleeping. Due to phlegm, he underwent nebulization, but afterward felt even more drained. At first, Chen Luo did not pay much attention, thinking it was just a result of oversleeping. He called a doctor to take a look, and the doctor stated that all the indicators were normal. After about half an hour, the old man spoke, weakly asking why no one had come, and if they wanted him to die in the hospital. At that moment, Chen Luo began to feel anxious, because the older generation said that when a person is dying, Moreover, a grandmother from the clinic was saying something, but he couldn't understand it, not knowing which minority language it was. Later, he called his dad, who couldn't decide either, and said that his brothers needed to discuss it. Later his dad and his aunt came and kept vigil over his grandfather all night. The next day, unable to withstand the elderly man's condition, they prescribed some medicine and took him back. Thanks to the insurance, the reimbursement was substantial and he didn't spend much. After a few days at home, his spirit surprisingly started to improve and he could eat a few more bites. So Chen-luo was uncertain whether the other party would agree. He also couldn't leave the old man alone in his hometown. It seemed that the renovations needed to be done quickly. Just as they confirmed the renovation plans, they were clearing out garbage and managing the wiring. At Datong Group, Su Donglai suddenly received a call. When he saw the name on the caller ID, he frowned slightly. But he still suppressed his impatience and answered the call. "Brother Su, was it you who arranged for Chen-luo?" The voice on the other end was Yue, whose accounts were not clean, and he knew the other party's accounts would be even worse. Over the years using his position, he had no idea how much project funds and building material fees had fallen into the other party's hands. The other party feared that Chen-luo would investigate, so they took the initiative. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Hearing this, Su Donglai stood up directly, instinctively glancing around. There was no one in the office, but he couldn't rule out the possibility of someone eavesdropping and relaying the information to Chen-luo. Although he hadn't done it, he was still worried about the trouble. "Wasn't it you? Then who did it? Surely no one would want to put the other party to death." Yue asked, somewhat puzzled, because after watching the video his first thought was Su Donglai. After all, his accounts were not clean, and if they were discovered, he would face years of consequences. Su Donglai felt a surge of anger at hearing this, thinking how foolish it was. "Let me tell you, I didn't do this. If I had, I wouldn't have sent two useless people to handle it. I would have hired a professional hitman, someone who could slit throats. Understand?" After saying this, Su Donglai hung up the phone, hands on his hips, clearly very angry. However, even the useless Yue could suspect him, which made him worried about Chen-luo. Su Donglai narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. This situation with the account deficits needed to be resolved quickly. Otherwise, he would inevitably suffer the consequences, but he currently had no extra money to spare. Last time he had already covered half of Yue's expenses. If he had money, he wouldn't be so worried. "Oh." Su Donglai sat down, unable to suppress a sigh. At the beginning, he had high aspirations and was eager to achieve results. But reality struck him hard, leaving him with no resources and no connections, making it difficult to progress in this industry. After a struggle, his mindset gradually changed, tainted by this corrupt environment. At first, he might have been able to stay true to his heart, but how long could he maintain that? Once some things happen for the first time, there will be a second, and then countless repetitions. Then he would become complicit, unable to turn back. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jinyu Haoding. Two useless people. Zheng Weibang paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, his expression somewhat grim. "You two, you've spent this little money. Oh, what's wrong with spending a bit more? Did you intentionally find two useless thugs to make things worse?" Zheng Weibang's face darkened as he reprimanded his son. "Dad, don't worry. That account is just a foreign shell, and the numbers are all black. They can't trace it back to us, and even if the other party suspects it, they won't have any evidence." Zheng Dayong, seeing his father's worried expression, confidently patted his chest to assure him. Zheng Weibang glanced at his son, sighing helplessly. How could a tiger father have a dog son, and why was his offspring such a useless person? Have the phone cards been destroyed? What about the other parties? Zheng Weibang sat down and asked his son. "The cards have been broken and flushed down the drain. As for the other side, I made them destroy their phones." Zheng Dayong responded proudly to his father's inquiry. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Weibang slammed the table and stood up, feeling his blood pressure. "What's wrong, Dad?" Zheng Dayong asked with concern. "Useless. How did I give birth to such a Even though the number is a black number, don't you know there's something called an IP address that can be tracked? You didn't see the other party destroy it personally. How could you be at ease? Or do you think the other party's lips are really that tight that they wouldn't choose to confess and spill everything they know? Is a million you gave a lot? If Chen-luo were to offer 10 or 100 times that, do you think the other party would?" Zheng Weibang said this, feeling utterly exhausted. If it weren't for having done a paternity test, he would have doubted whether Zheng Dayong was really his son. In recent days, he had been busy smoothing out relationships and had clearly informed the other party what to do. Why hadn't they followed his instructions and exposed so many flaws? Zheng Weibang sighed, and at this point, what good was it to say so much? Nothing could change. "Listen, if this gets exposed, just say you don't know. Do you understand?" Zheng Weibang said, his gaze fixed intently on his useless son. Although he was somewhat useless, he was still his flesh and blood. It would be best if they could eliminate the other party, and if not, that would still be the fate of the Zheng family. "Understood, Dad." Zheng Dayong wanted to refute his father's words, but seeing his gaze, he lowered his head and replied softly, "Get out of here." Zheng Weibang, filled with anger, directly scolded him. Zheng Dayong did not dare to argue, glancing at his furious father, and obediently retreated. After seeing the other party leave, Zheng Weibang took a book from the shelf behind him. Opening the pages, a slightly smaller business card revealed itself. Zheng Weibang contemplated the card for a few seconds, then took out his phone and dialed the number on it. He didn't want to reach this point, but now being discovered was just a matter of time. He had lived enough in his life, but what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, did he have any other options right now? The call was answered directly after 2 seconds. Hello, I want to place a commission. Su Donglai finished his work and returned home, first drawing the curtains in places he could. After checking the house and finding no issues, he breathed a sigh of relief and lay back on the sofa. What's wrong? You look frightened. Su Donglai's wife placed a plate of cut fruit on the coffee table, and noticing her husband's demeanor couldn't help but ask. You should stay indoors as much as possible. I noticed someone was following me when I came back. Su Donglai initially didn't want his wife to know, but after considering it, he decided it was better to tell her. It seems that Chairman Chun indeed suspects those two are hired by him. But does he also think that they are being monitored? What happened? Has your situation been discovered? I don't think you can keep this hidden for long. Oh, why not just come clean? I think your boss is reasonable. You should make up for it. It's better than living in constant fear. Admitting it and being found out are two different matters. Moreover, at worst, you can just be loyal to the other party in the future. That's better than the current situation. Seeing her husband like this, she couldn't help but offer some advice. What do you know? Hearing this, Su Donglai couldn't help but scold his wife. Noticing his attitude, he sighed. It's getting late. You should go to bed. Su Donglai patted his wife's hand, urging her to sleep first. Once his wife went into the bedroom, he took out a cigarette, lit it, and began to smoke. He didn't want to make up for it, but he couldn't. Even if he sold all his assets, it wouldn't be enough to cover this hole. Over the years, he had been managing relationships, hosting dinners, and in order to send his child to a good school, the annual tuition expenses were no small amount. Moreover, once things were bought, they depreciated. Take a mobile phone, for instance. Buying a new one for over 10,000, even if it remained unopened and unactivated, it wouldn't be the same as new. It couldn't be resold at the original price, and it would even be labeled as secondhand. Su Donglai smoked several cigarettes, took out his phone multiple times, but never made a call. The other party sat there all night without making a choice. It wasn't that he didn't want to choose, it was that he couldn't afford to gamble on human nature. He now resembled an ostrich, instinctively burying his head in the sand to avoid the problem when faced with danger. His wife got up, saw her husband sitting there and the cigarette butts in the ashtray, and understood everything. But she also understood her husband's choice and would support his decision. If it weren't for her and the child, he wouldn't have been gradually consumed, leading to such an irretrievable situation. You haven't slept all night. Oh, why don't you take a day off to rest? Seeing her husband's condition was concerning, his wife suggested. Su Donglai heard this and didn't refuse. He lay down on the sofa, staring at the crystal chandelier above. He lay there quietly, not saying a word. Seeing this, his wife didn't disturb him. She took a leave and sat on the sofa beside him. Sitting there, she couldn't help but doze off, even nodding her head, when suddenly the ringtone of a phone jolted her awake. Hello. His wife woke up and saw her husband answering the phone, saying hello. His wife vaguely heard the other party speaking quickly, sounding anxious, and the next moment, she saw her husband suddenly stand up. Startled awake from a dying state, the clown turned out to be. What did you say? Hearing this news, Su Donglai felt as if his heart had turned to ashes. With only one thought in his mind, it was over. Su Donglai collapsed on the sofa, the phone slipping from his hand to the floor, his expression one of despair. What happened? His wife picked up the phone from the ground and asked worriedly. The tax bureau is auditing the group. Su Donglai struggled to speak these words. He knew well that the accounts he had prepared were just for show, but couldn't withstand a thorough investigation. The tax audit coming at this time was clearly a sign that someone wanted to target him. Most importantly, this tax audit was not only targeting Datong Group, but the entire Qixing Group. Zhongtian Group and Qixing Pharmaceutical were naturally included, and it was already evident who wanted to investigate and had the capability to do so. Su Donglai pinched his throbbing temples, feeling his head was in chaos. Last night he sat there all night and couldn't make that call. Now he had blocked his only path to survival. I need to go to the company. Su Donglai stood up and took the phone from his wife's hand. No matter how much storm lay ahead, he had to face it. After walking a couple of steps, Su Donglai stopped and looked at his wife. Muin, if I really end up inside, you take the child and find someone else to take care of you. Su Donglai said this and turned to leave. His wife wanted to stop him, but didn't have time. The door closed, and it was as if something had severed their connection. On the other side this time, the audit bureau sent quite a number of people, with more than 10 individuals examining the account's invoices and expenditures. Team leader, there are issues with this account. The leader of the audit team, Zhao Yue, was responsible for the tax audit of. Has the data comparison been done? Zhao Yue flipped through 2 pages and asked. It has been compared. The person replied before continuing to examine the accounts. Before long, Su Donglai arrived at the location. Mr. Su, under orders from higher-ups, we are auditing the tax issues of Datong Group. Zhao Yu began informing Su Donglai. Rest assured, team leader Zhao, Datong Group will definitely cooperate with the investigation. Su Donglai smiled but his gaze was fixed on the account book beside her. Now he could only hold on to a glimmer of hope, wishing these people wouldn't find anything. But was such a scenario possible? If they couldn't even find this, what was the point of having this department? Team leader, we've nearly finished the audit. Currently, there are multiple discrepancies in Daton Group's accounts. Issues like issuing false invoices, tax evasion, and counterfeit invoices need further verification. Mr. Su, do you have anything to say? Zhao Yu's gaze turned to Su Donglai, expecting him to explain as the group's general manager. Hearing this, Su Donglai sighed. I will go back with you for the investigation. Su Donglai spoke, choosing to be honest. After all, resisting could lead to harsher consequences. Since Chen Luo had come this far, he wouldn't hold back. If he managed to withstand this wave, what about the next? Rather than that, it would be better to come clean and seek leniency. On the other side, Chen Luo naturally heard this news from Secretary Wang. By the way, how's the investigation on the other 3 companies going? The Phoenix Hotel also uncovered some issues, but they are minor. The Zhongtian Group has some problems. Several mid-level executives may need to be involved. As for Qixing Pharmaceuticals, the accounts were checked and found to be fine. Secretary Wang spoke, sharing what he knew. No issues. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo frowned. How could there possibly be no issues? Alright, I understand. Chen Luo said, hanging up the phone. No issues mean the biggest problem. In the moment of contemplation, a WeChat message popped up. Chen Luo opened it and found that there was progress on the matter he had asked Chen Yu to investigate in the morning. Zheng Daong. Chen Luo opened the document and began to review it. Looking at the evidence that could potentially bring down his opponent, a smile appeared on Chen Luo's face. Truly, the top hacker he had acquired from the system was impressive. This Chen Yu was the top hacker that had emerged today, acquired for just 9 yuan and 9 cents. He immediately had the other party investigate who was behind the plot to harm him. Previously, he had thought that the mastermind behind his assassination would be among those few people, but unexpectedly, it was not just a handful. It was indeed, as he had suspected, that so-called shareholder. For some reason, Chen Luo felt as if he had answered correctly in an exam, but changed his answer during review and got it wrong. Please help me check on the issues with Qixing Pharmaceuticals again. Chen Luo thought of something and informed Chen Yu. Understood, boss. Seeing the reply, Chen Luo exited the chat interface and forwarded the document to Secretary Wang, instructing him to go to the police station. Upon seeing the forwarded document, Secretary Wang did not hesitate at all. He put down his work and drove to the police station. Chen Luo glanced at his phone. It was the 11th, and the new year was just a few days away. During the new year, the shares in Hong Kong stocks would surely be closed, so he needed to either enter the market before the new year or after. Before the new year, most were in a defensive posture, making it impossible to maximize profits. The best approach would be to enter after the new year. Chen Luo checked. If he were to enter after the new year, it would have to be after February 24th. His only worry was that if the payment for the machines was made in advance, his investment capital would be reduced. Chen Luo thought for a moment and chose to play it safe. He could always use the bank for collateral. The most crucial point was that he had yet to find a trader. However, Chen Yu could serve as the spokesperson for Qixing Investments, responsible for the company. On the other side, the police station applied for an arrest warrant immediately upon receiving the evidence from Secretary Wang and sent it to Zheng Weibang's home, taking 2 people away. As for how to judge afterward, that was not for him to decide. Su Donglai also confessed to his actions, and after verification, it was initially estimated that he had embezzled at least 80 million. Since the amount was significant, how to judge the sentence would still depend on the court. This had nothing to do with Chen Luo. After all, people must bear the consequences of their actions. This is a lesson everyone must learn. The principle holds true no matter where you go. In the evening, Chen Yu called Chen Luo. Boss, I found something out. There are huge problems with Qixing Pharmaceuticals. Over the years, they have continuously inflated the proportion under the guise of increasing research funding. However, only a small portion of the money invested actually went into research, while most was embezzled. They simply made the accounts look good, and since RD is like throwing stones into water, it's hard to investigate deeply. I have sent the relevant evidence and involved individuals to your email. Chen Yu spoke, reporting what he had discovered. Alright, I understand. Chen Luo replied and hung up the phone, opening his email to check. He glanced and saw that several shareholders, including Xie Yongyan, were listed. Each year, the funding for research is substantial, and the proportion is continually increasing. How could a pharmaceutical company with sales exceeding 100 million a year only have a mere few million in profit? Moreover, 99% of the money invested in research ended up in the pockets of these individuals, with only a tiny fraction actually applied to RD projects. The quality of the purchased items did not meet standards and belonged to inferior products. How could any results be derived from such research? Yet this aspect is the easiest to manipulate in the accounts. After all, research does not guarantee results just because more money is invested. Many research projects continue to see increased investment, yet still fail, resulting in the loss of both money and resources. Chen Luo checked the time. It was getting late. Even if he wanted to file a complaint and report to the tax authorities, it would have to wait until tomorrow. He sighed, planning to handle it the next day. However, with Su Donglai out of the picture, it was likely that Xie Yongyan would soon follow. Plus, with this tax investigation, several people would likely be implicated. Positions would immediately become vacant, the rest would be manageable, but the general manager of Datong Group and the general manager of Qixing Pharmaceuticals were positions that ordinary people likely could not fill. It seems necessary to recruit a batch of talents under the name of Qixing Group. After all, work needs to be done, and one cannot simply wait for students to graduate in June. The next day, upon waking up, Chen Luo instinctively sank his mind into the system mall, intending to see what new products would refresh today. Damn! Upon seeing the items refreshed today, Chen Luo sprang up from his bed. His gaze fixed on the attribute panel in front of him, fearful that he had misread it. The system store actually refreshed a military faction from Myanmar. Name Zunkong, military faction number of people 1000, instant kill price 9 yuan. Description: led by the warlord Alagia, located near Kuan province's Linchong and Baoshan areas, consisting of light infantry armed with AKs or modified guns. Seeing the system's explanation, Chen Luo understood. 1000 people could only be considered a small warlord. After all, those large warlords control prosperous areas with tens of thousands of troops. However, in a place like Myanmar, he doubted that pouring money into it would not lead to development. The key factor was that this military faction could do many things for him that he could not do directly. Without any hesitation, Chen Luo chose to purchase it. After doing this, Chen Luo felt great, got up to wash up, enjoyed a delicious breakfast, and then headed towards the police station. Mr. Chen, what brings you here? As soon as Chen Luo walked into the police station intending to find an officer to file a report, he heard a young officer calling out to him. Seeing the officer approaching, Chen Luo recognized him as the same officer he had seen in the interrogation room that day. He wondered if it was the effect of the Shensu pill. He felt his memory was much better than before. I have something to attend to and plan to file a case, Chen Luo explained. The officer responded, agreeing to help with the case. During their conversation, Chen Luo learned that the other party was Lin Yi, a graduate student who had just passed the police exam 2 years ago. Chen Luo explained the situation and submitted the relevant materials. Mr. Chen, your case has been filed. However, you'll need to make a trip to the tax bureau. Lin Yi informed. The submitted evidence was only photocopies and needed further verification from the tax bureau before the police. I understand. Chen Luo, being a law student, was well aware of the process and agreed. After completing the filing, he didn't linger and headed towards the tax bureau. At the tax bureau, Chen Luo stated his purpose and submitted the relevant evidence, learning that they would respond within 7 working days. He didn't say much in response and glanced at the time. It was already past 2 o'clock. Chen Luo casually ate some cold rice noodle rolls and drank some cold shrimp before returning home. His parents had already left, worried about the old man. He had asked his sister Chen Shi to return with him, but upon arriving home, he found that she was not there. Where has that kid gone again? Seeing no one at home, Chen Luo sat on the sofa and called his mother. He vaguely remembered that Chen Shi was supposed to start school on the 8th day of the new year. With over 10 days of holiday, she was now in her 3rd year of high school and likely had quite a bit of homework. If she wasn't doing it now, when did she plan to? On the eve of school, starting with a light and a pen, is she planning to create miracles? Hello, Mom. When the call was answered, Chen Luo said, I called to ask if you will celebrate the new year at our home this year. Although Chen Luo hadn't spent the new year at home for the past 2 years, he remembered from the phone calls that last year was spent at his second uncle's house. This year seemed to be their turn, and he was worried about remembering incorrectly, so he asked. Chen's father and his 2 brothers would take turns celebrating the new year together, enjoying the New Year's Eve dinner. This year, it was the eldest brother's turn, next year the second brother's, and the year after that it would be Chen's father's turn. It had been this way for many years. Do we need to buy anything? We can buy the vegetables on the morning of the new year. After receiving a positive response from his mother, Chen Luo inquired further, Alright, I'll hang up now. Depending on the situation, I'm not sure when I can return. Chen Luo replied, acknowledging that he truly couldn't confirm when he would be back due to numerous ongoing matters. Okay, I'll hang up for now. After saying this, Chen Luo ended the call. He was about to go out to buy some red envelopes and withdraw some cash as he would need it for giving out New Year's money. But just as he reached the door, his phone rang. Looking at the number, Chen Luo guessed it was news about the case. Yes, it's me. I won't agree to any settlement. If the other party wants to sue, I'm prepared to go all the way. The call was from the police station. A Zheng Weiguo wanted to meet with Chen Luo. He claimed responsibility for everything and hoped that Chen Luo would be merciful and spare his son Jing Daong. As a token of gratitude, he would transfer all of his assets to Chen Luo. However, Chen Luo chose to refuse, as he certainly didn't look like someone who needed money. Nonetheless, the specific judgment wouldn't come down so quickly. It would likely be after the new year. The situation with Su Donglai was naturally the same. The amount was substantial, at least a 10-year minimum. Once a person attains a high position, very few can maintain their original intent. People have desires and weaknesses. For their family, for their children, for their partners. This bottom line can be broken at any time. Chen Luo asked himself and realized he couldn't maintain his original intent either, as he had used connections to help his uncle advance further. In this world, some people always have privileges while rules are made to restrict ordinary people. Chen Luo was too lazy to go out, and money could be withdrawn when he needed to buy groceries. He took his sister out for a nice meal, and after returning home that night and finishing his hygiene routine, he received a message from Chen Yu. The news of him hosting a meal in a private room was leaked to Zheng Daong by Secretary Wang, and Professor Zhang Kai was also involved in the embezzlement case concerning Qixing Pharmaceutical. Chen Luo was not surprised at all. After all, as the chief developer at Qixing Pharmaceutical, how could he not be aware of the research funding? And it was absolutely impossible to let the other party off for embezzling funds. The only possibility was that the other party was also involved. In other words, the entire Qixing Pharmaceutical was filled with people trying to benefit themselves, with the only one being kept in the dark being the former chairman. Chen Luo took out his phone and called Gu Ming. "Hello, please send a secretary to Yulong Villa to meet me tomorrow." Secretary Wang could no longer be used. Although he hadn't committed a serious mistake, he had broken a significant taboo. Understood, Chairman Chen. Gu Ming, who was in his study handling work, replied upon receiving the call. He was naturally aware of the events that had transpired in the past 2 days. If nothing unexpected happened, several people would definitely go to prison, leaving a large number of vacancies. The request to send a secretary over likely meant that Secretary Wang had lost trust. Chen Luo glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock, so he chose to rest early. At his age, it was important to avoid staying up late. After all, he had just seen a report about a certain graduate school tutor who had a sudden death at the age of 41. Oh, what a pity. The next day, when Chen Luo woke up, he reached under his pillow to check his phone and saw that it was already 8:30. Almost instinctively, he opened the system mall to check today's refreshed items. Just one glance made him sit up straight, his eyes fixed on the attributes panel before him. Just yesterday, he had taken down a military warlord from Myanmar, and today, he was looking at this item. System, you are getting more and more extreme. Name Desert Eagle Mark 19, price $39.99, flash sale price $9.99. Description: pneumatic semi-automatic with a 50 AE muzzle, energy exceeding 2000 J, 7-round magazine. Note: in addition to the bullets in the magazine, an extra box of bullets totaling 100 rounds will be delivered. For some reason, Chen Luo felt like a criminal. System: firearms are banned in Huagua. Are you trying to send me to labor reform for 2 years because I've been taking down too many items? Despite this thought, Chen Luo chose to purchase. After all, he had a system space, and placing things there meant that no one would be able to find them. However, this item was indeed a hassle, and if not necessary, it shouldn't be used lightly. However, what does this system mean? It gave him an ominous premonition. After all, the last time he encountered an assassination, he had swiftly acquired the divine shaping pill, and this time, he had unexpectedly obtained this item. Could it be that he would face dangers ahead? This speculation made Chen Luo's expression rather grim, as he was not fond of the potential dangers lurking in the shadows. Chen Luo took out his phone and sent a message to Chen Yu. After all, the other party was a hacker. It would be much easier for him to investigate these matters than it would be for Chen Luo. At present, he could only pin his hopes on the other party. However, the matter regarding Qixing security needed to be prioritized. But all of this had to wait until after the stock market. After all, although his assets exceeded 10 billion, assets and liquid funds were two different things. This system is truly something. Looking at other wealthy novels, they casually mention thousands of billions, making him lose all sense of money. Yet here he struggled to access even 200 million, and that was just a temporary withdrawal that he would have to repay. But there was no other option, as most of his wealth was tied up in real estate, and the market had not been prosperous in recent years. Investors faced difficulties even in recouping their investments, let alone having surplus funds. It astonished him that Zhongtian Group could actually produce 200 million. Chen Luo took out this so-called Desert Eagle and began to examine it with curiosity. However, he needed to find an opportunity to learn how to use it, as he had heard of the gun's renown, but had no idea. Peacekeeper just pressed the reload button. With the item stored in the system space, Chen Luo also got. Just as he finished washing and stepped out, he received a friend request. Chen Luo glanced at it and understood the identity of the sender, the secretary, sent by Gu Ming. Chen Luo copied the WeChat ID of the other party and dialed the number. "Hello, Secretary Gao." "Good," Chen Luo said, hanging up the phone and sending a message to Chen Yu asking him to check on this newly arrived Secretary Gao. Chen Luo opened the gate to the courtyard and saw Secretary Gao standing outside. Secretary Gao appeared to be in his 40s, wearing glasses, and his smile had a scholarly air. Did Secretary Gao study law? Chen Luo looked at him, and he did not seem like a secretary, but rather like a law professor from his school days. "Mr. Chen, I studied medicine at school." Secretary Gao clearly was not hearing this for the first time. Many people remarked that he did not seem like a secretary, but rather like a teacher. After all, in people's stereotypical impressions, secretaries are usually decisive and action-oriented. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback by this comment, as he had not considered this aspect. He glanced at the other man's hair, which was of a director's level. "You haven't had breakfast, have you? Let's eat something together," Chen Luo said as he walked towards the exit of the community. Secretary Gao did not refuse and followed him out. Near Yulong Scenic area, there were naturally quite a few breakfast stalls. Chen Luo did not take him to a shop, but instead arrived at a roadside stall not far from the entrance. Chen Luo had eaten at this stall a few times that was run by a couple in their 60s. The food was good, the portions were generous, and the prices were reasonable. "Young man, you're here. What would you like to eat today?" The old lady saw Chen Luo coming and wiped her hands on her apron, asking him. Yulong Scenic area was an upscale community and not many residents came here for breakfast. However, since it was close to a school, there were often students around. "Secretary Gao, what would you like to eat?" Chen Luo said, looking at Secretary Gao only to find a clear look of surprise flash in his eyes. "Let's stick to what we had before with extra shredded ginger," Chen Luo said, inviting Secretary Gao to sit down. Secretary Gao was not polite and ordered a bowl of congee, a fried dough stick, and a sesame ball. "Is Secretary Gao surprised because I'm eating at this roadside stall?" Looking at the plate of pickled vegetables the old lady brought over, Chen Luo took a pair of disposable chopsticks and asked, "It's a bit surprising, Mr. Chen. After all, I've done my research on you. With assets in the billions, you're not like those so-called wealthy people. Being too grounded is quite natural." Secretary Gao did not hide his thoughts and expressed them openly. Among the wealthy he had encountered, Chen Luo was indeed unique. The wealthy he knew either had their ingredients airlifted to them, or were obsessive-compulsive, or they had secretaries delivering breakfast. Someone as relaxed and down-to-earth as Chen Luo was the only one he had encountered so far. Chen Luo did not respond. Instead, he focused on savoring the rice wine in his bowl. This rice wine was made by the old lady herself and was sweeter than the ones sold in stores. During his first visit, there had not been much business. The old lady had casually chatted with him while wrapping dumplings. Through their conversations, he learned that the couple's children were working away from home, leaving only the two elderly people and their two children at home. The children attended a boarding school and only returned once a week. The couple could no longer do heavy work. They had set up a small cart to sell food and earn some money to supplement their household expenses. Rent was expensive, and the urban management strictly regulated places with heavy foot traffic like schools. Ultimately, they set up their stall here, where foot traffic was still decent on ordinary days. Secretary Gao observed this and did not say more, but contentedly began to eat his breakfast. "All right, we've eaten enough. Let's talk about business," Chen Luo said, pulling out a piece of paper to wipe the corner. "You will take over Secretary Wang's duties from now on. I'll send you the specific details via WeChat shortly. Please have someone compile the list of job vacancies within the various groups and issue a recruitment announcement under the name of Qixing Group. Additionally, several individuals from Qixing Pharmaceuticals have entered this time. If there are any legal matters, you will handle them as you see fit, and I will not show leniency," Chen Luo instructed Secretary Gao. According to the information relayed by Chun Yu, the other party should not have any issues. "Understood, Mr. Chen," Secretary Gao replied, almost instantly switching into work mode. Chen Luo settled the bill and handed over the task of finding a trader to Secretary Gao. He also asked him to look for suitable candidates and have the headhunting company poach them. After all, both Datong Group and Qixing Pharmaceuticals needed someone capable. After completing these tasks, Chen Luo returned home. Just as he got home, the phone rang. "Hello, Sister Jiang." Chen Luo answered the call. Regarding Qixing Pharmaceuticals, the tax authorities have already clarified the issues. Currently, the involved parties have all been taken into custody. Jiang Yi spoke, informing Chen Luo. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had thought it would take several days. After all, the accounts at Qixing Pharmaceuticals were not a small sum, but the report was made yesterday, and a result was reached today. He knew that Sister Jiang must have been working behind the scenes. By the way, there's one more thing. The transfer order has been issued, but he won't be able to report to the promotion bureau until after the new year. With so many people in the unit, if things get excessive, there will be objections from below. Your uncle can enjoy the benefits of a deputy position, but if he really wants a promotion, it still depends on his abilities. Jiang Yi spoke, appearing somewhat apologetic. She hadn't considered this at the time, which led to people working overtime for Qixing Pharmaceuticals' tax department. "It's fine, Sister Jiang. You've already gone to great lengths for this matter. I'll do my best to get him promoted as quickly as possible. As long as my uncle is connected to me, once his achievements come through, promotion will be easier." "Right. By the way, there was a problem with that batch of machines. He'll negotiate again, but currently I can't determine the timeline. Those foreigners changed their minds at the last minute, so I can only try to negotiate." "Thank you, Sister Jiang." After discussing this matter, the call ended. Chen Luo glanced at the time and decided to head home. After all, there wasn't much going on these days, and it would be nice to spend some time with family. He asked Chen Shi, who said he had plans with friends in the evening. Chen Luo didn't say much more, just reminded the other party to stay safe. Then he went to the fruit market to buy some things and drove towards his hometown. When he arrived at the playground, he found only one gate open, so he parked on the playground. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised. There was no one chatting at the convenience store, and here too, there was an unusual silence. Looking at the time, he realized it was mealtime. Just as Chen Luo stepped into the house with his things, he saw his mother carrying a basin of clothes to hang up. "Son, you're back." Upon seeing Chen Luo, she immediately set the basin down. "Why did you buy so many things again? The stuff you brought last time for the pig slaughter feast hasn't even been finished." Seeing the things in Chen Luo's hands, his mother scolded him, but the smile on her face couldn't be suppressed. "There hasn't been much going on at the company these past few days, so I came back to check in." Chen Luo placed the items on the steps, washed his hands, and went to help hang up the clothes. Seeing this, his mother hurried over to assist. "By the way, Mom, what did Aunt say?" Thinking of something, Chen Luo asked. "She finds it tiring and thinks there's no future. I heard that after the new year she's planning to go to Guangdong province to work in a factory screwing bolts. By the way, your second brother keeps sharing investment and finance explanations on social media. Do you think he might get scammed?" Chen's mother looked at her son with concern. "Mom, everyone has their own destiny. You're just his aunt, and there are some things you can't speak about. Plus, you know your second brother's temperament. If you say something unpleasant, it might only lead to resentment, so why bother?" Chen Luo spoke, advising his mother. Opportunities don't just fall from the sky, and how many people have been scammed in northern Myanmar, all while dreaming of getting rich? Even if the border is tightly controlled, it only keeps out the dead. It can't stop the restless greed. In the end, they might even blame the border province of Kuen for this, feeling a kinship with Myanmar. Hearing this, Chen's mother sighed and said no more. "Look at my brain, I forgot to add laundry detergent." Chen Luo took the basin from her and headed towards the bathroom. He set the basin down, paused the washing machine, poured in the detergent, and then started it again. However, the water was filling a bit slowly. This washing machine is fully automatic and connected to the tap water pipe. Due to the distance, the water pressure is a bit low. Additionally, there is some silt in the tap water that gets blocked in the filter, causing the water flow to slow down. It needs to be unscrewed and cleaned regularly, but it is not easy to clean. After finishing these tasks, Chen Luo entered the kitchen and found his mother setting the table. "Whose fried pork is that? It smells so good." Chen Luo sniffed, unsure whether it was from the uncle's house below or the uncle's house at the side. "Ours has already been fried and sealed in jars. When you go, bring some back." "Never mind, it's better not to bring any, it would just be a waste. Besides, I can't cook. Oh, would it just sit there gathering dust?" Chen's mother gave her son a sideways glance, surprised that such a big guy couldn't cook. Previously, when she urged him to learn how to cook, he flatly refused, saying he would find someone who could cook in the future. But in Chen's mother's view, anyone who would take a liking to her son probably wouldn't be much of a cook. Besides, that girl is also a treasure in her parents' hands. Why should she be the one to cook for you? "Thank goodness my man can cook. Go to the restroom and call your grandpa and dad to come eat." Chen's mother scooped rice and instructed her. "Oh," Chen Luo replied and walked towards the restroom. He found his dad sawing up the walnut tree in the back, while his grandpa sat nearby directing him. Years ago, the government distributed a batch of walnut seedlings, and basically every household received and planted quite a few. But in the end, they found that they couldn't be sold for a decent price. The problem is that these trees grew too quickly. They not only failed to increase production, but also blocked the sunlight needed for crops to grow. Gradually, more and more people have been cutting them down, and there aren't many left. Later, they were advised to plant plums, and it was all based on the words of those so-called experts. The key is that it's unclear where the money went. The quality of the trees varied, and the fruits they bore were sour, astringent, and small, which is hard to describe. "Grandpa, Dad, it's time to eat," Chen Luo called out, and only then did the two notice he had come home. "Sure." Chen's father put down the saw he had in hand, clearly not wanting to saw anymore. In recent years, basically every household has been using induction cookers, and very few people still cook on wood stoves. Their home front and back is piled high with firewood. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they have a fortune of firewood. I don't even know what they're piling so much for. When it's cold in winter, they burn charcoal. The four of them sat down for. Actually, it wasn't really a hot pot, as there were no hot pot base ingredients at all. It was just pork leg meat stir-fried with some ginger grass fruit and other seasonings, then boiled with water. Fresh pea grains floated on top. Once the soup boiled, some cabbage, fennel, and pea shoots were added. After the meal, Chen Luo cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks. For the next 2 days, Chen Luo didn't return to the city, but stayed at his hometown. On February 14th, he successfully purchased 20 small gold bars weighing 5 grams, each totaling 100 grams worth, over 1000. On New Year's Eve, Chen Luo woke up early as they were celebrating the new year at their home and needed to go grocery shopping. As usual, Chen Luo checked the daily flash sale items, not harboring much hope as the items he managed to snag in the past 2 days were worth less than 300,000. However, upon seeing today's flash sale items, he was momentarily stunned. Name: Guyan Building. Investment 2 billion. Flash sale price 9 yuan. Description: Guyan Building is the tallest building in South City, constructed by Jin Gong Group with a total area of 1,000 square meters. Seeing the system's explanation, Chen Luo did not hesitate and directly chose to participate in the flash sale. After all, this was Guyan Building, reputed to be the tallest in South City. He had certainly heard of Jin Gong Group, a well-known enterprise ranked among the top in Yun City, valued at over 10 billion. They originally constructed Guyan Building on behalf of a pharmaceutical company worth hundreds of billions, intending to establish a branch in South City. However, for some reason, they never settled in. Unexpectedly, it had now become affordable for him. It was just right for use as the headquarters of Qixing Group. Chen Luo sent a message to Secretary Gao asking him to handle it. Chen Luo went downstairs and discovered it was still dark outside. His parents were almost done washing up, stuffing baskets and other items into the car. Hurry up and wash up, get the groceries, and come back soon. Chen's mother called out to her son, who was standing at. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo did not say much and went to wash up in the bathroom. As soon as he got into the car and fastened his seatbelt, they set off. "Dad, what's wrong? You look unhappy." Chen Luo glanced at his father, who was driving with a sullen expression, and then at his mother, who turned her head away and asked, "It's because we didn't take the Maybach out. Your dad is unhappy." Chen's mother shot a glare at Chen's father, crossing her arms in dissatisfaction. "Don't you know what day it is today? How much stuff do we need to buy? How many cars are passing by on the road? What's the point of showing off at this time? Do you really need to flaunt it, making people resentful, eh?" Chen's mother spoke with some irritation, questioning what was wrong with the old car. Didn't they also spend 70 or 80,000 to buy it? Chen's father wanted to say something, but opened his mouth and then focused on driving. Chen Luo understood upon hearing this. There would be many people shopping for groceries today, and they would likely encounter some acquaintances. Driving the Maybach would make him feel proud. But he didn't say much. After all, in their family, his mother had the final say. Whenever his mother said something, Chen's father wouldn't argue back, but would let her say her piece until she was tired and "But I am different. No, I have a bad temper. As long as I am right, and it concerns me, I will never swallow my anger. I must make my point known. In the past, when I argued with my partner, I would voice my opinion, and he would never rebut. He would wait until I was done being angry before speaking. He would say in a nice way that if I was angry, I could scold him because my anger was caused by him. But he wouldn't argue back, because both parties tend to say irrational things when angry, which could hurt each other and lead to regret. It was clear that it was his fault, but in the end it felt like the other party was the victim. As they entered the city, traffic noticeably increased. Finding a parking spot along the roadside was basically a wild dream. They drove to a nearby parking lot which charged 20 yuan per vehicle. It was bad enough to have to pay that much, but finding a parking space was even harder. The surroundings were packed with vehicles, pedestrians bustling about, and the sounds of vendors calling out and arguing. Chen's father's car was stopped by a security guard at the parking lot entrance because there were no parking spaces available. Fortunately, luck was on their side as a car just pulled out. Chen Luo slung the basket over his back and walked down the street, surrounded by a sea of heads. With stalls on both sides of the street selling chickens and fish, the unpleasant smells wafted through the air. Following his father, they squeezed into the crowd and selected 3 carp. The carp, usually selling for 7 or 8 yuan per pound, had doubled in price today. Tilapia had even skyrocketed to over 20. After all, South City was famous for 3 things: the number 3, the drinking capacity, and the prices. And the same was true in the vegetable market, where people squeezed against each other, baskets bumping into one another. "Boss, how much is this garlic sprout per pound?" 31 per pound. "Boss, how much for this sanchi seed?" 18. "What about this sour soup fruit?" "That's 8 yuan. The prices were shockingly high, but they had no choice but to buy. Moreover, some items were so snatched up that even having money wouldn't guarantee a purchase. Chen's mother intended to buy some chicken feet and quail eggs, but had to squeeze in twice, without managing to get any. The crowd of chopsticks was constantly reaching into the chicken feet bucket. Before Chen's mother could grab 2, the items were gone. She calculated that it was enough for 3 tables, which was certainly insufficient. The shopkeeper and another person worked together to bring over another basket. But when Chen Luo took a look, he noticed the color was a bit pale, likely freshly mixed, and not fully marinated, yet the enthusiasm was overwhelming. Chen Luo offered to help, but his mother stopped him, saying he wouldn't know how to choose, and as a big man, it wasn't appropriate to squeeze in among a group of women. Note: in South City, the weight is measured in shijin rather than kilograms. After squeezing out, they went to buy some greens. In South City, during the new year, one must cook long root vegetables. They couldn't be broken, they had to be long. The baskets were already overflowing, so Chen's father and Chen Luo each carried 1 basket as they prepared to leave the market. The street was crowded with people, making it difficult to squeeze out. Since the baskets were full, they chose to place the items in the car first, and then come back for another round. They also bought some shrimp, planning to purchase a chicken. After all, on the second day of the new year, they needed to celebrate with a feast. The chicken at home was too big. With just a few people they wouldn't finish it, which wasn't economical. Chin's father bought a local chicken that weighed over 3 pounds for 20 per pound. Chin's mother saw a vendor selling buckwheat cakes nearby and planned to buy 2 to take back for the elderly. How much for these cakes? Chin's mother asked, looking at the buckwheat cakes in the pot. Chowing. Upon hearing this, she was momentarily stunned, turning her head to see her sister and brother-in-law. Chen Luo's grandfather had 5 brothers. Chen Luo's grandfather was the youngest, ranked 5th, and his brothers loved to call him Old 5. The person in front of him was the child of Chen Luo's grandfather's elder brother. Son, call your aunt and uncle. Auntie-uncle. Chen Luo obediently complied. In truth, he was most afraid of encountering these relatives because he found Chen Luo spent most of his time at school, and for these relatives, unless they were familiar and often interacted, he only recognized their faces but didn't know their names. When he encountered them, he didn't dare to call out for fear of making a mistake. But if he didn't call out, he was worried others would gossip about him, saying he came back from university and couldn't even greet anyone. Thus, when he ran into them, he always pretended not to recognize them or acted busy walking past, as if he hadn't noticed. Have you all grown so much in just a few years? Come eat something, the uncle said, handing out some buckwheat cakes. He stuffed 5 into Chen Luo's arms. No, we've already eaten. Seeing this, Chin's mother quickly refused. What do you mean no? The aunt said, taking a sticky rice cake the size of a basketball and a box of sticky rice, shoving them into Chin's mother's arms. Chin's mother was adamant in her refusal, but she couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the two. Seeing this, Chen Luo took out his phone, intending to send some money. After all, selling these things only earns a meager profit. Combined, these items were worth quite a bit. You child, why are you trying to pay? What's the point of being polite? Before Chen Luo could respond, the QR code was swiftly taken away. Boss, how much is this sticky rice? A customer glanced at the group, their gaze landing on the sticky rice at the stall, and asked. That's 15. 12. Alright, I'll pack it for you. Upon hearing this, the customer thought the price was raised. Had he known, he would have asked for 10. Sister will be leaving now. Alright, come over for a meal when you have time. As they left, Chin's mother looked at the items in her hands, regretting her decision. How could she not have noticed, and asked. What a shame this was. Why didn't you remind me? Chin's mother said, casting a somewhat dissatisfied glance at Chin's father. Chin's father felt wronged upon hearing this. He had wanted to remind her, but since she had already asked for the price, how could he? Should he have just dragged her away? Chin's father pretended not to hear, too lazy to argue. Seeing him like this, Chin's mother, somewhat displeased, shoved the items into Chin's father's hands. After placing the items, they drove to Longyu Scenic Area. As Chun, she was still there. After picking up Chun, they went to get some pea flour and rolled noodles, and had a bowl of rice noodles as well. However, there were only a few shops open, and the business was booming with people everywhere, not even a spot to sit. The people in Nanchang are quite picky, especially when it comes to rice noodles. The popular place was packed with people. If a place had bad taste once visited, they would never return. During this time, Chen Luo went to the adjacent supermarket to buy some red envelopes, and withdrew some cash. After all, tonight was New Year's Eve, and they needed red envelopes. After eating, they originally planned to drive home. However, Chin's mother remembered they hadn't bought the medicinal herbs yet, so they headed to the market again. Chin's mother bought some lilies and great burdock roots, and intended to buy some mother hen thorns, but couldn't find any after searching everywhere. In the end, she had no choice but to give up. Passing by the place where they bought the chicken before, Chin's father heard someone asking about the price, finding it was only 23 per pound. Seeing the other party hesitate, the boss lowered it to 22. Seeing this, Chin's father couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Was the price really dropping so fast? Just now it was 28, and now it's only 22. But since they had already bought it, Chin's father could only console himself. They drove home, but got stuck in traffic on the way. After just 200 meters on the country road, they found themselves blocked ahead. After inquiring, they discovered that 2 oncoming cars had crashed into each other, blocking the road completely. How could this happen during the new year? Seeing this, Chin's mother frowned slightly. Chen Luo glanced at his mother, but didn't say anything further. He had suggested buying vegetables the day before to avoid all this. But they were refused, saying it was New Year's for good luck, not to let the ancestors eat leftovers. After half an hour of being stuck with no progress, Chin's father chose to take a detour. Although the detour would be a bit far, as it was less than 2 kilometers to go back from here. But if they took the detour, it would be 10 kilometers. But surely they couldn't just stay stuck here. By the time they got home, it was already past 1. His older brother had come over and checked twice, but didn't see anyone, so he went back. Upon arriving home, he hurriedly called the others over. Those who were frying fish started frying, those who were washing dishes washed, and those who were washing vegetables washed. Chin's mother took a tray of eggs and poured the 4 pounds of flour she had bought today at the entrance. She cracked each egg, adding salt, pepper, and other ingredients until they formed a sticky mixture. Then she used a spoon to scoop it into the frying pan, and in just a few seconds they were fried into shape. This is a famous dish from Nanjing known as crispy meat, a must-have during festive occasions. Unlike other regions that use real meat for frying, the main ingredients here are flour and eggs. Before it even reaches the dining table, it is often snatched up by children. And it's only when eaten hot that it has the best flavor. Chen Luo was peeling yam, which is essentially just yam roots. In Kuen province it's called yam, but in other places it might be referred to as Buddha's hand melon. In Yunnan, for example, there are several varieties. Some are specifically for fruiting, while others are meant to be eaten young. In the area of Maguan County in Nanxing, a lot of yam roots are cultivated. Of course, the price is also quite high. During the new year it costs over 10 yuan per pound. What Chen's mother bought cost over 200 yuan. Everyone was busy together, each with their own tasks. Around 4 o'clock the sound of firecrackers could be heard from the mountain god temple. The previous mountain god temple was extremely dilapidated, and the mountain road was hard to navigate. Later they collectively funded the construction of a relatively spacious one. It is said that it cost quite a bit, and during the meeting some villagers complained, feeling that they were being embezzled. After all the money they donated along with the trees sold for the road repairs added up to a considerable amount. However, in the end it didn't amount to much. After all, in this village people are either surnamed Guan or Chun, and they have to live in the village, so they couldn't make a scene. When building the village meeting room, it is said that over 30,000 was spent, and yet it was just a small pavilion. There weren't any hard facilities, just some tables and chairs, and a blackboard. It is said that this matter got quite big. After all, in recent years as life has improved, many families have built new houses. Others were not very clear about the material and labor costs, but the homeowners were well aware of the costs involved in building houses. In the end, it seemed they only changed the person in charge, as intermarriage in the village is inevitable, and everyone is somewhat related. Seeing that there were already several dishes prepared, Chen's father used a tray to pour wine, serve rice, and scoop dishes, intending to present the food. After offering at home, they went to offer at the entrance, and after that they went to the mountain god temple to offer. During the time when Chen's father went to offer food, Chen Luo set up a table at home. 3 large tables were placed together, forming a long table. Chen Luo entered the kitchen and discovered that someone was stir-frying celery with beef, filling the house with the pungent smell of chili. By the time Chen's father returned, the dishes had already been placed on the table one after another. Chen's mother hurriedly instructed Chen's father to set off firecrackers while also feeding the dog. In South City, during the New Year's Eve dinner, the dog must eat first. As the firecrackers went off, everyone gathered around. As soon as Chen Luo entered, he saw people taking photos and serving food. For some reason, Chen Luo suddenly recalled something he had seen online before. In Kuen province, many seemingly delicious dishes were served in iron basins or enamel bowls. Why couldn't they buy some nice-looking bowls and plates instead? Chen Luo was not sure either. His family had beautiful plates and bowls, but they were seldom used. Since the table was limited in size, using many plates reduced the available space, naturally resulting in fewer dishes. Chen Luo found a spot on the edge, but it was still a bit cramped, especially with quite a few children around. But with 4 tables, they preferred to squeeze a bit. His grandfather even took out a bottle of Maotai, while Chen Luo had a bit of sweet rice champagne. There were braised pork, oil braised shrimp, spicy and sour fish, and deep-fried dried meat. Delicious dishes filled the table. Chen Luo sat at the junction of 2 tables, able to reach dishes from both sides. After feasting, he lazily leaned back on the sofa. Thinking of something, Chen Luo brought a box of fireworks from the room. He moved them to the slope outside the door, as the iron shed at his house was not safe due to the exposed wires. He also couldn't get too close to the 2 eucalyptus trees, as their lush branches and leaves could easily cause accidents. The empty space near the village committee by the roadside was undoubtedly the most suitable place. While his grandfather continued drinking, Chen Luo and his mother returned to the room as a few children set off fireworks. How many should we package? Chen's mother had just finished calculating how many red envelopes to give out when Chen Luo inquired. He had brought back 20,000 yuan. Although he had money now, how much to give still depended on his mother. Let's give 200 each. Chen's mother thought for a moment and replied. In previous years they had only given 100, but since everyone knew Chen Luo earned money outside, giving just 100 seemed unreasonable. All right. Chen Luo saw this and didn't say much. By the way, your sister Chun Fei's envelope should be 500. Chen's mother suddenly remembered and reminded. Chen Luo agreed and focused on packing the red envelopes. It wasn't about treating her differently, rather her aunt had always treated them well and had never skimped on money during festivals. For instance, the red envelopes he received every year had never been less than 300 yuan. His elder brother had 3 children. His elder sister had 2 plus Chun Fei, their grandfather, and the 2 of them, totaling 9 red envelopes. Chen Luo insisted that he didn't need one, as he didn't lack this little amount, and since he was already 26 it felt inappropriate to accept New Year's money. However, Chen's mother forcefully placed one in his hand, saying it was a New Year's tradition that must be followed. By the way, you'll distribute the red envelopes later. No, let your dad do it. If you distribute them, it'll be awkward to receive a red envelope. Chin's mother handed the red envelopes to Chen Luo, but then quickly retracted it upon recalling something. In South City, even those who are unmarried or unemployed still receive New Year's money. More importantly, it should be viewed as a form of social exchange. As Chen Luo stepped out of the room, he found that a few children had already returned after setting off fireworks. Chin's mother handed the red envelopes to Chin's father, whispering something in his ear. After Chin's father distributed them, Chen Luo's uncles and aunt also began to hand out red envelopes. When it came to Chen Luo, he adamantly refused, but ultimately could not resist and accepted it. Looking at the leftover dishes on the table, Chin's mother couldn't help but sigh. With so many leftovers, when would they finish eating them? In the end, Chen Luo and his mother packed the leftovers in clean plastic bags and stuffed them into the refrigerator. Meanwhile, others were washing dishes and cleaning up, and it didn't take long for them to finish. When Chen Luo and the others returned to the living room, they found a few people already playing mahjong. Chen Luo found a place to sit down and glanced at his phone. There really wasn't much to do. After all, it was the new year, and he wasn't the type to cause trouble. With the 8th day of the new year approaching, there were still several days left. Then he saw his uncle sending out red envelopes in their family group chat. Chen Luo opened it and was lucky enough to grab over 40 yuan. There were a total of 9 people in the group and 9 red envelopes, so everyone got one. Chen Luo checked the amounts others had received. He had the best luck, while his mother had the worst, only getting a little over 1 yuan. Then his mother also sent a red envelope in the group, and this time Chen Luo wasn't as lucky, only grabbing 9 yuan. Without hesitation, he sent a 500 yuan red envelope in the group. His luck was decent, managing to snag 60 yuan. His grandmother had the best luck, grabbing 103. After only watching for 2 minutes, he heard children making noise outside. When he went out to take a look, the grill had already been set up. There were bait blocks, pork hot dogs, and some vegetables. Didn't they just finish eating? Chen Luo found a spot to sit down, listening to his sister-in-law and elder sister gossiping. They talked about whose chicken went missing and what happened with other children. Chen Luo just quietly listened, realizing he couldn't interject at all. He didn't even know who they were talking about. How could he join in? Around 11 o'clock, his aunt and a few others left, mentioning they would be going to the temple for a vegetarian meal tomorrow, or else they would just stay there for the night. Once one person left, slowly everyone began to disperse. After everyone had left, Chen's mother and Chen Luo tidied up the house. It was already past midnight. As for Chen's father, he was not at home, but had gone to the small shop to play mahjong. How much should we pack for your uncle's family? Upon returning to the room, Chen's mother took out the red envelopes and counted the remaining money. They had packaged 3,000 yuan in total, with 4 envelopes of 500, and the rest were 200 each. Adding the 1,000 yuan his father took for mahjong, they had only spent 4,000 yuan. Let's pack 500 each. Chen Luo thought for a moment and replied, choosing a moderate number. He could pack more, but this was about social customs. The relatives on his uncle's side would feel pressured. Since they would be living next door in the future, there was no need to pack too much for the new year. All right. Chen's mother didn't hesitate and counted out 2,000 yuan, putting them into envelopes and stuffing them into the cabinet. You keep this money, or find an opportunity to save it. It's not safe to keep it at home. Mother Chen spoke as she handed over the remaining 10,000 yuan to Chen Luo. Chen Luo, not wanting to be polite, accepted it without hesitation. Over the past 2 years, cash usage had dwindled, with most people opting for WeChat Pay. Now going out to make some extra money was no easy task. All right, I'm going to take a shower now, Mother Chen said as she pulled out her pajamas, intending to wash up and go to bed. Chen Luo felt too lazy to wash up and instead lay down on his bed upstairs. He felt unusually fatigued today. Opening the system mall, he intended to check what new items had refreshed today. Name: South City New District Planning Map. Value: flash sale, price 9 yuan. Seeing today's flash sale item, Chen Luo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The instant he saw the name, a vague guess formed in his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to purchase it. With a thought, Chen Luo retrieved the planning map from the system space. Glancing at it, he quickly understood that it was a planning map for the South City New District. It was no secret that South City was planning to establish a new district in the southern part. However, the specific implementation had yet to be announced. The land previously acquired by Datong Group and Huayu Group was within the area of this new district. The geographical location was excellent, close to the southern branch of South City First Hospital. This planning map had already outlined the southern area, even marking roads and unconstructed high-speed rail lines. Rather than calling it a planning map, it was more akin to a bird's-eye view of the completed new district. In this case, Qixing Group could indeed share in the profits. And that stock market was the key. Chen Luo tucked it away, planning to deal with it after the new year. Just as he wanted to sleep, he noticed a message pop up on his phone from Jiang Huai. It simply said, Happy New Year. Chen Luo thought it was a mass message and replied with a Happy New Year before putting his phone to charge and preparing to sleep. On the other end, Jiang Huai stood by the balcony, feeling his phone vibrate. He glanced at it. Just after he finished reading, a call came in. Hello, Auntie. Perhaps it had been a long time since they last spoke. As Jiang Huai opened his mouth, he felt his voice was a bit hoarse. "Aren't you asleep yet?" Jiang Yi's voice came through the phone, naturally catching the hoarseness in Jiang Huai's tone. "Xiao Huai, he is already dead. Acknowledge your parents' mistakes, or I can send you abroad, the tolerance overseas." "Auntie, no need." Jiang Huai interrupted Jiang Yi before he could finish. "Xiao Huai, your parents have always known your address. Some of the harm caused cannot be remedied. I just hope that with the passage of time it can gradually fade away. You know your father's temper, you understand it well. After 2 years, how much patience do you think he has left?" Listen. Before Jiang Yi could finish, the call was abruptly disconnected. Looking at his phone, Jiang Yi let out a Standing by the balcony, Jiang Yi listened to the fireworks that sounded like battles and gazed at the countless lights in the city, feeling an endless sense of desolation. Not a single light here was left for him. The person who would have left a light for him was already dead. The next day, Chen Luo slept in and stayed home, not going anywhere. On the second day of the new year, he went to his uncle's house for a barbecue. He spent 9 yuan to get a flash sale at Zhu's Garden. Zhu's Garden is a well-known venue in South City for hosting events such as birthday parties, weddings, and housewarming parties. Spanning over 30 acres and built during the Daoguang reign of the Qing dynasty, it consists of multiple traditional Chinese courtyards adorned with exquisite carvings, making it a Suzhou Garden of South City. Valued at over 100 million, its annual revenue reaches tens of millions. Valuation: commercial land, buildings, landscaping, decoration, brand, catering, senior living, cultural tourism. Operational value. On the third day of the new year, he planned to visit his grandmother's house for New Year greetings. Seeing the items refreshed in the system mall, Chen Luo couldn't help but be stunned. Today a school had actually appeared among the refreshed items. Name: Jingshang Middle School. Value: 140 million. Flash sale price: 9 yuan. Without any hesitation, Chen Luo chose to purchase it via flash sale. He had naturally heard of this school. It was a publicly funded high school in South City with other famous ones including Changshui, Hengshui, and Shirye. Jingshang Middle School covers 120 acres with newly built school buildings of over 500 square meters, accommodating more than 2,500 students and employing over 200 teachers. Chen Luo snapped back to reality and took out his phone to settle the bill. He bought some fruits at the supermarket and a piece of meat at the market before heading to his grandmother's house. His grandmother had already spoken to Mother Chen over the phone and knew that Chen Luo and the others were coming today. She had already boiled some sweet potatoes and chestnuts in advance. "The expressway is free for the next few days, or are you not planning to go out to play?" His uncle poured a few cups of tea at the tea table and asked. "During the new year, everywhere is crowded. Let's wait until the provincial holiday. There will be fewer people then. However, I heard that the Huashan venue in the south of the city has already gotten congested. The venue for the king of boxing." Mother Chen responded upon hearing this. His uncle inquired further. "South City has a large Miao population, and what the Miao love most is to stomp on the flower hills. In South City, there are several flower hill venues, with the largest undoubtedly being the one hosted by the king of boxing, Xiong Chaozhong. Yes, I heard that there's no signal for payment inside." Mother Chen ate a grape and replied while looking at her phone. "Tonight we won't cook, he'll make a reservation, and we can go out to eat." His aunt brought over a plate of washed strawberries and suggested. Every meal usually ends with a pile of leftovers. However, during the new year, not preparing a lavish spread feels inappropriate. Yet if they do prepare it, they are bound to leave over half of it uneaten. If they eat at home today, they would end up with another pile of leftovers. And frugality is ingrained in their bones. "All right, let's go to Zhu's Garden then." Hearing this, Chen Luo also spoke up. Besides banquets, Zhu's Garden naturally had private rooms as well. Zhu's Garden will probably be fully booked. He'll reserve a place with grandma's flavor instead, his aunt said as she picked up her phone to dial the number. However, the result was that all the reservations had been fully. "Let's book Zhu's Garden then." Seeing this, Chen Luo took out his phone and dialed the number provided by the system. "Hello, this is Chen Luo. Please reserve a private room for around 12 people for me." "All right, no problem," Chen Luo said, then hung up. "Is there still availability?" his aunt asked with some confusion. Her friend wanted to book, but couldn't get through, and now it was available. "I also invested a bit in Zhu's Garden. Reserving a private room shouldn't be an issue." Chen Luo spoke up, offering an explanation. Such matters were impossible to conceal, and there was no need to do so. "How much is your little fortune?" his uncle inquired. He always felt that his nephew was surely being conservative in his estimation. "Not much." Chen Luo thought he couldn't exactly say that the Zhu family garden was all his. However, if this continued, would he not end up claiming the entire South City? Would he not become the undisputed king of South City then? The feudal society had ended. Oh, how could he entertain such thoughts? "Just eat at home. Oh, why waste money on this?" his grandmother remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. After all, earning money was not easy these days. It was wise to save a little for unforeseen circumstances. When the need for money arose, it would be troublesome if it couldn't be accessed immediately. "What are you worried about? Just enjoy life." My grandson, I can say without exaggeration that he is the richest man in South City. To your grandson, money might just be a number. Chen Luo embraced his grandmother, and the confidence in his words made him feel that was the true essence of earning money. No need to be so formal. His grandmother swatted Chen Luo's hand away, smiling, yet playfully chiding him. The others understood well that Chen Luo was not wrong. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to call the other party the richest man in South City, as such matters were transparent and verifiable. They did not press further to inquire how he had acquired his current assets. Everyone had their own secrets, did they not? If the other party wished to share, they would, and if not, they wouldn't pry into it. All they needed to know was that the money was clean and not obtained through illegal means. That was enough. Don't go back tonight, tomorrow they'll make you flour rice. His grandmother suddenly thought of something and addressed her daughter. By securing her daughter, they effectively secured, you should ask them about that. Chen's mother said, gesturing towards Chen Luo with her eyes. This won't work, we need to visit my biological father's house tomorrow. We promised, so it's not good to refuse. Moreover, tomorrow my uncle and the others also have to visit my grandmother's house for New Year greetings, Chen Luo explained. Once the house renovations are complete, well, live right next door? What will you not be able to eat then? Just don't bother me about coming to eat every day. I would love it if you came every day, his grandmother replied somewhat grumpily, but it was clear she agreed. While they chatted contentedly, the three siblings upstairs were not so fortunate. When Chen Luo went upstairs, he discovered that Guan Lao was not taking things seriously at all. He hadn't even written 2 characters before claiming he needed to go to the restroom, get water, or sharpen his pencil, as if there were many things he could do except homework. Guan Lao and Chun Shi, being older, had the self-discipline to work on their homework efficiently. But as soon as Chen Luo left, the ones who should be looking at their phones were still looking at their phones. When Chen Luo went downstairs, he found his grandmother and others in the backyard, while his uncles were on the sofa discussing something. He headed to the backyard and saw his mother turning the soil. Behind his uncle's house, there was a small courtyard. Trees were planted on both sides for privacy and separation. In fact, there were 3 sides, one side had been cut down. It was built with bricks filled with soil and whatnot, and was usually planted with various things. Garlic leaves, leeks, scallions, red celery, Sichuan angelica, and golden lotus. In short, there was no shortage of planting. Chen Luo remembered that the piece of land they were digging was supposed to be planted with some cabbage. Where did the cabbage go? Chen Luo then noticed that all the cabbages had been pulled out. According to the old lattice plan, his mother would take some home, and his aunt would take some back to her family. As for the land being turned, his grandmother planned to plant some beans and ginger and a few chili peppers. On the back row, his aunt had planted some strawberries in pots, which had already bloomed and borne fruit, but the fruits had not yet ripened. After watering them, she glanced at the time, which was already past 3. After tidying up, she planned to go shopping at the commercial street, and then go out to eat. After visiting the mall, and then the supermarket, she bought some daily necessities. After shopping, it was almost 5 o'clock, and they hurried towards the Zhu family garden. The Zhu family garden was mainly divided into 2 parts: the banquet hall where the feast was held, and the private banquet venue Zhu garden. The 2 parts were separated by a garden featuring pavilions, rockeries, and ponds, creating an ancient and lush. Mr. Chen, you have arrived. Please come inside quickly. As soon as Chen Luo's car reached the entrance, a middle-aged man in a suit approached him. The middle-aged man spoke while signaling the security guard to raise the barrier. Chen Luo didn't say much. He drove the car inside, followed by his uncle's car. Under the guidance of the security guard, they parked their cars in the designated spots. Mr. Chen, I am Wei Yongyan, the head of Zhu Garden. Welcome, Mr. Chen, to provide guidance. Wei Yongyan spoke with a smile, showing respect. No need to be nervous, I'm just here to have a meal with my family. Chen Luo replied with a smile, instructing Chen Yu to do a quick check on Zhu Garden. The accounts weren't too outrageous. Water that is too clear has no fish as long as it's not excessive. He was too lazy to say anything. Yes. The table is ready. Please follow me. Wei Yongyan said, leading them to the private room. Did you not say you only invested a little? Why do they call you Mr. Chen? His uncle had naturally overheard their conversation and suspected that his nephew had invested quite a bit. However, there was a difference between Mr. Chen and Director Chen. He had just checked, and Zhu Garden was valued at 120 million, which meant his nephew had invested more than 60 million. The key point was that Zhu Garden was operating well with annual revenues in the tens of millions. Who would be foolish enough to sell such a profitable business? If his nephew wanted to take it over, the premium was evident. Yes, I invested a little over 1 billion. Chen Luo smiled upon hearing this, yet had no intention of explaining further. Mr. Chen, this is the highest rated and best located private room in Zhu Garden. Wei Yongyan said as he led them inside, offering an explanation. Chen Luo glanced around. The private room was decorated in an ancient style reminiscent of the Republic of China. Please recommend the dishes. Sure, please wait a moment. Wei Yongyan said, retreating along with the waitstaff. Chen Luo glanced at the blue and white porcelain teacup, lifted the lid to skim off the surface foam, but then set it back down, showing no intention of drinking. It was too hot. But when he turned around, he saw his grandfather drinking. Chen Luo said nothing more. This was a skill of the older generation that they could not learn. Then a waitress in a cheongsam brought out the dishes, quickly filling the entire table. If you need anything, just let me know, Wei Yongnian said as he retreated. Everyone please enjoy, Chen Luo said as he served his grandmother a shrimp. The others, seeing this, did not hold back and began to eat. Chen Luo also did not hesitate, taking a shrimp. The shrimp was clearly processed, tasting crispy and sweet. Evidently the shrimp was very fresh. Fresh live shrimp have a crisp sweetness, but dead or stale ones do not, tasting tough with a faint earthy odor. I must say it lives up to its reputation as the famous Zhu garden in Nanjing. The taste is indeed quite good. Even my grandmother, who doesn't like beef, had several pieces. His grandfather enjoyed it as well. The spicy chicken steamed base and the other dishes were all quite good. Most importantly, this private room had an excellent view, allowing them to see much of Zhu garden. As the lights came on, the entire Zhu garden was illuminated. The yellow light strips outlined the contours. The visual effect brought by the lights combined with the classical architecture created a heavenly ambience. After eating, Chen Luo accompanied a few people to stroll around Zhu garden. It's really nice, his grandmother said with a smile, looking at the koi in the water. How about I ask them to stop the business, change it into a private residence, and change the name to Guan Garden or Chen Garden? Chen Luo suggested. What are you talking about, child? It won't make money. Even though this place is nice, a golden nest or silver nest can't compare to one's own nest. His grandmother rolled her eyes at Chen Luo, knowing it was the child's filial piety, but realizing that business couldn't be done this way. Hearing this, Chen Luo just smiled, as he really did not lack for that little bit. After walking around to digest their food, he noticed it was getting late and chose to part ways. After all, Chen Luo and the others had to go to his biological father's house tomorrow. He turned to the supermarket, bought some gifts, and then returned home. Chen Luo let a few of them rest at Yulong Scenic Area, but the elderly said they couldn't sleep well on unfamiliar beds. Additionally, since his biological father's house was in the direction of his hometown, they returned home. Chen Luo lay on the bed and looked at his phone. Today was the third day of the new year, and most companies would start back on the 8th. His younger sister would also go to school on the 8th since she was in her final year of high school, and the break was already short. Every day was crucial. In comparison to other places, the educational resources in Kuan province are relatively lacking. However, the scores needed for admission are shockingly high. Chen Luo remembered that in previous years the admission score for liberal arts majors was 565, 570. Despite this, many students still cannot attend their ideal schools. More often they head towards vocational schools and technical colleges. For them, the purpose of going to school is just to find a job. Nowadays, college graduates are plentiful, and even graduate students struggle to find work. In contrast, mastering a skill at least allows one to sustain themselves. When parents fall ill and need money, it is crucial to be able to support oneself. Chen Luo played a couple of games, planning to wait until the early hours for the system store to refresh its items. As for his father, he went to the mahjong room at the convenience store. During the new year, after a year of hard work, Chen's mother wouldn't say much. She just told him to play less at night and come back early. But every time, Chen's father wouldn't return until after 2. Glancing at the time, it was already the next day. Chen Luo wasted no time and opened the system store to check today's flash sale items. Name RMB 1 million, value 1 million, flash sale price 9 yuan. Upon seeing today's flash sale item, Chen Luo made the purchase and directly chose to sleep. Without even looking at it further, it felt as if it was a waste of time waiting for the refresh. The next day, Chen Luo was slowly getting up under the urging of his mother's phone call. It was only a little past 8. Why leave so early? Chen Luo got up and tidied himself. His father was loading things into the car. After all, it had been years since they last went, so it was appropriate to bring more items. Aren't you driving your car? Chen Luo then noticed that the car unloading items from the trunk was his own. I stayed up late last night. It's not safe to drive, so we'll take yours, Chen's father explained, sounding quite convincing. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. He just thinks the road is bad, dusty, and will dirty his beloved car. Chen's mother rolled her eyes at Chen's father as she closed the kitchen door. They were only 4 going through. The old man was too lazy to go. She cooked a bowl of noodles, telling him to make something to eat for lunch and dinner. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo glanced at his father, thinking this man is quite calculating. But after all, isn't a car meant to be driven? By the way, once she finishes her college entrance exams, I'll enroll you in driving school. Once you get your driver's license, I'll buy you a car. Especially no refusals, Chen Luo said, casting an annoyed glance at his mother. Chen's mother had been in a car accident, leaving her with psychological scars. She couldn't learn to ride an electric bike, let alone drive a car. The main issue was that she couldn't overcome her psychological barrier. Previously, when Chen's father taught her to ride an electric bike, she didn't dare to touch it after several days of lessons. She kept thinking, what if a big car ran over the tire of her bike? When nervous, she would twist the throttle down and twisting down means accelerating. As she accelerated, she became even more nervous, not even knowing how to press the brakes. At my age, why should I still learn? Just let your sister do it. Chin's mother hurriedly refused and sat down in the passenger seat. Chen Luo didn't say much. He would pay for it, and he didn't believe she wouldn't go. In any case, one thing is for sure, whether she practices or not, this car has to be driven. Chen Luo said goodbye to the old man and drove off. At this time, with a 2-hour journey, they could still make it in time for lunch. It's only the 4th day of the new year, so there aren't many people, but starting to get quiet. As they passed the village convenience store, Chin's mother glanced out the window and saw there were already few people left. People are either visiting relatives for the new year or have gone out to work. In Nanjing, wages are low and the cost of living is high. Every year, a massive population goes out to work, heading to Guangdong Province, Zhejiang Province, and Fujian Province. During the new year, these days wages are significantly higher than usual. Plus, with the highways being free going at this time, saves quite a bit on tolls. A few hundred yuan is not easy to earn. It's a child's living expenses and parents' medicine money. Earning that few hundred yuan at 10 yuan an hour takes several days of hard work. If it weren't for life's pressures, who would willingly leave their hometown? Should I make a call to inform my father so he can arrange his time? Chen Luo asked, glancing through the rear view. No need, just go wish them a happy new year. They're busy, so let's not disturb them. Chen Luo was well aware that his father's family had 3 children, 1 daughter and 2 sons. Chen Luo's father was in his 60s while his dad was in his 40s, a difference of more than 10 years. Back when they went to pay respects, the other man's son was still a minor. It would be inappropriate to seek out an underage individual for such a visit. Thus, every time he heard the two of them refer to each other as family, Chen Luo felt a bit strange. Although they hadn't known each other before the visit, his father's family had indeed treated him very well afterward. Chen Luo remembered some of the earlier paths, but thereafter he had to rely on Chen's father for directions. The deeper they ventured, the denser the forest vegetation became. It was quiet, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of animals. On either side, there were mostly pine trees and sand trees, which were often the focal areas when searching for mushrooms each year. His father's family had planted many sand trees and pine trees, and when Chen Luo's family used to cultivate sanchi, they had received plenty of support from his father's family. At that time, they needed sand tree branches to set up the sanchi tents and pine needles to cover them. The sand trees, which were as big as a fist, were also vital materials for constructing the sanchi tents. Once planted, they required minimal care. As a result, his father's family would take on some of the work for setting up the sanchi tents every year. After all, the unique climate conditions in Nanjing attracted many businessmen to cultivate sanchi. Sanchi thrived in shade, making it essential to set up sunshade nets. They also planted plenty of star anise, grass fruit, and cinnamon. The first part of the road was manageable, but the latter part turned into dirt roads with dust swirling as the wheels rolled over them. The soil here had a yellowish hue resembling the Lust Plateau. With the ups and downs of the terrain, if Chen Luo were alone, he would likely struggle to find his way back. After more than 2 hours of driving, Chen Luo and the others arrived at his father's house. His father had built a large house with a pig pen on the left and a cow pen on the right. Upon entering, there was a spacious courtyard. In rural areas, almost every household had such a large courtyard. Directly opposite was the kitchen, with the main house to the left offering a broad view of the distance. Chen Luo glanced around, noticing that the distance between each house was actually not close. From afar, he could vaguely see a few households. Hearing the commotion, Chen Luo's mother peeked out from the kitchen. Upon seeing Chen Luo, she wiped her hands on her apron and stepped outside. You've come? Why didn't you give me a call beforehand? What are all these things for? As long as you're here, that's enough. Come in quickly. His mother urged the group inside, where 2 children were present. The older boy was engrossed in watching television, while the younger girl was rocking back and forth on a red deer, her eyes glued to the screen. Chen Luo took a glance at the television, which featured divine weapon warriors, a nostalgic memory for him over the years. Quickly greet your grandparents as well as your uncle and aunt. His mother urged the 2 children. The kids seemed a bit shy, but still respectfully called out to their grandparents. You all sit for a while. The old man is in the star anise field behind the house. I'll call him back. His mother said, pulling out her phone and stepping out to make the call. Since they were close by, he returned quickly. Xiao Shun, you've come. Let's eat first. His father set down his sickle, smiling as he welcomed them. In Chen Luo's impression, this old man always had a cheerful demeanor with a sincere smile. Chen Luo didn't stand on ceremony and followed him into the kitchen. The kitchen was spacious, with a wall piled high with firewood near the stove. In the middle was a biogas stove along with a dining table. Behind the door there were bags of rice flour, cooking oil, and salt. In the corner there was a hollowed-out space on the ground used for the fire. An iron chain hung from the beam directly above the fire pit. Normally it could hold a kettle for boiling water, but at the moment it had been tied up. On the fire pit there was a tripod and an iron pot with soup boiling inside. It contained ribs and cured meat, and chunks of unsmoked cured meat hung from the beams above. As for his mother, she was frying tofu skin on the biogas stove. Just a simple meal. When your brother returns, let him bring back some vegetables. I didn't know you were coming today, so I didn't prepare anything. His father said, inviting the two children to serve rice. Where are your older brother and sister-in-law? Chen Luo handed out chopsticks, inquiring. They went to your sister-in-law's house yesterday. They will return soon. His father picked up a piece of cured meat for Chen Luo, responding, try it, your mother smoked it at home. It's quite fragrant. Bring some back when you go. In-laws care for a drink. His father said, glancing at Chen's father. No, maybe in the evening we can have a bit. Chen's father quickly declined. He didn't like drinking, but sometimes he had no choice but to accept. During meals, conversations inevitably turned to various topics. Listening to their conversation, Chen Luo learned quite a bit. Usually his father, elder brother, and sister-in-law went out to tend to the Sanchi fields. His mother wasn't in great health, unable to do heavy work, staying home to take care of the two children. She also attended to the livestock, but every year during the new year, they could manage to slaughter a fat pig. The pigs they raised themselves were not the kind fed with commercial feed, which was reassuring. They would likely have to go out around the 7th or 8th of the new year. Chen Luo really wanted to suggest that since they were getting older, they shouldn't overexert themselves, and he could arrange for them to have a more relaxed job. But when he opened his mouth, he truly didn't know how to say it. Some people place great importance on pride, feeling that it reflects filial piety, while others see it as an indication of disrespect. Chen Luo was uncertain and could only hope that Chen's father would bring it up later. If it worked out, great. If not, he wouldn't force it. Chen Luo drank a couple of bowls of soup, patting his belly contentedly. Mountain spring water, home-raised native pigs, homegrown vegetables. The taste was simply beyond compare. Mentioning it to those city folks, they wouldn't understand. In the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, elder brother and sister-in-law returned as well. They had bought a lot of stuff in big and small bags. For dinner, elder brother personally took to the kitchen. Though he hadn't received much formal education, he was willing to endure hardship. During the 2 years after dropping out, he had done almost every kind of job. He prepared so many dishes that the table could hardly accommodate them. During the meal, he continuously served Chen Luo dishes. Xiao Shun, eat more, you look so thin, you haven't gained any weight. Chen Luo had no choice but to accept. Although he wasn't fat, he was certainly not thin. There was definitely meat where there should be meat, but there was a kind of thinness that family members perceived as being skinny. In-law Chen Luo still has some abilities now. I think it would be better to let him arrange a job for you to avoid being so. Chen's father caught his son's gaze and replied to his in-law. Yes, you both are not young anymore. Working in the garden can be quite tiring. Chen's mother chimed in. Yes, dear father, I can arrange a few easier positions. It shouldn't be a problem. You see, dear mother can't ride a bike and the school is not closed. Taking care of two children is troublesome. Seeing the two speaking, Chen Luo also started to advise. Xiao Shun, you now have abilities as your father. I am naturally pleased. We know you are filial. But we have farmed our whole lives. We can only grow some things. We can't help you with anything else. Moreover, the distance to the city is not short. There are troubles everywhere. We are struggling. If you need help, we certainly won't be polite. The dear father began to explain. Hearing this, Chen Luo did not say much more. Although he knew in his heart that if the other party had any problems, they would only find their own way to solve them. They would never trouble others if they could avoid it. In the future, if there is a suitable opportunity, he would certainly help. After all, if it weren't for worshipping this dear father, given his childhood situation, he probably wouldn't have grown up so well. Let's sleep here tonight. The road is winding, and it's easy to encounter animals at night. Driving is unsafe. After dinner, the dear father also suggested that they sleep here. Chen Luo glanced at his father, whose face was flushed from drinking and whose head was heavy, and did not refuse. He planned to see if the products that would refresh in the early morning would be related to the area. If they were related industries, it would be convenient for him to arrange things. After all, if he really arranged work for his dear father and mother, the principle of proximity was best. If they really went to the city, transferring the child's school and taking care of the house would be a huge problem. Chen Luo slept in his second brother's room. He hadn't seen his second brother much, as he had been working outside for several years and hardly returned all year round. He didn't know if it was because he was a bit unfamiliar with the bed or if it was because there were mountains all around and the mosquitoes were quite numerous. Chen Luo forced himself to stay awake until dawn. The sensation in his eyelids made him sleepy, but he just couldn't fall asleep. He opened the system mall, intending to see what items the system would refresh today. Name: Sambao drink, formula value 1 billion, flash sale price 9 yuan. Description: Sambao drink is a type of herbal tea incorporating various extracted herbs, nourishing yin and yang, clearing heat and dispelling fire. Seeing the system's explanation, Chen Luo slightly frowned. Herbal tea. Currently, more than half of the herbal tea market in the country is dominated by Duobao and Laojia. It is not easy for a new herbal tea to capture the market. The war on delivery platforms has just ended. Could there be another herbal tea war on the horizon? Chen Luo didn't think too much. If it could succeed, that would be best. If it couldn't, leaving it to gather dust wouldn't be too much of a loss for him. After all, the current situation of Qixing Pharmaceutical is not suitable for relevant production. Chen Luo got up at 8 o'clock. Sleeping in at home is fine, but it's best not to do such things at someone else's house. When Chen Luo got up, he happened to see his dear father returning with a basket of vegetables. Xiaoshan, are you up? Why aren't you sleeping a bit longer? Chen Luo helped to put down the basket as he was getting older to avoid straining his back. He glanced at the contents of the basket: baby bok choy radishes and some other vegetables. Not only that, but there were also 2 large fish. Chen Luo noticed that these vegetables were all covered in dew. The vegetation in this area is lush, and with the moist soil the morning dew tends to be heavier. These fish were all raised by us. I will make a fish hot pot for you later, the dear father said, carrying the 2 fish to the water cellar. This water cellar is still quite common in the countryside of Nanqing. It is often dug in the yard, either elevated or level with the ground. It is specifically designed to collect water from beneath the eaves through plastic pipes flowing into the water cellar. It's convenient for use and also safe. Unlike those in the city where even a basin of water is murky, smelling of bleach. The dear father skillfully cleaned the fish, and Chen Luo approached the kitchen where his mother, sister-in-law, and dear mother were chatting by the stove. The rice was not cooked using an electric rice cooker, but rather steamed with firewood, which makes it taste better. As for his father, he was sitting by the fire chatting with his elder brother. Because of the need to smoke the cured meat, this fire was basically always burning. However, when the temperature was high and it wasn't cold, they would casually burn a bit using cedar branches and sugarcane residue for smoking. Xiaoshan, come and warm yourself by the fire. The elder brother, seeing Chen Luo enter, hurriedly called out. It was still a bit cold in the mountains in the morning. Chen Luo did not stand on ceremony and found a stool to sit next to him. Why rush back? It's the new year. Enjoy yourself a bit more. The elder brother spoke to Chen's father, as they did not often come. Since they were here for a few days, they should relax and not rush back. The little girl will have to go to school in a couple of days, and there's still a mountain of homework left. Her grandfather is getting old, and it's concerning to leave her home alone. It's not far away. Oh, and can you not come? Chen's father replied, while flipping the fire with the tongs. You say this every time, but you haven't come even once. The dear father had already cleaned the fish, and upon hearing Chen's father, he spoke back unhappily. Go and clean the fish. The dear father placed the fish on the cutting board and called out to the elder brother. Then he sat in the elder brother's place, warming himself by the fire. Chen's father took out a cigarette and handed one to the dear father. If you 2 are going back, I won't stop you. Xiaoshan now has abilities. You 2 should enjoy your life. Dear father and mother are getting old. Who knows how many more times they can see you? Make the most of it when you can. The dear father took a puff of smoke and spoke to Chen Luo. I will definitely come when I have time. Chen Luo also replied with a smile, as this was not just empty talk. The cooking speed was very fast. Around 10:40 the fish was almost done. Just like yesterday noon, they gathered around the fire with the fish soup, white and looking very delicious. The fish was grass carp, weighing several pounds, but it had a lot of bones. This was raised by the dear father in his own fish pond, usually fed with grass, and had even been fed with feed. Every piece of fish meat was extremely fresh, and the freshest part without a doubt was the fish soup. Chen Luo drank 2 bowls of fish soup, feeling incredibly satisfied. These vegetables were also grown at home, fresh with a strong vegetable flavor. After having dinner, Chen's mother and Chun, she helped tidy up the kitchen. As Chen Luo stepped out of the kitchen, he saw his father moving things outside. Quick, open the trunk and he'll put these in for you. This year we didn't raise any chickens at home. Otherwise I would have brought you 2 to taste the authentic free-range. No need for that, Dad. We already have enough at home. Just because you have some at home doesn't mean I didn't bring any for you. Are you rejecting my kindness? Chen Luo helplessly opened the trunk and helped put the items in the car. These are just local specialties, not worth much. Call me when you're done eating, and I'll have your older brother send some to you. While organizing, his father spoke up, carefully packing the items in clean plastic bags to avoid dirtying. Got it. Chen Luo smiled at the sight. Perhaps this was the reason why blood ties were hard to sever. Just as he closed the trunk, a red envelope was stuffed into his hand, leaving Chen Luo no time to react. His father swiftly handed another to Chun, she showing no signs of being 60 years old. Seeing this, Chen Luo hurriedly tried to give it back. At his age, how could he still accept New Year's money? Besides, it wasn't easy for the old couple to earn money. How could he bear to take it? Take it. This is a token of goodwill. Your mother and I are getting older. How many more years can we do this? Or you can get married sooner, and then he'll just give it to your wife and kids instead of you. Be obedient and take it. Chen Luo couldn't refuse and had to accept it. He opened the driver's seat and took out a red envelope he had prepared earlier. However, he also stuffed some additional money inside. Here, this is from your uncle, Chen Luo said as he handed the red envelope to the 2 children. You mustn't take anything from your uncle. Quickly return it to him. Seeing this, the sister-in-law hurriedly instructed the 2 children to give the red envelopes back to Chen Luo. Make sure to keep it safe. Chun Luo squatted down and placed the red envelopes into the pockets of the two children. Thank you, uncle. The two children chimed in unison, looking down at the red envelopes in their pockets. Chun Luo smiled and took out two more red envelopes, stuffing them into his parents' hands. What are you doing, child? We can still manage with your older brother around. We won't starve. Quickly take it back, save it for when you marry a wife. His father felt the thickness of the red envelope, and knowing it contained a decent amount, hurriedly pushed it back. If you don't want mine, then I won't take yours either. Why are you being so stubborn? Just take it. Chun Luo insisted and handed the red envelope back. Just one for us will do. You can take the other one back with you. Come on, take it. It's just a little token from the child. Chun Luo returned to the living room, untroubled by his own safety. His only concern was whether these people would target his family. Thinking of this, Chun Luo sent a message to Chun Yu. He was keen to find out who exactly wanted him dead. Since the other party wanted him dead, he had no choice but to eliminate them first. Chun Luo thought of something, informed his mother, and drove towards Qixing Pharmaceutical. The number of people laid off at Qixing Pharmaceutical was substantial, with nearly all the upper management dismissed. Additionally, it was still the new year, so the factory appeared quite desolate. Chun Luo arrived at the laboratory, where only Dr. Kane and a few of his students were conducting experiments mixing something. Upon seeing Chun Luo, Dr. Kane set down the test tube in his hand and called out, Mr. Chun. Chun Luo replied, his gaze fixed on Dr. Kane. Dr. Kane understood Chun Luo's intent. Zhu and go to the warehouse and bring the materials for today's experiment. Dr. Kane instructed his three assistants. Zhu, when being clever, knew that the teacher's intention was to... However, he felt a bit confused. The teacher was always trustworthy towards them. What could be so important that he needed to dismiss them? Despite his doubts, he complied with the teacher's orders. Once the others had left, Chun Luo leaned closer to Dr. Kane and whispered something. Hearing this, Dr. Kane frowned slightly. "Buss, it can be done, but it will be a bit troublesome. Please give me 3 days. I guarantee that even the most skilled forensic expert won't find a clue." Dr. Kane assured. "Thank you, Dr. Kane." Chun Luo felt a sigh of relief. That was all he needed. "What you say is true. Serving you is our purpose." Dr. Kane slightly bowed, expressing his loyalty. "Are those 3 assistants reliable?" Chun Luo asked Dr. Kane. Upon hearing this, Dr. Kane hesitated. Although he trusted the trio, he couldn't guarantee their discretion in matters like this. "Don't worry, boss. I won't let you down," Dr. Kane assured Chun Luo. Chun Luo didn't say much in response and turned to leave. He didn't return home, but went to the Yulong Jinyuan. He raised his hand, and the planning map for the Nanqing new district appeared in his hand. This document was of little use to him. Instead, it would be better to give it to someone else as a favor. The only person he knew in the government was Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi had indeed helped him a lot recently. Given her capabilities, if he gave her this document, it might help her gain a higher position. Thinking of this, Chun Luo took out his phone and called Jiang Yi. "Hello, Sister Jiang. Happy early New Year, and I'd like to treat you to a meal." "Sure, I'll send you the location. Let's not miss each other," Chun Luo said, hanging up the phone and sending a message to Zhang Yan. Looking at the time, there was still an hour before the meal. He took the planning map with him and headed to the Phoenix Hotel. Zhu Garden was centrally located. Chun Luo was in the southern part of the city, while Sister Jiang lived in the northern part. He couldn't ask someone to travel south just for a meal. Spending a bit more time on the journey was no issue. It took him half an hour to reach the Phoenix Hotel. The security at the entrance recognized Chun Luo's car and quickly let him through while contacting the relevant personnel. When Chun Luo asked Zhang Yan to arrange a private room, he understood immediately. Without hesitation, he hurried downstairs to greet him. After all, the cases involving Qixing Pharmaceutical and Datong Group had resulted in several people being dismissed. At the Phoenix Hotel, a vice president in charge of procurement had already been dismissed. Chun Luo got out of the car and forwarded the location sent by Zhang Yan to Jiang Yi. "Mr. Chun, you've arrived. The location is ready. Please follow me." Zhang Yan acted very obsequiously, fearing to upset his boss and get dismissed himself. Chun Luo was not polite and followed him into the private room. "You can leave for now. I will call you if needed." Hearing this, Zhang Yan smiled and stepped out. About 15 minutes later, the waiter pushed open the door of the private room, and Jiang Yi walked in. "Sister Jiang, you're here," Chun Luo said, putting down his phone and inviting Jiang Yi to sit down. Jiang Yi smiled and took a seat beside him. Her gaze calmly swept across the scroll on the table, and she realized that this meal was likely related to the map. However, she did not say much. Apart from reading the room, she also had to know the priorities. If the other party brought it up, she could respond. If not, she would pretend not to know. "Sister Jiang, you have helped me greatly recently. This planning map was an unexpected gain, and I believe you can make use of it," Chun Luo said, pushing the planning map towards her. "Planning map?" Hearing this, Jiang Yi furrowed her brow in confusion. Yet she still accepted it and began to examine it. At just one glance, her eyes widened, and she stood up. "Where did you get this?" Jiang Yi gazed intently into Chun Luo's eyes, revealing a dangerous undertone. The project for the Nanjing New District was not a secret. However, the related plans had yet to be finalized. Even once completed, they would need to be submitted to the provincial level for approval. Although there were many vacant lots in the south, there were also numerous villages. Developing this area involved issues related to land acquisition. Not only that, but the planned high-speed rail lines, the city's main roads, and the corresponding government facilities were all clearly marked. Rather than a planning map, it was more like a bird's-eye view of the completed new district. It was designed by my subordinates, and I think it looks good. Perhaps it could serve as a reference for you, and with some maneuvering it might be possible to secure a position overseeing the construction of the Nanjing New District. Chen Luo spoke, clearly aware that Jiang Yi's influence was not as simple as it appeared. If she leveraged her connections, the chances of her acquiring this lucrative opportunity were tremendous. Jiang Yi had been in the business for many years. How could she easily believe the words of others? Moreover, how could such plans be easily laid out? The construction of a city involves not only above-ground work, but also underground infrastructure. But the planning map appeared to be extremely professional at first glance. Could it be that the other party had some connections at the provincial level? Such a level of planning diagram, even experts from the provincial level cannot map out so perfectly. Although puzzled, Jiang Yi still focused on examining the details of the planning diagram. After reviewing it, he calmly looked at Chen Luo. This planning diagram is comprehensive and undoubtedly the best plan for constructing the new district. I have some doubts. I remember that Datong Group and Huayu Group should have jointly acquired a plot of land. However, according to the details in the planning diagram, it seems impossible to maximize your benefits. Jiang Yi's gaze was fixed on Chen Luo as he inquired. One cannot only focus on immediate benefits. Chen Luo responded, but did not elaborate further. Immediate benefits. Hearing this, Jiang Yi looked at the planning diagram with some confusion, wondering if there were hidden benefits that she had not discovered. However, after several glances, no abnormalities were found. Sister Jiang, the planning diagram you painstakingly researched must surely elevate your career further beyond just a regular position, right? Let me be the first to congratulate you. Chen Luo spoke up, offering his congratulations. Jiang Yi was no fool and naturally understood the implication behind his words. This was meant to place all the credit on her shoulders, giving her a trump card. Yet ironically, the card presented to her left her with no words of refusal. I really like this gift, so I shall not decline it. Jiang Yi said, accepting this favor from Chen Luo. With the support of Qixing Group, her achievements in governance could be considered a significant affirmation. And without a doubt, she had become the director of the State Investment Promotion Bureau. The appointment announcement would likely be released for public notice in the next couple of days. With a little bit of maneuvering, although it was still likely that she would only be an assistant, her title would surely change. After ordering some dishes, the two enjoyed their meal and then returned home. Returning home, Chen Luo took a shower, and it was already past 10. Lying in bed, he played on his phone for a while, and before he knew it, it was already midnight. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo opened the system mall to check today's flash sale items. However, he suddenly remembered something. Had he forgotten to give Dr. Came the formula for Sambao drink. Name: commercial land of 50 mu near Nanchang's Hao Hospital New District. Value 100 million. Flash sale price 9 yuan. Seeing the flash sale item for today, Chen Luo chose to purchase it without any hesitation. At this price, it averages out to 2 million per mu, which is undeniably the standard for commercial land. Only in small cities like Nanchang could this amount suffice, though otherwise in major cities like Shanghai, it wouldn't even buy a thing. Chen Luo grabbed his phone and opened the album to look at the planning diagram. Though he was given the original image, he had naturally taken a photo for his records. According to the planning diagram, this area was supposed to be developed into a commercial plaza. Surrounding supermarkets and schools would also be arranged. However, 50 mu of land is not much. It is only 1/6 of their high school campus. Moreover, it is still some distance from the land acquired by Datong Group and Huayu Group. It's not something that can be put to use immediately. They will have to see later. After all, the planning diagram is just a plan and has yet to be constructed. Even though it is optimal, it still requires approval from higher authorities. After all, the development of the new district requires funding, and the fiscal aspects must keep pace. Chen Luo glanced at his phone, plugged it into charge, and chose to sleep. Perhaps due to several days without sleeping in, Chen Luo lazily got up at 10 o'clock. He picked up his phone and saw that Chen Yu had called. Chen Luo called back, and soon Chen Yu's voice came through. Yes, I understand. Gather evidence against the other party. Oh, I want to hammer them down so they can never see the light of day again. Chen Luo instructed Chen Yu. After receiving his response, he hung up the phone. Indeed, it was that old man Zheng Weibang. If he were anywhere else, he would never allow the other party to see tomorrow's sun. Later, Chen Luo returned to his hometown to pick up his sister. On the morning of the 8th, he sent her to register. She would need to create miracles in the next couple of days. As it turned out, this was indeed the case. Chen Luo saw that the light in her room had been on all night. Chen Luo lazily got up, yawned, and asked what she wanted to eat. However, she insisted on not eating anything, and Chen Luo stood at the door glancing at the pen that was almost smoking. Although the country has repeatedly enforced policies to reduce the burden for the lagging education in Kuen province, studying is their only way out. Only this way can they change their fate. And the reality of many students living in small towns has become a true reflection. Schools demand results, governments seek achievements, parents want futures, and in the end it is the children who bear the most burden. Chen Luo did not say much. He couldn't possibly join in and do the same, could he? Although with his current assets, even if she did nothing, he could still support her. But that is a different matter altogether. His phone vibrated, and Chen Luo closed the door behind him as he stepped outside. Nowadays it is convenient. Whatever one wants to eat can be purchased or ordered out. Chen Luo glanced at his phone and saw a message from Secretary Gao. The relevant job postings have been arranged and the related announcements have been drafted. They need to recruit over 500 people in total. Unified written exams will be held and candidates will be selected based on merit. Of course, high-level talent is exempt from the written exam and can participate directly in interviews. For capable individuals, privileges exist wherever they go. Although this does not necessarily prove their suitability, the reality is that society is in the process of selection. The college entrance examination eliminates some, while the graduate school selection eliminates another portion, and the same goes for doctoral students. Survival of the fittest, it is as simple as that. Chen Luo looked at the registration dates, starting from February 24th, which is tomorrow. It ends on March 16th, with the exam to be held on April 11th. Upon seeing these dates, Chen Luo frowned slightly, because he felt the timeline was a bit long. He dialed Gao Yao's number, as anyone unaware might think it was a structured program or a state enterprise. Boss, the weekend is the best choice. March 28th is the joint exam for public institutions, and April 4th is tomb sweeping day, which is not suitable for scheduling exams. March 21st and 22nd happen to be weekends, but they are too close together. Secretary Gao explained. In the construction industry, pharmaceutical enterprises, and hotel management, professional knowledge must be solid. As for those general workers in packaging, sorting, and warehousing, they naturally do not require an exam. Such positions are mostly outsourced or handled by subordinates during interviews without needing grand arrangements. The over 500 recruits involve research and development, quality control, quality inspection, equipment administration, finance, construction, safety, cost supervision, and management, covering all aspects. Just a heads up, the registration time starts tomorrow and ends on the 10th, with the exam on March 21st. Chen Luo informed Secretary Gao. This March is entirely an exam month, with the provincial exam on March 14th and the civil service joint examination on March 28th. The time for printing examination permits is undoubtedly a week before the exam. As for the exam location, it will be held at Jingshan High School, and I will negotiate that. Chen Luo thought of something and informed Secretary Gao. Upon hearing this, Secretary Gao agreed. After all, whatever the boss instructed, he would carry out. As an employee, what more did he need to consider? By the way, let the traders come to Nan City. Chen Luo thought of something else and informed Secretary Gao. Tomorrow is the 24th, and the stock market will fully open. A shares Hong Kong stocks in U.S. stocks. He wouldn't let any of them slip by. He aimed to make a substantial profit. After all, the development of the Nan City new district is a huge opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. After hanging up, Chen Luo wasn't too hungry. He sat on the sofa and started playing with his phone. From time to time, he glanced at Chen Zai's room. Having worked for so long, this couldn't go on. Taking advantage of the other person going to hang the clothes, he took a look. He found that she was completely copying answers, her handwriting comparable to the best cursive in the world. But Chen Luo couldn't really scold her. After all, he had come this way himself. It was only after 6 that she finally came out of her room, lying on the sofa in despair. Are you done? Chen Luo glanced at his younger sister and asked. He thought she would have to stay up all night, but it seemed there was no chance of witnessing that scene. Not yet, there's still some left. But there won't be any spot checks, and even if there are, they won't be tomorrow. They'll find a chance to make it up at school. If I keep making up, I'm going to collapse from exhaustion. Chen, she said weakly, feeling as if her hands were no. Then let me take you out for dinner, and we'll also buy some clothes, shoes, and daily necessities, Chen Luo said, standing up and picking up his keys from the coffee table. I want a grand feast, a very expensive grand feast. Chen, she didn't hold back, grabbing her phone and standing up to follow. After all, she could only return home once a month during high school. The next time would be during Qingming and the state holiday, so she had to treat her brother to a good meal. Chen Luo took Chen-Shi to a private dining restaurant, saying he wanted to eat something expensive. However, when he saw the truly expensive dishes on the menu, he felt a pang of pain and hesitated to order. Seeing this, Chen Luo took the menu and ordered a few of Chen Zai's favorite dishes. He spoke boldly, but when it came to reality, he felt like a quail. Which school do you plan to attend after your college entrance examination? Or what are your plans? As the dishes were being served, Chen Luo filled a bowl of crucian fish and tofu soup for Chen-Shi and asked, Can I just stay home and depend on you? Chen Shi replied without reservation, looking at Chen Luo and asking, "What do you think?" Chen Luo rolled his eyes at Chen Shi. He could indeed support her for a lifetime, but one should not squander their life aimlessly, right? One should at least do things they enjoy and find meaningful. When you had no money before, I thought after graduation I would take the civil service exam, get a stable job, and become a teacher. It's decent, stable, and most importantly, it's a secure job with guaranteed income. But now I'm quite confused. He'll decide on a university after the entrance exam results come out, and then we'll see after finishing university. Chen Shi stirred the milk-like crucian fish soup in her bowl, responding. Chen Luo did not press her further, as it was indeed too early to think about such things. Whatever she wanted to do, he would try his best to pave the way and support her. If it came down to it, there would always be a place for her in the companies he managed. Family is always the last resort and the most solid backing. After finishing their meal, Chen Luo took Chen Shi to the mall to buy some clothes and shoes. They also went to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities, snacks, and fruits. Tomorrow he would take her and put these items in the car. They would be easy to carry. By the time they returned home, it was already past 11. Chen Luo felt a bit tired. "What time will you need me to take you to school tomorrow?" He thought of something and asked Chen Shi, who was organizing her suitcase by the sofa. "Let's go in the morning. I need to finish some homework in the dormitory. You can also go about your own things," Chen Shi replied, pressing down on the clothes in her suitcase. "All right, wake me up tomorrow. I'm heading to bed now. I'm so tired." Chen Luo yawned, stood up, and walked towards it. Whether it was from shopping or some other reason, as soon as Chen Luo's head hit the pillow, he fell asleep in no time. When he suddenly woke up the next day around 8, he was startled. He grabbed his phone to check the time, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried about oversleeping, which made his sleep restless. Chen Luo got up, washed up a bit. Upon entering the living room, he found no one there. The suitcase and bags filled with fruits were placed against the wall. Then Chen Luo saw Chen Shi coming downstairs, drying her hair with a towel, still wearing her pajamas. It seemed she wasn't in a hurry, making him look more eager. Truly, it was a case of the emperor being anxious while the eunuch was calm. He had worried for nothing. "Give me 5 more minutes, or would you like to eat something first?" While saying this, Chen Shi took out a big treasure from her backpack and wiped her face. After showering, one tends to feel tight and dry. "No need, I'll wait for you." Chen Luo appeared to be browsing the news on his phone, but in reality his mind was focused on the open shopping panel. He was curious about what good items would be refreshed today. Name: Advanced Assassin. Value: Flash sale, 9 yuan. Upon seeing the items on flash sale today, Chen Luo was first puzzled, but then filled with joy. Without hesitation, he chose to participate in the flash sale. The matter of those 2 assassins felt like a thorn in his throat. He couldn't get rid of it cleanly, leaving him feeling uncomfortable. He couldn't act directly, but others could. After all, they were assassins, and they probably had a lot of lives on their hands. Even if they were killed, Chen Luo wouldn't feel any psychological burden. Moreover, the most important point was that they were very likely not Chinese nationals. If a Chinese national committed a crime, the law would punish them. It wasn't his place to act as a judge. But if they weren't from the country, why should he consider so much? Just then, Chen Luo's phone pinged with a message note. He grabbed his phone, took a look, and discovered that there were actually 3 assassins involved in this case. 3 people, 2 men, and 1 woman. It seemed that Chen Yu had tracked their whereabouts through the surveillance in Nan City. In addition, there were also 3 wanted notices. Chen Luo sent a message to Chen Xiu instructing him to deal with those assassins. He also messaged Chen Yu to assist Chen Xiu with the assassin's actions. After completing these tasks, he quietly waited for his younger sister. However, the 2 minutes that girls claim often turn into 10 minutes, which is not trustworthy. He had already waited for half an hour, yet she was still not ready. Going up and down the stairs, she appeared busy, but it was unclear what she was actually occupied with. "All right, brother, let's go." It was only when Chen Luo checked his watch for the 3rd time that Chen Shi finally spoke. Chen Luo glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. He drove Chen Shi to grab a bite to eat before sending her to school. As Chen Luo entered through the west gate, the security guard, seeing the luxury car, did not stop him and chose to let him through. Chen Luo parked beside the convenience store and helped her carry things to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. He couldn't enter, so he had to rely on her to make several trips up. Chen Shi lived on the 3rd floor, which was manageable. If it were any higher, it would be difficult not just to transport these items, but even to commute to school every day. Chen Luo transferred some money to Chen Shi, and after saying goodbye, chose to leave. During this time, he received a call from Dr. Kane and headed directly to Qixing Pharmaceuticals. Since today was the 8th day of the lunar month, many factories had already resumed operations. Compared to the previous quietness, the factories were now bustling with activity. When Chen Luo entered the laboratory, only Dr. Kane was present. It seemed that Dr. Kane had already sent everyone else away. Boss, consuming this substance could lead to myocardial infarction. Of course, if a seasoned forensic pathologist were to examine it, the issue could still be discovered. Dr. Kane said, handing a thumb-sized glass vial to Chen Luo. Achieving perfection is never that. If it were that easy, the mortality rate in this world would likely double. Perhaps it exists, but regular people would never come into contact with it, and it would certainly be classified as a banned item. Thank you, Dr. Kane. Chen Luo glanced at the pale yellow liquid in the vial, stored it in the system space, and expressed his gratitude. By the way, Dr. Kane, I have a recipe for herbal tea. I wonder if it can be implemented. Chen Luo took out the recipe for Sanbao tea from the system space, recalling something. Upon hearing this, Dr. Kane showed no hesitation and began to review it. Watching Dr. Kane flip through the recipe, Chen Luo did not interrupt, but quietly waited for him to finish. Boss Health supplements are the main source of revenue for Qixing Pharmaceuticals. I've reviewed this Sanbao tea. The ingredients are simple, and with the equipment producing it shouldn't be a problem. But my concern is the lack of a market. Previously, Duo Bao and Lao Jis marketing strategies were too effective, deeply rooted in people's minds. Even if produced, marketing would certainly be a huge challenge. I'm just afraid it won't be worth the effort. Dr. Kane said, shaking his head as he analyzed this herbal tea. Moreover, we do not have the channels for tea leaves. In this herbal tea, there are several beneficial herbs, including licorice, and the main component is tea. No worries, I will find a way regarding this matter. Chen Luo replied, but he began to ponder. Yunnan province, as one of the 4 main tea-producing areas, is renowned for its pure tea. He needed to think of a way to procure tea leaves from there. Perhaps he could personally visit, that way he might be able to secure assets from that region. Whether it be tea gardens or tea companies, he would be more than willing. Dr. Kane did not say much more. Chen Luo did not linger and chose to leave. However, even if he was going to Pure, he would have to wait until tomorrow. After all, today the house was undergoing renovations, and it would take several hours to reach Pure. It was better to set off tomorrow. Chen Luo returned home and sent a message to Secretary Gao asking him to accompany him to Pure the next day. And for small matters like buying tickets, he would naturally leave that to Secretary Gao. However, now that he had money, shouldn't he hire a driver and a nanny? Later in the evening, Chen Luo received the ticket information from Secretary Gao. The high-speed train ticket was for a little after 10, but there was no high-speed train station in Nancheng. He had to go to a county under Nancheng. It would take over an hour to get to Nancheng. After planning his time, Chen Luo set an alarm and chose to go to sleep. The next morning, he was awakened by the alarm clock. Chen Luo yawned while washing up, wondering what he was doing. Couldn't he just have someone else go? But since the senior management of Qixing Pharmaceuticals had nearly all gone in, and Dr. Kane needed to focus on research without having hired anyone, yet he couldn't let those in hotel management or construction go, could he? Meeting up with Secretary Gao, they drove onto the highway heading to the high-speed train station. Chen Luo did not need to bring much. He only took a small suitcase containing a few changes of clothes. If he lacked anything, he could buy it there in Pure. The industrial sector in Pure was relatively weak, focusing mainly on agriculture, tea, coffee, and tourism, with last year's GDP at 130 billion. In contrast, Nancheng's industry was stronger, with a higher proportion of secondary industries, such as green aluminum, silicon, and construction materials, alongside agriculture, like ginseng, chili, ginger, and tobacco, with last year's GDP over 160 billion. Companies like Unification Mishue and Luckin established processing plants in Pure. After parking in the underground parking lot and glancing at the time, the two hurried toward the high-speed train station. After checking tickets and going through security, they waited for over half an hour before boarding the train. It took over 4 hours to finally arrive at the Pure high-speed train station. Mainly because there were no direct routes between Pure and Nancheng, they had to go to Yunqing first, then from Yunqing to Pure. As for flying, there were no flights from Nancheng either. He had to go to a county below Nancheng to catch a flight. Plus, the time spent checking in and handling luggage was considerable. At 4:30, Chen Luo and Secretary Gao finally arrived at the hotel. Chairman Chen, the tea garden has been contacted, and we will go there tomorrow morning at 10. Secretary Gao informed Chen Luo about the schedule for tomorrow. Sure, Chen Luo replied. Since he needed to procure tea leaves, he naturally had to visit the tea garden. Next, they would go to the factory to observe the production process and inspect the final products. Then he would discuss prices and sign contracts. Let's try some delicious food in Pure, Chen Luo said, putting on his coat and calling out to Secretary Gao. Following the navigation, the two arrived at a small alley. He had seen online that the food in this alley was quite good. Such places often offer the most authentic local flavors, while those big restaurants alter their recipes to cater to people from various places. Moreover, in such places, not only are the prices high, but the portions are also small. Chen Luo selected a shop that felt right and walked in. The store was not large, but it was fairly clean and had a warm atmosphere. A woman in her 50s came over with a menu. Chen Luo was unsure of what to eat and asked her for recommendations. The dishes were served, and they were indeed delicious. However, the lemon chicken seemed to have a strong dye flavor, possibly due to its proximity to Zishuangbana. He spent over 200 yuan paid by Secretary Gao, though Chen Luo was unclear about the specifics. He took a car sent from the tea garden heading towards it. The tea was planted in the mountains, the roads were not exactly good, and were even quite bumpy. Upon arrival, the site was filled with lush green tea leaves stretching across the hills. In the tea fields, several women in their 50s and 60s were quickly picking tea leaves with both hands. The tea leaves harvested before and after the Qingming festival were the freshest and most valuable. The picked tea leaves were collected in one place. They would then be sent to the factory for firing and packaging. Chen Luo took a glance and confirmed that the tea was indeed good. At that moment a voice came. "Chairman Chen, I've heard so much about you." Chen Luo turned to see a middle-aged man approaching him warmly. General Manager Chiu. Since he came to discuss tea, Chen Luo naturally knew the owner of the tea garden from Secretary Gao. The two shook hands briefly and then quickly parted. "Come, let's talk in my office. Try this year's new tea." Chen Luo naturally did not refuse General Manager Chiu's invitation. General Manager Chiu personally brewed tea for the two of them. Chen Luo took a glance. The tea was indeed good, and he took a gentle sip. It was a bit bitter but also fragrant, though Chen Luo did not understand tea well. He looked at Secretary Gao, who nodded in response. "I wonder what kind of tea Chairman Chen would like. Black tea, white tea, or raw tea, and how much would you need?" General Manager Chiu inquired. "General Manager Chiu, may I ask if we could tour the tea garden and discuss further?" Chen Luo did not rush to respond, but indicated that he needed to think it over. To be honest, he did not understand raw tea, white tea, black tea, or ripe tea, and the names of the teas were completely unfamiliar to someone like him. Of course, there's also the factory. If Chairman Chen has time, I will personally take you to see it. General Manager Chiu did not suspect anything, as unless they were regular customers it was rare to make a quick deal. He was aware of the 7-Star Group, a top-valued company in Nanjing with assets exceeding 10 billion yuan. After receiving the response, Chen Luo did not hold back and turned to leave. Standing in the tea fields, Chen Luo observed the women picking tea. Chairman Chen, the Chiu family, is one of the top 10 tea merchants in the entire Pure, owning the largest tea garden in Pure, and is quite powerful. Chen Luo nodded upon hearing this. Pure tea is world-renowned, but there are actually more large tea merchants in Pure than tea gardens. Many pure teas are sourced from neighboring areas like Linchong and then sold. Regarding the Sanbao drink, Chen Luo had looked at the formula, and white tea was the best. After all, the key components of the Sanbao drink are the three treasures, not the tea leaves themselves. It simply requires extracting elements like tea polyphenol and theanine from the tea leaves. Combined with medicinal herbs such as licorice, chrysanthemum, summer cypress, and honeysuckle, it is boiled together. The three treasures are monk fruit, dried tangerine peel, and mulberry leaves. "Madam, how much can you earn in a day?" Chen Luo turned his gaze to a nearby woman who had stopped to wipe her sweat and asked. The woman paused upon hearing this, scrutinizing Chen Luo. Although confused, she still responded, "Young man, our base salary here is 120 yuan. And then you earn more based on work done. You should make about 200 to 300 yuan a day." The woman set her hand, but then she seemed to realize something, suddenly pausing her movements. She looked the two of them over again. One looked like a leader, while the other appeared to be a secretary. Could it be that government officials were here for an inspection? After all, the recent incident involving the tea-picking women had caused quite a stir. "Madam Chen, take a break and show Chairman Chen around to understand our tea garden." "Secretary Zhang, what do you think I should do?" Madam Chen said, spreading her hands with a look that suggested "Don't worry, it's paid leave." Upon hearing this, Madam Chen finally sighed with relief and removed the basket from her waist. Chen Luo saw this and did not hold back, but he also understood the secretary's intention. After all, it's most suitable to understand these matters firsthand from those involved. Saying this, the secretary left directly, leaving the area for the few of them. "Leader, are you secretly sent by the government to investigate?" "Let me tell you, Boss Chiu is not like those unscrupulous bosses. He is a good boss. We can't just lump all tea merchants together." Chen Luo had not yet opened his mouth to ask, when Madam Chen began to explain on her own. Looking at Madam Chen's expression, Chen Luo knew she was not lying. "We're not young anymore, we can't get into the factories. Picking tea is certainly tiring. Boss Chiu provides meals and lodging with meat at every meal, and we can earn several thousand yuan each month. It helps a bit with the burden at home for our children." Madam Chen, seeing that he was quiet, explained once more. "Take this tea leaves as an example. Leaves that have not fully unfolded, leaves that are slightly unfolded, and fully unfolded leaves have different grades, hence different prices. The younger generation doesn't bother with these anymore. If we truly felt wronged, could we still stay here? These bosses are eager to raise prices and poach workers." Listening to Madam Chen's words, Chen Luo did not say much. Her demeanor and expression showed no "Let's look around by ourselves." "Thank you, Madam Chen," Chen Luo said, standing up and walking around with The kitchen was preparing dishes, and there was indeed meat. Chen Luo also wandered around the area where the women lived. The environment was not great, but not too bad either. After all, being in the mountains, having electricity and water, and a place to shield from wind and rain was enough. As for drinking water, they had new bottled mineral water in barrels, showing that the boss was doing well. Suddenly Chen Luo remembered that he had been so busy traveling today that he forgot to check what the system had refreshed. He opened the attribute panel to take a look. Perhaps it was because he was still in Nanjing early this morning, so the refreshed items had nothing to do with pure. Name 2 million renminbi. Value 2 million yuan. Flash sale price 9 yuan. Chen Luo did not hesitate at all and directly chose the flash sale. Let's go, Chen Luo said, choosing to leave and return to General Manager Chio's office. General Manager Chio was on the phone and smiled at the two as they entered. So Chairman Chen, what do you think? The truck for the tea will arrive shortly, and we can go to the factory together to take a look, General Manager Chio suggested. General Manager Chio, no need. Hearing this, Mr. Chio's heart skipped a beat. Did he not look favorably upon it, or had he struck up a deal with other tea merchants? Shortly the Qixing Group will send someone for coordination. Mr. Chio, may our collaboration be pleasant, Chen Luo said, extending his hand. As for the factory, there was no need to visit. He had asked Chen Yu to check Chio's accounts, and the reputation was quite good. It was likely that Secretary Gao had filtered these tea merchants during her interactions, otherwise she wouldn't have directly selected Chio's company. Initially, Mr. Chio felt apprehensive, but upon hearing this he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chairman Chen, may our cooperation be fruitful. Rest assured, Chio's company will definitely offer Qixing Group the lowest price. The two shook hands, preliminarily establishing their partnership. As for the subsequent matters, they could be entrusted to his subordinates. Although he could indeed swiftly secure tea gardens and the like, it was a technical job. Finishing roasting tea and channels. All were indispensable. Rather than spending so much, it would be better to establish cooperation with the locals. Chen Luo and Secretary Gao originally intended to return to the hotel, but they were unable to resist Mr. Chio's warm hospitality. After a few drinks, they also got to know several local tea merchants. Chen Luo lay on the hotel bed, only feeling a throbbing headache. Alcohol, while spicy as it goes down, leaves one feeling terrible afterward. Who exactly enjoys it? It would be better to drink some sweet water. As night fell, it undoubtedly became a paradise for certain individuals. What should we do next? The only woman in the group spoke up, asking a question. After all, according to the information they had gathered, the person had already gone to the temporary warehouse. As for their identity, as wanted criminals, they couldn't possibly take a plane or high-speed train. He resides at the Yulongjing Yuan, a well-known wealthy area in Nan City. There are security guards and surveillance cameras everywhere. Getting in is difficult, let alone committing murder. Another man chimed in, his expression somewhat grim. The leading man grimaced upon hearing this. If the mission couldn't be completed, they wouldn't earn any money. This trip would be in vain. Moreover, the expenses for this trip were considerable, not to mention the life-threatening risks involved. Kidnap his family, make a quick buck, then head to Southeast Asia. The scarred leader gritted his teeth and spoke. Fine. After hearing this, the two hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to agree. Although this approach was unethical, they were not moral individuals. Nothing in this world is more terrifying than At that moment, a hunched beggar trembled as he pushed a dilapidated tricycle by. The three quickly covered their faces or shielded each other's line of sight. This scene, however, gave the old beggar an opportunity. The old beggar, who had originally been hunched, suddenly slapped the scarred man's back. The steel needle hidden between his fingers pierced directly through the man's heart. The other two reacted immediately, but in the next moment a flash of a blade severed their throats. With several splashes echoing, the old beggar continued to push his tricycle forward. Being wanted criminals, the three naturally avoided crowded places, which made it easier for the old beggar. Chen Yu showed no signs of negligence, reviewing the surrounding surveillance to ensure everything was truly foolproof. The next day, Chen Luo and Secretary Gao returned to Nan City after a series of transfers. Without a direct high-speed train, it was somewhat troublesome as the transfers took extra time. The system really should refresh and provide a private jet. Chen Luo glanced at the system mall, purchased something, and quickly closed it again. A few gold bars. If they weren't still valuable, he wouldn't bother buying them. Chen Luo returned to Yulongjing Yuan, while Secretary Gao arranged for someone to head to the temporary warehouse for negotiations. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. After all, he was merely an outsider. Just as Chen Luo finished washing up and planned to sleep, he received a call from Secretary Gao. Hello. Good, arrange accommodation for them. Take them to Qixing Investment tomorrow. Chen Luo said. The operator Secretary Gao had found had already arrived in Nan City, and it seemed they could enter the stock market in the next 2 days. Naturally, the relevant accounts had been prepared. As for the villa, construction had been ongoing for 2 days. At this rate, soft decoration and hard decoration would take at least 2 more months. Chen Luo wasn't in a hurry, as he had a place to stay. He also received good news from his uncle, who had reported to the promotion bureau for 2 days. Sister Jiang had also successfully become the new director of the promotion bureau. Seeing the message from Chen Yu, Chen Luo put down his phone and chose to sleep. That message was automatically deleted the moment Chen Luo turned off his phone, as if it had never existed. The next day, Not knowing if it was due to the exhaustion from the past few days' business trip, Chen Luo unusually had a good sleep. Around 10 o'clock, he lazily got up from bed. Almost instinctively, he opened the system mall. Name Qinghe Bun, value 1 billion, instant kill price 9 yuan. Seeing the items refreshed today, Chen Luo frowned slightly. He had heard of Qinghe Bun, but had never been there as it was a private residence. It was said that this Qinghe Bun was a residence of a warlord from the Republican era. Its most famous feature is the lotus flowers in the courtyard. Every summer the fragrance of the lotus fills the entire yard. It was rumored to have fallen into the hands of a great collector and was not open to the public. Unexpectedly, it had been secured so quickly, and the key point was that this residence was valued at 10 billion. However, Chen Luo also understood that the most valuable aspect was its historical significance. Unfortunately, it was not in Nan City, but in Yunqing, otherwise he could let his family stay there. Chen Luo freshened up and headed towards the Qixing building. Qixing building. It's almost 11 o'clock. When will your boss arrive? A girl with purpled hair dressed in a leather skirt looking somewhat alternative spoke up. In a collaboration, shouldn't punctuality be of utmost importance? Besides this dominant-looking woman, there was also a quiet girl with bangs. The other three had different hairstyles, but they all gave off the vibe of small-time thugs. Ladies, Qixing Group hired you and paid you. Yet now you haven't done anything, and you haven't lost a single. Wait a minute, boss, is it something that is very difficult to accomplish? Secretary Gao spoke, his tone a bit cold. If he hadn't personally followed up on this, he would have thought these were just random thugs. If the boss sees this situation when he arrives, will he think he's just slacking off? All right, you're the investor you call. The purple-haired girl said, sitting back down and taking out xylitol from her bag to chew. Sorry for being late. Chen Luo pushed the door open and walked in. Boss. Secretary Gao rushed forward upon seeing him, whispering something. Chen Luo approached the main seat and glanced at the 5 individuals. His brows slightly furrowed. They did not appear to be the kind of people who could handle the operations. Huang Ying naturally noticed the dismissive glances from the others, as it was not the first time. Without a hint of hesitation, she opened her laptop and began showcasing the information using the projector. On the screen behind Chen Luo, intricate lines filled the display. He took a look and noted that the upward movements were few, most were declines. Are you a hacker? Chen Luo looked at her, and for some reason this thought emerged in his mind as he inquired. No. Huang Ying paused upon hearing this, but still responded. Chen Luo noticed the gazes of the 4 individuals on him, yet he said nothing further. Gather in the operation room at 9 tomorrow morning. We will officially begin at 9:30, entering the shares and Hong Kong stocks. From 9:30 at night to 4 the next day, we will enter the US stocks. It will be a tough battle, but I assure you none of you will be left out. He added, I must say something up front, all actions must comply with my instructions. As Chen Luo spoke, he swept his gaze over the 5 present. We are paid to do this, so you can rest assured. Huang Ying nodded in response, as Secretary Gao had already mentioned this when they arrived. Secretary Gao take them to familiarize themselves with the operation room. He instructed push tomorrow's work and ensure the subsequent supplies are guaranteed. Understood, boss. Secretary Gao replied. After discussing this matter, Chen Luo did not linger and chose to leave directly. Currently, the group's balance sheet showed approximately 150 million available. This amount was not insignificant, but Chen Luo was not satisfied. The larger the investment, the more apparent the returns. Chen Luo took out his phone and called Chen Yu. Hello, how's the bank situation? He asked. He had previously instructed Chen Yu to go to the bank using Qixing Pharmaceutical and Phoenix Hotel as collateral. Only 500 million. Chen Luo furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this. After all, his expectation was 1 billion. Qixing Pharmaceutical had a market value of 320 million, while Phoenix Hotel was estimated at around 600 million. However, with both companies backed by the Qixing Group, he did not anticipate they could only secure 500 million. Should I pledge shares from Datong Group and Zhongtian Group? That should be worth several billion. He suggested, but it might take a few days. Chen Ye's voice came through, asking for Chen Luo's opinion. Forget it, 500 million is fine. He couldn't afford to wait for a few days. Moreover, injecting too much capital would inevitably raise suspicions. Too many variables would make it not worth the risk. Come to Qixing Group tomorrow as well. After giving his instructions, Chen Luo hung up the phone. With 650 million in principal, he wondered how much he could extract in just one day. Note: the stock market is risky, invest cautiously. Time passed, and soon it was the next day. February 27th, Thursday. Chen Luo arrived at the group around 8, specifically having Phoenix Hotel deliver meals. The few of them gathered together and began to eat comfortably. After all, today was a tough battle. How could they not eat well? Perhaps they had been lucky yesterday, but today seemed to bring less fortune. One item, a Qing Dynasty jade seal worth over 3 million, was purchased by Chen Luo and sent into the system space. Adding that bowl from before, it would be best to find an opportunity to sell these items for cash. Chen Yu appeared somewhat thin with longer hair and wearing black framed glasses. His first impression was one of shyness and a bit of introversion. After satisfying their hunger, the group made their way to the operation room. Inside, several computers were set up that were not found on the market as their configurations were extremely high and pricey. Directly in front was a massive display screen showing the stock market situation. The Hong Kong and the shares both started at 9:30. It was only 9 o'clock, leaving half an hour until the market opened. Chen Yu sat next to Chen Luo, allowing Chen Luo to easily see Chen Ye's computer screen. He had also mortgaged Zhu Yuan and Jing Shanghai School, and with some money on hand, he had gathered over 200 million. He intended for Chen Yu to operate this money, separately depositing it into his account. In the shares, individual stock trading profits from buying low and selling high were tax-exempt. Overseas income was subject to a 20 individual income tax, and when selling a 0.05 stamp duty applied. Chen Luo glanced at his watch from time to time, feeling that this waiting period was quite torturous. At 9:30, Chen Luo promptly activated the stock market omniscient prediction. The time span was 24 hours, ending at 9:30 the next day. As Chen Luo utilized the stock market omniscient prediction, he seemed to notice a change in his vision. The rigid curves appeared to come alive and his eyes continuously extending backward. Chen Luo glanced at the screen, focusing on a company called Yike Technology. At 3:20 in the afternoon, it was predicted to rise by 20%. However, with several hours left until afternoon, buying now would easily lock up the funds. Chen Luo shifted his gaze to other stocks. Currently, his money was only suitable for short-term gains. Moreover, with only 1 day available, if he had 10 days, the results would be much better. Given his situation, he would probably buy in 1 second and have to sell everything the next. Invest 50 million in Xi'an. Sell after half an hour. Invest 50 million in Tengji Pharmaceutical. Chen Luo recorded notes in his notebook while reviewing the details. Upon hearing this, Huang Ying slightly furrowed her brows. The stock market was inherently volatile, and the intervals were too short to draw any conclusions. Whether they could profit depended entirely on luck. With such a grand display, they had been hired at great expenses. Surely, it was not just to witness a joke. Although they felt puzzled since they were being paid to execute, that was all they could do. After all, it wasn't their money. Even if they incurred losses, it had nothing to do with them. Such a large group couldn't possibly refuse to pay them just because they lost, could they? However, as time passed, their gazes toward the man at the head of the table began to change, because they discovered that more than an hour had passed without any losses. It seemed he knew the stock market's next move, often selling at the peak. Investing 50 million for less than 10 minutes yielded a profit of 300,000. The amount might be small, but with over 600 million in principal and several people trading simultaneously, it was a significant sum. For some reason, a thought suddenly popped into Huang Ying's mind. I could make several 100,000 in just a minute. Huang Ying looked at Chen Luo, who was bent over the screen guiding the slender man in his operations. Curiosity filled her heart, wondering if someone could truly achieve this step. What are you dazed for? Furuwei Medical Cell for 1 billion. Chen Luo tapped the table, pulling Huang Ying back to reality. With fingers flying, he began to operate. Hong Kong stocks Huiyan Sports by 50 million. Chen Luo's gaze was fixed on the screen behind him as he signaled to a few people and then whispered something to Chen Yu. The morning market for shares is from 930 to 1130, while Hong Kong stocks end at 1200. After a morning of chaos, Chen Luo felt utterly exhausted. Sitting in his chair, he rubbed his throbbing temples. How much did we make this morning? Chen Luo thought of something and turned his gaze to Huang Ying, asking. So far, we've made 170 million. Huang Ying glanced at the screen, speaking with great excitement. Chen Luo had thought they made 300 million. He was surprised that it hadn't even reached 200 million. Hearing this, Huang Ying felt as though she had been doused with cold water. Is this even human? Take a break, replenish your energy, and we'll fight again, Chen Luo said as he walked toward the conference room. Secretary Gao had already arranged for food and coffee to help them stay alert. They had indeed made over 300 million, as Chen Ye's income had not yet been accounted for. Combined, it totaled 310 million. This time he wondered if they could achieve a goal of 10 million. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the battle was set to commence. Chen Luo quickly began directing everyone, continuously buying and selling. However, several stocks made him feel regretful. After all, time was too short and some stocks didn't fluctuate much. If only there had been a bit more time, hitting the ceiling would have been a given. However, Chen Luo didn't push it, as some things simply couldn't be forced. By swiftly navigating the stock market, Chen Luo accumulated more wealth. At 3 in the afternoon, the morning session for shares concluded. Yet the Hong Kong market ended at 4, meaning Chen Luo and his team's battle was far from over. He didn't miss the stock Yike Technology, which had risen over 20. But it seemed that due to the influx of funds, the stock market took notice, causing Yike's stock curve to change. Even the 20% increase turned into 18. However, an 18% rise was still good, considering Chen Luo currently had over 1 billion in funds. This wave alone could bring Chen Luo 200 million in income. The sudden rise immediately attracted the attention of many stockholders. Watching the rising figures, many investors rushed into Yi Technology's stock. Despite having a good number of shares, Chen Luo's holdings were soon divided among the enthusiastic investors. With only half an hour left, Chen Luo certainly wouldn't give up. He bought several more stocks. After all, even the smallest gains mattered. At 4 in the afternoon, as the Hong Kong market closed, Chen Luo slumped in his chair and let out a sigh of relief. It had drained his spirit, and he felt that if he continued staring at the screen, his eyes would go blind. With several screens around him showing both the shares and Hong Kong stocks, there were times when Chen Luo feared he might mix them up. Fortunately, today's battle had been quite a success. How much did we make in the afternoon? With the battle concluded, it was natural to inquire about the spoils. We made over 500 million in the afternoon. Combined with the morning, that's a total of 720 million. Huang Ying glanced at the numbers on the screen, confirming them twice, fearing she had misread. Even she hadn't noticed that her voice trembled. With 650 million in capital, they ended up making over 700 million. This was hard to believe, even if she had seen it with her own eyes. The afternoon's earnings were mainly due to the morning session, where the capital increased from 650 million to over 800 million. The key was that with Yi Technology, buying and selling took only about 20 minutes, directly earning 150 million. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo nodded. In other words, he currently had a cash flow of 1,700 million. He looked at Chen Yu, as this wave had not yet accounted for the other party's earnings. Chen Yu turned the computer screen towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo saw the numbers on the screen, counting the digits with his hand, confirming twice. 510 million. Excluding the 200 million capital, they netted over 300 million. The main issue was that the capital was a bit low. Even with the last wave involving Yi Technology with over 400 million in capital, they could only earn 70 million. In total, did they have nearly 2 billion. And the battlefield wasn't completely over yet, as there was still the U.S. stock market. Earning money from their own people was never as substantial as earning from foreigners. He wondered if in the end he could earn 20 billion. Let's take a break first. At 9 in the evening, let's gather here to enter the U.S. stock market. Chen Luo glanced at the time. There were still several hours left, and he spoke to the others. After all, buying and selling had indeed been quite intense. Upon hearing this, the others did not hesitate to take a break, as they were indeed a bit tired. Even Huang Ying couldn't help but stand up and stretch. Her gaze fell on Chen Yu. She wasn't foolish and could naturally see that the boss had secretly arranged for an account to be operated by him. It was likely that the earnings made in the afternoon were far more complex than they appeared. Her gaze settled on Chen Luo, filled with curiosity, wondering if anyone could truly achieve this step. Even if the stock god Warren Buffett had come personally, he would not measure up to even 1/10 of what the other party accomplished. This was beyond common reasoning, as if the other party knew the direction of the stock market. They always managed to buy low and sell high, profiting from the price differences. This completely defied logic. Was the other party some sort of monster? Chen Luo didn't think too much about it, and directly exited the operations room, returning to the top floor office. His eyes remained glued to the screen, rapidly fluctuating, feeling a bit blurry, even somewhat unclear. He had to endure another 6 hours in the evening, needing to conserve his energy and rest well. Secretary Gao had already contacted the people at Phoenix Hotel to send over meals. Chen Luo didn't feel like eating, as he truly had no appetite at the moment. He would discuss it again after the U.S. stock market closed at 4 in the morning. At 9 in the evening, Chen Luo returned to the operations room. The 5 traders had evidently just arrived. They had rested for over 2 hours and were ready for battle until 4 with minor issues. As for this deal, it was more than enough for them to enjoy a good time. Chen Luo glanced at Chen Xiu's screen, noticing that part of the money had already been exchanged for U.S. dollars. There were 2 methods, either by directly in U.S. dollars or in RMB, automatically settling according to the exchange rate. Chen Luo sat in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding screens, his pen moving continuously. After writing down more than a dozen names, Chen Luo finally capped his pen, letting out a sigh of relief. Glancing at the time, it was 9:20, just 10 minutes before the U.S. stock market opened. In the blink of an eye, the 10 minutes passed, and with a command from Chen Luo, everyone began to take action. Weiling Pharmaceuticals by 50 million. Changkai Automotive by 50 million. Jiruan Heavy Industry by 100 million. Chen Luo's gaze was fixed on the surrounding screens, his mouth moving rapidly as he instructed everyone. He then whispered something to Chen Yu, occasionally pointing at the computer screen. After buying several stocks, he had already spent a large portion of the funds. Yet he did not stop. Almost every minute, 8-digit sums were being traded. In the blink of an eye, there was little capital left in hand. However, some stocks had reached the time for harvesting. Chen Luo quickly called out to sell what could be sold. He then used the money from the sales to purchase other stocks. Like a nested doll, he quickly made a profit in the U.S. stock market. Naturally, this commotion caught the attention of some interested parties. Across the ocean, some foreigners witnessing this scene couldn't help but curse. This mysterious force from the east entered the stock market and chose to sell before even staying for half an hour. They understood that this was an attempt to profit from price differences. However, the stock market values long-term returns, and it's rare for anyone to operate this way. The stock market is deep waters, no one can truly master it. Trying to make money from short-term gains is akin to dreaming. However, someone had indeed succeeded, and many began to pay attention to this account. Chen Luo did not focus too much on it. He simply monitored the stock market, instructing traders to buy or sell. The stock market time is limited, and he didn't know when the next opportunity would come. Now that there was a chance to profit, he naturally aimed to make as much as possible. However, Chen Luo quickly noticed something unusual, his brows slightly furrowing. The stock prices of the companies he had bought began to fluctuate to some extent. They had attracted attention. Someone had chosen to follow the stocks, injecting significant funds and causing changes in the market trend. Yet Chen Luo merely furrowed his brows, not overly concerned. After all, he possessed omniscience in the stock market. As long as it was within the time frame, even if someone wanted to target him, he could foresee the future market trends and minimize losses. Moi. At that moment, Chen Luo suddenly noticed the stock, his breath becoming a bit heavier. Wild Energy. The stock's curve was continuously falling, seeming as if it would delist at any second. But with his market omniscience, he could tell that this stock would actually rise by an astonishing 56 within the next 2 hours. What does this mean? It means that if he invested 1 billion, he could earn 500 million. Chen Luo glanced at the company's market value and shook his head. With his current cash flow, it would be somewhat difficult to bottom out. Moreover, this company is located in Singapore, and he had no intention of acquiring it. Wouldn't it be more profitable to make some money and use it to develop the Tycoon Group? Furthermore, he did not plan to hold on to any publicly listed companies. The Tycoon Group would never go public. Tycoon Pharmaceuticals had already delisted as he held all the shares, and there were none available on the market. However, it wasn't quite the lowest point yet. He could wait a bit longer. With 1 hour of trading time left, he could scoop up more shares of other companies. Damn it. This is truly infuriating. This dark horse in the stock market had already caught the attention of many. Every time the other party bought or sold, they had never faced defeat, and in an instant millions of dollars had been taken. Damn Chinese. They've come to make money in the stock market. Although many people wore grim expressions, it hadn't reached the point of panic yet. After all, although the other party had taken tens of millions of dollars, that amount was not significant to them. In the stock market, such money wouldn't even make a ripple. Naturally, Chen Luo was unaware of this. Even if he were, he likely wouldn't care. If someone truly targeted him, he would not be afraid. At this moment, he was directing everyone continuously profiting in the U.S. stock market. Meanwhile, his fundamental base was expanding with the passage of time. Funds in batches by Wild Energy. Chen Luo glanced at the time. It was almost time. Buying now after another hour of 56 return would be enough for him to profit immensely in this wave. After this profit, he would have to withdraw, otherwise it would be difficult to leave. As for the remaining hour, if he earned a little less, so be it. Although Chen Luo entered Wild Energy in batches, he still attracted quite a bit of attention. This also led many investors to follow suit. After all, buying alongside him felt like picking up money. Foreign financial groups had naturally noticed this scene. Upon seeing the other party buy this stock, their brows furrowed slightly. Looking at the data on Wild Energy in hand, they simply could not understand why the other party would invest in a stock that was about to delist. Bottom fishing Wild Energy. But what is the point of bottom fishing in Wild Energy? Throwing money into it is no better than tossing it into water. Go investigate. To be cautious, they decided to have someone carefully investigate this stock. Based on the previous actions of the other party, the person behind it was definitely not a fool. Otherwise, they wouldn't have profited over $10 million in such a short time in the stock market. The other party's investment in Wild Energy must have deeper implications. But what is worthwhile to invest in a company that is about to delist? Unless they have suddenly overcome some technology or there is backing from a financial group, otherwise he truly couldn't understand. Invest $50 million alongside them. The middle-aged man thought of something and unconsciously instructed the people beside him. He wanted to see if the other party truly had skills or was merely bluffing. As funds were purchased in batches, Chen Luo let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at the directional chart, and seeing no issues, Chen Luo felt a bit more at ease. Now he was just waiting for 20 minutes later when the stock would skyrocket, and he could sit back and collect the money. Boss, with our funds, it's not easy to bottom fish this energy company. Huang Ying inquired as she saw the balance had disappeared, all invested in this energy stock. Who said I wanted to bottom fish? Chen Luo chuckled lightly at this remark and countered. Not bottom fishing. Hearing this, Huang Ying looked at Chen Luo with confusion. The eyes of the others were similarly puzzled. After all, from their perspective, if it wasn't bottom fishing, why invest so much capital? Although the stock saw an increase due to their capital injection, the rise was not substantial. Yet this does not change the fact that it is a poor stock. Once their funds are trapped, it will not be easy to withdraw. Selling would result in a complete loss. Therefore, unless this stock experiences a massive surge, it is clear that they are at a loss. Did another 300 million come in? At this moment, a young trader noticed that just recently over 300 million had been invested in this stock. The group was filled with confusion, not understanding what was so appealing about this stock. Could it be that the boss had contacted others to invest as well? But didn't the boss say not to bottom feed? Wait for 15 minutes. Chen Luo did not explain further, glancing at his watch as he spoke. The group remained puzzled, unsure of what exactly the boss was planning. They had invested in over 20 small targets, yet to the other party, it seemed like $20, not a hint of tension at all. After all, it was over 20 billion, and Chen Luo felt a bit anxious. He focused on the trajectory of the stock market, while occasionally checking his watch. Before the 15 minutes were up, Huang Ying noticed that the stock had risen. The increase was modest, around 3, which meant they had made over 60 million based on their investment. But before she could consider her next move, she saw another increase. 5, 8, 11. The stock kept rising, and once it surpassed 10, it was as if a floodgate had opened, leading to a dramatic surge. 20, 30, 40. The rate of increase was unimaginable, as if it had taken a dose of gunpowder. In the U.S. stock market, there is no notion of a price limit. As long as it can rise, increases of several 100% are possible. Boss YL has issued a statement saying that the new energy they have been developing has yielded results. Huang Ying looked at the news on her phone, her face filled with shock. Did it really rise? How did the boss know? Chen Luo glanced at the time and saw that the increase had reached 51. Sell everything. Chen Luo instructed the others. Hearing this, the group was filled with confusion. After all, the current situation was excellent. Holding on to the shares would surely guarantee profits. Wasn't selling now like throwing money away? I said to sell. Chen Luo's expression darkened. Although this stock could rise to 56, they certainly couldn't wait until it actually reached that point to sell, could they? Once it hits 56, it would stop rising and instead plummet, leaving them with nothing. Selling takes time. They certainly couldn't wait until that moment to act. If they couldn't sell, everything would be trapped, resulting in significant losses. Hearing this, the group couldn't help but have their own thoughts. However, they were merely employees, and although they felt uncomfortable, they hurriedly began to sell in batches. The continuous rise of this stock led to a flood of investors rushing in. Many wanted to buy but couldn't get their hands on it. Seeing someone selling, they wasted no time and bought as much as they could. With the stock being sold in batches, Chen Luo finally let out a sigh of relief once the last bit was sold. Chen Luo glanced at the stock, which had risen to 54. Let's review the accounts. Oh, we won't participate in the remaining hour, Chen Luo said as he sat down. They were undoubtedly being monitored now. Staying in the market would only... The others didn't say much upon hearing this and began to tally up. They transferred their funds back to the Qi. Seeing the continued rise, Huang Ying felt a tinge of regret, as they believed that even a fool wouldn't choose to sell at this time. At 55, they lost 20 million. At 56, another loss of 20 million. 20 million. Even for a boss as magnanimous as the Qixing Group, they would need to work 20 times to earn back that amount. These damn rich people clearly didn't treat money seriously. Damn it. It dropped. It actually dropped. It's a cliff-like plunge. A young man suddenly stood up, pulling his chair back loudly, creating an unpleasant noise. His exclamation naturally drew the attention of others. It dropped. What dropped? Hearing the inquiry, Huang Ying had a sinking feeling. Without hesitation, she quickly checked the YL Energy stock. In just the past minute, YL stock had plummeted, dropping over 30. In just a few seconds, it fell another 5. This drop was much faster than the rise. Huang Ying looked at Chen Luo, her pupils filled with shock. Is there really such a thing as a stock god in this world? If not, how could one explain the scene before them? How much did we earn today? Chen Luo's voice brought everyone back to reality. Upon hearing this, Huang Ying immediately reacted and reported the total investment was 13 billion and the current account balance is 30 billion. Huang Ying spoke as if she herself couldn't believe it. Does this mean they made 17 billion in the U.S. stock market? 17 billion. This was a solid 17 billion. Many companies' market value doesn't even reach this figure in annual sales. And they made that in just one night. Who needs to work now? Without funds, just dive into the stock market to fish for some, and it's more than enough. Hearing this number, Chen Luo nodded slightly. It was not bad. With an initial investment of 13 billion before purchasing YL Energy, they made nearly 7 billion RMB, totaling 20 billion. Then in the final wave, they scored big, earning 10 billion for a total of 30 billion. Thank you all for your hard work today. Tomorrow I'll treat you all to dinner. The remaining payments will also be transferred to your accounts shortly. Just don't let today's events be heard elsewhere, Chen Luo said, casting a glance at the traders present. Don't worry. We understand the rules, Huang Ying responded. She wanted to say something, but opened her mouth and chose to leave with her team. Chen Luo gave Secretary Gao a look, and Secretary Gao understood, retreating. What about you? Chen Luo asked when he saw that only he and Chun Yu were left in the operation room. A little over 10 billion. Chen Yu said, turning the computer screen to show Chen Luo. Before entering the U.S. market, they had over 5 billion. In one night, they doubled their investment, which was quite good. So does this mean he now has a massive cash flow of 40 billion? After deducting the mortgaged funds and corresponding expenses, there should still be at least 30 billion left. The stock market truly is a realm of heaven and hell. Chen Luo instructed Chun Yu briefly before leaving. After all, he was indeed tired today and didn't even take a closer look at the system store. He would check again after waking up. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, the sun was shining brightly. You are all useless. A middle-aged man tugged at his tie, hands on his hips, his face dark with anger. What good are you to me? He was furious at the loss of over 2 billion, thinking about how the Easterners treated the American stock market like a backyard. Get out. The middle-aged man glared at these useless individuals, his frustration evident. He had invested $50 million, faced a cliff-like drop, and though he managed to cut his losses, he still lost more than 2 billion. 2 billion was nothing to him. However, what mattered was his reputation. If given another chance, he would definitely find out why this stock suddenly plummeted. The middle-aged man commanded, suspecting foul play. Chen Luo slept until 2 in the afternoon before finally getting up, feeling a bit groggy and not quite clear-headed. He opened the system store to check today's refreshed items. Upon seeing the refreshed items, he couldn't help but Chen Luo straightened up, but despite the frown, he swiftly snatched up the item. What had refreshed today was not something else, but a piece of information. It was a weather forecast about the future. On March 4th, Ochian province would face heavy rainfall accompanied by hail with a maximum diameter of 30 millimeters. The affected area exceeded 15 counties, and the damage would surely be severe. After all, this was the season for cherries to bear fruit and rapeseed to set seed. Both heavy rain and hail would have a significant impact on crops. The phrase "land has no 3 feet of flat ground, the sky has no 3 days of clear weather, and people have no 3" is a common impression many have of Qian province. The Wuming Mountains block the cold air from the west, causing it to gather above Qian province, resulting in frequent rainy seasons that easily lead to heavy precipitation and hail. If this news were true, the most affected would undoubtedly be the farmers. After toiling for days, crops that were about to yield would suffer severely in this turmoil. Having gone through so much, Chen Luo naturally knew that the system's news would be as true as could be. He took out his phone to check the weather forecast for Qian province on March 4th. A short period of heavy rain was expected. Seeing this, Chen Luo frowned slightly. Often weather forecasts are merely predictions and cannot guarantee 100% accuracy. Whenever something happens, even emergency measures are only announced after the fact. Chen Luo sat down, caught in a moment of hesitation. He knew he had to inform someone about this situation. However, he did not have the connections. Even if he spoke up, it wouldn't necessarily be believed. The key question was, what good would it do to say anything? Could it stop the impending disaster? Or could he bear the losses for those farmers? Chen Luo shook his head. He wasn't a saint, he could help, but not at the cost of his own interests. Today was February 28th, with only 6 or 7 days left until the event. No, in this February there were only 28 days, merely 4 days left. Chen Luo took out his phone, thought for a moment, and decided to call Jiang Yi. He had no other options. Perhaps the other party might have a solution. All right, see you then. Chen Luo hung up the phone, feeling a bit anxious. At 5 in the afternoon, Chen Luo drove to the Phoenix Hotel. As soon as he entered the private room, Jiang Yi had also arrived. Sister Jiang, long time no see. Chen Luo smiled as he approached and shook hands lightly. Seeing each other, Chen Luo could tell that if Jiang Yi had not needed help, she wouldn't have sought him out. There must be wait, what about that batch of machines? She had just been promoted to head of the department, and with the new year, there was a bit more work. Plus, those foreigners were relentless, and she had completely forgotten about it. It's not about that matter. Chen Luo took a sip, but didn't know how to explain it to her. He couldn't just say that he had a system, and that it was the system informing him, could he? That was definitely not an option. But how could he explain it in a way that would make her believe him? Sister Jiang, I have a climate expert working under me. He said that on March 4th, the Qian province might experience heavy rainfall and hail. From Jiang Yi's expression, it seemed she took this quite seriously, not appearing to doubt it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi had already guessed Chen Luo's intent. She opened her phone's weather app to check the forecast for Qian province on March 4th. After a careful look, she put down her phone. Are there any relevant reports or data? Jiang Yi turned her gaze to Chen Luo and asked. Reports? What reports? The message only stated that there would be hail and heavy rain. It didn't mention any report. No report. Then how did you come to this conclusion? You can't expect me to say it was based on an astronomical observation, can you? Jiang Yi spoke somewhat impatiently. She was just a department head, not a provincial secretary or governor, and didn't have that kind of authority. As a department head, she had to rely on scientific evidence. If she couldn't lead people in engaging in superstition, could she? How confident are you? Seeing Chen Luo's demeanor, Jiang Yi softened her tone a bit. Though she hadn't known him long, she could tell he wasn't the type to joke about such matters. 10 out of 10. Chen Luo replied without hesitation. On hearing this, Jiang Yi frowned. This was already a very firm assurance. I need to contact 2 experts in this field to confirm it further. Jiang Yi did not agree, but also did not refuse. She wanted this matter to be false, but given its impact on the public, she couldn't afford to be careless. She would contact experts and hear their opinions first. Chen Luo, upon hearing this, did not say much more, as there was only so much he could do. All he could do was to do his best, and leave the rest to fate. After dining, Chen Luo chose to leave. Currently, he had 30 billion in cash flow, allowing him to do many things. As for that batch of machines, Jiang Yi also explained. Initially, they had indeed reached an agreement, but later the other shareholders disagreed, so it was temporarily shelved while she thought of another solution. On March 1st, the beginning of the month, it was sunny. Chen Luo got out of bed and stretched. Looking at the time, it was already past 9. He needed to invite those traders to dinner tonight, and he should go if he had the time. Chen Luo opened the system store to check today's flash sale items. Name M107A1. 50 BMG. Value 18000. Discounted price 9. Seeing the system's introduction, Chen Luo couldn't help but be taken aback. The settlement is still in dollars, but the selling price isn't high either. Almost instinctively, Chen Luo chose to purchase. Damn! Seeing the items in the storage space, Chen Luo nearly jumped up. Last time it was the Desert Eagle, this time it's the Barrett. System, are you messing with me? Fortunately, he has a storage space, otherwise if it were discovered, it wouldn't be a joke. Chen Luo tidied up and planned to go downstairs for some breakfast. He hadn't eaten in several days and was feeling nostalgic. Milk the usual. Chen Luo greeted, and then sat down, pulling out his phone to check. He initially intended to scroll through Douyin, but as he browsed, his brow furrowed. Chen Luo opened the related searches, and the Nanxing Evening News had already reported. According to reports, a citizen night fishing at Panlong River caught a body. As of now, the police have discovered another body not far from there. Follow our report for continuous updates. Just after the report ended, breakfast was served. Young man, did you see that too? I heard they pulled out 2 bodies with knife wounds on their necks. I wonder who the crazy person was. How could such things still happen nowadays? After the old man finished speaking, he went back to his business. Chen Luo did not respond, chewing on his food while deep in thought. Chen Xiu and Chen Yu worked together, so it was naturally impossible to trace it back to him. The key detail is that on the day those 3 died, he was not in Nanxing, but in Pure with a perfect alibi. The crucial point is that these 3 individuals were already wanted criminals. Even if he had killed them, he wouldn't feel any discomfort. He would go about his business pretending to be unaware. So far, only 2 bodies have been fished out. There's still 1 left. It's only a matter of time before it is found. 3 people killed is a major case, and it will certainly attract provincial attention. By tonight at the latest, the other body will surely be recovered. After all, it's not a problem for the police to determine the identities of those 2 bodies. They can easily find out that there are 3 individuals involved in this gang. Tomorrow at the latest, a special task force will likely be established by the province for a thorough investigation. After eating, Chen Luo settled the bill and chose to leave. Just as he arrived home, Jiang Yi's call came through. Did you see the morning news? As soon as the call connected, Jiang Yi's voice came through. Yeah, I just saw it. Chen Luo replied calmly. Good to hear you saw it. You were just targeted in an assassination. Be careful when going out. However, I just received news that the 2 people fished out were wanted criminals with several murders on their records. Jiang Yi's voice continued, and the alert Chen Luo immediately realized this was a test from the other party. Does the other party suspect him? Wanted criminals? Chen Luo asked with some confusion, as if hearing it for the first time. Sorry, this is confidential and cannot be disclosed yet. In any case, just stay safe. After saying that, Jiang Yi hung up. Chen Luo stared at the phone in his hand, his eyes narrowing. The previous assassination attempt had led to this suspicion from the other side. After all, once an assassination occurs, there will be a second time. But this was merely a test, and clearly there was no evidence. Still, he couldn't underestimate these people. They were clever. Even a slight hint of fear or unnaturalness would be caught by their keen eyes, becoming a fatal flaw. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi hung up the phone. Yet sitting in the chair, his thumb rubbing the phone, he was clearly deep in thought. As Chen Luo had expected, around 2 in the afternoon, the 3rd body was fished out. They fished for another 2 to 3 hours without getting anything else, finally choosing to give up. Even if these 3 were wanted criminals, 3 murders still constitute a major case. The province was furious and immediately established a special task force to enter Nanxing. Chen Luo, of course, was unaware of this. At that moment, he had already gone to Zhiyuan. In the private room of Zhiyuan, Huang Ying and several operators were already seated, and Secretary Gao had arrived as well. I thought they'd invite us to dinner yesterday. I didn't expect them to do it today. A young man fiddled with his chopsticks, speaking in a somewhat nonchalant manner. Didn't they say? They said they would treat us to dinner tomorrow. They said that at 3 in the morning yesterday. Isn't tomorrow today? Another person scolded him in annoyance, and seeing him playing with his chopsticks couldn't help but smack his hand. In Tycoon province, playing with chopsticks at the dining table could get you hit. Sorry I was late due to traffic during the evening rush hour. Chen Luo walked in apologizing first. Hearing his voice, everyone quickly stood up since they were guests. Please sit down. Let's have them serve the dishes. Chen Luo said, gesturing to Secretary Gao beside him. Mr. Chen, did you see the morning news? I heard 3 people were killed. 2 had their throats slit, and 1 had a puncture wound in the heart. The ones found in the water were pale. It was terrifying. The young man who had been playing with chopsticks spoke, hugging himself in a way that suggested he was getting goosebumps. Why bring all this up when we're supposed to eat? Huang Ying shot him an annoyed glance upon hearing this. Seeing their boss react this way, the man quickly closed his mouth. Wasn't the point to build rapport before mentioning business? This topic wasn't bad at all. After all, who among the Chinese doesn't enjoy gossip and watching the drama unfold? His topic might just hit the spot for the others. As they chatted, they hoped the other side would have to think carefully about their words later. Didn't they just find the bodies? How do they already know the cause of death? Chen Luo took a sip of tea. Glancing at the young man, he asked, Mr. Chen, you don't understand this, do you? Finding other things. So easy, the young man said, glancing at his boss. The look on his face seemed to say, look, we're talking now, right? Chen Luo heard this and didn't say much more. The place where the bodies were found was at the urban-rural junction with a lot of people around. Coupled with the fact that people do love gossip in China, they could learn some details from the heated discussions and shares on Douyin. Seeing Chen Luo silent, the others quickly signaled to their boss with their eyes. Huang Ying also noticed the 4 people's gazes, wondering how to open her mouth. Is there something? Chen Luo put down his teacup, having noticed the way several people were exchanging glances he asked. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances again, seemingly urging Huang Ying to speak quickly. However, Huang Ying opened her mouth, but didn't know how to start. Mr. Chen, it's like this. What do you think of our few people? Hearing this, Chen Luo glanced at the young man with the yellow hair. Then he looked at Huang Ying's little purple hair and the others. If taken out, one would think they were just petty hooligans. He didn't have a prejudice against yellow-haired people, but subconsciously. It's like mentioning Sichuan and thinking of Chengdu, which inevitably brings to mind. Well, let's not mention that. You want to join Xixing investment? Chen Luo glanced at them and understood their intentions. Yes. The young man with yellow hair did not hesitate, quickly responding, while the others nodded eagerly. The other party was simply too amazing. They couldn't comprehend it even after reviewing it several times. Learning alongside them, even if it's just a little, would ensure they wouldn't starve in the future. Sorry. Xixing Investment is currently not looking to hire. Moreover, the focus of Xixing Group is on the real economy. If we were to hire, we would post the job openings on the official website. Chen Luo spoke, choosing to decline. After all, he was well aware of his own capabilities. Without the system, he was nothing. And he wasn't sure when he would be able to seize something related to the stock market. The most crucial point was that he had obtained too much from the stock market, which was against the natural order. Ultimately, the stock market was just a game for a select few. While some people make money, the majority are actually losing. The reason capitalists are called capitalists is that they have capital. They want to navigate the stock market, which is much easier for them than for the average person. How many ordinary people can withstand the ups and downs of the market? Yet there are always those who dream of getting rich overnight regardless of reality. In the end, they find themselves on the rooftop or by the water's edge. It becomes the fate of most. Okay. Huang Ying responded upon hearing this. The others couldn't hide their disappointment upon hearing this. But what could they do? Since they weren't hiring, they couldn't just cling on shamelessly. If there's an opportunity, we can collaborate again. The price is negotiable. I'll toast to you all with tea instead of wine. Chen Luo smiled as he raised his teacup and stood up. Seeing this, the others also stood up, as they couldn't disregard the face of their benefactor. After a satisfying meal, Chen Luo chose to go home. As for the corresponding collateral, Chen Luo had already instructed Chen Yu to return it. Excluding the relevant taxes, there was still over 2 billion. Chen Luo took a shower and lay in bed browsing through videos. Uncertain whether it was suppressed or otherwise, there were significantly fewer videos about the case. Even when there were, they were only implied. As dawn approached, Chen Luo rubbed his aching forehead from watching videos and got up to brew himself a cup of tea. He wasn't fond of tea. It was a gift from the Chiu family. It looked nice, and indeed the taste wasn't too bad. If only there had been red wine, this situation would have called for. Now Xixing Pharmaceutical had signed the corresponding contract with the Chiu family, and once the review was complete, Sanbao drink would hit the market. As for the matter concerning the 3 individuals, Chen Luo wasn't worried. After all, he had a perfect alibi with Chen Xiu and Chen Yu handling it. He naturally felt at ease. There might be suspicions, but there would definitely be no evidence. The only slight trouble was regarding Zheng Weibong, who had hired someone to commit murder. He might become the breakthrough point for the police. However, he had already delegated this matter to Chen Yu. There shouldn't be any major issues. Without evidence, all suspicions could only remain as such. Chen Luo glanced at the time and realized it was already early morning. Without any hesitation, he opened the system mall to take a look. Name Chen Zhong. Occupation butler. Value. Flash sale price 9 yuan. Was this another character? Chen Luo wasted no time and directly chose to purchase. His properties were increasing along with many tasks. Having a butler to help manage things would be greatly beneficial. Speaking of which, he had forgotten about that military warlord from Myanmar. He needed to find an opportunity to maximize their value. Chen Luo sent a message to Chun Yu and then went to bed. Tomorrow would bring its own tasks. He needed to rest well. On March 2nd, the weather was sunny and cloudless. After having breakfast, just as he was about to head to the company, his phone rang. Chen Luo glanced at the phone number. It was from Nanxing, but he had no memory of it. Hello. Chen Luo answered the call first. Teacher Kai. Yes, I have time. Okay, I'll head over now. Chen Luo hung up the phone without any hesitation and drove towards the first high school. His sister was at school and had gotten into an argument, even hitting someone. Hello, Secretary Gao. Have the legal department of Zhongtian Group send 2 lawyers to the first high school. Chen Luo recalled something and called Secretary Gao. Although he studied law, such matters should be handled by professionals. He naturally understood his sister well. She would never cause trouble without reason unless the other party provoked her first. Their mother had instilled in them since childhood that they should not seek trouble, but should never fear it either. If they wanted something, they could ask their family. As long as it was reasonable, the family would go to great lengths to get it for them, but they must never take anything from others. If they were bullied or harassed, they should fight back with their fists. As long as they were in the right, the subsequent issues were not their concern. There was some traffic on the way, and it took Chen Luo 20 minutes to reach Nanxing No. 1 high school. In fact, he shouldn't have let Zhongtian Group send someone over, as Datong Group was right next to Nanxing No. 1. According to the principle of proximity, it should have been Datong Group that sent someone. Chen Luo entered Nanxing No. 1 high school through the west gate. He had graduated from this school, and although there had been some changes over the years, the layout was largely the same. Coincidentally, she was also in the 4th division in the classroom where Chen Luo and the others had originally studied. They should be in class now, as the sound of the teacher's loud voice delivering a lesson echoed from the classroom. From 2 classrooms away, Chen Luo saw his sister standing at the office door. Upon seeing this, he slightly furrowed his brows. Was she being punished? Chen Luo walked over, and upon seeing her brother, Chen Zai's face lit up with surprise. But she quickly lowered her head and weakly called out, "Brother." She hadn't dared to call home, so she called Chen Luo instead. "Was it your fault?" Chen Luo asked. Hearing this, she hurriedly explained the whole situation to him. Chen Luo listened while glancing at the office. A middle-aged woman, somewhat overweight, was loudly slamming the table, saying something about someone being beaten like this, and that they must be expelled. After listening to Chen Zai's explanation, Chen Luo understood the situation. "Let's go, I'll handle it," he said, turning to the office door and knocking. Inside the office, besides Teacher Kai and the 2 victims, there were 2 other teachers. One was grading papers while the other was typing something on the computer. "Chen Zai's guardian, you've arrived." Teacher Kai stood up promptly and greeted Chen Luo. "Teacher Kai." Chen Luo responded. "Please have a seat," Teacher Kai said, pulling over a chair from another teacher and pouring Chen Luo a glass of plain water. As soon as Chen Luo sat down, the loud-voiced woman spoke up first. "Are you Chen Zai's guardian? Let's talk about how to deal with my son being beaten like this. If I'm not satisfied with the outcome, we'll call the police and let them judge," the woman said, crossing her arms with an unyielding attitude. Chen Luo glanced at the so-called victim, a tall individual at 1.8 meters with some bruising on his cheek. "That's fine." Chen Luo smiled and patted his sister's shoulder. He hadn't expected his sister to be so fierce, hitting someone who was 1.8 meters tall without hesitation. "Who told him to have a foul mouth?" She retorted angrily, turning her head away. You. Teacher Kai, look at this arrogant attitude. We must call the police." The overweight woman stood up, directly, angrily speaking, as she saw the other party's unrepentant demeanor. Family members like this were truly rotten to the core. Cheng Cheng's mother calmed down. "This kind of matter is best resolved privately. Calling the police won't be good for both children." Teacher Kai hurriedly intervened, signaling the other party to sit down. "Our demands are very simple. Given my son's injuries, we require 30,000 yuan in compensation. In addition, a formal reprimand must be issued and an apology must be made to my son." The woman crossed her arms and stated her demands. "Now that you've stated your demands, let me share ours. She hitting someone was indeed wrong, and we will compensate 3,000 yuan according to the injuries." Chen Luo said, glancing at the other party's injuries. This level of injury was even overcompensated at 3,000 yuan. Moreover, because your son spread unfounded rumors. He spread rumors that my sister was being kept by an older man and making such money outside. He even used photo editing tools to change my sister's face. Within the school's confines, this caused dissemination, which severely impacted my sister's reputation. We require 20,000 yuan in compensation for defamation along with a public clarification and apology. Chen Luo spoke up, voicing his demands. You want compensation of 20,000? Why don't you just go rob? It was just a joke between classmates. Does it warrant such a pettiness to beat my son like this? The woman stood up, nearly laughing in disbelief at such an unreasonable demand. A joke? Do you really think this is a joke? Should I also spread rumors about you engaging in such activities outside, making you a laughingstock to your husband? You should be wary of what people say. Don't you know that rumors can ruin lives? Chen Luo slammed the table in anger, aware of how crucial a girl's reputation is. The other woman was also female. Didn't she understand this principle? It was just a bit of teasing. Oh, she didn't lose a piece of flesh over it. Besides, I refuse to believe that when you were in school you never looked around or discussed things with your friends. And I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Your parents are farmers. Do they earn more than 100,000 a year? Look at the watch on her wrist and the hairpin on her head. Aren't they expensive? Isn't it possible that they were given to her by an older man? The girl named Cheng Chung had a defiant posture, folding her arms and brazenly sizing up Chen Shi. Chen Shi felt disgusted by the gaze and instinctively hid behind her brother. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo suddenly choked on his words. Teenagers in puberty are in a stage of confusion mixed with hormonal surges. While walking, it's inevitable to discuss things like legs or busts. But one cannot go too far, especially not to the extent of spreading edited images. Indeed, she didn't lose a piece of flesh. Oh, how dramatic can this be? Beating my son to this extent is very real. Teacher Kai, I see no sincerity on their part. It's better to call the police to handle this situation, the woman said, glancing at Teacher Kai. As Teacher Kai was about to respond, a knock echoed at the door. Sorry to interrupt. I am Cheng Cheng's father. Chen Luo turned to see a man in a suit holding a briefcase walk in. Seeing his attire, she figured he was either a lawyer or an insurance salesman. Hello, I'm Chen Shi's parent. I'm Cheng Cheng's father. Here's my business card. Chen Luo took the card and glanced at it. Jun Cheng Law Firm, indeed a lawyer. I have already gathered information on the situation. Cheng Cheng's actions were indeed inappropriate. However, someone was indeed beaten, and we are asking for 5,000 in compensation along with an apology from Cheng Cheng. Of course, Cheng Cheng will also apologize. Upon hearing this, Cheng Cheng's mother tugged at her husband's sleeve, as she was the one who mentioned 30,000. Cheng Cheng's father appeared a bit annoyed, but suppressed his anger. The woman's family was wealthy, and he relied heavily on them. He couldn't afford to get angry, and had to appease them. After listening to the other party, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. While the proposal seemed fair, it was actually quite biased. The extent of the other party's injuries. Are they really worth 5,000? Moreover, the way it was phrased made it sound as if it were their fault. If it weren't for the other party being so reckless and spreading edited images, would there even be a follow-up? What if I don't agree? Is lawyer Chung going to sue us? Chen Luo said, directing her gaze towards the confident man beside her. If there's no way out, we will have to resort to legal means to safeguard our rights. But before that, I need to take my child to the hospital to verify the injuries. Chung Feng spoke, as he was a lawyer himself. Going to court was no big deal for him. His connections were solid and his son's future was bright. As for the other party, their situation was uncertain. Moreover, if 5,000 could resolve the issue with a simple apology, why not take it? Hiring a lawyer costs much more than that. Being a fellow member of the legal community, one wouldn't want to clash too harshly unless, of course, they had hired top. However, those top lawyers charge by the minute for consultations. Could the other party afford that? Lawsuits take time and progress slowly. Now, during the critical period of college entrance exams, can they afford to gamble on this? After all, this is a matter of a lifetime. How to choose? Surely the other party has their own scale in their heart. Since you want to file a lawsuit, then bring it on. Chen Luo noticed two people approaching outside the window and spoke up. For most people in such situations, they prefer to avoid trouble. It's best to resolve matters quickly. After all, being in the critical stage of senior year, delaying the child's education could have lifelong consequences. But he was not like most people. Even though he had no money and was just a delivery man 2 months ago, he would still argue his case without hesitation in this situation. Women, their bodies and reputations should not be subjects of gossip and discussion. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound echoed, and Chen Luo turned to see two lawyers from Zhongtian Group appearing at the door. Who are you? Teacher Kai stood up to inquire. Lu Gu. As soon as Teacher Kai finished asking, Cheng Feng's voice rang out. As someone in the legal circle of Nanqing, he naturally recognized the man in front of him. The other party was one of the few top lawyers in Nanqing. Hired with high pay by the legal department of Zhongtian Group, he rarely lost major cases. For some reason, he felt a bad premonition in his heart. Hello, we are Mr. Chen Luo's lawyers, and we are fully authorized to represent this case. We will protect our client's legal rights while holding you accountable for all legal responsibilities. Lawyer Lu spoke briefly. Upon confirmation, Cheng Feng felt a surge of despair. Could he even win against a top lawyer? The other party worked for Zhongtian Group. How could they take on outside cases? Unless the person standing in front of him was indeed a member of Zhongtian Group, and surely a high-ranking one. Not just any high-ranking official, otherwise it would have been impossible to summon them for this matter. If you want to go to court, I will accompany you to the end. As for the consequences, I trust you will also bear the corresponding responsibilities. It's just a lawsuit, who's afraid of whom? Sir, it's all our fault. We apologize, and we will comply with all your demands. Cheng Feng hurriedly spoke. He truly could not bear the consequences of this. You brat, hurry up and apologize. Cheng Feng glared at his son. Shut up. When he saw his clueless wife about to speak, Cheng Feng was the first to scold her. At that moment, several teachers entered the office. Outside, the sounds of children playing became increasingly audible, and Chen Luo finally realized that class was over. Several teachers who had just finished class entered the office and were surprised to see several people, including some in suits. Seeing the two involved, they understood the situation. Did two children quarreling and getting into a fight really require such a large commotion? I'm sorry. Cheng knew that his father rarely got angry, usually maintaining a cheerful demeanor. He was not foolish and quickly realized that these two people were not to be trifled with, so he hurriedly began to apologize. Chen Luo looked. The other party is also apologizing. I don't think it's necessary to escalate this to the point of a lawsuit, right? They're just kids, and it's such a critical moment. Teacher Kai also spoke up, as it is better to resolve conflicts than to intensify them. Yes, this parent. For matters like this, it's best for both parties to negotiate privately. Those who can admit their mistakes and change are the best of people. The deputy director of the branch also chimed in, as escalating to a lawsuit would not reflect well on the school's reputation. Parents, we can understand your feelings. In principle, spreading false rumors should never be tolerated. But since the other party realizes their mistake, and there hasn't been a large-scale dissemination, I think it's better to give them a chance to correct it. This matter will be handled internally in a class meeting by us teachers. If it becomes too widely known, it wouldn't be good for your sister. As for the apology or compensation, we will witness it, but it's best to resolve it privately. The branch director also spoke, as such matters should not be blown out of proportion. Chen Luo glanced outside the office where several students had gathered, peeking in like spectators. What do you? I'll follow your lead, brother. She dodged slightly, avoiding the gaze of those around her. When we were discussing this initially, I stated our demands. Yet you all didn't take it seriously, thinking it was nothing, showing no signs of remorse. You didn't realize your mistakes, you were just scared. As an adult, one must bear the consequences of their actions. I will pursue this matter to the end. Chen Luo said coldly. His lawyer had already arrived, at forgiving them with a few words. What was the point? Besides, in 2 or 3 months his sister would no longer be in this school, so what did he have to worry about? Hearing this, Cheng Feng's heart sank, but he still forced himself to sound calm. Isn't it just a lawsuit? Then let's go for it. As if no one knows a great lawyer. If you want to fight to the death, I'm here for it. Cheng Feng spoke boldly, truly thinking that all those years in the legal field meant nothing. Chen Luo didn't pay much attention to this. After all, such insignificant threats weren't worth his concern. Fish would die, but the net would never break. Teacher Kai, may I request a half-day leave for my sister? Chen Luo said, looking towards Teacher Kai. Teacher Kai glanced at Chen Luo's side with a hint of resignation and pulled out a stamped blank leave form from 2 copies, which would be separated after filling in the details, one submitted to the dormitory supervisor and the other to the security guard. It was similar to the ones they had before, except that this one had a stamp. They had been quite adept at mimicking their teacher's signature. Thank you. Chen Luo took the leave form, greeted the teachers, then gave a nod to Lawyer Lu beside him, and chose to leave. Among the 5 teachers in the office, 3 had taught him, while the other 2 looked unfamiliar. They were either new or transferred from other branches. Lawyer Lu would naturally handle the subsequent matters. Chen Luo, being a law student, was well aware of the likely outcome of this lawsuit. With the evidence they had, they could send the other party to jail, but not for long. Ultimately, the result would largely be through mediation and apology, fines, and compensation. In the end, it was merely a matter between children, yet Chen Luo still chose to pursue it to the end. There was no other reason, as such incidents could be seen in most schools. How many people have been ruined by bullying, rumors, and depression, either ending their lives or suffering irrevocably at a young age? What he wanted to do was to use this example as a warning, to tell those victims to dare to take up legal arms and protect their legitimate rights. Moreover, to tell the countless Chengchengs out there with prior lessons before them that before doing anything, they must consider carefully what price they must pay. In the office, seeing the other party leave, Cheng Feng was extremely furious. Did the playful antics of 2 kids need to escalate to such a bitter end? Just apologize and compensate, wouldn't that be enough? If necessary, couldn't they also spread some rumors about their son in return? Mr. Cheng Feng, in light of my clients, demands the corresponding legal letters and court summons will be sent out before tonight. I ask Mr. Cheng Feng to cooperate accordingly. Lawyer Lu spoke in a businesslike manner. By the way, as a friend, let me remind you. No lawyer in the entire Southwest region will dare to take your case. Moreover, we already have the relevant evidence of the crimes committed with a starting penalty of 10 years. After finishing, Lawyer Lu nodded at the teachers present and left directly. Upon hearing this, Chung Feng's legs went weak and he slumped into the chair behind him. It's over. It's all over. The middle-aged woman and Chung were not foolish. They knew that they had run into a brick wall. If they couldn't deal with this, how could the man they were proud of? Sister Kai, what does your student's family do? A new female teacher approached Teacher Kai and whispered a question. I'm not too sure, but I heard that the newly emerged Qixing group is related to them. Teacher Kai thought for a moment and spoke, her voice not loud, but still heard clearly by those in the office. So powerfully. The Qixing group has assets exceeding 10 billion. Doesn't that mean that the young man just now is the richest person in Nanxing? Hearing this, Chung Feng's heart sank even more, as he was naturally aware of the Qixing group. This dark horse that suddenly appeared in Nanxing aggressively acquired Zhongtian Group, Dadong Group, Phoenix, Hotel, Qixing Pharmaceutical, and other enterprises, quickly becoming the leading conglomerate in Nanxing. How could he possibly compete with such a force? Not only did he fail to reclaim his dignity, but he also dragged himself down. Unfilial son. This is outrageous. The writing couldn't continue, so it stopped here. Why did I want to write this school subplot? Because I heard about it in a group, and the Jianghu line is also related. An explanation will be provided later. A boy, whether to show off or to highlight his capabilities, spread a rumor about a girl in the class being pointed out and talked about. Although he reported it to the teacher's handling was not impartial and even biased. I heard that when the boy caused trouble in class, she merely scolded him lightly as if joking. But when it came to the girl, the attitude changed. When she got her period and asked for leave, she was said to be being dramatic, but when a boy wanted to ask for leave, it was very easy. Wearing nice clothes at the sports meeting led to being educated about self-respect. The simplest case was that when a girl's phone was confiscated, she was scolded and told to have her parents come to get it. But when it came to a boy's phone, he could easily get it back by just calling out to the staff. Later, that boy became increasingly outrageous, leading to the involvement of parents. The girl's parents were ordinary farmers with little education. When they saw the boy's parents, who were well-dressed and reportedly partners in a law firm, they did not argue back, but simply apologized. Afterwards, they advised the girl to avoid the boy and not to engage with him, suggesting that she should just wait for graduation. After that, the boy faced no punishment and became even more arrogant. He pulled on the girl's clothing straps and made vulgar remarks. Ultimately, the girl developed depression, couldn't cope, and jumped off a building. I wrote all this just to say that when encountering such situations, one must bravely take up legal arms to protect their legitimate rights. As parents, they should also be more concerned about their children's situations. If even the parents cannot stand by their children and provide unconditional support, who else can do that for them? Chen Luo first took his younger sister out for a meal and then bought her a few things. After that, he sent her home, planning to take her to school the next day as well. Early the next morning, Chen Luo had the butler Chen Zhong take his younger sister to school. He had received a call and needed to go to the police station. Of course, Chen Luo didn't want his younger sister to worry, so he didn't tell her the truth, only saying that there was something going on at the company. After seeing his younger sister leave, Chen Luo made a phone call to Secretary Gao. There was no need for him to personally handle such matters. If there was evidence, they could just come and arrest him. However, he still chose to go out as there were other affairs to attend to. On the way, Chen Luo opened the system shop to check what was available today. However, there wasn't anything particularly. At a shop in the commercial street, the storefront was not large, worth over $1 million. Following the address on his phone, Chen Luo arrived at Lijing Houding. There, Chen Luo met Jiang Yi at the entrance of the community. Led by Jiang Yi, he entered. After parking the car, he took some items from the trunk. When visiting someone else's home, he had to bring something. Why bring anything? Just come over, Jiang Yi said as she invited Chen Luo inside. Chen Luo glanced around the room, and a thought crossed his mind. Did Sister Jiang embezzle? According to the salary in Nanxing, a department head would earn at most 10,000 a month. This house, along with another in Zhongtian Huafu, added up to several million. If she weren't greedy, these assets, what are you thinking about? If I were greedy, I would have been caught long ago. Jiang Yi looked at Chen Luo, who was appraising the room, and said unkindly, "We have some savings at home, and your brother-in-law's family is not doing poorly either," Jiang Yi explained. Chen Luo nodded upon hearing this, and set the items he was holding in a corner. He saw a photo of a family of 3 placed near the TV, a refined middle-aged man and a girl with shoulder-length hair, who looked about the same age as his sister. "Where's your brother-in-law and the child?" Chen Luo glanced around the house, which felt a bit desolate, and instinctively asked. But he immediately realized it wasn't the weekend. It's normal for them not to be home due to work and school. There was a car accident, and he died. Jiang Yi paused slightly while pouring water, speaking calmly. "I'm sorry, Sister Jiang." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo was momentarily stunned and quickly spoke up, realizing he had mentioned something sorrowful. "It's okay, it's all in the past. By the way, regarding the climate situation in Xian province, I have confirmed it with the experts. I also informed friends in Xian province, but am not sure how to handle it. Jiang, he handed a teacup to Chen Luo, letting him know. After all, she was just a department head and did not have. According to the experts, there is indeed a significant probability. She had also sent the relevant reports. How they choose to handle it is not up to her. Hearing this, Chen Luo nodded. Oh, after all, one must do their best and leave the rest to fate. He couldn't publicly announce related statements and incite panic, could he? He would likely be ridiculed. Oh, after all, in this day and age, who would listen to brick experts? He might even be invited to the police station for tea, facing legal consequences. There's one more thing I need to discuss with you. Regarding that batch of machines, the other party is very adamant. I apologize. Jiang, he took a sip of tea and spoke. It's okay, Sister Jiang, it's already quite troublesome. Before Chen Luo could finish, his phone rang. Sorry, Sister Jiang. Looking at the caller ID, he found it was Secretary Gao. Jiang, he didn't say much upon hearing this, signaling for him to go ahead. All right, I understand, Chen Luo said, hanging up the phone. Sorry, Sister Jiang, I might have to postpone our meal. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Chen Luo stood up, apologetically explaining. It's fine, you go take care of your business first. Jiang, he didn't say much and watched him leave. Chen Luo headed straight for the direction of the police station. At the police station, in the interrogation room, Captain Chen walked in and glanced at Zheng Weibong, who was sitting in the interrogation chair. We have already obtained the relevant evidence. You commissioned it through the dark web. Stubbornness will not help you. Do you see those 8 big characters behind you? Confess for leniency, resist, tell us everything you know, and strive for a lighter sentence. Captain Chen looked at him, adopting an attitude of stubborn resistance that would not end well. I don't understand what you were talking about. Zheng Weibang glanced at him, but quickly looked away. Although he was involved, he could never admit it. The man's methods exceeded his imagination. If anything went wrong here, his daughter studying abroad would definitely. In such places abroad, it is far too easy to kill someone. He couldn't afford to gamble. He had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. Captain Mr. Chen has arrived. Just as Captain Chen was about to say something, a police officer walked into him. Think carefully. Hearing this, Officer Chen glanced at Zheng Weibang and then turned to leave. In the office, Chen Luo took the tea handed to him by the female officer and took a small sip. It was his first time drinking tea at the police station. Officer Chen. Seeing the visitor, Chen Luo stood up. Captain Chen discreetly assessed Chen Luo before sitting down opposite him. Chen Luo, Zheng Weibang. He hired someone to kill, but they died under unclear circumstances. Their deaths are closely related to you. Officer Chen spoke bluntly, without beating around the bush. Officer Chen, you must speak with evidence. Otherwise, I reserve the right to pursue you for defamation according to the law. Chen Luo calmly lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. He was quite sure that the other party absolutely had no evidence. If there were evidence, they wouldn't be here, but in the interrogation room. Moreover, Zheng Weibang wasn't a fool. He knew what to say and what not to say. The law's net is vast, and nothing escapes it. Chen Luo, do you think your luck will allow you to escape the law's punishment? Captain Chen slammed the table angrily. Even if those 3 were wanted criminals and had committed heinous crimes, it should still be up to the law to punish them. Officer Chen, I will say this one last time. I don't know what you are talking about, and I am not your criminal. If it happens again, talk to my lawyer. Chen Luo was also getting angry. If someone wanted to kill him, could he not retaliate? Does it have to be that he dies before these wanted criminals are punished? If he is already dead, does all of this still hold any meaning? With such great power, how could these wanted criminals kill the jade merchants in Rue City and still roam free? There are so many wanted criminals in the world, yet they are fixated on just him, right? You? Cough. Hearing this, Officer Chen wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a cough. Director. Officer Chen looked towards the sound and found Director Du Mingwei standing at the door. Mr. Chen Luo, I sincerely apologize. The pressure from above is immense, so Officer Chen is also eager to solve the case. It's all our oversight. I'll have someone take you back right away. No need. Farewell. Chen Luo spoke with a somewhat displeased tone and directly left the office. As soon as Chen Luo left, the smile on Du Mingwei's face instantly turned serious. Director. Enough. Officer Chen wanted to say something upon seeing this, but was scolded by Du Mingwei. I ask you, do you have any evidence? We are police, not the local bandits. We must emphasize evidence in our investigations. The other side is the richest in Nanjing. They bring their own traffic. Those who don't know would think you are interrogating a suspect. Their lawyers can sue you to the point of bankruptcy. Du Mingwei spoke somewhat helplessly, glancing at Officer Chen. This matter ends here. There are people from above making inquiries. Look at how the special case team handles it. Du Mingwei said, not lingering too long, and turned to leave. Just as Chen Luo got into the car, without even fastening his seatbelt, his phone rang. Chen Luo picked it up, took a look, and answered the call. Hello, Mom. Are we sending the new year tomorrow? Okay, do we need to buy anything? I got it, Chen Luo said, hanging up the phone. He glanced at the time, March 3rd, the 15th day of the first. Tomorrow is the 16th day of sending the new year. After tomorrow, it will mean that this year has completely ended. His younger sister doesn't get a holiday, so he can only return alone. Chen Luo first went to the roadside to eat a bowl of cold vermicelli, as he was indeed a bit hungry. Then he went to a nearby supermarket, bought some things, and drove towards his hometown. When he returned home, it was already past 5. Carrying his things inside, he happened to see an old man with a cigarette walking out from the main door. "Great uncle," Chen Luo called out as he carried his things. "Is it Xiao Luo? Come home for dinner sometime." The old man clearly didn't intend to stay long, greeted him, took a puff of his cigarette, and walked away. Chen Luo was left speechless at the throat, wanting to ask him to stay for dinner before he realized he didn't know how to start. He returned home carrying his things, and found his father, mother, and grandfather sitting together discussing something. "Son, you're back." Chen's mother immediately spotted Chen Luo walking into the yard, buying so many things, his money blowing in from the wind. Chen's mother pretended to be angry, but still accepted the things from her son's hands. "What are you discussing? What did great uncle come for?" Chen Luo dragged a straw stool over from the side and grabbed a handful of peanuts from the basket on the ground, asking a question. "Nothing much. It's just that your great uncle wants to repair the ancestral hall in the village." Chen's father replied, informing Chen Luo. "The ancestral hall in the village is indeed a bit dilapidated. It should be repaired." Chen Luo thought little of it, and began chewing on the peanuts he had shelled. There are 2 major surnames in the village, Chun and Guan. It is said that they settled here during the war to seek. They brought with them family trees and portraits of their ancestors. It is said that this branch of the Chun family held high positions during the Qing dynasty. After settling down, they established an ancestral hall to house these items. Chen Luo remembered that it was more lively when he was young. Later, as more people went out to work, it gradually became. It was only reasonable that it was falling apart since no one was managing it. Chen Luo paused his actions and looked at the 2 people. Why were they in such a position? "Do you want me to pay?" Chen Luo wasn't foolish and immediately guessed something. Seeing that his son had already guessed, Chen's father nodded. "In this situation, it should be the Chun families in the village that each contribute to the repair of the ancestral hall. But your great uncle has gone around the village and no one has agreed. Many of the younger ones are working outside and the elders at home want to help, but are unable. Even those at home, when you ask, say they have no money. The children need to go to school, parents need medical care, they have to live. I heard you've become successful, so I wanted to ask if you could contribute to the repairs." Chen's father explained to his. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo did not say much. In Nanjing, the importance placed on ancestral halls is far less than in places like Chaoshan. Most people worship their own ancestors and rarely come together for ancestral rites. He had seen it when he was young, but as the older generation passed away, fewer and fewer people cared. "How much is needed?" Chen Luo brushed off the peanut skins on his clothes and asked. "There are over 40 Qin families in the village, each contributing 3,000, totaling around 120,000. But no one is contributing." Chen's father sighed as he spoke. For him, repairing this so-called ancestral hall was indeed unnecessary. After all, they do not belong to the older generation and do not place much importance on ancestral halls. If no other family contributes, even if his son has earned money, he cannot just take from their family, right? No one's money comes from the wind, and if contributions are needed, their family share would not be small. But expecting their family to cover it all, he couldn't accept. After all, the ancestral hall is not just their family's matter. There's no reasoning behind that. "Grandfather, what do you think?" Chen Luo asked his grandfather. "Me, I'm already half buried in the ground. You young ones can decide." Chen Luo's grandfather had come in through marriage and had no particular thoughts about the ancestral hall. "Stop considering it, just eat your meal first," Chen's mother said, calling out to several people. Chen Luo was indeed hungry, and since this matter wasn't urgent, they could discuss it later. "By the way, isn't there a chicken at home? Why did you ask me to buy one?" At the dinner table, Chen Luo suddenly asked. Hearing this, Chen's mother became furious, shooting a glance at Chen's father, her anger escalating. "After the new year, our family originally had 4 or 5 chickens. They were all old chickens that hadn't been fed for over a year and weighed at least 7 or 8 pounds. All were caught and burned by some mischievous kids, not a feather left behind." Chen's mother said angrily, as she had planned to kill one for the new year and enjoy a couple bowls of soup. Now there was not a single one left. Someone saw it was those naughty kids from the village who did it, and the chicken heads are in the ditch behind the conference room. But they are all from the same village, connected by kinship, and there's no evidence. It's just that the camera couldn't catch it, otherwise I would have posted the video in the group to thoroughly shame those kids' parents. Chen Luo did not respond to this remark. His mother had a point. Without evidence, it wouldn't be wise to make too much noise, would it? Being neighborly and connected, were they still living in the village? If they are gone, then they are gone. I've already had people look into it, at most it will take half a month. By then we'll all move to the city, which will be more convenient. Chen Luo spoke, informing a few people. Mainly Qinghe Biyuan is in Yunqing. If it were in Nanjing, it would undoubtedly be the best choice. But all his acquaintances were in Nanjing. Moving to Yunqing would be unfamiliar territory, and he probably wouldn't settle in comfortably. Or perhaps after some time, he could find a piece of land in the south of the city to build a manor. The next day, Chen Luo woke up early and helped his parents with their tasks. While washing ginger, he opened the system shop to check today's items. Name Hengshuo Shopping Center. Value 1. 5 billion. Flash sale price 9 yuan. Seeing the flash sale item for today, a smile appeared on Chen Luo's face. He naturally knew about Hengshuo Shopping Center as it was a famous mall in Yunqing. Wuyue Wanda Vank and Hengshuo were all well-known shopping centers in Yunqing. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo chose to purchase. He suddenly thought of something, took out his phone, and checked the weather conditions over in Qian province. Seeing that no bad news had come, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He also saw that the Qian province meteorological station had issued a related yellow warning. During the New Year, 3 families gathered together, but for the sending of the New Year's greetings, each family went their own way. After finishing dinner and completing the New Year greetings, Chen Luo tidied up and prepared to head back. Before going back, he transferred some money to his father just in case. By the time Chen Luo returned home, it was already past 9. After washing up, Chen Luo lay down on the sofa and began to ponder. The machine had been stuck, and he was at a loss. Investing money in research. In the short term, it wouldn't yield results, and the investment and income wouldn't necessarily be proportional. 3 Treasure Drink was likely still some time away from being launched for sale. The developments in the south. Chen Luo was deep in thought when his phone rang. Chen Luo glanced at the caller ID and answered the call. Hello, Sister Jiang. Although he didn't understand why the other party was calling at such a late hour, he still greeted her. This afternoon, Xian province did indeed experience heavy rainfall and hail, with the largest hailstone measuring 30 millimeters, turning the ice into rivers. Thanks to your reminder, the direct and indirect losses have been significantly reduced. There might be some symbolic rewards. Oh, I want to congratulate you in advance. Good, Sister Jiang. Chen Luo replied. For him, rewards were secondary, since he wasn't lacking in those. What mattered most was reducing losses and minimizing casualties. After hanging up, Chen Luo charged his phone and chose to sleep. He had been busy throughout the day and was indeed a bit tired. The next day, Chen Luo got up yawning. He opened the system shop to check today's refreshed items. Glancing at it, he purchased the flash sale item without paying it any further attention. After all, 3 million RMB didn't really catch his interest anymore. He drove to Qixing Pharmaceutical as the company had fallen too much, although Secretary Gao had recruited 2 management members from a headhunting firm. Chen Luo still intended to have a look and check on Dr. Kane's progress. Meanwhile, the butler Chen Zhong was already keeping an eye on the house. On the other side, government building. The powerful leaders of Nanjing gathered in the conference hall, with Jiang Yi a key figure in this meeting naturally among them. His uncle Guan Yin also accompanied him, but was seated on the very edge. A few days ago, Jiang Yi had submitted the planning blueprint for the Nanjing new district. After discussions among several important leaders, today's meeting was likely about this matter. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the urban planning proposal submitted by the director of the Investment Promotion Bureau, Jiang Yi. Please take a look. The secretary of Nanjing slightly adjusted the microphone at the corner of his mouth and spoke. The planning document had already been compiled and placed on the table before the meeting. Hearing this, the main officials of Nanjing picked up the booklet and began to review it. What do you all think? About 10 minutes later, the secretary of Nanjing spoke. These matters had already been discussed among the higher-ups and were entirely feasible. In fact, many difficult planning points had been organized neatly. The distribution of urban construction and underground development had been planned so well that no mistakes could be pointed out. However, it was still necessary to ask these department heads for their opinions. After all, democracy matters. Secretary, this planning document is excellently done. It encompasses all aspects of urban construction, and the planning is reasonable. I believe it is feasible. I think it's feasible too. Many key leaders spoke up, nodding in agreement. After all, the planning document was indeed commendable. Director Zhang sitting here feels like a waste of talent. I suggest he take a position at the Construction Bureau responsible for matters regarding the Nanjing New District. Several of you, Comrade Jiang Yi's planning document will be noted with merit by the organization. Since this planning document is feasible, the construction of the Nanjing New District must be expedited. I propose that Comrade Jiang Yi be responsible for the planning, construction, and oversight of the Nanjing New District. Secretary Director Jiang is in charge of the Investment Promotion Bureau, and since his position is established here, though he has made contributions to the planning, it's not appropriate for him to handle the Nanjing New District's planning. Guan Jin opened his mouth and expressed his proposal. Upon hearing this, the leaders of various departments present couldn't help but furrow their brows. Given Guan Jin's relationship with the Jiang family, it is understandable for him to speak on Jiang Yi's behalf. However, there were many qualified individuals present, all eyeing that position. This little achievement was insufficient to elevate Jiang Yi to that role. Director Guan's words are reasonable. Director Jiang has made significant contributions to the development of Nanjing over the years. Moreover, he was instrumental in bringing the Qixing Group, a 100 billion conglomerate, to settle here, and is rumored to hold a project worth hundreds of billions related to Sanchi. I support Director Guan's statement, and the position of Deputy Governor has been vacant for quite some time now. The Deputy Director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau spoke up expressing his opinion. Following this, several department heads and deputy directors also voiced their support. In that case, 3 days later we will hold a conference regarding the planning of the Nanjing new area and the selection of the Deputy Governor. The Secretary of Nanjing glanced at the crowd and made a decisive call. For him, as long as it contributed to the development of Nanjing, he didn't care who held that position. Jiang Yi's qualifications to hold this position were indeed somewhat tenuous. However, in comparison, he was undoubtedly the best choice. First, Jiang Yi hails from the Jiang family, and having someone from that family in this position means their connections and networks can serve the development of Nanjing. Second, Jiang Yi has a good relationship with the chairman of the Qixing Group, which is the leading real estate company in Nanjing. The development of the new area cannot do without their contributions. The third point, and the most important one, is that if the project related to Sanchi is genuine, it would undoubtedly serve as a prominent calling card for Nanjing. It would be a stepping stone for him to reach a higher position, a tangible achievement that is starkly visible. Upon hearing this, everyone present refrained from saying much. After all, such matters involving representatives and heads of relevant units are significant. They cannot simply be decided at a small meeting. Reports must go upward and announcements must be made downward. Everything must be just and transparent, otherwise if issues arise, who can clarify? At this moment, Chen Luo was unaware of these details as he had already traveled with Secretary Gao to Central Pharmaceuticals is one of the giants in the domestic pharmaceutical industry, valued at hundreds of billions. It involves various aspects of drugs, medical devices, and more. It was heard that significant progress has been made in the research and development of anti-cancer drugs, and Central Pharmaceuticals is one of the few domestic companies capable of manufacturing the machines needed by Qixing Pharmaceuticals. It wasn't that Chen Luo reached out to Central Pharmaceuticals first. After all, competitors are often rivals. He wouldn't give away his vital secrets even if it was to Central Pharmaceuticals. He would rather invest more resources abroad to find solutions. However, what he didn't expect was that it was Central Pharmaceuticals that first reached out to Qixing Pharmaceuticals. They invited them to Han City to discuss cooperation. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Luo decided to go and see what Central Pharmaceuticals' intentions were. Thus, he and Secretary Gao traveled overnight to Han City. By the time they arrived, it was already the next day. As dawn broke, Chen Luo got off the plane and couldn't help but yawn. As a Secretary Gao had already arranged everything at the hotel. A special car was sent to pick them up. Looking out at the scenery, Chen Luo's thoughts were entirely on the System Mall. He was curious to see what could be available for a flash sale today. Name special formula for blood cancer drug, value hundreds of billions, flash sale price 9 yuan. Chen Luo's gaze was fixed on the words hundreds of billions. Another 100 billion. Furthermore, it was the formula for a special blood cancer drug. It is well known that most cancers cannot be treated. Patients can only endure immense suffering through chemotherapy, resulting in a condition where they appear neither human nor ghost. Moreover, chemotherapy is expensive and most individuals simply cannot afford it. He couldn't imagine the number of lives that could be saved if it were successfully produced and brought to market. Chen Luo suppressed the excitement in his heart. He needed to conclude the talks quickly and return to show it to Dr. Kane. Everything needed to be fully addressed, buying and procuring as necessary. He did want to see it, but it wasn't convenient in the car, and he could already anticipate that he wouldn't understand it at all. Soon they arrived at the hotel, which was situated in a great location with excellent surroundings. Standing on the balcony, the scenery was breathtaking, and the Yiyang Tower was visible in the distance. With several hours left until the scheduled time, Chen Luo and Secretary Gao strolled around. Truly living up to its reputation as a thoroughfare of 9 provinces, its level of prosperity far surpassed that of Nanjing. The Bamboo Sea Elegant Courtyard. This was the place arranged for the meeting, with Central Pharmaceuticals reputed to be membersomely, making it hard for ordinary people to even enter. Moreover, it was said that the chefs there were formerly serving in imperial courts, catering only to dignitaries and the elite. After Secretary Gao provided the room number, a steward checked and led them inside. Upon entering, it was not a traditional dining table, but an exquisite small courtyard. Pavilions, terraces, artificial hills, flowing water, koi, and lotus flowers. This must be Mr. Chen Luo, Director Chen. I am Ding Mo, the Vice President of Central Pharmaceuticals. I have long admired your reputation, Director Chen. A man in his 30s dressed in a gray suit smiled and extended his hand. Mr. Ding. Chen Luo reciprocated, shaking hands lightly with him. However, he seemed to recall that the chairman of Central Pharmaceuticals also had the surname Ding. Director Chen, please come inside, Ding Mo said as he invited them into the banquet hall. Chen Luo was not polite and followed, noticing that the table was already filled with dishes. A platter was being served by the elegant courtyard's attendants with white mist rising from the table, creating a high-end ambience. The few of them took their seats discussing trivial matters or unimportant topics. None of them spoke first to reveal their intentions. Mr. Ding, I don't like beating around the bush. If there's something to discuss, let's get straight to the point. If we can talk, then it's cooperation. If not, there's no need to waste time. Chen Luo found it hard to tolerate the other party's words directly getting to the heart of the matter. The other party spoke of irrelevant things, and every time he wanted to say something, he was easily sidestepped. Hearing this, Ding Mo set down his glass, and the smile on his face diminished somewhat. Director Chen, you are straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush either. Ding Mo said, glancing at the secretary beside him. The secretary understood and retrieved a folder from the... I am very clear about your intentions, Director Chen. But you also know that the cake is only so big. If new manufacturers come in, it means the cake will be divided further. Chen Luo was not surprised to hear this. It is human nature, and he was no exception. If you ask what is the most valuable and profitable in this world, undoubtedly, it is monopoly. Even from the perspective of Huazhong Pharmaceutical, he would never sell the core secrets for short-term gains. However, since the other party invited them here to discuss cooperation, it must mean there is something to talk about. That folder-like item was nothing less than a contract. He had a vague suspicion in his heart, but he didn't know how much the other party was willing to negotiate. If their appetite is small, then cooperation is not impossible. After all, Huazhong Pharmaceutical, as a 100 billion group, occupies an important share of the domestic market. If he could leverage Huazhong Pharmaceutical's connections, his 100 billion project would blossom and bear fruit faster. However, if the other party asks for too much, there would be no need to continue the discussion. Huazhong Pharmaceutical has proposed two plans. First, Qixing Pharmaceutical is valued at 320 million, and Huazhong Pharmaceutical can acquire it for 340 million. However, I heard that Director Chun has a 100 billion project regarding Sanchi. If Director Chun is interested in this project, Huazhong Pharmaceutical will send a team of experts to evaluate and determine the final value for a joint acquisition. The second option is a collaboration between Huazhong Pharmaceutical and Qixing Pharmaceutical. Qixing Pharmaceutical will provide the project and hold a 30% stake, while Huazhong Pharmaceutical will provide personnel, machinery, and channels holding a 70% stake. Ding Mo spoke up and expressed his thoughts. Hearing this, Chen Luo found it amusing. A 100 billion project with a 70% stake means 700 billion. Our machines, channels, and manpower worth 700 billion. I cannot accept this stake. Chen Luo refused without a second thought. There are two other pharmaceutical companies in the country that have similar machinery. It's not just Huazhong Pharmaceutical. Of course, these three companies might be united in this regard, but he would rather negotiate abroad than let anyone easily take away 700 billion. Moreover, he had another trump card in hand. As long as the news of this trump card gets out, there will be numerous individuals and companies wanting to cooperate with him. Although Huazhong Pharmaceutical is strong, it is far from being a monopoly. Director Chen business relies on negotiation, Ding Mo said calmly. I wonder what kind of stake Director Chen is looking for. Ding Mo was aware that this was impossible. He deliberately stated it so low to create a large room for negotiation. Business, after all, requires some pulling and pushing. Chen Luo thought for a moment. To be honest, he had not thought this through yet. The machinery he was interested in purchasing from foreigners was around 100 million. Even if he was choked by the scarcity, it would only be about 300 to 500 million. As for manpower, he had that covered. Channels, he would find a way himself. As for the stake, I can offer Huazhong Pharmaceutical 3. Chen Luo pondered for a moment and stated his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Ding Mo nearly spat out. His gaze turned to his secretary, seemingly to confirm whether he had misheard, thinking he had heard 30 instead of 3. But after seeing the secretary nod, he finally dared to believe that the other party indeed said 3. Director Chen, did you say that too quickly, or is your mouth mistaken? Ding Mo's expression was somewhat unpleasant, as 3 was something he had never even considered. This small stake in his view was akin to an insult. Director Ding did not hear wrong. I said it is indeed 3. Chen Luo leisurely sipped his tea before speaking. Director Chen, are you insulting Huazhong Pharmaceutical? Or do you think that the machinery, manpower, and channels of Huazhong Pharmaceutical are only worth 3? Ding Mo's face turned extremely grim. His father's bottom line for him was 40. But right now, not to mention 40, even 10 was not reached, let alone 30. Director Ding is joking. This is already the greatest sincerity I can offer based on cooperation. In the country, there are only a handful of entities capable of manufacturing or possessing such machinery. Huadhua Heavy Industry, 2 major research institutes, and 3 major pharmaceutical companies. The 2 research institutes can only possess them. They cannot manufacture, and Qixing Group will not consider them. As for the other 2 pharmaceutical companies, even if Huazhong Pharmaceutical makes a call, they will not consider it. However, Huadhua Heavy Industry might not refuse. Chen Luo spoke, while looking at Ding Mo. Upon hearing this, Ding Mo chuckled. The analysis was quite accurate, but he had overlooked one thing. If they approach Huahua Heavy Industry, they would naturally not refuse. But whether Qixing Pharmaceutical is a state-owned or private enterprise is uncertain. At that time, the distributed benefits might exceed those from cooperating with Huazhong Pharmaceutical. I know what you are thinking. If there are no connections domestically, there are plenty abroad. Germany, the beautiful country, Italy. As long as the benefits are sufficient, do you think they would not join forces with Qixing Group? Moreover, even hypothetically, how dare you be sure I have no industry abroad? Chen Luo's gaze was fixed on Ding Mo, exuding a confident demeanor. At worst, he could simply abandon that 100 billion project. Or he could package it and sell it to the other two pharmaceutical companies who would likely be very willing. After all, he currently held the 100 billion project for blood cancer. He could focus on this project, and losing another project would not matter much. Hearing this, Ding Mo's expression turned extremely grim, as if he were contemplating the truth in the other party's words. To be honest, the person before him was the most enigmatic individual he had ever encountered. Before contacting Qixing Group, he had naturally researched information about them. Initially, there was the acquisition of Qixing Pharmaceutical, Phoenix Hotel Datang Group, Zhongtian Group, one after another. No one knew if there were any other groups secretly acquiring them. Perhaps one of the other two major pharmaceutical companies had already been acquired by them. Ding Mo was startled by his own thoughts and quickly shook his head to dismiss them. I heard that Huazhong Pharmaceutical is tackling gastric cancer. Chen Luo directed his gaze toward Ding Mo, inquiring with a question. The sudden shift in topic caught Ding Mo off guard. Weren't they discussing the equity ratio? How did the conversation suddenly turn to blood cancer? Yes, that is indeed the case. Though puzzled, Ding Mo chose to answer. After all, this was not a secret. It could easily be investigated. Over the years, Huazhong Pharmaceutical had undoubtedly invested a vast amount into this project, yet the results were minimal. Though there were leaks about breakthroughs and milestones achieved, the family knows their own affairs. Judging by the current situation, even with another 10 years, results would be unattainable. It's just that Huazhong Pharmaceutical is financially robust with their foundation secure. If it were a lesser pharmaceutical company, they would have been dragged down long ago. Mr. Ding, even if the deal falls through, we'll still have our integrity. If there's a chance when you come to Kuan province, let me extend my hospitality. Since today's collaboration cannot be finalized, we'll take our leave for now. Chen Luo wore a smile on his face. After all roads lead to Rome, and Huazhong Pharmaceutical is not the only player in the game. At worst, he could stay in Hanxing for a year or two. He didn't believe he wouldn't find related opportunities. When the time comes, he would surpass Huazhong Pharmaceutical and have the Ding family work for him. Mr. Chen is too humble. I will certainly take the opportunity. Let me see Mr. Chen off. Ding Mo did not say much upon hearing this. He smiled and escorted Chen Luo to the door. After all, Huazhong Pharmaceutical could not agree to that equity ratio. As he watched the other party leave in their car, Ding Mo's smile faded. Contact the companies abroad that have this set of machinery and inform them. Ding Mo had a sudden thought and turned his gaze to his secretary. As a pharmaceutical giant worth hundreds of billions, their connections were naturally strong. Though it is said that competitors are enemies, there's also a saying that competitors can be friends. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Some companies wouldn't follow Huazhong Pharmaceutical, but if they leaked a bit about a 100 billion project, do you think these predators would hold back? Be discreet about it. Ding Mo thought of something and instructed again. Although anyone with sense could connect the dots back to Huazhong Pharmaceutical. But it's better to be safe than sorry. If something happens, he would have a plausible excuse. After all, this was not a secret. It could easily be uncovered. What he was doing was merely riding the wave. The secretary left, and Ding Mo turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the car, Chen Luo rubbed his throbbing temples. Forget about the 3 major pharmaceutical companies, and the 2 large research institutes were also out of the question. As for Huahua Heavy Industry, he wasn't considering it. After all, Ding Mo wasn't wrong. Once it becomes a state-owned enterprise, he wouldn't be in charge anymore. Including the subsequent blood cancer formula, there are too many uncontrollable factors. Given the current situation, he could only seek solutions from abroad. He decided to send someone to negotiate and see the results first. Mr. Chen, what should we do now? Secretary Gao glanced at Chen Luo, who was resting with his eyes closed, and asked. Rest for a day, we'll head back tomorrow afternoon. Chen Luo thought for a moment and responded to Secretary Gao. After all, having arrived in a new place, he was also keen to see what new connections could be made. However, he still messaged Chen Xiu, asking the other party to investigate where to start. Secretary Gao understood and nodded in agreement. Back at the hotel, Chen Luo lay on the bed feeling utterly exhausted. Indeed, no job is easy. However, this job, while tiring, also pays well. The next day, Chen Luo woke up early and eagerly checked the items refreshed in today's system mall. Name: English proficiency level 8 value. Flash sale price 9 yuan. Seeing today's items, Chen Luo slightly furrowed his brow. It wasn't that he thought the item was bad, but a sudden thought crossed his mind. Was this item suggesting that he might need to go abroad? Myanmar was an option, but other places were too dangerous. Even if he were to negotiate cooperation, he could send someone from his team. There was no need for him to go personally. That afternoon, Chen Luo and Secretary Gao chose to fly back to Tycoon province. After taking a high-speed train from Yunqing to Chouxian, and then from Chouxian to Nanqing, they finally returned to Nanqing in the early hours of the morning. The lack of direct high-speed trains and flights was indeed a hassle. With such convoluted transportation, which boss would be willing to endure the trouble of going to Nanqing? It's not that Nanqing doesn't want to improve, it's just that the government lacks the funds to do so. A few years ago, they tightened their belts to win the final battle against poverty. In the southwestern region, Kuen Province, Gui Province, and Xian Province were the main battlefields for poverty alleviation, making significant investments. They then faced the pandemic, which worsened the already strained finances. In the past 2 years, due to corruption and anti-corruption efforts, many officials were dismissed. Although high-speed rail construction is underway, it will take at least another 2 years before it opens. Compared to Qian Province's infrastructure prowess, where they dig through mountains and build bridges, achieving high-speed rail access in every county Kuen Province is relatively slower. However, this situation won't last long. Chen Luo returned home and lay down on the sofa, feeling somewhat fatigued. He subconsciously opened the system mall to check today's flash sale items. Today is March 8th, and there is less than a week until the provincial examination. Name Longxing Mining Valuation 1. 5 billion flash sale price 9 yuan. Upon seeing today's flash sale item, Chen Luo slightly furrowed his brow and sat up straight. With a serious expression, he took out his phone and searched for information on Longxing Mining. In his memory, he had no impression of this mining company. However, with a valuation of 1.5 billion, it shouldn't be an obscure entity in Nanqing. Through his search, Chen Luo gained a basic understanding of this mining company. It is one of the few companies in Nanqing with mining qualifications. In other words, this company could mine gold, silver, and other heavy metal deposits. There are only a handful of companies in Nanqing that possess such qualifications. Not to mention, with 6 permits and a license, it could shut down many people. The 6 permits include the approval for gold mining, mining license, safety production license, environmental assessment approval, and pollution discharge permit, civilian explosives usage blasting operation permit, and forest land. It's always complicated to get it done easily. One needs either strong connections or the ability to open pathways. Without hesitation, Chen Luo chose to purchase. After all, gold prices are high. Who knows when he might score a large mineral vein on flash sale. Glancing at the time, it was already noon. He could go for a meal. However, Chen Luo felt little appetite, so he drove to Zhongtian Huafu, intending to check on the house's renovation. After parking the car, Chen Luo noticed his uncle's vehicle was also there. A quick glance at his phone revealed that today was Sunday. The door was ajar, so Chen Luo stepped inside to take a look. There was no one around. The workers had likely gone for lunch. The surrounding walls had been freshly coated with cement, and the debris that had been piled on the ground was all cleared away. Chen Luo took another look at the kitchen and bathroom, finding the progress to be about the same, with the bathroom already undergoing waterproofing. He circled around a couple of times, but did not linger too long. He decided to leave, but just as he stepped outside, he encountered his grandmother, who was taking out the trash. She glanced behind Chen Luo and quickly understood the situation. "You're right at the door. Why don't you come in? Have you eaten yet? If you haven't eaten, I'll cook you some dumplings." As she spoke, his grandmother set the trash aside and pulled Chen Luo towards the house. "I've already eaten," he replied, even though he had not wanting to trouble her. He wasn't hungry, and he also didn't want to be a burden on his grandmother. Chen Luo followed her inside and found his younger brother lying on the floor watching TV. Chen Luo glanced at what was playing, which was a commentary about some missiles. Hearing footsteps, he looked up to see his aunt coming down the stairs carrying 2 large bags. The bags contained clothes and such, as they would be going to school soon. "When did you arrive? Have you eaten yet?" Upon seeing Chen Luo, his aunt set down the bags and asked. "Get up," she called out, directing her stern tone at his younger brother. Hearing this, his younger brother slowly got up from the floor. "And I've already eaten," Chen Luo smiled, "and he'll reserve a spot and call your uncle to join us for dinner. Since everyone is free tonight," his aunt said, pulling out 2 bags of fruit from the refrigerator, her gaze still on her phone. "That restaurant in Matong is lucky. They still have one last private room available." Just as his aunt spoke, they noticed his uncle coming down the stairs looking as if he had just showered. His aunt explained briefly, and then called his grandfather and younger uncle. Often his younger uncle did not stay here, but lived in a dormitory or his own bachelor apartment. It was nearby, not far at all. Riding a bike would take less than 10 minutes. His older cousin was not there, but at his grandmother's house. This year he was also in the 3rd year of junior high, and in 2 months he would have to face the battlefield. In less than 15 minutes, his younger uncle Guan Yen arrived carrying a bucket of oil and a bag of rice, which he took to the kitchen. "This is from work. I don't cook much at home. I was worried it would expire," his younger uncle added as he explained. His grandmother sighed upon hearing this, but around 4 o'clock his grandfather finally arrived, mentioning he had gone somewhere for therapy. Chen Luo had heard his grandfather say before that his retirement salary was 8,000 a month, which added up significantly over 10 years. He spent a lot on therapy and bought a chair worth over 10,000, as well as a water purifier that cost 7 or 8,000 without hesitation, even for some heavily marketed cups costing over 3,000. In truth, they served no real purpose. He went there every day and often received eggs and noodles. Recently, he heard they were starting some online store selling everyday items like toothpaste, laundry detergent, and paper towels. It was said that a significant amount of money had been invested, but whether they made a profit or incurred losses remained unknown. Family members were also promoting the online store to his uncle and aunt. It was rumored that there had been disputes in the past, though the specifics were unclear. Such matters were difficult for someone in his position to comment on. Moreover, as a grandson, he was still carrying the title of grandson. His mother would often slip money to his grandmother, usually behind his uncle's back, fearing they might have ulterior motives. They drove 3 cars there, as after dinner his uncle and the others would head straight to school. He needed to go home, while his younger uncle had to return as he had work the next day. At the dinner table, Chen Luo inquired about his younger uncle's recent situation. The response was straightforward: everything was fine. Uncle, what are the plans for your eldest son this year for the high school entrance exam? Thinking of something, Chen Luo asked. Hearing this, his uncle looked up at his nephew and began to explain. I've discussed this with your aunt. Given the eldest scores, he can get into the city's No. 1 school, but it's a stretch for the county's No. 1. We don't plan to go public. Instead, we want to push him into a private school. The eldest is quite lazy, like a toad that only moves when prodded. Public schools lack strict management. If he becomes lazy for 3 years, he might not even qualify for a junior college. Though private schools are tougher, they maintain discipline. If he endures 3 years of hardship, he should at least qualify for a good university. It's likely he won't get into that school in Yinquan. He will probably go to Changshui. His uncle didn't hold back and explained. Chen Luo nodded upon hearing this, but didn't say much more. He had never attended Changshui for school, and all his knowledge about it was hearsay. Previously, he had a good friend from Nanxing who went to Changshui for a repeat year. In the first year, he scored just over 400, barely missing the second-tier line. After repeating a year at Changshui, he scored nearly 600. Yet he said that if given another chance, he would never choose that path again. It was exhausting in ways one could hardly imagine. In winter, getting up at 6 in the morning to run exercises felt like having knives in his throat with the cold wind stabbing his lungs. In reality, it was not effective exercise, it was mere obedience training. It was about running in formation and shouting slogans louder than anyone else. The schedule was packed with classes, and there was hardly any time for assignments. Even the time for eating and using the restroom was strictly timed, operating like a machine. Yet this kind of education was still revered by many schools, which followed suit blindly. The enrollment rate was indeed high, but what lay behind that high rate? It was the unhesitating expulsion of underperforming students, pushing them towards alternative admissions and kicking them out of the mainstream. The self-published assignments, weekly tests, training papers, and exam papers. What was the cost? How much were they charged? Chen Luo shook his head. Ujing Shanghai School was also private and part of his family's business, following the same model and path. He enjoyed the benefits and profits brought by the school, savoring the cake at this table. He couldn't just turn around and smash the pot, could he? Do parents not know? They do. But for the sake of scores, there's no choice. A single point can eliminate 1,000 people and can also keep you from your dream university. And the 4 provinces of Shanhua undoubtedly serve as a prime example. There are only a few schools and the spots are limited, but with so many applicants, if you don't strive, there are plenty who will outdo you. If there were a choice, who would choose this path? The next day, Chen Luo did not go to the company, but returned home. After all, it was agreed that after the new year, he would bring his family over. Being far apart, there is no joy in living separately. He had already informed his family about this last night. As for today's flash sale item, 3 million RMB, no matter how small the text, it's still worth it, and Chen Luo snagged it. By the time Chen Luo got home, there were already large bags and small bundles piled at the door. Hairdryers, power strips, and even folding chairs. One would think they were moving. If he really brought them all, Chen Luo suspected that even 2 cars wouldn't be enough. There were no chickens left at home, just 2 dogs which he couldn't take along, so he sent them to his uncle's house. After tidying up and securing the doors and windows, Chen Luo turned back for one last look. Many houses once abandoned quickly fall into disrepair, without exception, as they lack liveliness. The room on the first floor had been tidied up and had excellent lighting, so the old man moved in. After all, it was difficult for him to climb stairs. Chen's father and mother lived on the second floor, next to Chen's bedroom. Chen Luo glanced at the neighboring yard number 8 and called Steward Wang. After all, now that he had money, buying a few more sets of houses was no big deal. Chen Luo took his parents out for a meal, transferred some money to them, and then headed to Qixing Pharmaceutical. At Qixing Pharmaceutical Dr. Kane was working with 3 assistants researching something. Upon seeing Chun Luo's arrival, he had the three continue with their experiments. Boss Dr. King called out. How is the progress on the items? Chun Luo inquired. It's nearly complete and can be implemented fully. Once released, Qixing Pharmaceutical could reach a valuation of over 100 billion in a short time. Hearing this, Chun Luo nodded, having no doubts. I will have someone gather experts in this field to form a relevant. Please expedite the development and provide the necessary clinical data. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask Steward Chun. As for the previous project, put it on hold until we have enough manpower to restart it. Chun Luo stated, emphasizing that the blood cancer project was the top priority. The sooner they developed it, the sooner they could start testing and apply for market release. Every day saved could save many lives. The other billion project, while also crucial for the development of Sanchi, faced bottlenecks with the machines. He would think of more ways later, and manpower was indeed an issue at present. I understand, Dr. Kane nodded upon hearing this. After giving his instructions, Chun Luo chose not to linger and left. That afternoon, while checking messages, he came across some good news. The Nanxing government issued a notice regarding the vice governor position. After discussions and voting, Jiang Yi, the director of the Nanxing Investment Promotion Bureau, was appointed as the vice governor responsible for the development and construction of the Nanxing New District. The term lasts 5 years. However, it is likely that he could only serve until then in Nanxing State. Nanxing State practices regional ethnic autonomy, and Jiang Yi, being Han, cannot serve as governor. As for the secretary, his qualifications are too shallow. Unless he achieves remarkable results, it's highly unlikely. By the time he achieves notable accomplishments, he would have already been reassigned elsewhere. Chun Luo took out his phone and called Secretary Gao. Hello, how many people have signed up? He inquired. At Qixing Pharmaceutical, the predetermined number of applicants was definitely insufficient. They needed to continue recruiting talent. Boss, as of 9 a.m., the total number of applicants is over 2600. So few. Chun Luo frowned slightly upon hearing this. If the ratio is 1 to 5 as in public institutions, they wouldn't even reach the minimum required. Boss, although Qixing Group is valued at 100 billion, most of its subsidiaries are in real estate and pharmaceuticals. Moreover, they encountered the provincial exams and the unified examinations for public institutions along with campus recruitment. Many people have better options, and even though Nanxing has high-speed rail and an airport, they are all in the neighboring counties, coupled with the welfare benefits. Having over 2000 applicants is already quite good. Secretary Gao explained. They didn't know how many were just testing the waters. Those who were seriously prepared were probably very few. You just mentioned the spring campus recruitment. Yes. Yunqing University has a campus recruitment event coming up, and many companies will attend. It just started today. Secretary Gao informed Chun Luo. When does it end? It lasts 5 days, ending on the 13th. Secretary Gao spoke, but knew well that at most there would be some excitement on the first 2 days. The following days would likely be quite quiet. Moreover, with it ending on the 13th, close to the provincial exams, even fewer people would show up. Prepare accordingly. We will attend this campus recruitment. You should contact the relevant person in charge first. This time we are only recruiting talent, so we should maximize the welfare benefits. Chun Luo stated. Understood. Secretary Gao replied. He then booked the high-speed train and made calls to have relevant materials and posters prepared. Chun Luo returned home, packed his things, informed his parents he was going on a business trip, and drove to the high-speed train station. Steward Chun had already contacted the owner of yard number 8, and they were currently in negotiation. Additionally, Steward Chun had also contacted the owner of yard number 6, as Chun Luo currently did not lack money. As time passed, the number of people participating in the flash sale would only increase, so it was wise to make plans early. However, the house he was currently living in Nanxing felt a bit small. He really needed to build a manor for himself. When Chun Luo and the others arrived at the high-speed train station, it was already past 10. The more than an hour train ride to Yunqing, and after checking in, it would be close to midnight. As for the hotel, Secretary Gao had already booked it, so he didn't need to worry. The campus recruitment person in charge had also been contacted and said they would arrange the appropriate positions. After all, even though Yunqing University is a 211 school, there aren't many 100 billion groups at campus recruitment. However, competition from private enterprises cannot compare with those state-owned enterprises or institutions with formal positions. Lying on the bed, Chun Luo sighed. He looked at the system mall, checking today's flash sale items. Name Chin Chun U, profession bodyguard, king of soldiers, of value. Flash sale price 9 yuan, a bodyguard, or a king of soldiers. Chun Luo did not hesitate at all, and chose to purchase. As his wealth increased, so too would the dangers. He wasn't worried about himself, but he had to make some preparation. However, the issue of the security company should be prioritized. The next day, when Chun Luo woke up, Secretary Gao had already gone ahead to Yun City University. Chun Luo had some breakfast at the hotel before taking a taxi to the university. Today, however, there was nothing exciting to report, best left unmentioned. As usual, the security guard inquired, and Chun Luo entered. Upon arriving at the job fair, Chen Luo was greeted by a dense crowd scattered in small groups. The entire venue had several rows set up, leaving space in the middle resembling a night market. For some unknown reason, images of the terracotta army from the tomb of Qin Shi Huang suddenly popped into Chen Luo's mind. He also couldn't understand why the words burial goods of the era emerged. Following Secretary Gao's guidance, Chen Luo found the location of the Qixing group. He glanced around and noted that there were quite a few people. After all, it was a 100 billion group. Its scale was significant. Boss. Seeing Chen Luo, Secretary Gao greeted him and pulled a chair over. Chen Luo nodded, his gaze shifting to a man and a woman who were explaining something. Secretary Gao had already informed him that they were sent by Datong Group and Qixing Pharmaceutical. After all, they understood better what kind of talent they were looking for. As for Fengwang Hotel and Zhongtian Group, they were not as desperate for employees. Hello student, our minimum educational requirement is a master's degree. From your resume, there are no particularly outstanding achievements. The woman spoke as she returned the resume to the student. Your qualifications are impressive. We will contact you by another man said as he collected the resume. Chen Luo glanced at the stack of resumes deemed impressive, and there were only 3. Chen Luo picked one up to review. Zhang Wei, a master's in landscape architecture. The resume was indeed impressive. It detailed what projects he had participated in and what works he had published. Chen Luo picked up another stack to look through. Both bachelor's and master's degrees were present, but the resumes were not particularly eye-catching. The surrounding billboards had already displayed the job positions, salaries, and benefits. Compared to other companies, the salaries were significantly higher. Thus, Qixing Group's popularity could rank in the top 10. Of course, it couldn't compare to those in the chemical, construction, or renewable energy industries, as the prospects were evident. Secretary Gao and the others were recruiting, while Chen Luo walked around to take a look. On the left was a secondary school hiring teachers, and on the right was Yun City Baiyao, with several public examination preparation institutions in sight. As long as the public examination remains popular, this field will always be profitable. Chen Luo had recently seen those public examination institutions with towering buildings on Douyin. Moreover, the campuses were expanding rapidly. Especially after the mask issue, more people recognized the stability of the system, and public examination preparations reached new heights in history. Chairman Chen, you are here too. As Chen Luo walked, he scanned the area and noticed someone calling out to him. Following the voice, he recognized the face, but couldn't immediately recall. Glancing at the sign beside him, Chen Luo suddenly remembered it was Manager Zhao from Zifeng Pharmaceutical. Manager Zhao, long time no see. The two extended their hands and lightly shook. Chairman Chen. A man approached and called out as well. Chen Luo noticed that right next to Zifeng Pharmaceutical was Manager Zhu from Yufujing. What are you two doing here? Chen Luo looked at the two with some confusion. With their status, why would they personally participate in recruitment? Let's not discuss that. Later I will host you at the welcoming pavilion, and Chairman Chen must come. Manager Zhao understood the implication and changed the subject. With so many people present and walls having ears, some matters were not suitable for open discussion. Chen Luo was not foolish. He understood the meaning behind their eyes. Certainly, Chen Luo did not refuse, as relationships must be nurtured. He did not linger too long, taking a rough look around. The tobacco, banking, chemical, and energy sectors. Many in-demand industries were present. After a round, Chen Luo returned to the Qixing Group booth. There were fewer people compared to before, but several stacks of resumes had already piled up neatly in categories. Chen Luo picked up the stack with the fewest resumes, which contained only 3, and all were PhDs. Boss, the capabilities of these 3 individuals are not particularly outstanding, they are of average level. Secretary Gao spoke up as he saw the boss picking up those 3 resumes. Chen Luo showed no significant reaction to this remark. Most capable individuals had already been referred by their mentors. After all, with connections at play, those strong candidates were naturally favored. However, better to have something than nothing. It was certainly better than nurturing a novice from scratch, right? Still, the eyes could be cast nationwide, as there were indeed many capable individuals. I have matters to attend to later, you all handle this yourselves. Chen Luo mentioned as he thought of something. Having completed these tasks, Chen Luo didn't linger at all and chose to leave directly. After all, Secretary Gao and the others understood this better than he did. Even if he stayed, he wouldn't be of much help. Upon exiting the school, Chen Luo did not return to the hotel, but took a cab to Qinghe Courtyard. He hadn't visited since the auction. Since he had time today, it would be good to take a look. Qinghe Courtyard is located in the old district of Yun City. Due to the old streets, the surrounding area had been developed into a tourist attraction, so it was quite busy on ordinary days. Chen Luo paid the fare and got out of the car. Upon entering, he first saw a square the size of 2 football fields. On either side were hitching posts, suggesting that horse-drawn carriages could have been parked here in the past. In the center of the square stood a tall white marble archway with the words Qinghe Courtyard inscribed, albeit somewhat faded. Beyond the archway was the main gate of Qinghe Courtyard. Young man, what are you doing? This is private property, you cannot enter. Just as Chen Luo was about to enter, he was stopped by a security guard in his 60s. "Sir, this is my property," Chen Luo explained, pulling out his phone to show the security guard a photo of the property deed. The old man squinted, but still couldn't understand what he was seeing. "Is this really yours?" the old man asked skeptically, as this place was worth 10 billion. In Yun City, there were many bosses at the 10 billion level, and even some at the 100 billion or several hundred billion levels. However, to get them to cough up 10 billion, there were not many who could do it. Those who could afford it would not spend that money to buy this place. Although this place had some historical value due to the development of surrounding attractions, it was not suitable for living. "Look, I have the key, let me show you." Chen Luo was about to step forward when he saw a man in a suit carrying a briefcase approach, flanked by 2 bodyguards. "You must be Chairman Chen, right? I am Zhao Ruohai. The previous owner of Qinghe Courtyard entrusted us to manage it through our company. Let me take you inside to have a look." Zhao Ruohai spoke with a tone of utmost respect. He was well aware of the previous owner of this residence. To his surprise, the property had been sold quietly to the young man before him. It is important to know that purchasing this property is not simply a matter of wealth. One must also have power and connections. Even the richest man in Yun City could not acquire it. The fact that the other party was able to buy it hinted at connections far beyond his imagination. He couldn't assume that the young man was easy to deceive just because of his age. The security guard understood the situation and realized the young man was indeed the rightful owner. Without further delay, he chose to leave. Zhao Ruohai led Chen Luo into the courtyard, while the 2 bodyguards remained at the entrance. Qinghe Courtyard covers an area of 22 acres with 68 rooms of various sizes, as well as gardens, a performance stage, courtyard stables, and attics. The most famous feature is undoubtedly the courtyard filled with lotus flowers, which were planted to please the wife of a significant figure, thus giving rise to the name Qinghe Courtyard. Although no one has lived here, substantial funds have been spent annually on repairs and maintenance. Zhao Ruohai followed Chen Luo closely, gradually introducing him to the property. There was something Zhao Ruohai did not mention, that the previous owner was unfortunate. This estate was completed just 2 years ago, when that significant figure fell from grace, never having a chance to enjoy it. Without needing Zhao Ruohai to point it out, Chen Luo's eyes already took in the scene. Starting from the first door, there was a small square adorned with visible lotus flowers. Of course, they were merely lotus leaves, as it was not yet the season for the flowers to bloom. The stunning sight awaited beyond the second door, where a pond full of lush green lotus leaves appeared. A long corridor divided the entire pond into 2 sections, and additional corridors surrounded it, enclosing the whole area. 3 long corridors and 3 paths could lead to the main hall. In the middle, there was a pavilion that seemed fit for a royal residence. Upon entering the main hall, Chen Luo discovered that the tables were filled with vintage items. Even the tables and chairs were made of wood, exuding a strong sense of antiquity. Around the room were gramophones and clocks, all popular items from that era. Chen Luo did not explore every corner. He merely strolled through the main areas, realizing time did not permit a thorough visit. Living here would be quite acceptable, as the courtyard was spacious enough and the surrounding influences were manageable. In just 2 months, when the lotus flowers bloom, that would be the best time to reside here. After parting with Zhao Ruohai, Chen Luo took a taxi to the reception building, as he had business partners who would be useful in the future. At the reception building, when Chen Luo arrived, Manager Zhao, from Zifeng Pharmaceuticals, Manager Zhu, from Yufujing, and 3 others of similar age were gathered at the entrance, chatting in small groups. Seeing Chen Luo get out of the car, Manager Zhao hurried over. After all, the current 7 Stars Group was not something they could compare to. According to the available information, their combined worth did not add up to that of Chen Luo's company. "Chairman Chen, the private room is ready. Please come in." Manager Zhao said this while ushering people into the reception building. There were too many people present, and being at someone else's doorstep, it was not appropriate to introduce anything. After Chen Luo took a seat, Manager Zhao began to introduce him to the other 3 individuals. 2 men and 1 woman. Their industries involved construction materials, tea, and medicinal herbs. Their scales were similar, each valued at over 1 billion. During the meal, the conversation revolved around business matters. Chen Luo quietly listened, offering little opinion. After all, he was not particularly strong in managing a company. It was better to leave it to those beneath him. Chen Luo understood the intentions behind the 2 managers' leadership. With the construction of the South City new district, construction materials would be essential. Moreover, with the already released Sanbao drink, the tea industry was also a lucrative opportunity. As for medicinal herbs, the project from 7 Stars Pharmaceuticals naturally involved medicinal materials. In summary, the goal was to collaborate with the 7 Stars Group. Chen Luo did not agree immediately. After all, his role was to collect funds. The decision-making would be left to those who understood the industry. He merely suggested they find the appropriate person in charge, and if the assessment passed, cooperation would not be an issue. After returning to the hotel, Chen Luo knocked on Secretary Gao's door. When the door opened, the other two were also present, and the bed was covered with resumes. They were categorized, but most of them were essentially waste paper. There were neither many that were useful, nor were there a substantial number. Ultimately, only around 10 resumes were selected, not even reaching 20. The key was that Secretary Gao was not satisfied, as they were looking for research personnel. Even if these individuals were hired, they would first start as assistants and could not directly launch projects. They still needed to recruit the talented individuals. But those accomplished individuals had already made their mark. Ordinary incentives could hardly sway them. Chen Luo did not inquire further, as he believed the three could decide for themselves. It was only the second day with 3 days left, but it was likely that after tomorrow there wouldn't be many candidates left. Moreover, most of these were students from Yun City University. Both the engineering and normal universities had strong programs. Finding an opportunity to hold a recruitment fair specifically for high-educated and capable individuals would be ideal. Naturally, they would recruit others as well, but the compensation would be different. Chen Luo planned to return to South City the next day, leaving the upcoming matters to Secretary Gao and the others. He felt he could not contribute much here and would be better off considering the development in the south. Chen Luo returned to his room to sleep, and when he woke the next day, it was already past 8 o'clock. He did not eat breakfast at the hotel, but instead searched for a small alley. The rice noodles in Yun City were too thick, and the taste was disappointing, far inferior to those in South City. Chen Luo used navigation to find this place. It wasn't far. Had it been farther, Chen Luo wouldn't have bothered to run so far, just for a meal. The shop was small, and an older woman in her 50s was preparing chives at a table. Two people of similar age were sitting nearby gossiping about something. Did you hear? Someone died last night at the Liyuan community. I heard they were only in their 20s and jumped from the 7th floor. Liyuan community. It's the old community behind Lijing Longting. My daughter is among the medical staff. Oh, I heard the individual fell beyond recognition. Blood splattered everywhere, and they couldn't even save him in time. What a pity for such a young man. What could have driven him to despair? Listening to the conversations of the three aunties, Chen Luo's chopsticks involuntarily paused. The Liyuan community was the old neighborhood he had lived in before. What a coincidence, it was also on the 7th floor. For some reason, Chen Luo's mind suddenly conjured up Jiang Huai's face. Was he overthinking, or was there something to it? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo found Jiang Huai's number and called. The first time there was no answer. The second time, still no answer. For some reason, Chen Luo felt increasingly uneasy. On the third call, the phone was answered, and Chen Luo couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Huai, are you home? Chen Luo asked, intending to check on him. Chen Luo. A voice came from the other end. It was Jiang Yi, leaving Chen Luo momentarily stunned. Instinctively glancing at his phone, he wondered if he had mistakenly dialed in his haste. The number was correct, but indeed belonged to Jiang Huai. Do you know Xiao Huai? Jiang Yi's voice came through, inquiring. Xiao Huai. Hearing this name, and recalling that they both shared the surname Jiang, he suspected they must be relatives. But for some reason, Chen Luo detected sadness in Jiang Yi's voice. He's at the Gongxing District Police Station. You should come see him one last time. They'll send you the location via WeChat. Jiang Yi's voice made Chen Luo's heart drop. One last time. Was the person who had an accident last night really Jiang Huai? Without any hesitation, Chen Luo hailed a taxi and headed to Gongxing District, despite the distance being over 20 kilometers. When Chen Luo arrived, Jiang Yi was already standing at the entrance of the police station. Compared to earlier, he looked much more haggard, visibly exhausted. Come with me, Jiang Yi said, wearily glancing at Chen Luo as he led him inside. The body had been placed in a room, and a mortician had tried to restore its appearance as much as possible. When he was struck, half of his face was smashed beyond recognition. He left a suicide note. He couldn't bear it anymore. Jiang Yi said, tears streaming down his face. What a good child to be driven to death like this. So what if he liked men? Was the Jiang family's reputation more important than their child? Xiao Huai's orientation is different from most men, Jiang Yi said, looking at Jiang Huai, covered by a white cloth, speaking with a semblance of calm. I know. Jiang Huai was my roommate before. He mentioned it to me. Chen Luo replied, his gaze fixed on. Just days ago he was still a living person. Now after such a short time, he had turned cold. Xiao Huai had but later something happened, and that boy jumped off a building. He used to be very bright, like a little sun. After that boy died, and after being sent to a rehabilitation center for over 6 months, he became taciturn. He even resorted to self-harm. His family never thought he would turn out like this. So when he escaped to Yun City, his family was fully aware. They thought that perhaps this would allow him to feel better and resolve his issues. Little did they know it had all led to Jiang Yi recalled how Xiao Huai used to follow him around, calling him Andy. She knew that his brother must have said something. Xiao Huai was the only male in their generation cherished and expected to do great things from a young age. His family had even arranged for him to enter politics after graduation, gradually taking on the Jiang family's responsibilities. Unfortunately, it's too late to say much now. His family was already on their way here and would arrive soon to take Xiao Huai back and bury him. Chen Luo felt a sudden wave of sentimentality. Oh, life was truly fragile. Some people fought desperately to live while others with hearts turned to ashes chose to end their young lives. Then Chen Luo saw several police officers enter with a few people. The leader, without raising his voice, possessed an intimidating presence coupled with an air of refinement. Chen Luo guessed this must be Jiang Huai's father. Elder brother, Jiang Yi addressed him, confirming Chen Luo's suspicion. The man did not respond, but lifted the white cloth to take a look. The woman beside him had already knelt on the ground. Are you satisfied now? Is the Jiang family's reputation more important to you than the rumors of others? More important than your child? Mrs. Jiang spoke directly, questioning her husband. This path was difficult enough. If even parents and family don't support you, who else will? If they had agreed back then, would there have been so many problems later? Jiang Huai's father remained stoic, not responding to the weight of his wife's words. Several police officers withdrew as it was inappropriate for them to be there during a family matter. Chen Luo saw this and chose to leave without lingering. Sitting on a chair at the door, lost in thought. After about half an hour, the family finally emerged. Jiang Huai's father walked to the tree outside the police station and lit a cigarette. Chen Luo even saw him look up as if trying to hold back his tears. After all, this was a child he had loved for so many years. How could he not? But some responsibilities, some burdens had to be borne by someone. Chen Luo had learned about the Jiang family and knew they were a prominent family. When the elder fell from grace, the weight of responsibility had fallen onto the shoulders of several children. A sigh of relief could lead to being dragged down by political enemies to a tragic end. At times there truly were no other options. Jiang Yi walked over to Chen Luo and informed him. Later, Xiao Huai's body would be sent for cremation and then taken back for burial. Jiang Yi asked Chen Luo if he wanted to accompany them. Chen Luo thought for a moment and decided to go along, considering it a final farewell to Jiang Huai. P.S. The story of Jiang Huai was shared by other authors in the group. There was a loving same-sex couple who came out, but their families could not accept it. One partner's family was very strict and intolerant. The other partner's family could accept it. They just wanted their child to be happy. The first partner's family was not particularly well off, just an ordinary working-class family, while the other had a better financial situation. The first partner's family adamantly refused, with his mother even threatening to jump off a building. She wanted her son to be normal like other men, marrying and having children, living a conventional life. The first partner tried to communicate well with his family, explaining everything. But what he received were only harsher words filled with hurtful remarks. Caught between his family and his lover, the first partner chose to escape by jumping off a building. It wasn't high, so he didn't die, but he ended up in the ICU. The daily expenses in the ICU were enormous, exceeding 10,000 a day, like burning money. All of this money was covered by the second partner's family, while the first partner's relatives even believed it was better for him to die. They thought it would spare them from gossip and shame in their village. In the end, they couldn't save him. Emerging from the crematorium, the sky had already darkened. The Jiang family specially arranged several vehicles to transport Jiang Huai's ashes home overnight. As his aunt Jiang Yi naturally could not remain aloof from such matters. Though he had just been promoted to deputy governor, and it wasn't appropriate to take a leave, the Jiang family still needed to be given some face. The following day, Chen Luo returned to Nan City as the matters in Yun City would be handled by Secretary Gao. Although Jiang Huai was his quarantine roommate, their relationship was not that close. He certainly wouldn't rush to attend the memorial as he lacked the identity and standing. Before long, it was the day of the provincial exam. During these days, Chen Luo had not paid attention to the time, but when he went out, he noticed that many students had gathered at the entrance of the nearby school. Sitting by the roadside, he held some materials in his hands, reciting something. However, these days, for some reason, it felt as if his luck had run out. The items that were quickly sold out were either gold or RMB. The issue was that the quantity was not very high, and Chen Luo even had reason to suspect that there were no good items left in the system shop. Chen Luo opened the system mall to check today's refreshed items. Name Longmin Education, value 2 billion, flash sale price 9 yuan. Upon seeing today's refreshed item, Chen Luo couldn't help but be taken aback. He had thought the system wouldn't refresh any good items, but unexpectedly, it had refreshed something significant. Longmin Education was something he had heard of. With over 700 branch schools across the country, 8,000 employees, and an annual revenue between 1 to 1.5 billion, with annual profits of 1 to 300 million. Most importantly, compared to institutions like Finbai and Xintujing, Longmin Education was slightly unmatched. As long as it was related to the civil service exams, it had sufficient money-making potential. Selling courses, books, and materials every year amounted to a significant figure. As long as the civil service exams remained popular, the teachers in these institutions would have secure jobs. He never expected that even educational institutions could be sold out. One day, would they even acquire the White House of the beautiful country? The following day Chen Luo got up early and headed to Zhongtian Group. The construction of the new area in Nan City would soon be in full swing. Zhongtian Group would undoubtedly seize a large slice of the cake in this wave. As the largest shareholder of Zhongtian Group, Chen Luo naturally had to attend the meeting to discuss matters. He personally held 75 of the shares while the remaining 25 was held by 5 other shareholders. The highest held 10, while the least only held 3. Even at 3, based on Zhongtian Group's valuation, it was worth 2 to 300 million. On his way to Zhongtian Group, Chen Luo also opened the System Mall to check today's flash sale items. Name Anyang Building Materials, value 1.2 billion, flash sale price 9 yuan. Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately purchased it. He also had the car's AI search for information as he wasn't very familiar with Anyang Building Materials. In fact, he had never heard of it. Anyang Building Materials was a strong building materials company from Yin County collaborating with several real estate companies. With the construction of the new area in Nan City imminent, a building materials company would supply Zhongtian Group. The money had made a round and returned to his pocket. Chen Luo entered the top floor of Zhongtian Group, a large conference room that was rarely opened unless for major meetings. As soon as Chen Luo exited the elevator, he found Gu Ming standing at the elevator door. Chairman Chen, Gu Ming called, leading him into the conference room. Inside the conference room, several shareholders had already arrived. 3 men and 2 women, all not young, with the youngest being over 40. As soon as Chen Luo and Gu Ming entered, the shareholders all stood up. Chairman Chen, they greeted with smiles, making one wonder if they were exceptionally amiable individuals. Please take a seat. Chen Luo sat at the head and waved his hand towards them. Gu Ming sat in the closest seat to him. Gu Ming was brought in with a high salary from elsewhere and did not hold any shares in the group. However, he received dividends with an annual income exceeding 7 figures. All of you are shareholders of Zhongtian Group, so I won't say much more. The purpose of calling you here is solely regarding the development of a new area in Nan City. If the high-speed rail in the south opens, it will undoubtedly bring about an economic boom. However, before that, I have one more thing to say, Chen Luo said as he scanned the shareholders present. I hold 75 of the shares in Zhongtian Group, making me the largest shareholder. Zhongtian Group is also under the banner of Qixing Group. However, it is not a complete subsidiary of Qixing. Upon hearing this, the shareholders understood Chen Luo's point. What does Chairman Chen mean? The youngest and most competent-looking woman among the 5 asked. Currently, I have 2 proposals. First, you all work together to acquire my 75 share, after which Zhongtian Group will no longer have any relation to me. Datong Group will officially be renamed Qixing Real Estate, with Qixing Group pouring money into its construction. Second, Qixing Group will still be established, but Datong Group will also be incorporated into it. Additionally, Qixing Group will allocate 2 billion for the construction of the new area in Nan City. You now have 2 choices. Either hand over your shares to be acquired by me, or reduce your shares, Chen Luo said, glancing over the shareholders present. Upon hearing this, the shareholders exchanged glances. Then they turned their eyes towards the young shareholder who had spoken earlier. Zhongyan naturally noticed these gazes and turned her attention to Chen Luo. Chairman Chen, do you mean we should increase our investment while retaining our shares? Zhongya asked, voicing her question. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Chen Luo's face. This woman is no simple character. At this moment, she is still thinking of increasing her investment. No wonder the shareholders' gazes all focused on her. Of course that is possible. In fact, as long as your funds are sufficient, holding shares in Qixing Group is also an option, Chen Luo said as he glanced at the 4 shareholders. But he knew in his heart that even if the shareholders joined forces, they would certainly not be able to come up with that much money. Otherwise, how could they only hold such a small stake? Chairman Chen, could we have 10 minutes to discuss? Zhongya said, putting forward her request. Chen Luo did not refuse upon hearing this. He stood up and left the conference room. After all, these individuals held 15 of the shares, which amounted to 1.2 billion based on the 8 billion base. Taking half of Chen Luo's funds all at once would enable him to have a 100 stake, but it wouldn't be beneficial for future developments. After all, with the construction of the new area in Nan City imminent, the funds required in the future would far exceed tens of billions. Gu Ming's secretary Gao and others also opened the conference room door and walked out. In the blink of an eye, only 5 shareholders remained in the conference room. Xiaoyi, are we really going to increase our investment? The older woman spoke with some concern, as business had been difficult in recent years. 9 out of 10 of the invested funds had been lost or at their age, with elderly parents and young children to care for. They could not afford to take such risks. A small misstep could lead to losing everything. Everyone, this is my personal opinion. Didn't Chairman Chen also say that he can spend money to acquire your shares? This money placed in a place like Nan City could yield interest for generations. But I am still young and Zhongya said, her eyes shining with determination. You must have investigated Chairman Chen's background. In just a few months, Qixing Pharmaceuticals, Datong Group, Zhongtian Group, and Phoenix Hotel. were all acquired by him. Today's Qixing Group is worth tens of billions. What an enormous amount of capital it must take to achieve this. And that's just on the surface. Oh, what about behind the scenes? Who knows how many assets we are unaware of? The new area in Nan City is a big cake. Once Qixing Real Estate is established, how many properties in the south will be developed by Qixing Real Estate? Zonya looked at the others, but ultimately couldn't bear it, and spoke up. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances. Did they not understand this reasoning? It was just that with age they had lost the passion and vigor of their youth. Girl, how much do you plan to invest? The older woman asked, seemingly recalling something. 100 million. Zonya gritted her teeth and stated this figure. You're crazy. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately stood up. She naturally knew how much money Zong's brother had left. Along with the dividends, shares, and funds from these years, she could at most come up with 80 million. 100 million. Wouldn't that require selling off all their assets? Crazy, this is truly insane. Another man frowned and started pacing. I am old and can't afford to struggle anymore. You all can do as you wish. The man said, sitting back down. The remaining three exchanged glances, unsure of what to decide. Their intuition told them they should follow through, as the potential of Qixing Group was evident and worth investing in. However, in their impressions, the rise of Qixing Group was too rapid. So quick that it felt surreal, like a bubble. If they were 20 years younger, perhaps they would have had the determination. But now could they truly commit without hesitation? Knock, knock, knock. Chen Luo leaned against the door, fingers bent, tapping lightly. Ladies and gentlemen, the 10 minutes are up. After saying this, Chen Luo returned to his seat. Gu Ming, Secretary Gao, and others also walked in one after another. How have you all considered it? Chen Luo glanced at the clock, presenting a demeanor that time was precious. Chairman Chen, I am willing to invest 100 million. How many shares can I retain? Zonya expressed her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo glanced at her, appreciating her boldness. Chairman Chen, I am also willing to invest 50 million. Chairman Chen, I can only afford 30 million. The woman and another man spoke up, choosing to take a gamble. As for the other two, they exchanged glances and voiced their opinions. Chairman Chen, we choose to reduce our shares. They could not continue to invest more money. When it came to selling shares, that was absolutely out of the question. After all, these shares belonged to Zhongtian Group and brought them considerable annual income. Selling them would be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. That's fine. Regarding the shares later on, Manager Gu will discuss and finalize with you. Once Qixing Real Estate is established, we will sign the corresponding contracts. Now let's talk about the main business. Chen Luo said as he picked up the remote control on the table and pressed a button. The screen displayed a map of the new area in Nan City. Ladies and gentlemen, the construction of the new area in Nan City will soon be on the agenda. What we are discussing today is how to gain benefits in the coming tide of development. The new area in Nan City spans a vast area from the Southern Hospital and Tunglong Middle School in the north to the Sanchi Industrial Park in the south. Currently, we control the land here and here. Additionally, this piece of land was acquired jointly with Huayu Group. Next, we must do everything possible to acquire this piece of land. Chen Luo stated, using a laser pointer to indicate the map. As the PPT flipped, an area that had been circled clearly appeared before everyone. Upon seeing this piece of land, several individuals furrowed their brows. Even Zonya felt confused about why they should acquire this land. Chairman Chen, I don't quite understand. This piece of land is not a wise choice. Why should we acquire it? Although the new area in Nan City will be rapidly constructed, it will inevitably expand downward gradually. Shouldn't our target be to focus on the areas near hospitals and schools, or near the Yedobebelt high-speed rail station? Zonya said, shaking her head, unable to discern the other's meaning. She could see that Chen Luo was not an ordinary person. He had skills and strategies, or else she wouldn't be thinking about selling her assets to increase her investment. But she truly couldn't fathom why he would not develop near hospitals, schools, and high-speed rail stations, but rather in such a barren mountain area. The construction of the new area in Nan City would not happen overnight. It would take time to develop to the locations marked on the map. Their best approach would be to secure land near the Southern Hospital and Tunglong Middle School. After the construction was completed, they could gather funds and then develop in other locations. This should be the primary choice for development, as funds were limited and needed to be used wisely. Yes, Chairman Chen. Even if we don't take these two places, it should be near Xishan. After all, it is rumored that the new district government will be established there. At that time, the surrounding property prices will rise, which would not be a bad thing for us. A male shareholder spoke, attempting to persuade them. Who said the new district government will be built at the foot of Xishan? Chen Luo replied, looking at the shareholder who had spoken. Upon hearing this, Zonya immediately caught the implication in his words. Does Chairman Chen mean that the new district government will be established in an empty area? Zonya spoke, her gaze settling upon the central point of the map. Earlier she had wondered why they would seize the surrounding areas, yet deliberately leave that very center untouched. Instead, they were encircling the vacant zone, precisely isolating it from all sides. What? Hearing this, several shareholders instinctively rose to their feet, eyes locked unblinkingly on the circled parcel of land. Mr. Chun, is this intelligence reliable? One shareholder turned to Chen Luo, voice laced with doubt. Chen Luo offered no reply, only pressed the remote stylus once more. The map zoomed in sharply, the circled area shrank dramatically upon the screen. Gentlemen, this site lies near the eastern sector. Its proximity to the high-speed rail station, industrial park, hospital, and school remains remarkably balanced. The new district government's placement here would effectively radiate influence toward both the northeastern Triangle Lake and the horse ranch. More importantly, the ranch's flat terrain and the suburban revival potential of the Triangle Lake area make this location uniquely promising. The western mountain site, though commanding a panoramic view over much of the southern new district, harbors a critical flaw. Its treacherous topography renders future governmental expansion virtually impossible. Moreover, the Ring City West Road passes precisely through this zone. Chen Luo added, offering brief clarification. What significance does the Ring City West Road hold here? A younger male shareholder interjected, curiosity evident in his tone. Any government construction project must first consult a feng shui master. To face westward, backed by the western mountain, means that at sunset a colossal shadow falls across the site, the dreaded insha, or shade calamity. While the Ring City West Road itself poses no issue, one of its branches extends directly into the vegetable wholesale market and the hospital. Should the southern new district truly be built here, the intersecting roads would form the lethal scissors Shah. Spoke the eldest among the shareholders, the patriarch whose voice carried quiet authority. His father had been a feng shui master from childhood. He had absorbed such knowledge by osmosis. Alas, his father's later years ended in misfortune, whether by celestial retribution or some other unseen force, none could say. This reasoning seems rather far-fetched, doesn't it? Doesn't the government advocate science and actively discourage superstition? Another shareholder voiced skepticism, unconvinced. Chen Luo shook his head slightly, offering no rebuttal, no explanation. Some truths are best kept within the heart. Words once spoken may sow calamity, never mere jest. Yet, Mr. Chen, even granting your logic, how can we be certain the new district government will indeed locate here? Even if hypothetically this land were designated for government use, we have already purchased all adjacent parcels, effectively encircling the site. Yes, future expansion would be constrained, but more critically, would the government ever approve our acquisition of such a strategically sensitive plot? Furthermore, other real estate firms are hardly naive. This land will almost certainly require competitive bidding. An elderly female shareholder voiced her pragmatic concern. Such considerations lie beyond our purview, do they not? Chen Luo said, turning his gaze toward Gu Ming, whose role was strategy formulation, not execution. I will spare no effort or expense to secure it. Gu Ming rose, addressing the shareholders directly. But Mr. Chen, if the new district government chooses elsewhere? Seeing the younger man begin to protest further, Chen Luo's glance silenced him instantly. Any further? Chen Luo's gaze swept slowly across the room. If not, we are adjourned. However, I urge each of you guard your tongues carefully. With that, Chen Luo rose and departed without another word. The subsequent share reallocation would fall entirely to Gu Ming's stewardship. Once equity structures were finalized, he would assign personnel to handle all operational matters concerning Qixing real estate. 3 days passed like a breath, and within them Zhongtian Group underwent a sweeping transformation. Zhongtian Group merged with Datang Group to establish Qixing real estate. Zhongtian Group's valuation stood at 8 billion renminbi, Datang Group at 4 billion, Qixing Group injected 2 billion, and several shareholders collectively contributed 200 million, totaling 14.2 billion renminbi. Chen Luo held 84.5% of Qixing real estate, the remaining 15.5% was distributed among the other shareholders. Qixing real estate's emergence sent shockwaves through Nan City's real estate industry, a true tempest. Zhongtian Group, Datang Group, Huayu Group, Dying Real Estate, Jincheng Real Estate, Julong Real Estate, Zhongjuan Group, Wenshang Real Estate, Iran Real Estate, and Xincheng Real Estate. These 10 firms had long been hailed as Nan City's real estate titans. Yet with the merger of two titans, and Qixing Real Estate's formation valued near 15 billion renminbi, backed by the formidable Qixing Group, the balance of power shifted irrevocably. Qixing Real Estate instantly ascended as the undisputed leader, surpassing even Yun City Construction Investment's Nan City branch. Yun City Construction Investment was a colossus, valued at tens of billions, responsible for constructing government buildings, highways, bridges, and hydroelectric stations across Yun City. Now with the Nan City new district imminent, Qixing Real Estate's arrival struck the industry like a thunderclap. Its sheer scale guaranteed it would claim the largest slice of the new district's development pie. Unless these firms united as one, resistance against Qixing Real Estate was futile. Chen Luo sat on the sofa massaging his throbbing temples. Qixing Real Estate had now been formally established. Licenses and official seals would require additional time. Jiang Yi had returned to matters concerning the Nan City New District would likely commence within the next 2 days. Yet a more urgent matter demanded his attention. News had arrived regarding the machinery. After failing to secure cooperation with Huazhong Pharmaceutical, Chen Luo had instructed Chen Xiao and Chen Zhong to explore foreign channels. They had succeeded. The overseas supplier confirmed availability and willingness to sell. Chen Luo picked up his phone and called Chen Shun and Secretary Gao, instructing them to accompany him to northeast China. Neither asked questions. Obedience was implicit in their roles. Secretary Gao promptly booked flights. A departure was scheduled for that evening, arrival the following day. The next morning, Chen Luo, Chen Shun, and Secretary Gao disembarked from their flight. Secretary Gao had already researched local weather, so ample thermal protection had been arranged. Chen Luo checked the time reaching the border would take until nightfall. This transaction did not involve Germany, the U.S., Italy, or Britain, but rather Russia, China's northern neighbor. The meeting point was a remote village straddling the frontier. A narrow river marked the boundary. One step across, and one entered Russian territory. Shanxi Village. They arrived as dusk deepened into night. A few scattered lights flickered faintly across the snow-draped hamlet, as if trying to conceal its quiet northern solitude. Secretary Gao inquired locally and secured lodging in a modest household. Only 2 elderly residents lived there, both advanced in years. Secretary Gao offered payment, but they refused outright, instead welcoming the guests with generous hospitality, serving hearty meals and warm conversation, leaving Chen Luo deeply humbled. It's bitterly cold tonight. You've come from the south, you'll hardly bear it. The Kong has been thoroughly heated. Do tell me if you feel chilled during the night. The elderly woman awkwardly carried over a quilt. Chen Shun hurried forward to receive it. Chen Luo glanced at the quilt. It was brand new, embroidered with a bold crimson double happiness character. Granny, do only the 2 of you live here year-round? Chen Luo gently guided the elder woman onto the heated Kong and asked softly. The young ones have all left, for work for their children's education. 2 years ago they brought us to the city, but we couldn't settle there. We've labored our entire lives. We simply cannot sit idle. It's far more peaceful tending our own fields. Our children are dutiful. They visit every few days. She tapped her leg lightly, then smiled. Stay as long as you like. Call either of us if you need anything. With that she stepped out, leaving Chen Luo and his 2 companions alone in the room. Let's rest. We have much to do tomorrow. Chen Luo spread the quilt open and lay down at the outermost edge of the Kong. Chen Shun and Secretary Gao exchanged no words, simply found their places and settled in. At dawn the next day, Chen Luo awoke to find the elderly couple already bustling about the kitchen. You're up, eh? Why not sleep longer? Sit a while on the Kong. We'll have breakfast ready shortly. The grandmother, hands busy wrapping dumplings, greeted them warmly. These wrappers were not store-bought. They were hand-rolled, fresh and supple. The grandfather cooked thin pancakes on one stove while on another he simmered pork with vermicelli. Witnessing this, Chen Luo felt humility rise anew. Go wash up. We'll be done in moments. Noticing their hesitation, the grandmother called again. After washing, Chen Luo moved to assist, only to find the dumplings already boiling in the pot. Dish after dish appeared on the low table, served and eaten seated cross-legged upon the warm Kong. Try them. All authentic northeastern specialties. She urged them cheerfully. Oh, and haven't asked yet, where would you like to go sightseeing? If you need guidance, just say the word. We know this corner of the earth intimately. She added during a pause between bites. We've come for business negotiations. The meeting place is a small pavilion at the border crossing. Chen Luo explained plainly. That must be Jiangxing Pavilion. We're separated from the Russians only by this river. There are quite a few foreign brides in our village too. She offered this with gentle familiarity. After breakfast, Chen Luo and his companions helped clear the table before departing. Checking the time, they followed directions toward Jiangxing Pavilion. Mr. Chen, won't our companion join us? Secretary Gao asked cautiously. He'd sensed the man's martial prowess and his presence would have lent reassurance. He has prior commitments. Chen Luo replied, without revealing the truth. Secretary Gao recognized his employer's reticence and wisely remained silent. The river was narrow, spanned by a slender footbridge, its center crowned by a pavilion for travelers' rest. From afar, Chen Luo spotted a figure slipping furtively away from the opposite bank. Let's go. He stepped forward first, heading straight for the pavilion. 15 minutes later, 3 men arrived. One was the same furtive figure seen earlier. This is Mr. The lead youth, early 20s, fluent in Mandarin, spoke with practiced ease. Chen Luo studied his features, unmistakably Eurasian. Where is the merchandise? Chen Luo placed a Swiss bank card on the table and asked coolly. Mr. Chen, please follow us. The youth stepped aside, gesturing toward Russian soil. Sir, Secretary, Gao murmured, apprehension plain in his voice. Chen Luo said nothing, merely retrieved the card and crossed the bridge. The youth smiled faintly and fell into step behind him. Though deeply reluctant, Secretary Gao followed suit. 10 minutes later, a military-style tent came in. Just as Chen Luo approached its entrance, the youth blocked his path. Then 2 underlings stepped forward to conduct a thorough body search. Chen Luo showed no concern. His belongings resided safely within his system space. Discovery was impossible. Mr. Chen, my adoptive father awaits you inside. The youth gestured respectfully toward the tent. Chen Luo scanned the perimeter, his expression darkening. Firearms were legal in Russia. He had already spotted multiple armed guards patrolling with AK rifles. Lifting the flap, Chen Luo and Secretary Gao entered. Inside, a burly 50-something man with a thick beard sat carving meat with a knife. Father, the guest has arrived, the youth announced deferentially, then took his place silently behind Mr. Chen. Tchaikovsky rose, a warm smile spreading across his face. Mr. Tchaikovsky. Chen Luo responded in kind. Extending his hand, courtesy demanded reciprocity. This was the outcome of Chen Yu's big data analysis. Previously, German and Russian firms had negotiated for the same machines. Tragically, the cargo had been seized mid-transit within Russian territory. Russia's vast, sparsely populated expanses made tracking the perpetrators exceedingly difficult. Merchants pursue profit, yet when investment yields no return, further capital is withheld. Thus the matter faded into obscurity. Yet Chen Yu persisted, eventually locating the very group in possession. Their asking price was exorbitant, 5 times the standard market value. Put plainly, a single machine normally cost 10 million RMB, but these Russians demanded 50 million RMB. Some commodities defy purchase, even at any price. Hence this journey to northeast China. Mr. Tchaikovsky, the funds are secured. Where are the machines? Chen Luo spoke, his gaze unwavering, fixed firmly upon the other man's face. Mr. Chen, another party has also taken interest in these machines, and their offer exceeds yours by 3-fold. Tchaikovsky sat back, calmly, voice utterly composed. Chen Luo absorbed the words, immediately grasping their intent. They sought to renegotiate, leveraging urgency to extract greater value. Then, Mr. Tchaikovsky, what is your position now? Sell it to that group, or are you asking me to raise the price? Chen Luo's voice carried a chill, for the price they had agreed upon at the start was now being reneged at the last moment. Doing business was not meant to be conducted this way. Mr. Chen, I am a businessman. I sell to whoever offers the highest price. Either you raise the price, or I will have to sell this batch of machines to that group. Sheikh Fuziji spoke, for this batch of machines was hardly short of buyers. In that case, he'll take my leave. If he couldn't buy here, he would simply go elsewhere. He would rather pay an exorbitant price than do business with someone utterly devoid of integrity. Just as Chen Luo turned around, he found 2 men blocking their path. Sheikh Fuziji, what is the meaning of this? Chen Luo's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Sheikh Fuziji. Mr. Chen, don't be so hot-tempered. Business is meant to be negotiated. A smile lingered on Sheikh Fuziji's face, but a chill crept into his heart. For he knew well that there was no other group at all. His behavior was merely a ploy to sell at a higher price. Sheikh Fuziji, there is an old Chinese saying, a man without trust cannot stand. A person of no integrity is unworthy of cooperating with me. Having said that, Chen Luo intended to leave directly. But the 2 men chambered their AKs and aimed them straight at Chen Luo. Sheikh Fuziji, there is a saying, even if a deal falls through, goodwill remains. Are you sure you want to take this to the extreme? Chen Luo's voice turned icy. He had not expected these Russians to be so faithless. Mr. Chen, even if I take it to the extreme, what can you do? This is Russia, our turf. Sheikh Fuziji spoke with a nonchalant air. The guns in their hands were their greatest confidence. This is a Swiss bank card with 100 million in it. How about letting us leave? As Chen Luo spoke, he produced the Swiss bank card. The young man, seeing the card in Chen Luo's hand, stepped forward to take it. But the moment he touched it, he was subdued by Chen Luo. Though the young man had been vigilant, he had not expected to fall into the other's trap so easily and be effortless. A cold gun was pressed against his forehead. Shock filled his heart. Hadn't they been frisked upon entry? Where did this gun come from? And wasn't China gun controlled? Where did this gun come from? Fake, it must be fake, the young man said. The next second a gunshot rang out, and he couldn't help but scream. A bloody hole had appeared in his leg, blood dripping continuously. Sheikh Fuziji's expression turned extremely ugly. Hadn't they been searched? How had this gun been brought in, and a real one at that? Let's go. Chen Luo, holding the young man hostage, retreated toward the tent. People kept gathering around, encircling Chen Luo and his companion. Secretary Gao's legs had gone weak, yet he still forced himself to stay calm. He had never imagined he would encounter such a situation today. Having grown up in China, Secretary Gao was utterly unaccustomed to such a forbidden weapon as a gun. Yet inexplicably his boss had somehow produced one out of nowhere. As Chun Luo and the secretary emerged into the open, they found themselves surrounded layer upon layer. Mr. Chun, if you kill him, you won't escape either. Why bother? Sheikh Fuzaji looked at Chun Luo, his face dark as he spoke. He had thought he could control the other, but instead he had been outmaneuvered. Is that so? Do you think that if I die you will live? Dream on. Don't doubt my words. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. The moment Chun Luo spoke, a man secretly aimed his gun at him. But before he could fire, a gunshot rang out, and he fell to the ground clutching his hand. The shot startled everyone present, who warily looked around. A sniper. The Russians reacted with lightning speed, scrambling for cover. But Sheikh Fuzaji did not move. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Chun Luo. He knew in his heart that the sniper must have been arranged by the other party. At the same time, he discerned something from that. The other side had no intention of killing them, otherwise that bullet would likely have landed in his head. Mr. Chun, I have underestimated you. How about we sit down and talk? Sheikh Fuzaji spoke, gesturing to his men. Soon tables and chairs were brought out, set right in the center, an open space where a sniper could easily target. Seeing this, Chun Luo did not stand on ceremony and sat down. In this open area, Chin Chun's scope must have been trained on Sheikh Fuzaji's head. If the other party said they wanted to talk, they must genuinely intend to negotiate. If I am not mistaken, there is no other group of buyers at all. And the reason you wanted to sell this batch of machines at a high price is to find a way to escape, isn't it? These machines are a ticking time bomb. You can't take them with you, and they'll only become a burden. I suspect your enemies have already locked onto your location. That is the main reason you came to the Sino-Russian border. Chun Luo spoke first, analyzing the situation. Hearing this, the young man's gaze shifted to Chun Luo. He had not expected the other to deduce so much. Moreover, his analysis was correct. Though they were safe for now, no one could say how long that safety would last. Their goal was to sell these machines at a good price, and then head elsewhere. China was the last of their last resorts. After all, China had strict gun control. Their weapons couldn't be brought into China at all. Without guns, they were like a tiger without teeth and claws. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not enter China. Mr. Chen is right. We are already being watched. We don't know when we might be besieged. We just wanted to sell these machines at a good price, and then leave this place far behind. Sheikh Fuzaji spoke, his words filled with helplessness. Over the years, they had offended the federal government and many national forces. How could one always stay dry when walking by the river? But there was no help for it. They hadn't wanted to end up like this, but a man had to eat. Sheikh Fuzaji, how about? As Chun Luo spoke, his gaze fell on Sheikh Fuzaji. Oh, I'm all ears. Hearing this, Sheikh Fuzaji looked at Chun Luo. He knew he had made the right move. Give me the machines. They'll show you a way out. The moment Chun Luo said this, an idea had already formed. If it's truly a way out, then agreed. Sheikh Fuzaji nodded at these words. He looked at Chun Luo expectantly, as if waiting for the other to reveal the path. Have your men work for me. Chun Luo spoke, finally revealing his so-called way out. Mr. Chun, that joke is not funny at all. Sheikh Fuzaji's expression soured. Not only would he have to give up the machines, but he'd also have to work for the other. The abacus beads were practically hitting him in the face. Was his brain addled or scrambled that he would agree to such a demand? The young man's expression also turned extremely sour. In his view, the other party had no sincerity for cooperation. If not for the sniper lurking in the shadows, he would have already torn the man limb from limb. As far as I know, the ones besieging you are the Fengxi family. Their numbers are several times yours, and they are well equipped with plenty of heavy weapons. Not to mention the bounty on your head on the dark web. Do you think in your current situation you can hold them off? Chun Luo said, sweeping his gaze over the group of 40 or 50 men. Hearing this, Sheikh Fuzaji's expression turned extremely grim. He had not expected the other to have investigated so thoroughly, knowing everything in detail. Mr. Chun, you are right. But if I work for you, can you protect me and my brothers? Sheikh Fuzaji asked. If they could be protected, what would it matter if they worked for him? This place is no longer safe. The Fengxi family has locked onto your position. They will strike within 3 days at the latest. Before tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to take you to Myanmar. There I control a warlord faction. Even if the Fengxi family extends their reach to Myanmar, they can still protect you. Chun Luo spoke, laying out his so-called way out. These Russians were sturdy and strong, all top-notch fighters. It would be a shame if they weren't put to his use. Secretary Gao, who hadn't reacted to the gunshot, only wanted to play dead upon hearing this. Chairman Shin, I beg you, stop talking. Even if you have to say it, at least avoid me. Having heard so much, could I possibly survive? Sheikh Fuzaji narrowed his eyes as if weighing the truth of the other's words. He had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary businessman actually controlled a warlord faction in Myanmar. All right, I trust you. Hearing this, Sheikh Fuzaji gritted his teeth and agreed. After all, at this moment, they had no other choice. Their weapons and manpower stood no chance against the Fengxi family. Most importantly, there were also assassins. Trusting the other might just give them a chance to survive. The machines are over here, let me show you. Sheikh Fuzaji spoke, his tone now respectful. Chun Luo did not stand on ceremony. and followed him to a tent. Inside the tent, there was another layer of waterproof cloth covering them. Lifting the cloth revealed silver-white metal machines. Chen Luo put away his phone, trusting that Chun Yu would handle things properly. Chen Luo touched these machines, a sense of emotion welling up inside him. He had gone through no small amount of trouble for these so-called machines. Yet some technologies were held only in the hands of a few. Just like with chips, if you couldn't make them, you'd be strangled by others. Chen Luo took a look. There were 5 machines in total. But that was enough. Chen Luo furrowed his brow, slightly deep in thought. The matter of the machines was settled, but handling this group of people was not easy. Going from here to Myanmar via China would undoubtedly be faster. But issues with visas and other formalities made Chen Luo rule out that route. After all, he couldn't very well forge documents for these people, could he? And even if he did, it might fool ordinary folks, but it would never pass the computer systems. The best option was to go overland or by sea from Russia. But the distance was too great. By the time they slowly made their way there, it would be too late. A message notification sounded from his phone. It was a route map sent by Chen Yu. There were 2 routes in total. The first was to go around through Outer Mongolia, but it was too circuitous and not recommended. The second route was by sea, going to South Korea or North Korea, then through Malaysia and Vietnam into Myanmar. The second was undoubtedly the best choice. And with Chun Yu's skills, accomplishing this would not be difficult. Before 8 o'clock tonight, you must head to Hailanpa Airport, then to North Korea, from North Korea to Malaysia, through Vietnam, and into Myanmar. As for these guns, leave them to me, Chen Luo informed them. Father. Hearing this, the young man quickly spoke, afraid that his adoptive father would agree. After all, with money in hand, they could at least put up a fight. Without guns, they would be lambs to the slaughter. They had no idea if the other was telling the truth. How could they just trust him? If it were that easy, they would have gone themselves long ago. Why would they need him? Mr. Chen, I trust you. Have everyone pack up and gather the weapons for Mr. Chen. Keep it simple. Don't bring anything unnecessary. Carry out the order. Sheikh Fusaji spoke, and seeing his son about to say more, he barked at him. Though helpless, the young man could only withdraw. In no time, the entire camp was packed up and 40 or 50 people gathered. These people had mostly been forced into this situation with no family, friends, or attachments. As long as they could stay alive, anywhere was fine. The guns were laid out one by one in the center. Chen Luo took a rough count, 70 or 80 guns. Stay safe on the road. My people will contact you and tell you what to do. Chen Luo looked at Sheikh Fusaji. Mr. Chen, there is a saying in China, Chinese people don't cheat Chinese people. I hope you will be a man of your... Having said that, Sheikh Fusaji led the camp's people toward Hailanpa Airport. The airport was not far from their location, just over 10 kilometers away. After everyone left, only Chen Luo and Secretary Gao remained at the scene. Secretary Gao's heart suddenly shuddered. Was he going to be silenced now? Should he beg for mercy or play dumb? But Chairman Chen didn't seem like someone easy to fool. Chen Chun emerged from the shadows holding the Barrett. Secretary Gao glanced at it and quickly looked away. He had only ever seen such a thing in photos online. Seeing it in reality was an immense shock. Secretary Gao. Chen Luo's gaze fell upon Secretary Gao as he spoke calmly. Hearing this, Secretary Gao's legs trembled violently, and without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to his knees. He wanted to beg for mercy, but found his tongue trembling uncontrollably, rendering him speechless. Secretary Gao, what are you doing? I believe Secretary Gao is a wise man who knows what to say and what not to say. Chen Luo's face broke into a genial smile as he helped Secretary Gao to his feet. Chairman Chen, I understand. I won't utter a single word I shouldn't. Hearing this, Secretary Gao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, quickly pledging his loyalty. It's getting late. Go back and help Grandma and the others with dinner. Chen Luo spoke, intending to send him away. How could Secretary Gao refuse at such a moment? He nodded hurriedly and took his leave. Only Chen Luo and Chen Chun remained on the scene. Chen Chun handed the sniper rifle back to Chen Luo, who was in no hurry, and took a moment to examine it. This gun was renowned far and wide. Most of the time, he had only encountered it in games. He never imagined that one day he would get to touch it in real life. With a flick of his hand, Chen Luo made the rifle vanish from sight. Along with it, the money laid out in the yard also disappeared. Chen Luo walked back into the tent and stored all the machinery into his system space. Let's go. Chen Luo spoke, and together with Chen Chun, they prepared to leave. But after just a few steps, his phone rang. Chen Luo picked it up and saw it was a message from Chen Yu. Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to go to Myanmar. Arrange passports for the 4 southern countries for me. Chen Luo found the WeChat contact of the butler Chen Zhong and sent him a message. Then he finally took his leave. Meanwhile, Tchaikovsky and his group had just left when their phones vibrated. Tchaikovsky stopped and took out his phone to look. On the screen, a QR code had suddenly appeared. Tchaikovsky wasn't foolish. He immediately recognized it as a boarding pass QR code. Through this QR code, he discovered that all their plane tickets had been successfully purchased. Not only that, but the corresponding passports had also been generated. In other words, they could safely pass through the system without any issues. Tchaikovsky's face was filled with gravity, tinged with a hint of relief. Who was this person capable of achieving such a feat? Tchaikovsky was even grateful that he hadn't ended up on the opposing side, otherwise he had no doubt they would have died, without even knowing how. Let's move. Tchaikovsky didn't hesitate, calling his men to head for Hailanpa Airport. Their time was limited, they needed to arrive at the airport by at least 7 o'clock. At the Shaanxi village border, a group of people in Chinese police uniforms stood by the river gazing toward the direction of Russia, their faces etched with concern. That gunshot earlier was unmistakably the sound of a Barrett. The other side was Russian territory, and as Chinese police officers they naturally couldn't cross the border to investigate. But the next second they saw someone walking over from the bridge. Before crossing the bridge, Secretary Gao spotted several police officers on the other side. His heart trembled, but he forced himself to stay calm and walked over. "Comrades, is there something the matter?" While crossing the bridge, Secretary Gao had adjusted his mindset and breathing, striving to remain composed. So when he spoke, he appeared natural and at ease. "This is my ID card. I'm here accompanying my boss for a little sightseeing." As he spoke, Secretary Gao handed over his ID card. One of the officers took the ID card and examined it. "From Kuan province?" "Yes." Secretary Gao nodded with a smile and replied. "And your boss?" The officer thought of something and couldn't help but ask. Before Secretary Gao could answer, he saw the female officer beside him gesture toward the other side of the bridge. Following her gaze, Secretary Gao saw Chen Luo and Qin Chun approaching, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Hello, please show me your ID cards." The leading officer presented his own credentials and spoke to Chen Luo and the others. Hearing this, Chen Luo didn't say much and handed over his ID card. "We need to search you. Please cooperate." After checking both IDs, the leading officer returned them and made Chen Luo spread his arms, fully compliant. After all, even if they searched, they wouldn't find anything. Two officers stepped forward and began the search. Even Secretary Gao was not exempt, but nothing was found. "Did you see anything over there just now, eh?" the leading officer asked. "We just crossed the bridge for a look and didn't dare go further after hearing the gunshots. Probably those Russians hunt." Chen Luo spoke, feigning complete ignorance. "This area is on the border. Try not to step into Russia. If you need anything, you can come to us." Finding nothing and confirming they were nationals, the officers didn't make things difficult and told Chen Luo and his group to leave the area quickly. Chen Luo didn't stand on ceremony and led the two away from the place. "Captain, that guy is definitely a trained fighter. And odds are he served in the military." The officer who had searched Qin Chun spoke, softly looking in the direction the three had gone. "I'm not blind, and I didn't learn my expertise for nothing." Hearing this, the captain retorted in exasperation. Since he had served in the military, he would certainly be familiar with the sound of a Barrett. Whatever had just happened was likely connected to these three, but their search had turned up nothing. They couldn't cross the border to investigate, and without evidence they had no choice but to let them leave. "When you patrol the village later, keep an eye out." The captain thought of something and looked at another man, giving him instructions. "Understood." The man acknowledged. The captain looked across the border and turned away with a hint of helplessness. The border was too long, and there was much intermarriage between the two sides. Building a wall to block it off was simply impractical. And some borders were rivers. You couldn't just split a river in half and separate it with a barrier, could you? So often some Russian women who had married into China could take a short boat ride and be at their parents' home in just a few minutes. They could have breakfast at their in-laws and still make it back to their parents for another meal. "Book tickets for tomorrow. We're going back to Nanjing." After they had put some distance between themselves and the border, Chen Luo instructed Secretary Gao. "Yes, Chairman Chun. Regarding that batch of machinery, should I stay behind and arrange for it to be shipped back to Nanjing?" Secretary Gao thought of something and asked. "No need. I've already arranged for someone." The items were already in his system space, so there was no need to contact anyone to send them back to Nanjing. Later he could just say that the Seven Stars Group had developed them itself. Since that batch of machinery was a ticking time bomb, it was probably being watched by many. But so what if they were watching? There was no process of escorting the goods at all. Even if they investigated, there would be no connection between the two. The next day, after bidding farewell to the elderly couple, Chen Luo and his group headed to the airport, planning to return to Nanjing. Chen Luo tucked 20,000 yuan under the Kong. The elderly couple had been so hospitable, they had nothing else to offer in thanks except some local specialties. Once on the plane, Chen Luo finally had time to open the system shop and browse. After a glance, he purchased an item and then closed his eyes to rest. In recent days, the flash sale items had been mediocre, neither here nor there. Chen Luo and his group first rested for a day in Yunqing before heading to Nanjing. Upon returning home, Chen Luo lay on his bed utterly exhausted, thinking of something he called Chen Yu. After learning about Tchaikovsky and his men's situation, he hung up. Once the passport was ready, he would have to go to Myanmar. Something had happened there, and he needed to check it out. And in 2 days it would be the Seven Stars Group's recruitment exam. Chen Luo asked Secretary Gao, and the number of applicants was rather disappointing. After all, although the Seven Stars Group was a tens of billions corporation, it was located in Nanjing, with inconvenient transportation and mediocre benefits. Added to that, the high cost of living here made it uncompetitive. But he wasn't concerned about such matters. Chen Luo opened today's system shop and took a look. Name Chen Qi. Profession Senior Precision Instrument R&D Engineer. Value. Flash sale price 9 yuan. Seeing the system's introduction, a smile spread across Chen Luo's face. Talk about arriving just when he needed it. Chen Luo drove to 7 Stars Pharmaceuticals. Over the past few days he had been having headhunters recruit people. Compared to before, there was a bit more activity. Chen Luo went to the lab and found Dr. Kane and 3 assistants researching something. Boss. Seeing Chen Luo arrive, Dr. Kane put down his work and greeted him. He handed the work over to his 3 assistants and left the lab. How's the research going? Chen Luo asked. The first-generation anti-cancer drug has produced a finished product, but it hasn't entered the clinical trial phase yet. There's a tricky problem at hand. Dr. Kane frowned as he spoke. Short on test subjects. Chen Luo wasn't slow, he quickly caught on. Yes. Since it's still in the research phase with no medication trial records, we can't directly test it on leukemia patients. Rhesus monkeys and crab-eating macaques have body structures closest to humans, making them the most suitable for drug testing. Crab-eating macaques are smaller and require lower dosages, so rhesus monkeys are the best choice. But they are a scarce commodity, hard to find on the market, especially after the mass incident prices have skyrocketed. For the leukemia drug, we'll need at least 50 rhesus monkeys. Dr. Kane explained to Chen Luo. Hearing this, Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly. He had naturally heard of rhesus monkeys. Their genes were about 94 similar to humans, they were highly adaptable, and they were often used in neuroscience vaccine development, and so on. They were expensive, costing 150,000 each, and critically they were hard to come by. He wasn't worried about the money. Even at 200,000 each, 50 would only cost 10 million. For him at the moment that amount was nothing. And for a leukemia drug it was also insignificant. Rhesus monkeys reproduced very slowly. Female monkeys took 4 to 5 years to mature, had a gestation period of half a year, and the young monkeys took 3 years before they could be used. Coupled with an aging population, most female monkeys were over 8 years old, meaning they couldn't breed anymore. Every year the rhesus monkeys that were bred were booked up by major pharmaceutical companies' research labs and universities before they even hit the market. Even with money it was impossible to buy them. Trying to snatch them from those pharmaceutical companies was a pipe dream. As for abroad, that was even more troublesome. This was indeed a thorny problem, and he probably couldn't solve it on his own. He would have to rely on state mechanisms. With that thought, Chen Luo took out his phone and called Jiang Yi. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Sister Jiang. Chen Luo greeted. Hello, I'm the secretary to the deputy governor. The deputy governor is in a very important meeting. May I ask what this is regarding? A woman's voice came from the other end of the line. This was the deputy governor's private number, and seeing that it had a saved contact name, she spoke politely. May I ask when it will end? Chen Luo inquired. Probably in about an hour. The secretary glanced at her watch and informed him. Thank you. Chen Luo expressed his thanks and then hung up. He then had Dr. Kane compile the latest research results. Chen Luo took the documents and drove to the state government building. Cancer had always been a difficult point to conquer in human history. Even if he handed it over, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of regret. After all, only a machine like the state could get this drug into use as quickly as possible. The faster it was put into use, the more lives it could save. As for profit, he had the flash sale system. It wasn't impossible that he might get something even better in the future. There was nothing to be reluctant about. At the state government, after registering, Chen Luo entered the building. The secretary came to receive him and had him wait in the office. Thank you. Chen Luo thanked her as he took the tea she offered. He blew on it idly as if trying to cool it down. He took a sip and found the tea unpleasant, somewhat bitter. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Yi arrived at the office. Seeing Chen Luo in the office, she was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? Jiang Yi sat on the sofa opposite Chen Luo, picked up the thermos on the table, took a sip, and asked. Chen Luo didn't speak, but glanced at the secretary beside her. Seeing his demeanor, Jiang Yi's expression grew slightly more serious. Was something major happening for him to be so solemn? The secretary understood the cue and, noticing the look, didn't linger and withdrew. What's the big matter? Jiang Yi put down her cup and asked with a grave expression. Sister Jiang, take a look at this first. Chen Luo said, pushing the folder on the table toward her. What's this? Though puzzled, Jiang Yi picked it up and began to read. Just a glance, and he stood up straight away. Blood cancer miracle drug. Jiang Yi's gaze turned to Chen Luo, filled with incredulity and a hint of inquiry. Chen Luo nodded, and Jiang Yi, not holding back, began to examine it carefully. What stage is the research at? Jiang Yi asked while flipping through the materials. Testing stage. However, the tests require rhesus monkeys which I cannot manage. I want to leverage the power of the state to expedite the use of the blood cancer miracle drug. Chen Luo spoke, revealing his intentions. The launch of a drug is not something that happens overnight. Each barrier can take 3 to 5 years. Only by going through the state's channels and handling special matters can the blood cancer miracle drug be brought to market and put into use as quickly as possible. Moreover, one day this might become a lifeline for him. This profit is at least in the hundreds of billions. Can you bear to let it go? Zhang Yi spoke. After all, nothing related to cancer is cheap. Although it might be a bit troublesome and time-consuming. But once they get through this period, the benefits will be unimaginable. Sister Zhang, money is endless. The sooner this drug is in use, the more lives it can save. Chen Luo shook his head. If he had a way, he wouldn't mind researching it himself. But since he couldn't, why cling to it? You bring the complete content over, and he'll contact some experts in this field first. If it's feasible, I'll reach out to the academicians at the Chinese Academy of Sciences for a look. Zhang Yi could tell this was just a simplified version. She wasn't an expert in this area and couldn't understand it. She still needed to contact professionals for a proper assessment. If it works, he could borrow the Jiang family's connections to invite an academician from the Chinese Academy of Sciences to see if it can truly be realized. Although this is voluntary on your part, if it works, I will fight for adequate benefits for you. Zhang Yi also assured her. Chen Luo had no strong opinions about it. After all, she wasn't going to force. Of course it would be best. After all, the name is at stake. Whether it's the Sambao drink or that 100 billion project, they are both excellent publicity. Chen Luo didn't linger too long and chose to leave. After all, his mother was still at home waiting for him to eat. After dinner, Chen Luo accompanied a few people and took a walk at the door. During Chen Luo's absence these days, the others became familiar with their surroundings. By the way, Mom, let's find a nanny. Chen Luo suggested suddenly. What nanny? Your mother can still move. Oh, why waste that money? Chen's mother responded with a hint of annoyance. By the way, Dad, what happened with the ancestral hall? Chen Luo asked, recalling something. Upon hearing this, Chen's father did not respond, only sighed. Your father still couldn't bear it, and took out 200,000. Chen's mother sighed upon hearing this. Chen Luo did not say much about it. After all, 200,000 was an astronomical figure to him in the past. But for him now it was nothing. After digesting their meals, they returned home. Chen Luo originally wanted to suggest that his mother learn to drive, but she said to wait until his younger sister graduated. Chen's mother had always talked about learning to drive, so she wouldn't have to depend on others. But after years of nagging, she still hadn't done it. She could spend money on cigarettes and alcohol for Chen's father, buy clothes for the old man, and get shoes for her children. But when it came to herself, she couldn't bear to spend a penny. Always saying these shoes can still be worn, this clothes can just be mended. Chen Luo had just finished washing up and lay on the bed when his phone rang. Chen Luo picked it up and saw it was an unknown number. He answered the call, and Chen Chi's voice came through. Chen Luo called Butler Chen to arrange for Chen Chi. As for the two adjacent houses, Chen Zhong had already purchased them all. Being able to afford the houses here, the renovations were naturally not lacking. Once clean, they could move in. The next day, Chen Luo was awakened by the urge to urinate, and while washing up, turned his gaze to the system store. He planned to take a look at what new items the system store would refresh today. Name: Advanced Fighting Technique. Flash sale price 9 yuan. Seeing the refreshed item today, Chen Luo was momentarily stunned, followed by overwhelming joy. Without any hesitation, he chose to purchase it. Previously, due to that pill, his physique had become extraordinary. But ultimately, it was just a change brought about by physical enhancement. In terms of combat skills, however, he had fallen far behind. Now that he had the advanced fighting technique, it would undoubtedly elevate his strength to new heights. Chen Luo directly chose to use it, and then each move flashed through his mind like a movie. Although it was just a flash, it felt as if he had practiced for many years, firmly etched in his mind. Chen Luo felt an infinite power surging within him. With a punch thrown, it actually created a gust of wind. Could it be that this trip to Myanmar would hold unexpected surprises? The advanced fighting technique from the flash sale was meant to ensure his survival. As Chen Luo stepped out the door, he caught the scent of marinated eggs. Glancing into the kitchen, he found Chen's mother busy at work. Chen Luo shook his head at the sight. He still needed to find a nanny. Sometimes if you ask your parents, they will refuse. So it's better not to ask, just handle the matter and bring the things home. Though they might say otherwise, the satisfaction and joy in their eyes cannot be faked. Son, you're up. Call your grandfather and your dad, it'll be ready soon. Chen's mother noticed Chen Luo and called out to him. Chen Luo called the two and went into the kitchen to help with the chores. These plates and dishes look nice, but they're no better than bowls which hold more. Seeing her son, Chen's mother couldn't help but voice her complaints. Besides, when eating, isn't it just a bowl and a pair of chopsticks? Now meals require separate dishes, chopstick rests, and even different bowls for soup. Mom, go with what you like. If it's really not suitable, we can go to the supermarket later and buy something you prefer to swap out. Chen Luo said with a smile. Adapting right away is unrealistic. After breakfast, he informed his family and drove to Qixing Pharmaceutical. Next to Qixing Pharmaceutical is the Sanchi Industrial Park. Yunqing Baiyao and Yujingtang both have factories here. Every day, countless Sanchi herbs are delivered. These Sanchi will go through sorting, drying, packaging, and a series of procedures. Although it is called the Sanchi Industrial Park, it actually hosts more than just Sanchi, Tianma Zhongluo, and Calendula, along with many other renowned medicinal herbs gather in this place. In other words, Qixing Pharmaceuticals has a natural geographical advantage here. When Chen Luo arrived at Qixing Pharmaceuticals, Chen Qi was already there. Contrary to Chen Luo's expectations, Chen Qi did not embody the typical image of a middle-aged or elderly person. Instead, he appeared quite young. He was not much older than Chen Luo, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, giving off an impression of being quite scholarly. "Boss," Chen Qi called out. "Come with me," Chen Luo said, leading him to a factory. Recently, several new factories had been constructed at Qixing Pharmaceuticals. Originally intended to serve the special medicine for leukemia, and that billion-dollar project, the work had stalled due to recruitment issues. Inside the factory, there was already a machine imported from the Marin country. "Chen Gong, can it be replicated through disassembly?" Chen Luo directed his gaze towards Chen Qi and inquired. "Give me 2 hours." Without hesitation, Chen Qi knelt down and inspected the machine. Then he brought over a toolbox and began to dismantle the machine piece by piece. Chen Luo did not linger, as scientists prefer quiet. He remained in the factory, but could not contribute. Chen Luo went to find Dr. Kane to discuss matters regarding the special medicine for leukemia. They discussed Sambao beverage and the previous billion-dollar project. Although it was supposed to take 2 hours, about an hour later Chen Qi exited the factory. Seeing him come out, Chen Luo also ceased his conversation with Dr. Kane. "Chen Gong, how is it?" Chen Luo asked. Chen Qi did not respond, but merely shook his head. Seeing this, Chen Luo's heart sank. Could it be that even he had no solution? This machine has several defects. Once modified, it can achieve twice the result with half the effort. There is no need to replicate it as is, Chen Qi explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo let out a sigh of relief. Truly, he could not help but wonder why Chen Qi took such a long breath to explain. Chen Qi, speak. I only shook my head. Everything else is your own interpretation. How long will it take for Chen Luo inquired. Hearing this, Chen Qi fell into thought, seemingly calculating something. At the earliest, it will take 15 days. Upon receiving this answer, Chen Luo did not say much. 15 days was nothing, he could wait. Then I will trouble you, Chen Gong. If you need anything, just ask. As Chen Luo spoke, he sent a message to Chen Zhong. With Chen Qi here over the next few days, he could provide some assistance. As for Secretary Gao, he was busy arranging for the exam in 2 days. He had already informed the school about the situation, but ultimately, it would require their negotiation. However, this number of people would certainly not be sufficient. Once he returned from the Myanmar trip, he planned to organize a job fair for Qixing Group, specifically in Yun City, targeting the entire Yun City universities. As soon as Chen Luo got into the car, his phone rang. Seeing it was Jiang Yi, he answered. Last night, 2 experts stayed up to finish reviewing it. It's completely feasible. Next, I will contact an academician from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and have him take a look. With the endorsement of the academy, it will be much easier to promote. Jiang Yi informed Chen Luo. Chen Luo did not say much in response. In the end, being able to serve the public was enough. When the machines were completed, sent for inspection, and approved, this line could gradually start functioning. There were also other projects to develop simultaneously, and manpower was an indispensable factor in this process. Chen Luo hung up the phone and returned home. Today was the 19th, and the exam was on the 21st, leaving 1 day to prepare. Chen Luo returned home and messaged Chen Zhong to find a resident aunt when he had time. Chen Yu also reported that there were still 2 days before the passport would be ready. It seemed he could only head to Myanmar after the exam. 2 days should not pose any problems. The following evening, while Chen Luo was on his way to State 1 High School to pick up his sister, he noticed many people by the roadside. The red clouds hung in the sky and the gentle breeze rustled as many young faces were taking pictures of the winter cherry blossoms. It seemed that many of these people were there for the exam. Chen Luo did not linger much and chose to go home after picking up his sister. The next day, when Chen Luo headed to Jingshan High School, he discovered that many people had already gathered for the exam. Jingshan High School could accommodate only 2500 examinees, but 3500 had signed up. Thus, 2 exam locations were arranged, with the other site being a private institution that had a cooperative relationship with Jingshan High School. After parking the car, the scrolling screen at the entrance displayed information such as Qixing Group recruitment exam at Jingshan High School. The invigilating teachers included some from the group and some from Jingshan High School itself. The exam lasted a day with 2 teachers invigilating each classroom. Chen Luo was not there to proctor. He was merely a monitor. After receiving his identification badge, the vice principal of the school was briefing the invigilators on the precautions for this exam. Chen Luo glanced at the time and noted that there was only 1 hour left until the exam began. The invigilators donned their credentials and hurried to their respective classrooms. They needed to arrive half an hour early to conduct checks, distribute papers, and fill out information. Students trickled into the classrooms, and Chen Luo even saw some kneeling to pay respects to the statue of Confucius at the entrance of the school building. Child Confucius, it doesn't matter, focus on your studies. As the exam bell rang, Chen Luo, acting as an amateur monitor, began his rounds. He occasionally stepped into classrooms to observe. During previous exams, he thought that the monitoring teachers were quite imposing. But having experienced it, he found it was just like that. In a testing room with 30 candidates, it was rare for them all to sit together. Some classrooms even had only 3 or 4 students. The 2 invigilating teachers were actually circling around just a few students. This was unavoidable for recruitment in tobacco or electric power industries. Hundreds of people compete for a single position. Positions like special posts, 3 supports, and 1 assistance. Public institutions also draw hundreds of applicants for one role. But compared to private enterprises, their stability is lacking. These are not large companies like Alibaba, Douyin, or Tencent. However, it seems that in Nan City there have been no recruitments for special posts or 3 supports and 1 assistance for several years. In 2020, they recruited too many, and they are still overstaffed now, trying to find ways to transfer. The next day, Chen Luo packed his belongings and set off to Myanmar with Chen Shun, leaving Secretary Gao behind to handle related affairs. After all, the construction of the Nanjing new district was imminent, and there were many places to keep an eye on. By the time they arrived in Myanmar, it was already afternoon. It was only in the evening that they reached the place called Zhengkong. Surrounded by dense forests, tall trees were everywhere, vividly showcasing the tropical rainforest landscape. After meeting with the people sent by Alagia, Chen Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This cursed place was swarming with mosquitoes and insects, with snakes, bugs, and ants present everywhere. The key issue was the sweltering climate, and the unknown insects drove one to irritation. After a while, they arrived at a valley. This valley was considered easy to defend, but hard to attack, with a small waterfall cascading down vertically. Around them were wooden houses lined up on both banks. Boss, Alagia, a woman in her 30s, greeted with cold and distant eyes. She slightly bowed to Chen Luo as a sign of respect. How is the situation? Chen Luo asked as he... This emerald, or vein, is located at the junction of 3 territories. Originally, only another warlord knew about it, but the 2 of them have joined forces to deal with us, so now all 3 parties are aware of it. Alagia reported. The other 2 warlords are the Wolf Warlord and the Black Panther Warlord, with a combined scale of 600 to 700 people. Their strength is not as formidable as ours, but they should not be underestimated. Hearing this, Chen Luo nodded. If they were truly powerful, they wouldn't have chosen to cooperate. Have the yield estimates for the raw stone vein been made? Chen Luo asked again. According to Lauha's preliminary estimates, it is no less than 2 billion. Alagia pondered for a moment before responding. What worries me now is not the 2 warlords, but other warlords. Among the major warlords, there are bound to be spies from their factions. This kind of news is hard to keep under wraps. Small warlords are one thing, but when it comes to large warlords, there are more of them equipped with better gear. The key is that they have heavy weaponry, making it hard to defend against them. As Alagia spoke, a worried expression appeared on her face. Although their equipment was decent, it was no match for those large warlords. Furthermore, the 2 major warlords should not be underestimated. While the 2 major warlords might not have as many men as them, their strength was much greater. After all, the 2 warlords had no women or children, and all were armed. However, they were different. Women, children, and the elderly occupied a portion of their ranks, even though they were the top warlord in Zhengkong. But how significant is Zhengkong? In the outside world, it is nothing. In the event of a bloody battle, even if they won, there would inevitably be heavy casualties. Most importantly, they might not even win. You all may leave for now, Chen Luo said, gesturing for everyone except Alagia to leave. The others glanced at Alagia, and upon receiving confirmation they retreated. Chen Luo naturally noticed this. In fact, although this group of warlords was his, only Alagia was a person. The others were gathered by Alagia. Even though they had been easily defeated by Chen Luo, only Alagia truly belonged to the system. In other words, in this team, only Alagia was absolutely loyal to him. When he saw that there were no other people in the tent, Chen Luo waved his hand, and a batch of weapons appeared in the hall. These weapons included some from the Russians and others that he had just acquired upon arriving in Myanmar, including submachine guns, heavy machine guns, and several mortars. With these items, even if the 2 major warlords joined forces, they would have no fear. Alagia couldn't help but start examining the scene. Seeing these heavy weapons, her worries eased somewhat. However, these items were adequate against the 2 warlords, but would be difficult against those large warlords. This is a Swiss bank card with $100 million in it. Contact any arms dealers you can reach, and also recruit more men as much as possible, Chen Luo said, placing the bank card on the table. The money inside had already been laundered by Chen Yu, making it untraceable to him. All right, Alagia responded as she took the card. By the way, what about those Russians? Chen Luo suddenly recalled and asked. Those people arrived yesterday, and I have arranged them in the outer positions. Alagia replied. Prepare some food, I'm hungry. Chen Luo stated as he was indeed hungry after the long journey. Alagia acknowledged this, and then left. Before long a variety of food was laid out on the table. He had thought that conditions would be harsh in these deep mountains and forests, but he was completely mistaken. There was plenty of wild game. Chen Luo didn't hesitate, and began to feast heartily. During this time Alagia reiterated the details. Currently the Spirit Stone vein was jointly guarded by the three parties. The other two parties also did not want to leak news about the vein as it represented their interests. The current situation involved negotiating shares determining who would take how much. Preliminary discussions indicated that the two parties wanted to occupy 70%, leaving only 30% for Alagia. However, how could Alagia agree? After all, they were the ones who discovered the vein, offering them only 30% was unreasonable. The key point was that Alagia couldn't make decisions on such matters, and could only call Chen Luo for guidance. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo nodded. 70%. They were dreaming. He didn't want to give away even 1%. If they were sensible, they could merge together and strengthen his power. If they were not sensible, they would only face death or become mind slaves. After all, this was Myanmar. Heartfelt actions were never just tales here. On the other side, at the Wolf Warlords base. To call them warlords wasn't entirely accurate. They resembled mercenaries more, but that wasn't quite right either. They weren't exactly bandits either. By the campfire, the Wolf Warlord devoured meat, downing the wine bowl in one go. The name suited him well, exuding a wildness and ferocity like a wolf. Beside him sat the leader of the Black Panther, Warlord Black Panther. However, compared to the Wolf Warlord's name, the Black Panther's name didn't quite match. Because this Black Panther had always displayed elegance and calmness. Rather than a warlord, he resembled a university professor. He carried an air of scholarly refinement. Is the news true? Black Panther asked, poking the campfire with a stick to confirm with the person beside him. The news that came back is as follows. There are two people. One is quite young, like just graduated. The other has definitely trained and is likely to have been in the army of Huagua. The man said without any hesitation. Huagua people. They are not easy to deal with. Black Panther said, his eyes narrowing, revealing a dangerous glint. It seems this person is indeed behind Alagia. However, it is unclear what identity the other party holds within the country. But to be able to control a warlord faction in Myanmar is certainly not to be underestimated. What is there to fear? This is Myanmar, our territory. The other party comes here either as a tiger lying in wait or as a dragon coiled up. Isn't there an old saying in China that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake? A wild wolf tore off a large piece of meat from the rabbit legs, speaking with disdain. The Black Panther shook his head upon hearing this. Only in Huagua are guns prohibited targeting criminal organizations. If it were in a country like Myanmar, who knows how many ruthless individuals would be born? Some people can do things abroad that they cannot do at home. Southeast Asia is even more of a focal point for such individuals. Powder arms. They indulge in. Some people at least have some rules and bottom lines, but others can only be described as having no limits. We make money however we can. We must not let our guard down. The Black Panther glanced at the wild wolf's indifferent demeanor and offered a word of caution. What is there to fear? At worst, we all die together. No one will escape. The wild wolf nonchalantly replied, at worst, he would just spread the news. Surely those major warlords would also be extremely eager about this mine. What he cannot obtain, others should not even think about getting. I will head back first. If you need anything, remember to contact me. The Black Panther said as he stood up, intending to leave with his men. Wolf Master, there have been changes, as should we. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face, looking extremely fierce, approached and whispered, making a gesture of cutting a throat. No need. The wild wolf replied, throwing the rabbit leg onto the plate and wiping his hands with a towel. That guy has fallen to this point because of the Huagua people. They hate the self-righteous hypocrites of Huagua more than anyone else. Besides, given the current situation, we don't need the other party's help to deal with Alagia. Once we deal with Alagia, it won't be too late to settle accounts with them. The wild wolf explained. He may not seem clever, but he is not truly foolish. By the way, how's the investigation on those Russians going? The wild wolf asked, recalling something. Wolf Master, give me a little more time. The scarred man said, revealing an awkward expression. It's not that he wasn't trying hard to investigate the issue, as it seems someone is helping to cover it up, making it impossible to find any leads. It's as if they suddenly appeared here. While the spies have been active, the results have been less than clear. Those people are tight-lipped and cautious, making it impossible to gather any valuable information. Waste. Upon hearing this, the wild wolf scolded. However, given the circumstances, he needs to find an opportunity to probe this Huagua talent. The wild wolf lowered his voice and instructed the scarred man about something. Meanwhile, at the Black Panther's base, the Black Panther paused as he opened the door, his expression slightly unsightly. You should go rest now. The Black Panther turned and said to his trusted aide. Yes. The aide had no suspicions and chose to leave. The Black Panther's hand rested on the door, seemingly contemplating whether to push the door open. He opened the door and locked it behind him. Since you have arrived, why hide? The Black Panther used a lighter to ignite a candle. Unless it's a major warlord, generally small warlords use candles and solar power. Because the cost of laying electric wires in these deep mountains is simply too high. In many places in Myanmar there is actually no electricity. Moreover, what they do involves bloodshed with blades. At any moment, they could be wiped out or forced to flee. Electricity is impractical for them. Candles and solar charging have become their best choices. Truly cautious, Chen Luo commented as he sat down in a nearby chair. He noticed that the door had been marked upon entering. It wouldn't be difficult to restore it, but he chose not to. Alagia, is he one of yours? The Black Panther turned and sat beside Chen Luo, asking. He poured a cup of tea and pushed it towards Chen Luo. So what brings you to me? The Black Panther asked, his tone appearing calm. Being able to sneak into his room under such tight security indicates unquestionable strength. If he wanted to kill him, why waste time? By Fangwen, chairman of Kunshin Group. Due to collusion between officials and businessmen, he was forced to flee after being wronged and monopolized by Kunshin Group. Am I right? Black Panther. Chen Luo's gaze turned to the Black Panther. He could clearly sense that the Black Panther's hand trembled slightly while holding the cup. But he quickly regained his composure, took a sip of tea, and feigned calmness. I don't know what you're talking about. You really can't lie. Chen Luo replied nonchalantly, as it is still quite easy to have Chen Yu since you know me and still dare to come, are you not afraid of not being able to leave here alive? The Black Panther spoke, revealing a hint of killing intent in his gaze. You can try, but I'm sure that if you make a move you will certainly die. Chen Luo replied indifferently, as he had that confidence. If he wanted to leave, the other party wouldn't be able to stop him. He had Chen Yu check the information on the other party, and it was indeed a tragic story. His only daughter was captured by a rival family and was found to be insane. His wife was forced to jump from the rooftop. He had no avenue for redress and was burdened with a series of accusations. Some officials appearing amiable love their citizens as their own. But in reality they protect one another. They are umbrellas for many. The events that occurred back then shocked the entire Kuen province, yet in the end they were thoroughly suppressed. If he hadn't been quick-witted and responsive, escaping early, he would probably have had to become an umbrella now. Chen Luo, a native of Nanjing, chairman of Qixing Group, who suddenly made a fortune 2 months ago. Which high official raised you as a dog? Who is your white glove? Bai Fangwen's gaze turned to Chen Luo, speaking calmly. Although he was in Myanmar, he had not lost track of news from his homeland. He had naturally investigated the person before him and was able to easily state his name. The other party's rise was like a dream. In just 2 months, he forcefully acquired Qixing Pharmaceuticals, Zhongtian Group, and Datong Group, creating a billion-dollar conglomerate. Moreover, he was closely connected with government officials. Aside from being someone's white glove, he really couldn't think of any other explanation. As for how the acquisitions were made, perhaps it is not unlike his own situation. Chen Luo's face betrayed little emotion upon hearing these words, as if he had anticipated them. He was no puppet master pulling strings from the shadows. Such information was well within his reach to uncover. It's getting late. State your purpose. The Black Panther spoke, unwilling to squander more time, and cut straight to the point with a direct inquiry. Work for me. Since the other party was being forthright, Chen Luo saw no reason to be coy and stated his objective plainly. Hearing this, the Black Panther suddenly broke into a laugh. It seemed to sneer at the other's naivety and overestimation of his own abilities. Give me one reason to convince me. The Black Panther set his gaze fixed on Chen Luo. I will help you reclaim the Kunshin Group and make those responsible pay the price. Chen Luo spoke, laying out, pay the price. The Black Panther let out a self-deprecating chuckle. You overestimate yourself far too much. And underestimate those people. Officials protect each other. How easy do you think it is to bring them down? The Black Panther smiled, having long abandoned such hope. If it were possible, would he have ended up in this state? His daughter Yao Yao was only 4 years old. Those damn beasts were hardly born of human kindness. Seeing this, Chen Luo placed his phone on the table and slid it over to the Black Panther. The Black Panther glanced at it, initially indifferent, but then shot to his feet. Who do you think is qualified to make me their front man? Chen Luo asked, a trace of disdain in his voice. Are these all real? Bai Fangwen spoke, his voice trembling, fearful this was a dream. He knew in his heart that the evidence was genuine. Once exposed, it would be nothing short of a seismic upheaval. Even those officials who shielded each other would have to consider whether they dared to face such a storm. Is my bargaining chip sufficient? Chen Luo asked calmly. Hearing this, Bai Fangwen came to his senses. Indeed, who possessed the qualifications to make such a person his front man? His sole reason for living now was to make the culprits pay the price they deserved, to seek justice for his wife and daughter. Now the other party held the leverage he needed. Even if it meant giving his life, he would not hesitate. The Black Panther knelt directly, pledging his allegiance. Once the Myanmar affair is concluded, I will deliver the outcome you desire. Chen Luo gave a simple assurance. I know what you want. There will be results within 3 days. Consider it my pledge of loyalty. The Black Panther said after a moment of thought. Wild Wolf, for all his boisterous demeanor, was in fact meticulous and observant. Moreover, in Myanmar, a careless man does not live long. His temperament was violent, and he was constantly abusive to his men. Many had grown discontent, and the Black Panther had seized the opportunity to win over a number of them. With collaboration from within, and without taking control of him, should not prove too difficult. This might give. Chen Luo produced a thumb-sized glass vial. The yellow liquid inside gleamed more vividly. This was the item Dr. Kane had given him earlier. A single drop was enough to kill a full-grown man. Good. Bai Fangwen acknowledged. I have a sniper in place. You have one chance to make a mistake. Chen Luo's gaze was cold as he looked at Bai Fangwen. Hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on Bai Fangwen's back. A sniper? Was there a sniper rifle trained on his head? Even though they were indoors, one could never be too sure. Chen Luo did not linger long and chose to leave. It was already past midnight when he returned to his quarters. Whether due to unfamiliar surroundings or the buzzing of insects, Chen Luo found no trace of sleep. He opened the system mall and perused the day's offerings. Upon seeing the item, Chen Luo was taken aback. A smile spread across his face as he instantly secured it. Perhaps because he now had a safety net, he slept exceptionally soundly that night. When Chen Luo rose, Elijah and several high-ranking members were in the midst of discussion. Boss, Wild Wolf has sent word inviting us to the mine to discuss the shares. Elijah, seeing Chen Luo enter, vacated the seat and reported. Decline it. Chen Luo replied. After all, the entire vein would soon be his. Was there any need for negotiation? He only had to wait for the Black Panther to deal with Wild Wolf. Boss, that might not be wise. His strength is not to be underestimated, and he is allied with the Black Panther's group. If an agreement can be reached, there's no need for bloodshed. Uncle Amu couldn't help but advise. Chen Luo did not respond, and the others had no choice, but elsewhere by the familiar campfire, Wild Wolf tore a large chunk of meat from a chicken leg. His expression was grim, seething with anger. Boss, the Black Panther is here. A low-ranking henchman entered to report. Wild Wolf frowned slightly. Why would he come at this hour? Show him it. Despite his confusion, Wild Wolf ordered him to be let in. Brother Wild Wolf. Bai Fangwen greeted, carrying a jug of wine as he entered. He sat down and pulled the cork, releasing a rich aroma. Dragging this out any longer benefits neither of us. Elijah is a real threat. I say we strike. Bai Fangwen pushed a filled bowl across to the other side. Wild Wolf listened silently, his eyes on the wine, but made no move to drink it. Bai Fangwen caught on, took Wild Wolf's bowl, and drained it in one gulp. He then refilled it and pushed it back. We do need to strike first. Otherwise that woman will think we're afraid. Wild Wolf's eyes flashed with. He took the bowl and had a taste. It was indeed fine liquor. Seeing him drink, Bai Fangwen, feigning nonchalance, refilled his cup. You must have a plan coming here today. Wild Wolf's gaze suddenly shifted to Bai Fangwen. I do have an idea. Bai Fangwen took a sip from his own bowl, not rushing to explain. The next moment, Wild Wolf felt a sharp pain in his chest, and the bowl slipped from his hand, shattering on the ground. He had no time to think, clutching his chest. His face paled, clearly in immense agony. Suddenly chaos erupted around them. Gunshots rang out one after another, a firefight breaking out. One of Wild Wolf's loyal men, seeing this, raised his gun at Bai Fangwen. But a single gunshot rang out, and he crumpled to the ground, never getting the chance to pull the trigger. As people surged forth from all directions, the sound of gunfire echoed, signifying the fall of yet another individual. Some had no chance to react, their throats slit by the very brothers they considered to be bound by life and death. How could the Wild Wolf not understand the scene before him? He never anticipated that the other party would strike at such. Originally, their cooperation had provided them with the means to confront Elijah, yet now they were engaging in such a self-destructive act. Did the other party truly believe that by eliminating him, they could wrestle with Elijah? But soon he considered another possibility. Have you allied with Elijah? The Wild Wolf spoke, disbelief evident in his eyes. No, rather than Elijah, it was more accurate to say it was those two newcomers. The other party must have promised some irresistible benefits, otherwise with Bai Fangwen's temperament, he would never have acted in such a manner. The matters of concern for the other party were few, and his wife and daughter were perhaps the only ones. Yet even if he had guessed, what difference would it make? He wanted to speak, but opened his mouth without uttering a sound. He collapsed to the ground, utterly powerless, without a trace of life. With the death of the Wild Wolf and Bai Fangwen's declaration, the team was quickly brought under control. To them, who led was insignificant, as long as they could eat well, dress warmly, and live with dignity, that was enough. The Wild Wolf's faction numbered over 400, and more than 100 had just perished. Currently, there were still over 300 left, along with more than 300 from the Black Panther faction. At this moment, the Wild Wolf faction boasted over 600 members. Boss, how did you manage this? Didn't you drink the same wine? Why were you unscathed while the others suffered? A nearby minion inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Because I took the antidote in advance. Bai Fangwen did not reveal the full truth, but provided a relatively reasonable explanation. In fact, he had indeed laced something. However, he did not put it in the wine, rather it was placed at the rim of the cup. The direction he drank from was safe, but he had coated the other side with 3 layers just in case. Such matters required vigilance. One could not know when this tactic might one day be turned against oneself. Go send a message to Alagia, Bai Fangwen said, handing the letter to the questioning minion. The minion, somewhat confused, chose to obey. Most of the troublemakers in the Wild Wolf faction had been dealt with. The remaining ones could hardly stir up significant trouble. He gathered a few trusted individuals and gave them a heads up. What? Boss, I disagree. Why should we bow to others given our strength? The brothers fear nothing. At worst, we can be heroes again in 18 years. As soon as Bai Fangwen finished speaking, several voices of dissent arose. This matter is decided. There is no room for change. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. You may leave of your own accord, Bai Fangwen said, shaking his head. These individuals shared a deep bond with him. He did not wish to make things too ugly. After all, it was unnecessary. Upon hearing this, a few exchanged glances. Boss, are you truly certain? If we are to submit to others, we will have to bow our heads henceforth. One middle-aged man spoke up, seeking confirmation. Bai Fangwen did not answer, but simply nodded. Since you have decided, I will not say more. My life was saved by you, boss. Oh, whatever you say goes. As the first person spoke, others gradually chimed. Unexpectedly, no one chose to leave. They were accustomed to freedom, enjoying hearty meals and copious drinks. Their reluctance stemmed from the fear of being sold out one day and still helping count the money. However, since the boss had made up his mind, all they could do was follow. Ask the brothers under you, no pressure. Those willing to stay may do so, and those unwilling will receive some money and be let go. Bai Fangwen thought for a moment and addressed them. He could see that Chen Luo was extremely ambitious. The other party would surely not be satisfied and would seek to develop vigorously. And development meant seizing territory, which meant bloodshed. Leaving now might allow them to survive. Continuing to stay, even he could not guarantee their safety. Meanwhile, Qin Shun returned from his mission, and naturally Chen Luo heard the news. Furthermore, Bai Fangwen's people arriving stirred the higher-ups of the former controlling faction. What did you say? The Wild Wolf faction has been swallowed by the Black Panther faction. Amu questioned, disbelief evident in his eyes. Among the 3 major factions they controlled, theirs was the strongest, followed by the Wild Wolf and the Black Panther last. Never did they expect the Wild Wolf faction to be devoured by the Black Panther. This is a letter from our boss. He said that I must deliver it to that young master. The minion took a few hesitant steps back, but still braved himself to speak. Alagia took the envelope, fully aware of who the person mentioned was. Yet before she could speak, the door swung open, and Chen Luo entered with Qin Shun, who held a sniper rifle. Chen Luo sat down, took the letter from Alagia, and began to read. After finishing, he placed the letter on the table. Go back and tell your boss that I will fulfill the promised matters. Find an opportunity to merge with Alagia. In the future, there shall be only one warlord in the former controlling faction. Chen Luo said, gesturing for the other party to leave. The minion had not paid attention. His gaze was fixed on Qin Shun. The earlier gunshot was undoubtedly from this sniper rifle. On this dark night, if the other party missed, the bullet would not end up in his head, would it? What? Do you want to stay for dinner before leaving? Chen Luo remarked as he noticed the other party's gaze on the barrett in Qin Shun's hands. Upon hearing this, the minion immediately reacted. Without hesitation, he hurriedly ran out. The few high-ranking members present exchanged looks, seemingly processing the words just spoken. The demise of the Wild Wolf faction was related to their boss. Moreover, what did the boss mean by his earlier words? The Wild Wolf faction was no more. The Black Panther faction would merge with them, and in the future, there would be only one faction in the former controlling area. What exactly had their boss concealed, making it feel as though they were dreaming? The Wild Wolf faction has been eliminated. In due time, the Black Panther faction will merge with us. From now on, there will be only one faction in the former controlling area. Hearing this, the several people exchanged glances, still feeling incredulous. The Black Panther warlord merged with them. Would they be the only warlord family in the future? Could it be that the boss has made some kind of deal with the Black Panther warlord? Boss, is what you said true? Amu turned his gaze to Chen Luo, seeking confirmation. After all, neither the Black Panther nor the Wild Wolf are easy to deal with. Not to mention being subservient to others unless the boss promised the other party irresistible benefits. How about the arms dealer you were supposed to contact? Chen Luo did not answer, but instead turned his gaze to Alarja and asked. After all, what they needed to do next was expansion. And for expansion, arms and such things are naturally indispensable. Chen Luo wanted not just ordinary weapons, but heavy weaponry. I contacted 3 companies, but the prices have increased by 50% compared to before. Alarja spoke, his expression somewhat grim. The 3 major arms dealers seemed to have collectively raised their prices. No problem. Besides, arms personnel cannot be neglected either. With the addition of the Black Panther warlord, the number of people is at least around 1,500. In 6 months, I want that number to multiply 5-fold. Chen Luo stated. After all, a warlord with 1,500 men can only be considered a minor warlord. A force of 3,000, 5,000, 8,000, or 10,000 is a significant turning point. Only with armed forces exceeding 10,000 can one be called a major warlord. Alarja hesitated upon hearing this. If there are arms and money as support, multiplying 5-fold is not a problem, even multiplying 10-fold. After all, in Myanmar, many people still live in dire straits. As long as the benefits are in place, there are plenty of people willing to risk their lives for you. Boss, I will do my best. However, at present, there is something even more important. Alarja said, his gaze turning to Chen Luo. Speak. Chen Luo responded, glancing at him. In Myanmar, jade has different mining sites, and many can recognize them at a glance. This mine is new. Once it appears on the market, it will definitely be recognized as a new mine. At that time, the matter of the mine cannot be concealed. Most importantly, we do not have a shop or channels. Alarja expressed his concerns while glancing up. Chen Luo frowned upon hearing this. This is indeed a problem. Although there is a mine, it must be sold to turn. In Myanmar, due to craftsmanship not matching that of the domestic market, the prices cannot be high. But if it needs to be transported to the domestic market, the shipping costs are not small. Have someone sift out the quality, or, I will find a way for the domestic channels. As for the rest, we can find a way to sell the slightly inferior quality in places like Rue City. Chen Luo pondered momentarily, knowing that selling in Myanmar does not fetch good prices. The price is peeled away layer by layer, with the bulk of the money going to a few individuals. Boss, this is possible. But it's said that even gods have difficulty determining quality. Jade, no one can guarantee it. Amu spoke with some difficulty upon hearing this. After all, if one really had this ability, they wouldn't need to be in such a perilous situation. Then let's cut everything and go with the finished product route. Chen Luo understood that there was no other choice. After all, with the outer shell, no one can clearly say whether what's inside is jade or something worthless. This system is truly lacking. Looking at other hosts, they have abilities like X-ray vision or golden eyes. But here he has nothing. If he truly had it, he wouldn't need to go through such trouble. Amu felt somewhat helpless upon hearing this, knowing that doing so would mean losing a lot of money, but there was no other way. All right, Alarja replied. Boss, the Black Panther has arrived. Just after Alarja responded, a brother walked in to report. Let him in. Chen Luo frowned slightly upon hearing this, but still instructed to let the person enter. Bai Fangwen walked in and nodded slightly at the others. Boss. Bai Fangwen addressed Chen Luo, clearly sticking to his promise. Let me introduce you. This is Adong has a unique ability to see the conditions beneath the rough stones. I thought you would need him, so I specifically brought him to you. Bai Fangwen explained to Chen Luo. Hearing this, Chen Luo squinted his eyes and looked at the young man. Adong was young, probably in his 20s, and looked around with some trepidation. Chen Luo looked into his eyes and found no apparent abnormalities compared to ordinary eyes. Chen Luo signaled Alarja with a glance, and Alarja understood, having someone bring over some rough stones. This mine was originally discovered by them. However, later the news was learned by the other two major warlords, leading to a stalemate in dividing the shares. They had also mined and transported some back initially. Bai Fangwen sat down waiting for Adong to perform. Chen Luo remained calm, quietly observing Adong examine the stones. This stone contains a piece of ice floating flour the size of a bowl. This one has a basketball-sized oil green. This one contains a fist-sized spring color. Adong finished speaking, standing up and glancing timidly at Chen Luo and the others. What about the other two stones? Chen Luo gestured towards the other two. Adong shook his head without answering. Seeing this, Chen Luo understood the implication. He shot Amu an eye signal, and Amu signaled for someone to take the stones away. I wonder what your plans are next. Chen Luo took a sip of tea and turned his gaze to Bai Fangwen. Bai Fangwen was not surprised by this question, as he had come for this purpose. Boss, I am now your person. I will do as you arrange. However, two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. The merger of the Black Panther and Alarja brings benefits, but it's not the best choice. Being adversaries on a regular basis, suddenly merging will inevitably cause friction. Therefore, I dare to propose a suggestion. Bai Fangwen said, glancing at Chen Luo to ensure he wasn't angry. Then he let out a sigh of relief. Do you want to enter the Myanmar market? Chen Luo looked at Bai Fangwen and understood his intentions. Boss is wise. Once this mine is mined, it naturally needs to be sold. The markets in Myanmar are difficult to navigate without sufficient strength. Therefore, I am willing to lead the brothers of the Black Panther to carve out a battlefield in the market, open sales channels, and earn money. Working together inside and outside, we can better serve the boss. Bai Fangwen spoke up, articulating his request. Chen Luo, upon hearing this, did not rush to respond, but instead scrutinized the teacup in his hand. To be honest, his initial plan was to let Bai Fangwen enter the Myanmar market. After all, the other party had previously managed to amass such a considerable fortune in Kuen province, proving their business acumen. However, with the chaos in Myanmar lacking power and background, one could be harassed, frequently forced to pay protection fees, and could barely keep a shop open. The best solution was to have someone else manage it. In the meantime, the raw stones from the mining area could be sold. To achieve this, naturally, manpower was indispensable. The other party was quite clever, knowing how to retreat to advance. That's fine, he said, but on the condition that the other party has the capability. Otherwise, I would rather cut everything off and seek a market domestically. As Chen Luo spoke, he glanced at Adong. If the other party truly had the ability to discern jade, then his agreement would naturally pose no issue. If not, then he could not be blamed. Naturally. Upon hearing this, Bai Fangwen smiled and nodded. He had a lot of confidence in Adong. The child was someone he had saved by chance. He had not expected the other party to bring him such great surprises. Several senior executives who heard this wanted to say something, but opened their mouths without uttering a word. After all, such behavior was clearly a division of power. If he could be trusted, that would be one thing. If the other party had ulterior motives, it would be raising a tiger to harm oneself. Not long after, a Mu entered with the already cut raw stones. The raw stones were neatly arranged in a row, and the jade meat inside was clearly visible. Chen Luo took a glance and found it to be generally consistent with what the other party had said. The other party having this ability was quite good. However, there were also downsides. After all, there was a significant room for manipulation in this. That's fine. Take all the people from the Black Panther and Wild Wolf. But I want to see results. Not just. As Chen Luo spoke, his gaze involuntarily turned to the map hanging behind him. The place of Zhongkong was not large. For Myanmar and the whole world, it was merely a speck. Distribute 2 heavy machine guns and a few submachine guns. Chen Luo said, gesturing to Alagia. Most of the shops in Myanmar had connections to the underworld. Distributing them some firearms would also facilitate their operations. Alagia hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but still had people bring them over. Guns and bullets, nothing was missing. Don't let me down. As for your matters, I will handle them once back home. However, I still advise you to avoid having any inappropriate thoughts. As Chen Luo spoke, his eyes narrowed as he looked at Bai Fangwen. Rest assured, boss. You helped me achieve my long-held wish, and this worthless life of mine belongs to you. I, Bai Fangwen, am a scholar, and naturally understand the principle that a person cannot stand without trust. To say I am loyal and unwavering, I will never betray. Bai Fangwen spoke, pounding his chest in assurance. Chen Luo nodded upon hearing this. He naturally also caught the meaning behind Bai Fangwen's words. I have already swallowed the Wild Wolf warlord, and am not working for you. So should you not also take action regarding my matters? The principle that a person cannot stand without trust was not only Bai Fangwen's guarantee, but also a reminder to Chen Luo. You go handle it first. If needed, I will have someone contact you. Chen Luo glanced at the two and issued an order to dismiss them. The two did not linger, calling for people to move the firearms, and chose to leave. Boss, isn't this too risky? As soon as Bai Fangwen left with his men, several senior executives surrounded him, speaking with concern. Risky? Do you have the ability to discern gold from jade? Or do you have the capability to quickly penetrate the market? Chen Luo glanced at the few, speaking somewhat irritably. He was naturally worried about raising a tiger to harm oneself. After all, they were not his people. He could not see Bai Fangwen's loyalty, so he could only take one step at a time. Or perhaps in the future eliminate related talents to preemptively guard against anything. Upon hearing this, the few lowered their heads. If they had that ability, why would they still be bandits? This line of work, if put nicely, could be called warlords, but frankly they were just armed bandits. I can't stay in Myanmar for too long. If needed, contact Chinyu. Chen Luo remarked, glancing at Alagia. Get the matters of weapons and manpower on the agenda as soon as possible. Chen Luo informed the few. After all, no matter how much was said, it was more practical to develop their own armed strength. Even if Bai Fangwen were to have ulterior motives in the future, they would have absolute strength to suppress it. Good. Alagia replied. As for Chen Luo, he began to contemplate. The matters he promised to Bai Fangwen needed to be handled, and news regarding the blood cancer cure from Jiang he had also come in. He actually wanted to stay in Myanmar a bit longer, but conditions did not permit. Pack up that Chun Kai and Bing Piaohua for me. In a few days I will establish a subsidiary to specifically handle this batch of jade. As Chen Luo spoke, he informed the others. In the evening, the village slaughtered 2 cows and held a feast. After all, with the Wild Wolf eradicated, the Black Panther was about to leave, and in the entire Zhongkong, they had become the only warlord. In the future, in this Zhongkong, everything would be dictated by them. The most crucial point was that the ownership of the raw stone veins belonged to them. Their good days were about to arrive. How could they not celebrate properly? The feast featured beef, and those Russians naturally attended. Now they regarded Chen Luo with reverence. They could manage to arrange so many of them from Russia into Myanmar's borders without detection by the systems. There was also a mysterious figure who seemed to monitor their every move. Whatever the other party instructed they followed. Most importantly, the other party even delivered their guns to them. Sometimes compared to smuggling, people transporting firearms was undoubtedly more challenging. Yet the other party achieved it, and in their eyes it was like a dream. As for Chen Luo, he did not say much after all. These Russians were bound to settle here comfortably in the future. The next day, Chen Luo got up, unable to suppress a yawn. This place was far inferior to his homeland. The hot night made it hard to sleep, and he couldn't shake off the feeling of unease, as if he wasn't sleeping soundly. While cleaning up, Chen Luo opened the system marketplace to check what was refreshed today. Chen Luo's hand, which was washing his face, paused, quickly finished, and wiped it dry with a towel. His gaze was fixed on the system marketplace. He never expected that today he would be able to snap up the TC Consortium. Name TC Consortium, Mingshu family, value 35 billion, flash sale price 9 yuan. Description: the TC Consortium has total assets of 1.24 trillion Thai baht, approximately 35 billion. 7 public companies involved in beer, supermarkets, real estate, hotels, finance, and various other fields. Chen Luo confirmed it twice, fearing that he had misread. After all, that was a consortium. 35 billion, over 200 billion renminbi, and now only for 9 yuan he could snap it up. For some reason, Chen Luo felt an unreal sensation. One could only say that the system was truly powerful, capable of achieving this. Sister Tongzi, I love you to death. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo directly chose the flash sale. The Mingshu family, having accumulated assets to this extent, their connections and resources undoubtedly surpassed imagination. Most importantly, the Mingshu family had some difficult matters on the surface, and they would certainly cultivate some hidden forces. This would certainly play a significant role in his future plans or in controlling the TC nation. Chen Chun walked in and nodded slightly at Chen Luo. Boss, the arms dealer has raised the price again. Chen Chun reported to Chen Luo. Raised the price again. Chen Luo frowned slightly upon hearing this, although he didn't care about the money. But repeated price hikes. Did they really think he was an easy target to manipulate? News about the raw stone vein has been leaked, and several arms dealers want a share of the vein. Still want a share? That's simply wishful thinking. They'll go over later. Chen Luo said, putting down the towel he was using to dry his hands, and spoke to Chen Chun. After Chen Chun left, Chen Luo took out his phone and made a call. Hello, it's me. When the call was connected, Chen Luo spoke calmly. Boss. The voice on the other end, Mingshu Wide, who was handling affairs, stood up and spoke respectfully. I need an arms dealer. Chen Luo got straight to the point, stating his purpose. Boss, the Blackwater Group is one of the top arms groups in Southeast Asia, and we have a deep cooperation with them, even holding a stake in it. They'll send you their contact information in Thailand right away. Mingshu Wide said, after all, the TC Group is the second-tier consortium in the TC nation. To do business in the TC nation, the Blackwater Group inevitably needs to deal with local forces. Without leveraging local forces, expanding their business wouldn't be easy. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Otherwise, throughout history, why would there be so many people paying respect to local powers? I'm currently in Myanmar, Chen Luo explained. Upon hearing this, Mingshu Wide hesitated for 2 seconds. Boss, you'll need to wait a moment. Oh, I need to contact someone. Could you tell me your specific location? I'm currently in Zhengkong. Chen Luo didn't hesitate and informed the other party of his location. Zhengkong. Upon hearing this, Mingshu Wide furrowed his brow, murmuring, what kind of place was that? After looking at the map for a while, he finally found where Zhengkong was located. Boss, please hold on. Mingshu Wide hung up the phone and contacted the relevant person in charge. About 5 minutes later, Chen Luo received a message with a name, position, and number. Then Mingshu Wide called again. Hello, boss. I've already contacted the person for you. This person is named Gale, the person in charge of the Blackwater Group in eastern Myanmar. I've already paved the way, you just need to contact him. Mingshu Wide informed Chen Luo. Okay. Chen Luo acknowledged and then hung up the phone. Next, he dialed the number that Mingshu Wide had sent him. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the call was connected. Hello, esteemed guest. The upper management has already instructed us. We are wondering what you need. We have distributors all over Southeast Asia, ensuring that we can deliver to your hands as soon as possible. Of course, we do not conduct business within Huagua, Agale said, as this was a rule set by the upper management. Very few people dare to touch Huagua's business. They conduct arms business abroad as long as they do not enter Huagua and do not touch Huagua's bottom line. Huagua would not say much. But if they crossed the line, Huagua would make sure they understood what the mysterious power from the east is. The caller was a Huagua person, so there were some things he had to say up front. To prevent any naive youngsters from getting themselves into trouble. Distributors. Chen Luo murmured. An idea popped into his mind. Those 3 arms dealers wouldn't be distributors for the Blackwater Group, would they? Yes. Rest assured, esteemed guest. We can offer you an 80% discount on ordinary arms based on the market price. As for specific arms, we can also prioritize arrangements for you. Agale explained. Okay, I will send you a list. Please arrange for prompt delivery to General Alagia in Zhengkong. Chen Luo instructed the other party. All right, esteemed guest. They'll be waiting for your news. Agale finished and hung up the phone. Chen Luo put his phone away and headed to the Alagia. This is the bottom line we offer. It would be best if you could agree. If not, we don't worry about selling our arms. As soon as Chen Luo stepped into the hall, he heard these extremely arrogant words from across the door. But truthfully, there was no fault in those words. After all, in Myanmar, there were countless warlords of all sizes. Many people didn't even have purchasing channels, with arms being a core necessity. Scarcity drove their value. If you don't buy, there are others who will. And if you don't buy, and someone else does, they will use those arms against you. Then you will be obliterated, and they will take your money. So sometimes, even if you know it's expensive, you still have to buy. 50% is too much. Ooh, I absolutely cannot agree to that share. Alagia's face was somewhat unpleasant as he spoke. Asking for half of the vein right off the bat was unacceptable to anyone. Alagia, think this through. The news of this raw stone vein has already leaked. As far as I know, several warlords have set their sights on you. If the weapons fall short, do you think you can fend off these wolves and tigers? An arms dealer raised his hand, looked at his fingers, and spoke with a threat as casually as discussing what to eat. You are taking advantage of the situation. Uncle Amu was infuriated, his chest heaving. The three men heard this and didn't rebut. After all, the words were harsh, but not wrong. They were indeed taking advantage of the situation, and it was up to them whether to buy or not. Alagia, I suggest you consider this matter carefully. We three still have some face. Once we three hold the shares, other warlords will have to give us face if they want to make. You will definitely profit. It's just a matter of how much less you earn. At least it's better than getting nothing at all. The only woman among the three arms dealers looked at Alagia and offered her advice. Being a woman herself, she understood the difficulties of the other party. But understanding is one thing, she is a businesswoman. Business people seek profit. We want take the arms, you three may leave. Chen Luo walked in and said. He sat down next to Alagia. The arms dealer, seeing the suddenly appearing young man, was about to scold him. But Alagia and the senior executives present all stood up and respectfully called him boss. The three weren't foolish, they immediately understood. It seemed that the young man before them was the man behind Alagia. This boss, you might not be aware. We three are the largest arms distributors in eastern Myanmar. Cooperating with us is your best choice. Of course, you can also seek cooperation with other distributors. But the distance is far and transporting arms is a thankless task. If you aren't careful, you might lose both people and money, making it not worth it. The leading middle-aged man began to advise. After all, those were arms, and many warlords wanted to seize them. You can buy, but whether you can protect them is uncertain. Why take such a big risk and engage in such a thankless task? You don't need to worry about that, gentlemen. There are many people in the world doing arms business, and I will find someone. Chen Luo took a sip of tea and spoke lightly. Upon hearing this, the leading middle-aged man suddenly laughed. Boss, we are distributors for the Blackwater Group. Do you know about the Blackwater Group? In Southeast Asia, the Blackwater Group controls over 70% of the arms business. We have been in the arms business for so many years and still have some connections. The leading middle-aged man began. Now, in addition to the original price, you need to add another 10% to the share. We take 6, you take 4. You have half an hour to consider. But I must remind you, once half an hour passes, it won't be at this price anymore. The leading middle-aged man smiled faintly as he threatened. Blackwater Group. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo suddenly laughed. They were indeed distributors for the Blackwater Group. What are you laughing at? Seeing the smile on his face, the woman felt an ominous premonition in her heart for some reason. Nothing, just laughing at nothing. But do you dare to believe that I will buy at an 80 discount off the market price, and also make you obediently deliver the goods to my door? Chen Luo surveyed the three with interest. In broad daylight, are you dreaming? Let me tell you, that's absolutely impossible. If that day really comes, I will send you double the order. The leading middle-aged man made a definitive statement. If we don't agree, who would dare to deliver to the other party? Seeing his companion tugging at his sleeve, the man frowned, somewhat irritated. Hearing this, the woman let out a sigh and chose not to interfere any further. The other party was so certain, clearly not just bluffing. And to avoid them and obtain arms besides these distributors, there would only be the headquarters connections. Although she didn't believe the other party had headquarters connections. But in such situations, it's better to be safe than sorry. Chen Luo only smiled and then dialed the phone. Chen Luo deliberately activated the speakerphone so that everyone could hear the sound. The dialing sound echoed prominently in the hall, and everyone held their breath looking at the phone on the table. The leading arms dealer felt a chill in his heart upon hearing that sound, an ominous premonition creeping in. The call was quickly connected, and the voice on the other end nearly made the man collapse. Hello, esteemed guest. As a distributor for the Blackwater Group, they were naturally familiar with the voice of the decision-maker in eastern Myanmar. Just hearing this voice, they knew the identity of the person on the other end. Agale, I wonder if what you just said still. Of course. You are our esteemed guest. The upper management has instructed us to meet your requests as much as possible. A Gaul's voice made the other two arms dealers exchange glances, their hearts stirred with turmoil. The upper management instructed. The person involved had connections far beyond a Gale. The capabilities of the object were beyond their expectations. As for the leading arms dealer, his eyes became vacant and he appeared to have accepted defeat. These arms dealers, due to their guns, wielded power among the warlords. After all, they controlled what these warlords needed. Not only because they were arms dealers, but also because they were backed by the Blackwater Group. The Blackwater Group on the surface was engaged in the arms business. But how much money did they earn from the arms business? Who knows how many companies they secretly acquired? From what they knew, the Blackwater Group was raising powerful warlords in Myanmar. Offending the Blackwater Group would lead to death without knowing how. These arms dealers, like most warlords, were all being choked. And the ones who were choking them were currently on the other end. He listened as the other party mentioned one weapon after another, many of which were special arms unattainable at their level. Gradually it felt like he had lost all sound around him. He could only see the other party's lips moving as they spoke. At this moment the only thought in his mind was that at the same time, boundless regret surged in his heart. My ancestors, if you had this connection, why didn't you say it earlier? Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger should not be done like this. You may not be a tiger, but you are indeed a dog. Please just give me an account. Chen Luo said, smiling as he hung up the phone. The atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The crowd's gaze toward Chen Luo had changed. It was now filled with reverence. What's wrong? Did you forget what you just said? Chen Luo said, directing his gaze toward the leading arms dealer. Upon hearing this, the dealer reacted, though his expression darkened, looking quite displeased. Sir, you must be joking. A man should keep his word. I didn't remember what you said earlier. Please provide me with a list. It will be delivered to you within a month at the latest. Though it pained him greatly, he had no choice but to comply. After all, the other party's background was beyond his imagination. Even their superior Agale treated the other party with such respect. Going against them would be akin to seeking death. However, this meant he would lose a significant portion of his savings. For these arms dealers, their profits were not substantial, most of it being taken by the Blackwater Company. Earlier he had heard of several items that were practically unattainable, with waiting times extending over 2 to 3 years. Yet without a second thought, Agale arranged everything for the other party. Naturally, he lacked the capability, relying solely on money to grease the wheels. He feared that his savings might not suffice, and he would need to borrow more. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Chen Luo's face. He had thought that the other party would stubbornly hold out at this moment. But then again, how could someone capable of this be anything but extraordinary? It's getting late, so I won't keep you for dinner. As for that batch of arms, I assume you will take responsibility, and I needn't elaborate, right? Chen Luo said, glancing up at the three men. Upon hearing this, they understood immediately. The arms would be transported from the Blackwater Group, and as local dealers they would naturally handle the transactions. The three did not linger, and chose to leave directly. However, none of them looked pleased, having not only lost their share, but also suffering further losses. The leading arms dealer reached the door, glancing back at the room, seemingly weighing something. But without any hesitation he turned and left. Inside the room, seeing the three arms dealers leave, the others hurriedly approached, their eyes fixed intently on Chen Luo. Boss, do you know the higher-ups at Blackwater Group? Uncle Amu spoke, his eyes filled with excitement. After all, in Southeast Asia the Blackwater Group was indeed a name that resonated. They never imagined that their boss had such connections. Not only had he resolved the current crisis, but he had also secured a discount from the Blackwater Group. Most importantly, he had caused an arms dealer to dig into his own pockets and incur a loss. Chen Luo heard this, took a sip of tea, and did not respond. After all, he had already made himself quite clear earlier, and the others had certainly heard him. They were merely in disbelief and sought confirmation. Boss, the connections of these three arms dealers shouldn't be underestimated. Even if it's just the three of them, it would be a significant loss for them. In this situation, retaliation from them is inevitable. Alagia looked at his boss with concern. However, Chen Luo was unconcerned by this. He did not share this sentiment, as based on the earlier interaction the other party did not seem eager to part with the Blackwater Group. On the contrary, they would likely hold him in awe, afraid that he might mention something to the higher-ups at Blackwater Group. He did not deny that these three arms dealers had connections and status. But these three also certainly had enemies. In Southeast Asia the Blackwater Group was undoubtedly a massive entity. How could they bear to sever ties with such a force? If they truly did cut ties and lost the protection of the Blackwater Group, they would likely find themselves dead in the wilderness by the next day. Let's prioritize the matter of the raw or mine. By the way, once the arms arrive, send a portion to Bai Fangwen. Chen Luo remembered something and instructed. He had given Alagio $100 million, which seemed like a lot, but right now recruiting troops and expanding the camp required money everywhere. The arms payment would likely require some additional funds, let alone future developments. Without hesitation, Chen Luo called Ming Zuwide. Soon after, a sum of 2 billion was arranged by Chunyu to enter an account. No matter what, this money would be useful for recruiting troops and strengthening their own power. And for Bai Fengwen, Chen Luo was not stingy. He arranged for Chun Yu to transfer 500 million to him. No matter how talented Bai Fengwen was in business, a skilled cook cannot make a meal without ingredients. The issues in Myanmar had mostly been resolved, and the only concern now was that other warlords might take this opportunity to attack Alagia and the others. After all, they had not yet recruited troops and the weapons had not arrived. They were in a transitional period. If other warlords struck at this moment, it would be a devastating blow to their previously controlled territory. However, Chen Luo was not worried. After all, the TC Consortium undoubtedly had some hidden forces and connections in Myanmar. The next day, after a bumpy journey through the jungle, Chen Luo and his companions headed towards the city. There were numerous matters back home that Chen Luo needed to handle. As for the system mall today, he had bought out a store in seconds. For Chen Luo, it was optional. But ultimately it was real estate, and having it on hand was reassuring. By evening, Chen Luo and Chin Chun boarded the flight back home. They arrived in Nanjing around 3 or 4, and there were no direct flights from Myanmar to Nanjing. They had to fly to Yunqing first, and then transfer to Nanjing. The transit combined with the distance from the airport to Nanjing took time. By the time Chen Luo settled down in bed, dawn was approaching. He didn't even have the opportunity to check the items refreshed in the system mall today. Chen Luo slept past 10 and was awakened by the ringtone of his phone. Irritated, he fumbled around his pillow for his phone and instinctively swiped to answer. Hello. Chen Luo's voice was hoarse, still somewhat in a sleepy haze. It's me. Aren't you up yet? The voice on the other end belonged to Jiang Yi. It's fine, you can go back to sleep. Just give me a call back later. Jiang Yi said, preparing to hang up. No need. Chen Luo suddenly woke up, turning over to speak. Sister Jiang, just tell me what's up. Chen Luo rubbed his somewhat swollen eyes and inquired. He hadn't felt it before when delivering takeout all night, but now pulling an all-nighter felt like a death sentence. Of course, if Chen Luo were to deliver takeout again, now he would find it hard to adapt in the short term. This is the legendary ease of transitioning from frugality to luxury, but the difficulty of moving from luxury to frugality. It's about the cure for leukemia. Upon seeing him awake and inquiring, Jiang Yi explained. The academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences have basically confirmed that the approach is feasible. Several experts in this area have validated it as well. The formulation for this leukemia cure is very likely to be effective. Of course, it still needs to go through experiments and let the data speak for itself. They want to schedule a time to discuss this matter with you, Jiang Yi said, informing Chen Luo. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo frowned and began to ponder. Sure, I'm free these days. Chen Luo replied. He couldn't possibly rush to meet them for his own matters, could he? Even if he had to meet, they should come to him. Okay, I'll inform them right away, Jiang Yi said, and without further ado hung up the phone. Interrupted by the phone call, Chen Luo had lost all desire to sleep. He yawned and got up. Upon washing up and stepping out of his room, he found his grandfather watching TV while his mother was playing with a cat. You came back late. Oh, why didn't you sleep a bit longer? Seeing Chen Luo, his mother stroked the cat's fur, and Chen Luo went downstairs and sat on the sofa. He glanced at the cat, which was hesitantly burrowing into his mouth. The cat was small, no bigger than his fist, cautiously looking at him with a mix of wariness and confusion. I slept a bit on the plane. Oh, I'm not that tired. Chen Luo responded, reaching out to beckon the cat. But the cat only stared at him, unmoving. When did you get a cat? Chen Luo inquired. He had been too tired to notice when he returned last night. It was given by someone I met in the neighborhood these past few days. It's a blue and white one, just 2 months old. I thought it would be good to have one since it's just sitting around. It just got its first vaccination. I will take it for the second one soon. Chen's mother explained while playing with a toy mouse with the kitten. The feathers and bells mixed together attracted the kitten, making it jump around excitedly. Chen Luo didn't say much about it, as he quite liked small animals. In the kitchen, the aunt was cooking. Although Chen's mother initially declined, who truly loves doing housework, she couldn't possibly reject her son's kindness, could she? Old man, sir, and Sister Guan, it's time for dinner. Boss. Aunt Gui brought out a bowl of soup and called out. Chen Luo was indeed a bit hungry, helping his grandfather sit in the chair. He glanced at the table, which had 5 dishes and a soup looking quite appetizing. Aunt Gui was serving rice and pouring soup for his grandfather. At his grandfather's age, the rice needed to be mixed with soup to swallow it down, otherwise it wouldn't go down without something wet. Aunt Gui, you should sit down and eat too. We don't have that custom in our house, Chen Luo said, while picking up a piece of radish for his grandfather. That's not acceptable, boss. The housekeeping company has regulations. We cannot sit at the table. Upon hearing this, Aunt Gui hurriedly refused. After all, their company followed a mid-to-high-end route, and the nannies were all strictly trained. They only did their own jobs, and everything the employer saw or heard had to remain confidential. Sit down. Besides, resign from the housekeeping company. Your salary will be raised by 30%, and you'll sign a contract with the Qixing Group with all insurance and benefits covered. Chen Luo picked up a piece of rib, eating while speaking. He had already had Chen Yu check Aunt Gui's background. If there were any issues, she wouldn't even be allowed in. Hearing this, Aunt Gue hesitated. She had certainly heard of the Qixing Group. Their housekeeping company couldn't even compare with a finger. But was this a test? If she agreed, would they think she was trying to gain something? Sit down. Your housekeeping isn't like that of a maid. Oh, whatever we eat, in the future you'll eat too, Chen's mother said, tugging at Aunt Gui's sleeve. Upon hearing this, Aunt Gue didn't insist any longer and agreed. The renovations for Units 6 and 7 next door are nearly done. You can find a room to move into. After all, as Olivian nanny, they couldn't leave her without a place to stay. The others were not surprised by this, as they had seen the cleaning taking place next door for the past few days. By the way, Mom and Dad, do you have any places you want to visit or anything you want to do? I'll invest some money for you. Chen Luo thought of something and couldn't help but ask. People after all can't sit idle. Ask your dad. In the past, due to the pressures of life, some things had to be done. But now that life has improved, who would want to suffer? Chen's mother took a sip of soup and spoke somewhat irritably. At her age, it was still too early to be dancing in the square. But shopping, doing nails, traveling. There are so many enjoyable activities. In this lifetime, no one knows whether tomorrow or an unforeseen event will come first. No matter how much money one earns, if there's no opportunity to use it, isn't that a waste? Upon hearing this, Chen's father glanced at his son, looking a bit hesitant. He had nothing to do and always wanted to find something to do. After toiling for most of his life, suddenly resting made him somewhat unaccustomed. Seeing this situation, how could Chen Luo not understand what his father meant? Would you like me to arrange a leisurely position for you at the company? You can drink tea every day and clock in and out. What's the point of me working then? Huh? Can't you drink tea at home? Is the tea in the office better? Chen's father responded somewhat irritably. He was not yet 50 and was in the prime of his career. Then what do you want to do? Chen Luo asked, inquiring about his father's intentions. Money is shop personnel. Whatever you want, I'll arrange for you. Chen Luo wiped his hands and informed his father. Upon hearing this, Chen's father hesitated, suddenly unsure of what he wanted to do. Seeing this, Chen Luo understood well. Like most people, he wanted to start a business and strive for success, but was unsure how to go about it. Chen Luo contemplated what his father might be suited for. How about you get into the business of recycling medicinal materials? Hearing this, Chen's father furrowed his brow in thought. Seeing this, Chen Luo began to explain. There are many famous medicinal materials in Nanxing, such as Sanqi Zhongluo and Baiqi. Our family has grown Sanqi before, plus you used to be in the business of transporting medicinal materials. You are well aware of the locations and channels for medicinal materials in Nanxing. Qixing Pharmaceutical has developed a new drug that requires a large amount of medicinal materials as ingredients. I will invest in you and you will register the company. Chen Luo explained. Collecting medicinal materials seems simple, but it actually has its difficulties. First, the prices of medicinal materials are not cheap. A substantial amount of capital needs to be invested. Second, regarding channels, if the goods are received but cannot be sold, they will just pile up. As for the third issue, it concerns quality. Medicinal materials, whether wild or cultivated, and their age can all be confused. It's all in. He has enough capital. As for channels, direct cooperation with Qixing Pharmaceutical should not be a problem. Regarding quality, he can arrange for someone to handle that. Hearing this, Chen's father hesitated and looked at his wife. What are you looking at me for? If you want to do it, just do it. Your son has so much wealth, even if you lose, you can afford it. Chen's mother rolled her eyes at Chen's father and spoke somewhat irritably. Lose. I must build a career to show you. Don't look down on people through the door gap. Chen's father became a bit emotional upon hearing this. As a man, how can you say you can't do it? Today I am determined, I will not just fight for my pride. Chen's mother rolled her eyes and withdrew her gaze, but couldn't help but complain in her heart. With the capital and channels secured, if there is still a loss, I would look down on you. Son, how much do you want to invest in me? Chen's father leaned a bit closer to Chen Luo and asked. Hearing this, Chen Luo hesitated for a moment, seemingly in thought. Currently, he doesn't lack money. After all, with the TC Consortium backing him, obtaining funds is just a matter of speaking. Let's say a registered capital of 10 million. If it's insufficient, I can add more. Chen Luo responded. So much. Chen's father was startled. Although he knew his son was wealthy, it still took time to adapt. Previously, his monthly salary was just over 4,000. Even if he didn't eat or drink for a year, it would only amount to around 50,000. The key is he could hardly save any money each month. With car fuel, cigarette expenses, gift money, and household expenses, he barely had anything left at the end of the month. As for Chen's mother, due to her education level, her salary could reach 5,000, but with 2 children in school, there was hardly anything left. Chen Luo graduated, and with one less person to support, plus taking care of Chen Zai's tuition and sending money home, the burden was significantly lighter. 10 million, a number he never dared to imagine before, was now being invested in himself. He thought having a few 100,000 or 1,000,000 would be good enough. So much money, what if it fails? Your son is expected to become the richest person in Kuan province this year. What does this amount mean? Chen Luo smiled and responded. No one spoke up to refute after all they had checked online and knew their son indeed had a lot of money. I will be going out for a while, though I won't be back for dinner tonight. Chen Luo wiped his mouth and informed them. They didn't say much more, indicating they understood. Chen Luo didn't linger and drove away. Qixing Building. Compared to before, there were now more signs of life in Qixing Building. Chen Luo went to the top floor, sat in his office chair, and couldn't help but sigh. Secretary Gao received the message and knocked on the door to enter. Boss, the recruitment matters are almost finalized. The qualifying line has been set and interviews, health checks, and onboarding can be arranged soon. Secretary Gao reported. Chen Luo glanced at the folder that Secretary Gao handed over and flipped through it page by page. Once upon a time, he was just like this. Whenever there was an opportunity for an exam, he would take a chance and try. But the moment the score came out, you would realize your mediocrity compared to others' excellence. Heroes are as numerous as fish crossing the river. It has never been a joke. You can arrange this matter as you see fit. Chen Luo closed the folder. Naturally, the people below would handle these matters, and he didn't need to worry. However, with the change in identity, he became the one who set the rules, turning into the very person he once despised most. Secretary Gao retreated, and Chen Luo took out his phone and dialed Chen Ye's number. How is the investigation into Kunsing Group going? Chen Luo asked. Kunsing Group is valued at around 7 billion. Currently, the chairman is named Bai Fenghua, who is the younger brother of Bai Fangwen. According to the information found, Kunsing Group and Shuhua Group are both under the influence of the Kuan Province Finance Department's director. Chen Yu reported the information he found. Have you found any evidence? Chen Luo asked, inquiring about his concerns. In this era of advanced networks, finding out information is much easier than it was 20 years ago. Kunsing Group and Shuhua Group have revealed some issues. As for that director, no evidence can be found. The external image he presents is one of integrity and dedication to the people, truly a just and selfless person. He never accepts bribes and lives a frugal life, though crucially his bank accounts and transactions are all normal. When Xin Yu investigated, he felt quite surprised. Is it possible that this person is a primitive man? Hearing this, Chen Luo frowned, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. No information can be found. In his view, the best approach is to first remove the protective umbrella, then deal with the two major groups. Otherwise, dealing with the two major groups first would only alert the snake. The protective umbrella behind them would definitely operate and protect the two groups. But right now, without finding key evidence against the other party, it won't be easy to bring them down. Investigate as much as possible and wait for my news, Chen Luo said as he hung up the phone. Before this, there was an even more important matter, which is regarding the special drug for blood cancer. However, this was not the most important point. Moreover, it seemed to be a tacit agreement. Or rather, it was clear that there were those playing the roles of the good cop, and are they claiming to have developed it out of thin air? The leading elderly woman frowned, her eyes filled with palpable dissatisfaction. Originally, only 2 individuals from the Academy of Sciences were supposed to go, yet they insisted on sending others who were completely uninformed. What resources were not involved? You are so patriotic, why don't you donate your entire salary? Donate your house. Standing on high ground for too long, detached from reality, wrapped in the guise of a professor, have you forgotten your roots? Or perhaps the national funding is too generous, making you feel superior, forgetting what you truly are. Of course, she only cursed inwardly and would never voice it. Mr. Shin, feel free to state your requirements. Oh, we will certainly meet them. Xiao Shan spoke up. She was an expert in blood cancer and had studied anti-cancer drugs for many years. In her lifetime, she was already satisfied to witness the emergence of a miracle drug. My initial intention, Director Chiao, was to expedite the drug's market release. Otherwise, with my funds and resources, I could easily wait for several years. But those blood cancer patients cannot afford to wait. Even one more day without a cure is torture for them. If the country truly wishes to give me something, the miracle drug will be produced by Qixing Pharmaceuticals, sold uniformly, and included in medical insurance. In terms of profit, half will go to the Nanjing government, a quarter will be donated, and the remaining quarter will go to Qixing Group. How does that sound? Chen Luo voiced his thoughts. Impossible. How could something like this be controlled by a private entity? Hearing this, Gu Yueping was the first to speak up. After all, such matters were about reputation and political achievements. Even if it wasn't controlled by the central government, it had to fall under their Pharmaceutical Research Institute. Having something like this in the hands of a private company, what do they take them for? Furthermore, half of the profits going to the Nanjing government, donating a quarter, and keeping the rest. They wouldn't benefit at all. How could they agree? Professor Gu, is it? Then what good suggestions do you have? Chen Luo looked at the other party, his voice somewhat cold. According to my thoughts, there are 3 options. First, the government buys the rights outright, or you contribute it to the state. Second, it could be developed and produced by the central government or in collaboration with various local research institutes. Third, if you wish to produce it at Qixing Pharmaceutical, they must transform into a state-owned enterprise. Gu Yueping spoke, proposing 3 solutions. He didn't care when the drug was produced and released, he only cared about his interests. After all, he wasn't the one needing a blood cancer miracle drug, he wasn't in a hurry. Chen Luo laughed upon hearing this. The calculations were being made right in his face. Oh, then how much does Professor Gu intend to pay for it? According to evaluations, it would be at least 100 billion, right? As Chen Luo said this, he looked at Gu Yueping with great interest. Hearing this, Gu Yueping was momentarily speechless. 100 billion. What was the GDP of the entire Kuan province? 100 billion was truly asking for a lion's share. It seems Professor Gu does not agree with this proposal. Then how about I donate it for free and you give me a certificate of banner and reward me with 250? Chen Luo spoke, his words dripping with sarcasm. It should be like this. Everything for the country, for the people. This young comrade has such awareness of thought, how wonderful. Hearing this, Gu Yueping couldn't help but feel somewhat satisfied. Chen Luo couldn't even be bothered to roll his eyes at him. This professor had read too many books and had become foolish. Only speaking of these unrealistic, dreamlike words. Truly, he just blurted out whatever came to mind. Initially, he just wanted to do a good deed, even if he didn't get a single cent. Yet he had to deal with such nonsense in front of him. The faces of the others inevitably turned somewhat grim. Had this guy left home too hastily this morning, forgetting his brain? He couldn't even pick up on sarcasm, yet he kept agreeing. That is naturally not acceptable. How many lives could the blood cancer miracle drug save? If such a thing were done, wouldn't it be disheartening? The country would certainly not treat those who have made contributions poorly. The previous old man quickly interjected to mediate. Chen Luo glanced at him, having forgotten his name. Where were you when I was speaking earlier? Now you come out to smooth things. Director Chiao, what I just mentioned is my requirement. Once the drug trials pass, it will be developed by Qixing Pharmaceutical and sold uniformly. The profit-sharing aspect will remain unchanged, and Qixing Pharmaceutical will not change its nature. As for the development, how about it being completed by the Academy of Sciences? Out of gratitude, I will provide all the data from the development process. I believe this information will also be quite necessary for the Academy of Sciences. Chen Luo articulated his demands. His actions were indeed driven by some selfish motives. The Nanxing region was world-renowned for its 3-7, yet it still couldn't change the poverty and backwardness of this city. Tourism, culinary products. None were outstanding. Moreover, the transportation was inconvenient. While there seemed to be high-speed rail and airports, they were not actually in Nanxing. Instead, they were in other counties below Nanxing, and to get there required several dozen kilometers of travel. Once the blood cancer miracle drug was developed in Nanxing, how many eyes would turn to the city? Talent, investment, and attention would all be drawn in. How many job opportunities and conditions could be created? It would allow those who went to Zhejiang, Fujian, and Guangdong to work without leaving their homes, earning just as much in Nanxing as they would in those places. When that time comes, Nanxing will undoubtedly experience rapid economic growth. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances, falling into silence. After all, such matters were beyond their control. If you all find it difficult, it's fine, and I have companies abroad too. I can proceed with the development overseas. Chen Luo said, taking a sip of tea. However, cancer drugs are inherently expensive. If they went for import, wouldn't the prices skyrocket? I cannot give you a prompt answer on this matter. I must consult with higher-ups first. Xiao Shan thought for a moment. That's reasonable. However, the pricing of the drug must be determined by me. Rest assured, it will only be a little above cost, affordable for ordinary families. Seeing the other party wanting to speak, Chen Luo spoke, first to cut him off. After all, drugs related to cancer are usually very high-priced. Many people are not even included in medical insurance. Hundreds of thousands are considered cheap. Some families simply cannot afford it. Miracle drugs are their hope, but that exorbitant price forces them to choose between life and death. Let alone hundreds of thousands. For an average family to take out 100 or 200,000, they would have to scrape together every penny. Compared to neighboring countries, Huagua isn't that poor, but neither is it wealthy. Many families can't boast about having 3 million in assets, let alone 50,000. The average asset may be 3 million, but that is an average. The Pareto principle doesn't even apply. Considering the population of Huagua, it's more like a one-night situation. 90% of the wealth is controlled by 10% of the people. Will the money of figures like Ma Huateng, Jack Ma, and Zhang Yiming be equally distributed among others? Since it won't, why bother talking about average wealth? Standing high, one can see the prosperity, but one should also come down and observe the so-called reality. Give me a few days. It still depends on the higher-ups' intentions. Xiao Shan sighed. After all, she could naturally perceive the threat in his words. If the Huagua route doesn't work, going another way is also fine. All roads lead to Rome. She wouldn't use patriotism as an argument. After all, individuals are independent beings, so why impose moral constraints? Even if 100 billion was genuinely spent on purchasing, the state wouldn't be unable to bear it. Is it only that certificate and that banner that represent patriotism? How many so-called experts have a pile of certificates, banners, and accolades at home? But it's hard to talk about, better left unsaid. With such a conversation, the notion of earning a living has vanished. Chen Luo made several attempts to retain them, but unable to stop them, he ultimately had nothing else to say. Jiang, he had to leave as well after all the matter was entrusted to her. Chen Luo didn't linger much and chose to leave. After all, what was the point of dining alone when everyone else had left? In the evening, Chen Luo received a call from Jiang Yi, inviting him for dinner. Chen Luo thought for a moment and did not refuse. There was a private restaurant. When Chen Luo arrived, he found his uncle there too. In addition, there was a somewhat portly middle-aged man. From his attire, it was obvious he was a leader. Take a seat quickly. Let me introduce you. This is Vice Governor Wang Jiangwo. Jiang Yi said, introducing Chen Luo. Chen Luo assumed he was just a director or something, but unexpectedly, he was the vice governor. Nanjing Province has a total of 7 counties and 1 city belonging to an autonomous ethnic region. The Han people cannot hold the position of governor, it can only be held by autonomous minorities. However, in Nanjing there are quite a few vice governors, including Jiang Yi. There are a total of 8 vice governors. Director Chen, I've long heard Deputy Governor Jiang mention you. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Wang Jiangwo began to flatter without reservation. Such pleasantries sounded scripted, and Chen Luo didn't take them to heart. The reason he was so cordial was merely based on your value. Had today been an ordinary citizen in front of the camera, the concern and care would have been overwhelming. Behind the scenes, who do you think you are? Can you meet the vice governor at will? During the conversation, Chen Luo learned some things. This vice governor was responsible for industry and information technology science and technology transportation and the pharmaceutical sector. Though he hadn't explicitly stated it, Chen Luo was clever enough to guess his intentions. But since he didn't bring it up, Chen Luo naturally wouldn't foolishly speak first. He just didn't expect the other party to endure so long. After several rounds of drinks and multiple dishes, the man still hadn't spoken. This left Chen Luo somewhat uncertain. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? After his uncle escorted the other party away, only Chen Luo and Jiang Yi were left in the private room. I'm sorry about today's matter. Jiang Yi spoke first, offering an apology. Sister Jiang, there's no need to apologize for that. You were merely considering my interests. Chen Luo fiddled with the empty teacup in his hand, responding. Actually, I know your intention. But believe me, once the complete project is submitted, this miracle drug will have no relation to you or Qixing Group. After some time, there will be announcements stating that such and such individuals or companies after years of research. Jiang Yi didn't finish her sentence, for she knew Chen Luo understood the implications of her words. Don't think it's impossible. This world is even harsher and darker than you imagine. A rise in stock prices basking in glory, both fame and wealth. Chen Luo didn't respond because he was also aware. Hence what he provided Jiang Yi was only the refined version by Dr. Kane. The key core rewarded by the system I.E. The original draft was still in his hands. I will do my best to advocate for you. However, you still need to be mentally prepared. Such matters are hard to keep under the control of a private enterprise. At the very least, the government will arrange for personnel in this team. Jiang Yi opened up, giving a warning. Chen Luo replied. By the way, about that earlier. Chen Luo recalled something and inquired. Jiang Yi was no fool and naturally understood what he was referring to. Previously, the Investment Promotion Bureau was under their jurisdiction. Later, when I took office, the Investment Promotion Bureau was placed under my supervision. I wanted to get to know you, and also because they were in charge of the pharmaceutical sector. Jiang Yi didn't finish her sentence, for she knew that Chen Luo understood her meaning. Got it. Chen Luo nodded, confirming his guess. As for the miracle drug, the earliest will be a week, and the key still depends on whether those in higher positions are willing to let go of profits. Jiang Yi explained. Chen Luo had nothing more to say about it. It was merely a formula for a blood cancer miracle drug. Even if it doesn't end up in his hands, he didn't have too many thoughts about it. After all, with the system around, what could he not obtain? Even without the blood cancer miracle drug, there would be other miracle drugs and advanced technologies. It was just a matter of who controlled it and what benefits it could bring. Without saying much more, Qixing Pharmaceutical would become more well-known because of this incident. The subsequent Sanbao drink and the initial 100 billion project would all serve as free publicity. Song Lian. Hearing this, Jiang Yi furrowed his brow slightly, turning his gaze towards Chen Luo, seemingly trying to read something from his face. I've heard of him, but we've never had dealings, so I can't say I know him well. This person has a good reputation and is well loved by the people. But some internal sources say this person is a venomous snake. Provoking him could be very dangerous. Jiang Yi didn't see any other emotions on Chen Luo's calm face, but still spoke up to inform him. What? Have you provoked him? Jiang Yi asked tentatively. No, I just have some evidence against him, and am considering whether to take action. Chen Luo glanced at Jiang Yi and quickly averted his gaze, responding. The position of the finance minister is certainly coveted by the Jiang family. It's possible to find an ally and let the Jiang family lead the charge. Hearing this, Jiang Yi did not appear pleased. Instead, he furrowed his brow slightly. Since you called me sister, let me give you some advice. Even if you are completely confident, do not act rashly. Because the implications are too significant, it could even attract attention from higher-ups. Jiang Yi thought for a moment and offered a word of caution. Chen Luo was not foolish. He naturally understood the meaning behind these words. There are people behind Song Lian. However, he had already guessed this answer long ago. I know. Chen Luo smiled and replied, not continuing the topic. After that, he didn't linger and chose. Jiang Yi returned to the car, resting his hand on the steering wheel without starting the engine. Instead, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Elder brother Song Lian is being monitored. Jiang Yi informed the person on the other end. I don't know, I haven't seen the evidence myself. But from what I know, the other party is not someone who speaks without reason. If he's not confident, he wouldn't say anything. Understood. As Jiang Yi hung up the phone, he sighed helplessly and drove away from the location. Over the next few days, Chen Luo traveled back and forth between Qixing Real Estate and Qixing Pharmaceuticals. The issue with the machines has been resolved. As expected from a character who excels in the system, his abilities are impressive. Not only did he understand the principles behind the machines, but he also modified them during the reassembly. Its efficiency improved by at least 30% compared to before. With the first machine established, the second one was naturally just a matter of time, and soon the factory would be filled with machines. Chen Luo also had a new factory built at the back of Qixing Pharmaceuticals. After all, those people had no other options and were likely to agree to his demands. Establishing it now would be useful in the future. As for the situation in Myanmar, news has also come in. After all, if the funds are invested and still fail to attract people, it would be better to disband. As for the weapons, an initial batch has already been sent. The rest will take some time. In Yunqing, Song Lian was in his study reviewing information about Chen Luo. The more he read, the more his brow furrowed. According to the information, his rise was indeed quite rapid. In just a few months, he had accumulated so much wealth. He had also sent people to investigate this wealth. The funds transferred from mysterious foreign accounts appeared to show no problems at face value. How could someone like him have any evidence in their hands? To be honest, Song Lian did not believe it. For all these years, he had played the role of a good official and had never engaged in illegal activities. In Kuen province, while not everyone adored him, at least he held the reputation of a good official. Previously, a special task force had investigated corrupt officials for over a month. They found nothing on him. A chairman of a company, could he not control his own evidence of wrongdoing? He simply could not fathom what clue he had left behind that could be uncovered. Although he had some doubts in his heart, this matter came directly from the Zhang family, leaving him no room for carelessness. Better safe than sorry, he could not afford to be negligent. Regardless of whether the other party had evidence or not, the best strategy would be to ensure they had no chance. The next day, Song Lian brought a bundle of cardboard boxes to the waste station before work. After collecting 13 yuan from selling the waste, he chose to leave for work. The elderly man collecting waste struggled to carry the cardboard back to the backyard. Just past the door, in a place unseen by others, there was no trace of any hunch. A hand picked up the cardboard and placed it in the center of the yard. He tore it open and found what he needed inside. After reviewing it, he noted the information and then walked over to the stove, where water was boiling, tossing the papers into the fire. In an instant, the flames engulfed the paper and it was completely burned. Next, the old man used a special solution to write something on the back of an RMB note. After confirming there were no traces left, he hunched his body and walked out. Later, a delivery truck stopped at the entrance of the waste station. Cardboard, mineral water bottles, and aluminum cans were packed tightly into the truck's cabin. Thank you for your trouble, the old man smiled, and said as he handed a stack of change to the truck driver. The driver smiled and accepted the money, counting it. Watching the truck leave, the old man then turned and returned to the store. Later, this money passed through several hands before ending up in the broken bowl of an old beggar. Upon seeing the folded money, the old beggar glanced at it before looking away. When he returned to his place that night, he used a special solution to wipe it, revealing the writing on the back. He noted down the contents and burned the money, watching as it was completely consumed by the flames. Those in their line of work are most averse to leaving such obvious traces. Only by destroying evidence can one feel at ease. As for all this, Chen Luo was naturally unaware. Moreover, in such circumstances, who would suspect anything? Everything seemed ordinary, yet it was this very ordinariness that allowed the instructions to proceed step by step, ultimately leading the assassin to receive the commission. Meanwhile, Chun Yu had been relentless in his pursuit. Whether it was the two major groups or Song Lian, Chun Yu was methodically investigating. The two major groups were manageable. After all, their accounts were not that clean. It was possible to find traces if one looked, but the key issue was Song Lian. He was so clean that there were no traces of crime to be found. If not for the orders, Chun Yu would almost think he was a perfectly good official. Indeed, he was undoubtedly a clean official. Upon hearing Chen Ye's report, Chen Luo couldn't help but frown. He was starting to doubt whether Bai Fangwen's words were true. Was this really all orchestrated by Song Lian behind the scenes? Chen Luo did not pay too much attention to it, as it was not important. He didn't believe that behind the scenes the person pulling the strings would remain passive after taking action against the Kuan-Sheng group. Would they simply watch the Kuan-Sheng group's building collapse and abandon their own interests? Or would they jump out to protect it, and once they do it would become much easier? Regardless of either scenario, it would be advantageous for Chen Luo. Even if they truly abandoned their interests, he didn't believe that the people from the two major groups could sit idly by upon seeing him being abandoned. However, a chance to intervene had to be created. Looking at the information Chen Yu had uncovered, Chen Luo glanced at it, his gaze lingering on one particular document for 3 seconds. Without any hesitation, he pulled it out. Chen Bin, a popular online influencer with millions of fans under the Kuan-Sheng group, has committed tax evasion exceeding 900,000. Chen Luo murmured. Wasn't this opportunity just presenting itself? Chen Luo called Chen Yu and gave him a few instructions. After hanging up, he knew Chen Yu would handle the remaining matters, he just needed to wait for it to unfold. By using Chen Bin's tax issues to expose the tax issues of the entire Kuan-Sheng group, Chen Luo thought of something and sent a message to Ming Su Wide. These days he couldn't figure out why he hadn't been able to find anything good. His father's renovations were nearly complete and would be ready for ventilation in 2 days. Plus, with the paperwork coming through, they would be able to operate soon. His father had not hired many workers, only 3 men and 1 woman. All were in their 30s, 2 handling business and 2 doing manual labor. Additionally, there was a senior pharmacologist that Chen Luo had sent over. The factory was named Jing Pharmaceutical Factory, composed of 1 character from each of the couple's names. Including his father, there were a total of 6 people in the entire facility. Chen's father specifically consulted to choose an auspicious date, and 3 days later was a good day suitable for the store's opening. When Chen Luo returned home, he found only his grandfather and Aunt Gui at home. His father had gone to the factory to busy himself with the arrangements. As for his mother, she was requisitioned by his father to do manual labor. "Xiao Luo, you're back." The old man waved to Chen Luo upon seeing him, beckoning him over. Chen Luo changed his shoes and sat down next to his grandfather. "What's wrong, Grandpa?" Chen Luo accepted the honey tea that Aunt Gui brought and took a sip, looking at his grandfather as he asked, "Have you offended anyone recently? I felt like someone was watching me when I was out for a walk." The old man held Chen Luo's left hand, furrowing his brow, expressing worry. Hearing this, Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly. He did not doubt his grandfather's words. After all, his grandfather had been on the battlefield, and such insight was not lacking. In recent days, he had sent Chen Chun out, which he had not considered in this regard. He had overlooked it. But who were these shady characters watching him? For some reason, Song Lian's name suddenly popped into his mind. "It's nothing, Grandpa. I will handle it." Chen Luo patted his grandfather's hand to reassure him. Seeing this, the old man did not say anything further. He knew his grandson was resolute, but he was still worried about his safety. Chen Luo returned to his room and called Chen Yu. "How are you progressing with your arrangements?" he asked once the boss. "We have gathered over 10 people so far. They are all retired and have some skills. As for those from the Special Operations Forces, there's 1 and negotiations are still ongoing. It's not that I'm not trying hard, it's just impossible. Even when they retire, the government arranges jobs for them. In their system, they don't have to worry about food or drink, and there are hardly any options available. Moreover, no matter how much money you throw at them, if they are not interested, you can't force them, right? Over 10 is sufficient for now. You bring them back first, and I'll arrange for others later," Chen Luo instructed. In fact, for such things, hiring mercenaries would be best, but mercenaries generally carry a bit of baggage. Not to mention that they are mostly abroad, and entering the country is not a simple matter. Upon hearing this, Chen Chun did not ask for the reason and responded. He sent a message to Chun Yu asking him to look into who these people were affiliated with. Anyone who dared to stretch their hand in front of him without knowing their place shouldn't blame him for being impolite. The next day, Chen Luo went to Qixing Pharmaceuticals and found he was being followed. Chen Luo's brow furrowed slightly as he noticed someone steadily keeping pace behind him. They even followed him to the entrance of Qixing Pharmaceuticals. "Mr. Chen, wait." As the barrier lifted, someone called out to Chen Luo. He then saw a middle-aged man in a suit around 40 walk up to his window. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Luo recognized that the person had gotten out of the vehicle that had been following him. "Is there something you need?" Chen Luo opened the car window and asked, his tone a bit cold. The man, seemingly oblivious to Chen Luo's cold demeanor, continued speaking. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Zhou Jingyun, the vice president of Mingda Pharmaceuticals, and I would like to discuss a business deal with you." As he spoke, the man took out a black business card and offered it with both hands. Chen Luo glanced at it. "Zhou Jingyun. Let them in." After a moment's thought, Chen Luo instructed the security guard at the entrance. He then drove into Qixing Pharmaceuticals with Zhou Jingyun following him inside. Chen Luo took out his phone and sent a message to Chen Zhong. "Follow me." Chen Luo got out of the car and spoke to the middle-aged man. He casually glanced at the vehicles. There were a total of 4 people. He found it a bit strange why 4 people needed 2 cars. Was 1 car not enough? In the office, Chen Luo glanced at the decorative items on the coffee table in the reception area, confirming everything before inviting the other party to sit down. What news does Mingda Pharmaceuticals want to discuss? As Kuan Province is a kingdom of flora and fauna, it boasts a rich variety of plants, many with medicinal value. This has attracted several pharmaceutical companies hoping to leverage the favorable geographical conditions to develop new drugs. Mingda Pharmaceuticals is one of the leading representatives among these companies. It's regarding a special drug for blood cancer, Zhou Zhengyun said straightforwardly, stating his purpose. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's hand holding the teacup paused. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Zhou Zhengyun with a dangerous glint. Chen Luo slowly set down the teacup, straightened his posture, and coldly asked Zhou Zhengyun, "Where did you hear this information?" For reasons unknown, under the gaze fixed upon him, Zhou Zhengyun felt a vague sense of danger stirring within his heart. "Mr. Chen, it doesn't matter how this news came to be. We are merchants, and merchants seek profit. Business is business, isn't it?" Zhou Zhengyun dismissed his inner thoughts and smiled as he spoke to Chen Luo. Hearing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but smirk internally. For some reason, he thought of that guy Gu Yueping. "Those people outside my door, you must have been involved too." Chen Luo did not respond, but instead posed other questions. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhengyun remained silent. Yet from the other's silence, Chen Luo already knew the answer. "I wonder what Mingda Pharmaceutical could offer me," Chen Luo said, picking up his phone and sending 2 messages. Zhou Zhengyun's face revealed a hint of a smile upon hearing this. The fact that the other party spoke up indicated that they were still interested, and as long as there was interest, there was a possibility of further discussion. "Mr. Chen, we have 2 proposals. First, if Mr. Chen provides the formula for the blood cancer miracle drug, we can offer him 30 of the shares. The second option is for Mingda Pharmaceutical to become the exclusive agent for Qixing Pharmaceutical. Mingda Pharmaceutical would give Mr. Chen 10 of the shares, and for each unit sold, Mr. Chen would receive half of the profits." Zhou Zhengyun looked at Chen Luo, smiling as he spoke. Chen Luo was taken aback upon hearing this. If he remembered correctly, Mingda Pharmaceutical was a publicly listed company. Offer 30 of the shares. Is this a joke? Aren't they afraid he would throw money at it and become the largest shareholder of Mingda Pharmaceutical? "Mr. Zhou, do I look like a fool to you? If I remember correctly, Mingda Pharmaceutical doesn't even have 100 billion. 30%. Do I look like someone who lacks 3 or 4 billion? I want to know what Mingda Pharmaceutical has put in to deserve half of the profits for free." Chen Luo scoffed, speaking nonchalantly. Mingda Pharmaceutical's appetite was rather unappealing. Always trying to play a hand without any investment, did they think he looked like a fool? Channels. Or perhaps raw materials. If our information is correct, there is a main ingredient in the blood cancer miracle drug called Lei Shuegen. Mingda Pharmaceutical controls half of the market share of Lei Shuegen. The 3 major pharmaceutical companies probably hold about a quarter of that share. The remaining quarter is still in the ground. We have already signed contracts in advance to ensure that not a single Lei Shuegen enters Qixing Pharmaceutical. Even if there are pharmaceutical companies with Lei Shuegen, it would be a blessing if they don't band together to resist, let alone spare any to distribute to Qixing Pharmaceutical. Zhou Zhengyun spoke with utmost certainty. After receiving the news, the company dispatched everyone overnight to gather a large amount of Lei Shuegen from the market. Lei Shuegen was not a primary medicinal material, and few people cultivated it. If it weren't for the blood cancer miracle drug, many people in the company would have never even heard of this herb. They hadn't managed to gather all the Lei Shuegen available on the market due to time constraints. Naturally, the 3 major pharmaceutical companies also had some. However, at this moment, how could the 3 major pharmaceutical companies afford to nurture a tiger to harm them? Once the blood cancer miracle drug emerges, it would be sufficient to propel Qixing Pharmaceutical to the pinnacle. Becoming the 4th pharmaceutical company with a valuation exceeding 100 billion, how could the 3 major pharmaceutical companies possibly agree? Qixing Pharmaceutical might receive some at high prices, but the quantity would definitely not be large. Chen Luo frowned slightly upon hearing this. In his heart, he had full control, realizing that this information had been leaked by that guy Gu Yueping. After all, there were very few people who knew about this matter, and only a handful knew that Lei Shuegen was one of the main medicinal materials. Besides the other party, he truly couldn't think of anyone else. He never imagined that the other party could act so swiftly and decisively. "Mr. Zhou, if you can gather all the Lei Shuegen this year, what about tomorrow, the next year, and the year after that? How much can Mingda Pharmaceutical possibly gather? Besides, if I have the money, can I not invest it to cultivate it?" Chen Luo scoffed, not understanding where the other party's confidence came from. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhengyun appeared unsurprised, as if he had anticipated it all along. "Mr. Chen is correct. Mingda Pharmaceutical cannot gather so much, nor can they stop Mr. Chen from cultivating it himself. However, farming relies on the weather. Who can predict the unexpected? Moreover, a blockade is never as effective as a thoroughfare. Mingda Pharmaceutical is confident that within the next 3 years they will conquer that so-called core technology. Zhou Zhengyun said, looking at Chen Luo with an expression of assured victory. Chen Luo was not foolish and naturally perceived the threat in the other's words. Observing the expression on Chen Luo's face, Zhou Zhengyun spoke again. Even if we take a step back, if Mingda Pharmaceutical cannot conquer it within 3 years, your medicine will absolutely not hit the market. Zhou Zhengyun's eyes locked onto Chen Luo's, and the meaning was unmistakable. Mingda Pharmaceutical truly has extensive connections, even with the Drug Regulatory Bureau. Chen Luo scoffed, shaking his head. Mingda Pharmaceutical does not possess such capabilities. However, there are many who do not wish to see this drug enter the market. Zhou Zhengyun explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo paused for a moment, then understood. Currently, although there was no blood cancer miracle drug on the market, there were some so-called suppression drugs, which were expensive and yielded staggering profits. Coupled with certain so-called neutralizing drugs, the profits were unimaginable. Furthermore, cancer is not limited to blood cancer. Each type has several, or even dozens of so-called effective drugs, most of which are produced by a single pharmaceutical company. Relying solely on these drugs, they could generate vast annual revenue for the company. The key was that the production cost of these drugs would never be high. Just like with colds now, where one prescription suffices, but they insist on prescribing several. Granules, capsules, oral solutions. With one prescription, hundreds of dollars would vanish. Mr. Zhou, you are underestimating me. Let's give it a try. Chen Luo leaned back against the sofa, picked up his tea, and leisurely took a sip. Since Mr. Chen is so confident, then my advice would be unnecessary. Mingda Pharmaceutical has prepared a welcome gift for Mr. Chen, hoping he can endure this first wave of attacks. Zhou Zhengyun said, revealing a smile. He stood up, showing no signs of hesitation, and turned to leave. Mr. Zhou, wait. Chen Luo set down his teacup and called out to him. Upon hearing Chen Luo's call, Zhou Zhengyun's face broke into a smile. It seemed the other party was merely posturing. Under the threat from Mingda Pharmaceutical, they had no choice but to compromise. Mr. Chen, the conditions have changed. The promises made earlier now need to be halved. Zhou Zhengyun looked at Chen Luo, his face adorned with a sly smile as he spoke. Mr. Zhou, I believe you are mistaken. I called you over for no other reason. I merely wanted to I have also prepared a welcome gift for Mingda Pharmaceutical. Chen Luo smiled as he spoke, indicating that courtesy should be reciprocated. If you prepared a welcome gift for me, it is only right that I prepare one in return. Additionally, please pass a message to your boss. The consequences of retaliation should be carefully considered. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhengyun's expression turned unpleasant. Preparing a gift for Mingda Pharmaceutical. Truly a naive child, unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. If that's the case, then we eagerly await General Manager Chen's gift. Zhou Zhengyun snorted coldly and turned to leave. As he saw the other party depart, Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. The door swung open, and Chen Yu walked in. How did it go? Chen Luo straightened up, directing his gaze at Chen Yu across from him, and asked. Hearing this, Chen Yu shook his head with a grim expression and began to explain. The other party carried relevant equipment, which caused the sound to be distorted and incomplete. Handling it is possible, but the editing traces are too heavy. If Mingda Pharmaceutical turns against us, we would not hold the advantage. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's voice turned grim. Investigate who leaked the information. Additionally, look into Mingda Pharmaceutical's dirt. Chen Luo suddenly thought of something and instructed Chen Yu. Understood. Chen Yu answered and then withdrew. In the office, only Chen Luo remained. He lifted the now cold tea and then set it back down. Leishwegen is indeed one of the most crucial main ingredients in this blood cancer remedy. Given the current situation in the country, collecting a large quantity of Leishwegen seems nearly impossible, unless he completely relinquishes this project, handing it over to the government, allowing them to manage resources for such matters. Initially, he wouldn't have minded doing so. However, at this moment, he was reluctant to proceed. After all, the darkness involved didn't need to be so clearly stated. Aside from domestic avenues, he could only seek solutions abroad. Chen Luo's gaze shifted towards Southeast Asia. He sent a message to Chen Yu indicating that it would be best to leave such matters to him, as his involvement would undoubtedly leave numerous traces. After completing these tasks, Chen Luo chose not to linger and decided to return. In just 2 days, it would be the Qingming festival. His father's shop could only be considered after the holiday. Chen Luo drove towards Yulong Scenic Garden. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. While waiting at a traffic light at a crossroad, he glanced at the time. In the next moment, a large truck that had been on another road came barreling towards Chen Luo's vehicle. Chen Luo was going straight with a left-turning vehicle on his left and another car following behind. On the right was a flower bed, and he couldn't accelerate. As for moving forward, that would mean crashing into the line. Almost instinctively, Chen Luo opened the passenger door and, using his agile skills, rolled away from the While Chen Luo managed to evade, others were not so fortunate. The truck collided with Chun Luo's car, instantly crumpling it under the massive force. Moreover, due to the powerful impact, the truck overturned. Several nearby vehicles were directly affected. Additionally, the rubble from the truck tilted, burying vehicles and people beneath. Chun Luo stood up to witness this scene. For a moment, he felt a lingering fear. Had he not reacted quickly, given the weight of that truck crashing into his vehicle, he would have either died or ended up crippled. Furthermore, the debris burying people would inevitably delay rescue efforts. Although this area was suburban due to its proximity to a highway toll station and the surrounding industrial parks, there were many vehicles. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving many people stunned. By the time they reacted, they were met with a horrifying sight. Almost instinctively, the surrounding drivers hurriedly exited their vehicles to check. Someone is buried underneath. Quick, save them. Aside from Chun Luo's car, 2 other vehicles were severely damaged. One car was completely buried under the rubble, while the other was only slightly exposed at the rear. Seeing this, the bystanders acted without hesitation. Those who needed to call the police did, so while others contacted ambulances. People continuously emerged from their cars, using their hands to dig through the debris in a desperate attempt to rescue. The crowd grew larger, quickly forming a tidal wave of vehicles. Yet no one urged them on. Even the food delivery guy stopped his bike to join in the rescue efforts. Not far from the accident, Zhou Jun stood by the roadside with a cigar in hand, watching from a distance. What a waste of space. Behind Zhou Jun, a young man in a suit spat a curse. Although he didn't finish his sentence, anyone with sense could understand the implication. Mind your words. This was just an accident. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go, Zhou Jun said, tossing the remaining third of his cigar to the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, and turned to get in the car. The young man glanced at the accident scene before turning away to drive off. Zhou Jun sat in the car, closing his eyes to rest, seemingly indifferent to everything happening. In fact, it truly had nothing to do with him, as all of this had never passed through his hands. However, this warning was sufficient. Chun Luo also joined in, as this incident was inextricably linked to him. If someone were to die because of him, he would feel guilty. With everyone's combined efforts, the rubble was cleared, but the car door remained stuck. Mom, I'm scared. A 7 or 8-year-old boy's face covered in blood cautiously shook the woman lying on the back seat. Sadly, he might never receive a response. The ambulance arrived, swiftly followed by the police. The scene was quickly cordoned off, with a police line enclosing the area. Through the collective efforts of the crowd, they successfully rescued the people trapped inside. Chun Luo's car was the most severely damaged, while the other 2 were relatively less affected. Moreover, the nearby vehicles were all more or less impacted. Debris flew, shattering windshields. Unfortunately, the little boy's parents had no chance of survival. The truck lay on its side, and the man in the driver's seat bore the brunt of the impact. To protect her son, the boy's mother shielded him with her body, but as for the other vehicle, although it had only one driver, he sustained serious injuries. Chun Luo hadn't even checked much before he was lifted onto a stretcher and taken to the ambulance. The police who arrived included Captain Chun, who shook his head in sorrow upon witnessing the tragic scene. The truck driver had died on the spot. When the car door was opened, the air was thick with the scent of alcohol. To everyone, this appeared to be a case of drunk driving, an unpredictable accident. However, Chun Luo knew this was not an accident. It was a meticulously organized and premeditated murder, with him as the target. The boy's parents were merely collateral damage because of him. Based on the situation at the scene, it appears to be an ordinary case of drunk driving. However, the specifics will depend on the subsequent investigation. Captain Chun walked over to Chun Luo's side and whispered something. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the little boy. In one day, both parents had passed away. Such a sudden change is not something anyone can easily accept. It was not an accident. Chun Luo looked at the tragic scene before him and spoke with great certainty. Captain Chun, upon hearing this, did not say much more. He understood that Chun Luo definitely possessed a secret power that they were unaware of. After that incident, although there was a strict order from above prohibiting any further investigation under his secret probing, it was clear that Chun Luo had orchestrated the murder. Furthermore, there were undoubtedly individuals with hacking skills by Chun Luo's side. The tampered surveillance footage had already provided the answers. However, since the higher-ups forbade further investigation, and he was aware of Chun Luo's prowess, he naturally would not act recklessly and confront him directly. His family and connections were all rooted in this small territory of Nan City. Offending him was not a wise choice. The reason he said this was merely to use Chun Luo's hand to swiftly uncover the truth of the matter. Come over here. Chun Luo called Chun Zhong and informed him, then quickly sent a message to Chun Yu. Before long, Chun Yu drove over. After all, this place was not far from Qixing Pharmaceutical. Naturally, Chun Yu had already looked into what Chun Luo. The truck driver is named Zhao Baoguo, 48 years old. Is there anything unusual? Chun Yu had not finished speaking when Chun Luo inquired first. There is. I found out that someone purchased a huge insurance policy for Zhao Baoguo. If Xiao Baoguo dies, the payout will be at least 3 million. Additionally, I also discovered that Xiao Baoguo's wife is ill and is currently at the first hospital of Nan City. Chen Yu began to explain. Chen Luo was not foolish and understood the implications upon hearing this. Who bought it? Xiao Baoguo's daughter, Zhao Fangfang. Chen Luo's brow slightly furrowed. It was unclear whether someone was instigating this, or if it was merely an insurance scam. Captain Chen, for the upcoming matters, I believe you are more suited to take the lead, right? As Chen Luo spoke, his gaze fell upon Captain Chen beside him. Captain Chen was not foolish and naturally understood what he meant. Leaving a few people behind, he took several others to investigate. Chen Luo, seeing Captain Chen leave, was about to say something to Chen Yu. Sensing something, he involuntarily looked over at a short distance. He saw a beggar struggling to move. Chen Luo glanced, and then withdrew his gaze, but for some reason, he had an ominous feeling in his heart. Boss, that beggar is suspicious. Chen Chun had unknowingly come to Chen Luo's side and whispered. Chen Zhong also walked over. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo understood the reason. At this moment, how could there possibly be a beggar here? After all, at this time, beggars were typically found on major overpasses and pedestrian streets, playing music. Chen Luo did not respond, merely giving Chen Chun a look. Chen Chun understood and stepped back. The next matters are in your hands. Chen Luo spoke to Chen Zhong, then drove away with Chen Yu. As a super steward, Chen Zhong would naturally handle such matters properly. On the other side, the old beggar who was kneeling and slowly moving also sensed the danger. Using the crowd around him, he managed to get into a vehicle and leave the place. Seeing this, Chen Chun could only watch as the beggar left. Mainly, even if he caught up, what could he do? Surely, he couldn't kill someone in broad daylight. Professional matters should still be left to professionals to handle. Chen Chun turned and left, choosing to assist Chen Zhong. Where's my car? Which son of a dog is this? I've seen people steal socks and underwear, but how could they steal a car? Can't they make a living? After helping out and watching the commotion, the car owner returned only to find the car missing, and he couldn't help but curse loudly. The most important thing was that the police were nearby. Helpless, he could only seek help from the surrounding police. The officers also did not expect that such a thing would happen right under their noses. Fortunately, there were surveillance cameras around. Retrieving the footage would soon reveal the truth. Meanwhile, Chen Yu, who had not yet returned home, received a message from Chen Chun. However, due to driving, he was unable to respond promptly. Yulong Jingyuan. Chen Luo returned home, sitting on the sofa with a somewhat unpleasant expression. If it weren't for his quick reflexes today, he might not even have the chance to sit here now. Although he had been enhanced by the divine transformation pill and gained advanced combat skills, his strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. But in the end, he was still just an ordinary person. If he could withstand today, what about tomorrow? If he could withstand tomorrow, what about the day after? As his wealth increased, so too would the dangers multiply. He might be able to fend off once, but what about the second and third times? If he could defend himself, what about his family and friends? Once they die, they are truly gone. This accident was definitely not an accident, and was absolutely related to Mingda Pharmaceutical. Boss, that beggar is a killer. He easily unlocked the car door and drove away. He is undoubtedly a master of locks. He followed a street to Xihua Street, and suddenly lost track of him. To lock him down, it will take some time. Chen Yu began to explain. Have Chen Xiu go take a trip. Chen Luo's eyes scanned the information about Mingda Pharmaceutical that popped up on the computer. He gave a command. Yes. Chen Yu nodded in response, but quickly typed on the keyboard, his gaze constantly scanning the screen. On the other side, Captain Chen watched the surveillance footage of the stolen vehicle, his brow slightly furrowed. The beggar had opened the car door at an impressive speed and left smoothly. Such a scenario was not something an ordinary person could achieve. This beggar was certainly not simple. Moreover, this accident might very well be related to him. Have we located the vehicle? Captain Chun asked, inquiring of a colleague who was reviewing the surveillance footage. We found it just not far from Xihua Street. The young officer explained. After hearing this, Captain Chun pondered for a moment, and then quickly issued command. Shall we take 2 people and go secure the vehicle's location? Inform the owner to prevent them from worrying excessively. They'll check into the thief's information. Captain Chen assigned the tasks. Yes. The officer named Xiao Li responded, saluting before heading off to handle the matter. As for Captain Chun, he did not take any action. His gaze remained fixed on the face of Chen Chun in the surveillance footage, lost in thought. Perhaps there was no rush to investigate this old beggar. After all, he had a premonition that this old beggar might not see the sun rise tomorrow. Xihua Street. The beggar altered his appearance, transforming into a worker carrying a bag of urea. Lowering his head, he pulled down his hat to shield his face. His eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, wary of being captured on camera. Upon reaching a blind spot of the surveillance, he glanced around, and seeing no one, made the call. The target is somewhat hardened, they have been discovered. Moreover, another group also wants the target dead. The man lowered his voice and spoke into the phone. Additionally, there are expert bodyguards around the target. The task can proceed, but the payment must be increased. The man pondered for a moment before speaking. He could tell that the man was definitely not an easy opponent with hands stained in blood. Facing him, he didn't see any possibility of victory. Nevertheless, even the most meticulous plans can have flaws. If the price is right, there will always be opportunities. After receiving the other person's promise, the man hung up the phone. He removed the SIM card, snapped it in half, and tossed it into the grass of a nearby ditch. Just as he turned to leave, a chilling sense of danger surged through him. Before he could react, he felt darkness envelop him and collapsed. Chen Xiu pulled the silver needle from his neck, opened a small gourd the size of a thumb, and poured the liquid into the man's mouth. After confirming that the man had swallowed it, and checking his neck, he pushed the tricycle and slowly left the site. He had searched the man's body, but found nothing of value. Chen Luo, who received news from Chun Yu, let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to kill, but the wind does not cease when the tree wishes to be still. There are always those who want him dead. To protect himself, he had to strike first. How's the investigation coming along? Chen Luo asked, inquiring further. We found some safety hazards and evidence of tax evasion. But at most it would result in rectification and fines. The stock market may fluctuate, but it won't be a total annihilation. Chen Yu explained. Though he is a hacker, he is not omnipotent. To uncover this much in such a short time is already impressive. Release it, Chen Luo instructed. Whether it works or not can only be determined after trying. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu did not ask for the reason. After all, he would do as the boss commanded. How's the situation with Kunshin Group? Chen Luo recalled something and asked again. We've made some progress, but it will take a few more days. Chen Yu responded after some thought. Forget it, for now, we must take down Mingda Pharmaceutical. You can leave now. Chen Luo glanced at Chen Yu and took a sip of his coffee. Chen Yu exited, and Chen Zhu, how is it? Chen Luo set down his cup and inquired. The person is out of danger. As for the child, he has no relatives left. Even if sent to an orphanage at this age, it will be hard to find a family. Chen Zhong spoke with a hint of regret. The young child lost his parents in a single day. Let's have the Qixing Group provide some funds for the child's future care. Chen Luo sighed. Ultimately, it is. Although the truck driver was entirely at fault, and even if the other party was guilty, a life has already been lost. Death is the end, but one cannot let the orphan and widow shoulder the burden. You handle this matter. Chen Luo waved his hand. Before Chen Zhong could exit, Chen Luo's phone vibrated. It was a message from Chen Yu. Bai Fangwen has already found results. They will try to collect Thunder Bloodroot from several nearby countries. However, since the shop has yet to open, it will take some time. Chen Luo rubbed his throbbing temples, stood up, and returned to Courtyard No. 7. Discussing matters at home is difficult with so many people around. Although they are family, it can be hard to explain if overheard. Fortunately, Courtyard No. 6 and Courtyard No. 8 have already been taken over by Chen Zhong. The next day, while Chen Luo was still asleep, a phone call came in. Chen Luo frowned, glancing irritably at the caller ID. Upon seeing the name, his brow furrowed slightly. After thinking for a moment, he decided to answer. Hello, Captain Chen. It's early in the morning. Is there something you need? Chen Luo asked calmly. It's nothing major. The vehicle damage assessment results have come in. Additionally, I've contacted the truck driver's family, but they are gravely ill and unable to repay. Unable to repay? Didn't they have a substantial insurance policy? At least 3 million in coverage. How can they be unable to repay? I can forego my share, but that couple can't just die for nothing, right? Besides, there's also a 7-year-old child. Chen Luo's anger flared, and he lost all politeness in his words. Captain Chen, the insurance company has determined this to be a case of intentional drunk driving leading to death for insurance fraud. Even if compensation is possible, it won't reach 3 million. Furthermore, the truck driver's wife is still in bed waiting for this money to save her life. We can't just force compensation and let the family wait for death, can we? Captain Chen sighed, speaking with some helplessness. So what? Captain Chen called to ask me to pay out of pocket and swallow this bitter loss. To pretend nothing happened. Or does Captain Chen think my money comes from the wind? Should I just accept this injustice? I don't believe you haven't seen the surveillance footage. If I had hesitated for even a moment, I would have been the one dead. What then? Chen Luo straightened in his seat, feeling a lump in his throat. As a man, he certainly needed to find a solution when his wife was gravely ill. Self-interest should not come at the cost of others. 2 young lives, a child who lost their parents and another still in the hospital, just out of danger. Is his wife's life the only one that matters, while others' lives are as worthless as pigs and dogs? Captain Chen was at a loss for words. They had investigated, and this incident was indeed the truck driver's personal actions. The mother and daughter were unaware. He couldn't just place the blame on them. What difference does this behavior have from driving the other party to death? Shindong, please calm down. I failed to consider this matter thoroughly. We will await further investigations and directives from the Bureau. Upon hearing these words, Chen Luo hesitated for a moment, and his hand, holding the phone unconsciously. With narrowed eyes, Chen Luo spoke, revealing a dangerous glint. Chen Xiu should not have left any flaws after committing murder. It's nothing, just suddenly thought of letting Director Chen know. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Team Leader Chun said as he ended the call. Staring at the already disconnected phone, Chen Luo lay back on the bed. Too much had happened recently, leaving him feeling exhausted. It seemed that during his days as a delivery man, he didn't have such worries. His only concern then was how to earn as much money as possible. Now that he had money, however, troubles came one. Indeed, the higher one stands, the more dangerous it becomes. A moment's inattention could lead to a bottomless abyss, resulting in a shattering demise. In the adult world, where is there anything easy? Chen Luo opened the system shop, intending to see what new items would be refreshed today. The items that had appeared in the system shop recently were neither particularly good nor particularly bad. They were tasteless to consume, yet too precious to discard. After all, one couldn't exactly say that RMB gold bars and shops were bad, could they? But saying they were good didn't seem to hold much weight either. Name, evidence, locking card. Value. Flash sale price 9 yuan. Chen Luo was momentarily stunned upon seeing the item refreshed today. What kind of item is this? After reading the system's introduction, Chen Luo couldn't help but slap his thigh in excitement. Such a wonderful item. The evidence locking card can be used against a company or an individual. After use, it will reveal all the illegal activities and crimes committed by that person or company. Of course, there is a prerequisite. The target must have committed illegal acts, otherwise no evidence can be generated out of thin air. For Chen Luo at this moment, this was undoubtedly the most necessary item. After all, both Mingda Pharmaceutical and the Finance Bureau Director Song Lian were his current targets. However, using it on Mingda Pharmaceutical felt somewhat like a loss. At the Nanjing police station, the body had already been transported back, and the forensic expert had conducted a preliminary examination. According to the preliminary examination, it was indeed a myocardial infarction. Although there is a red mark on the throat, it is not fatal. I request an autopsy. The forensic expert in Nanjing was a woman in her 40s, undoubtedly a leading expert in the area. Have you identified the deceased's identity? Du Mingwei did not respond, but instead turned to Chief Chen beside him and asked, according to the database, the deceased is a killer in a level fugitive codenamed Lone Wolf. Given the condition of the body, it is impossible for it to be a myocardial infarction. Moreover, we found that, Team Leader Chen said as he took out the phone card that had been ripped in half. Seeing this, Du Mingwei took the evidence bag and glanced at it. The phone card is broken. What about the phone? Du Mingwei seemed to be asking Team Leader Chen, or perhaps talking to himself. After they received the report, they found no trace of the phone on the deceased. Was it taken by someone? Or did the deceased throw it away and it had yet to be found? Let's set this matter aside for now. Well, conclude it as an accidental death due to myocardial infarction. Du Mingwei pondered for a moment before speaking to the two. Director, this case has numerous doubts. How can we conclude it so easily? Hearing this, Forensic Qin looked at Du Mingwei in shock. The phone card, the needle mark, and the identity of the deceased made her question how this could be considered an accident. The deceased is a killer and a level fugitive. Are we really going to investigate this thoroughly and cause panic among the public? Or does Forensic Qin wish that the one lying here today is not a killer, but rather a citizen of Nanjing? Director Qin was also getting angry. Currently, the police force was limited. Oh, were they really going to stubbornly pursue a case involving a murderer? He is a killer, a fugitive, that is correct. But even if he is guilty, he should face legal repercussions, not die in such a vague manner. Director, do this is a society governed by law, not a time when chivalry would violate the law with righteous indignation. Forensic Qin also spoke up, seemingly realizing for the first time who Du Mingwei was. As public servants wearing this uniform and hastily closing cases like this, they would be failing both the country and the people. No matter what, this was something she could never accept. Since Forensic Qin is willing to investigate, then let her investigate. Du Mingwei, tired of wasting words, chose to leave. Team Leader Chen glanced at Forensic Qin and then at Director Du before following along. In the office, Du Mingwei entered and couldn't help but slap the table. Seeing Team Leader Chen enter and close the door, he couldn't help but sigh. What did the other party say? Du Mingwei picked up a porcelain cup and walked to the water dispenser to fill it up, asking, Huh? Team Leader Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood the meaning of his superior. In such matters, aside from pretending to be unaware, we can't just admit it, can we? Team Leader Chen sighed. This Chen Luo was truly a troublemaker. It had been a long time since a murder case occurred, and now there were several. If this continued, their positions would likely have to drop. Director, I don't understand why you want to protect the other party. Is it possible that higher-ups have intervened again? Team Leader Chen said, involuntarily glancing at his superior. Du Mingwei placed the porcelain cup down and sat on the sofa. He looked at Team Leader Chen, seemingly believing that with his intelligence, he should have already figured it out. Old Chen, after so many years with me, you should know better than to speak carelessly about matters without evidence. Let me ask you, do you have any evidence? What evidence do you have to prove that the perpetrator is the other party, or that the other party ordered the killing? Or do you think that making a fuss will yield results? Du Mingwei's gaze fixed on Chun Yin as he asked, who is the other party? The richest person in Nanqing, a major taxpayer of Nanqing. He also controls an effective blood cancer treatment, which is a truly beneficial thing for the country and the people. If it is truly on the market, how many lives could it save? How many families could it rescue? Of course, achievements are achievements and faults are faults. The two cannot cancel each other out. If there is evidence, I would undoubtedly proceed with an arrest. But all of this relies on the foundation of having evidence. The people who died are either killers or fugitives. At least not a single ordinary citizen has died, right? It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Moreover, I have a feeling that our position might shift upwards because of the other party. Du Mingwei said, having lived so many years, he would not misjudge a person. Chun Yin had nothing more to say to this. For them, this was indeed the best solution. Yin City. Looking at the message that came through on his phone, the old man turned off the screen. He was naturally aware of the strength of the lone wolf. Unexpectedly, he had easily failed. This Chen Luo was indeed not so easy to deal with. The cup is broken by a few of better quality. The old man edited a message and sent it out. The other, Mingda Pharmaceutical. Zhou Mingda was handling affairs in the office when he had just put down his pen and a phone call came in. Upon seeing the caller ID, he stood up directly. Commander. Zhou Mingda spoke respectfully into the phone. Rest assured, Commander. This matter will not. Zhou Mingda responded a few times, and after hanging up the phone, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, before he could sit down, the secretary rushed in. Seeing this situation, Zhou Mingda couldn't help but frown. This secretary was indeed becoming more and more unruly. Chairman, something has happened. The secretary naturally noticed the displeasure on his boss' face and realized his previous hasty behavior caused him to forget. It was not the time to say such things. What happened? Zhou Mingda frown deepened as he sat down in his office chair. Some issues regarding the finances of Mingda Pharmaceutical have appeared online along with some illegal activities. Although the Public Relations Department acted promptly, it's clear that someone is doing this intentionally. A large number of internet trolls have attacked, and several trending topics have emerged. The secretary hurriedly explained the problem without hesitation. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingda stood up directly. Taking the tablet the secretary handed over, he saw the overwhelming criticism and his expression turned grim. Have you traced the source? Zhou Mingda asked while flipping through. Waste. He saw the other party shake his head without responding. Zhou Mingda couldn't help but curse. He spent so much money every year just to support a group of useless people. When faced with a problem, do they expect him to solve it? If he could solve it, why would he spend money to hire people? Were they just mascots in the company? However, Zhou Mingda was not foolish. He knew this matter was closely related to the Qixing Group. After all, in recent days, he had only interacted with the Qixing Group. Let the Public Relations Department do their best to manage the situation. Send a lawyer's letter to warn those at the forefront. Additionally, send. Let's start with these actions. Zhou Mingda wanted to call the police, but after thinking it over, he realized that calling the police would not benefit them at all. The secretary retreated after hearing this. Zhou Mingda picked up his phone and dialed Zhou Ziyan's number. You fool, what have you done? As soon as the call was connected, Zhou Mingda directly scolded him. Hearing this, Zhou Ziyun was somewhat confused. What had he done to warrant his uncle's anger? Zhou Mingda, helpless, could only briefly explain the situation. Zhou Ziyun was not foolish either and quickly pieced together what he had done informing his uncle. I don't even know what to say to you. In situations like this, either don't do it at all or do it thoroughly. Do you think the other party will be afraid of your warning? By the time they react, it will be a counterattack. The Qixing Group is worth hundreds of billions. If they decide to strike at Mingda Pharmaceutical, it won't be easy for Mingda Pharmaceutical to endure. You? Zhou Mingda said, his tone filled with disappointment. Uncle, the Qixing Group's counterattack although it has an impact on Mingda Pharmaceutical, it is not made of clay, and dealing with it should not be difficult. Zhou Ziyun spoke up. After all, Mingda Pharmaceutical had managed to swallow such a large piece of cake, and had stood firm for so many years. It was clear to anyone that their relationship was solid, and they were not to be trifled with. This level of impact was not even worth scratching the surface. He truly couldn't understand why his uncle was so furious. Fool. A fool that could be put in a museum for being so foolish. Such matters cannot be concealed at all, and it will inevitably affect the stock price. If the higher-ups find out, what will they think? They will only think your uncle is incompetent. Do you think I have been sitting in this position for too long? Zhou Mingda's words were filled with helplessness. He didn't even know what to say to this nephew. His elder brother passed away early, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had raised this child himself. They were not father and son, yet were closer than father and son. Although he was somewhat foolish given the situation, what could be done? Go negotiate again. If it works out, that's fine. If not, you know what to do. Do it cleanly. Don't leave any handles for the other party. Zhou Mingda instructed him. Yes, uncle. Zhou Ziyun replied, and then hung up the phone. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards Yulong residence. Yulong residence. Chen Luo put down the headphones in his hand, surprised that Zhou Mingde had such audacity. Send out the recording. Chen Luo instructed. This phone conversation recording could not serve as evidence, but it could certainly stir up a public opinion storm. He wanted to see if those so-called higher-ups would intervene to protect the other party. Can we monitor Zhou Mingde number? Chen Luo asked, recalling something. He didn't believe that Zhou Mingde hadn't communicated with those higher-ups. They'll give it a try. Chen Yu replied, fingers flying over the keyboard. These public opinions were coming one after another, and he wanted to see how Mingde Pharmaceutical would handle it. Would the people behind this take action because of it? If they intervened to protect, that would be the best outcome. Even if they didn't, seeing Mingde Pharmaceutical go bankrupt would be something he would love to witness. Chen Luo glanced at the time. Today was the 3rd. Tomorrow is the 4th tomb sweeping day. It's just a pity that given the current situation it would be difficult for him to get away this year. If hackers check, can they find your location? Chen Luo inquired. Even the most top-notch hackers would have to breach my firewall. And to find my location, they would at least have to breach tens of thousands of virtual IPs. But with the internet, nothing is foolproof. They will eventually be able to find it. Or if the other party has the capability, they could shut down the base station, leaving Nan City in a state of no. Hearing this, Chen Luo nodded. After all, what they were doing was already testing the boundaries of the red line. Ordinary hackers would be unable to trace it, but what if the country took action personally? Chen Yu was indeed a top hacker, but he was not the only one. It was likely that within a certain secret organization of the state, there were numerous top hackers. Just in case. You will go to Myanmar tomorrow. Chen Luo thought for a moment, ultimately wary. Alright, Chen Yu had no objections to this. In Huagua, there were indeed some constraints on his abilities. One misstep could lead to crossing the red line. But things were different in Myanmar. He could unleash his full potential without restraint. April 4th. Although it was indeed a bit busy, Chen Luo naturally could not miss the Qingming festival. According to the older generation, in Nanqing, Qingming rituals could take place either before or after the festival. However, many people were working, and the only holiday was on Qingming Day. The timing of before and after the festival was not practical, and the Chun family had no particular thoughts on it, due to Chen Luo's car being scrapped and him not having time to choose a new one. So now Chen Luo was driving the company car. This time the visit to the graves would primarily be to 2 places. The first was naturally in the village, where there were a total of 5 graves, the oldest being from the generation of his great-grandmother. After all, that generation was the first to arrive in the village, so there could not possibly be ancestors further back. The other location was over 100 kilometers away in another county. Chen Luo's grandfather's surname was Luo, and he had come in through marriage. The old man had a younger sister, but she was spirited and had moved to Nanqing. That little town had hardly been visited since. During the Qingming festival, a visit was naturally necessary. As the saying goes, death is not the end, forgetting is. Chen Luo had been to that place twice. The last time was the year he graduated from university. That year his grandmother had just passed away, and the old man's spirit had immediately diminished. So that year during Qingming, it was quite a grand occasion. Essentially everyone who could attend did. One reason was to recognize the graves, and the other was to recognize the people. To avoid a day when they wouldn't even know where their ancestors were buried. But to be honest, Chen Luo did not want to go because the roads were difficult, full of ups and downs. Going up and down the mountain, the roads were winding, narrow, and tortuous. Each round trip was a kind of torment. So sometimes Chen Luo truly admired those who lived in that place. Moving is not as good as moving stones. Enduring hardship is not as good as working hard. Waiting is not a solution. Our action brings hope. This time the group was divided into 2 batches, with Chen Luo staying in Nanqing. His family knew that Chen Luo was busy, and if anything came up at the company, it would be easier for him to handle. Chen Luo's family went driving the previous 7-seat van. They left in the morning and returned around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. In contrast, Chen Luo and the others completed their tasks in less than 2 hours. The only troublesome part was 3 graves which were not far apart, but had dense vegetation. In recent years, national policies had been implemented to conserve farmland, prohibiting burial. Thus, Chen Luo's great-grandmother and grandmother were both buried in a public cemetery. After dinner, Chen Luo and the others chose to leave. After all, they now lived in the city, and it would take some time to get back. Plus, driving at night was not very safe, so it was better to head back early. As for his hometown, he had gone back during lunch. In just a month, it had visibly declined. The flowers in the courtyard had already wilted. On the ground, there were fallen leaves blown in by the wind. Normally, his grandfather would rise early with a broom, leisurely sweeping the courtyard. He would carry a bucket, watering each flower one by one. Upon returning home, Chen Luo went straight to the study. During lunch, he had glanced at the news. At Mingde Pharmaceuticals, the stock price had dropped this morning, evaporating at least 300 million. Especially with the phone recording that Chen Yu released this morning, along with the occasional black market revelations and evidence of tax evasion. In Yunqing, several departments had already fallen. Zhou Mingda was directly taken away for investigation, and it was feared that by tomorrow Mingda Pharmaceuticals' stock price would evaporate by at least 1 billion. However, this was not enough. In his hands, he still had evidence that could completely ignite public opinion. But for now the timing was not ripe, the fire had not burned hot enough. On the other side, upon receiving news of Chen Luo's return, Zhou Ziyun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He hurriedly drove towards the direction of Yulong Jinyuan. The pressure from above had already eased. If he didn't handle things properly now, he wouldn't expect a good outcome for himself. While talking on the phone with Bai Fengwen, Chen Luo saw Chen Chun walk in and repeated his instructions before hanging up. Zhou Ziyun is here. Chen Chun spoke up to inform him. The other party is slower than I expected. Hearing this, Chen Luo was not surprised. After all, the one who tied the bell must untie it. It was most appropriate to look for a solution from him. Chen Luo said as he stood up and walked towards Villa No. 8. Aunt Gui lived in Villa No. 7, while Villa No. 8 was where Chen Zhong and Chen Chun resided. Naturally, the core of their daily communication was also in Villa No. 8. Chen Luo reached the entrance and sent a message. After making a call and confirming the conversation, he walked inside with his phone still on the call. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhou Ziyun anxiously pacing back and forth in the living room. Upon seeing Chen Luo arrive, his expression changed drastically. Mr. Chen, I finally see you. Zhou Ziyun smiled and approached, wanting to shake hands with Chen Luo. Chen Luo acted as if he hadn't seen him, sidestepping and sitting down on the sofa. Zhou Ziyun was embarrassed and his expression darkened. However, since he was the one in need, he quickly suppressed his anger and put on a smile again. Mr. Zhou, our relationship shouldn't be that good, right? The last time we met, your threatening words are still ringing in my ears. Chen Luo said, taking the coffee that Chen Zhong handed him and sampling it methodically. Mr. Chen, what you said is quite uncalled for. Stop right there. I am well aware of your intentions for being here today. There's no need to go around in circles. Just speak plainly. Chen Luo interrupted, as he certainly did not have the time to pretend to be cordial with him. Hearing this, the smile vanished from Zhou Ziyun's face, and he sat down on the sofa opposite Chen Luo. Since Mr. Chen is straightforward, then I won't beat around the bush. Mr. Chen, it's time to back off. If you continue, you won't have a good outcome. Zhou Ziyun opened his mouth, striving to play the role of a competent negotiator. What do you mean by that, General Zhou? How could I not understand? You don't think that the situation with Mingda Pharmaceuticals was caused by me, do you? Then you truly overestimate my capabilities. Chen Luo replied with a look of denial, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Chairman Chen, saying that makes no sense. Zhou Ziyun's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. Tell me, what does Chairman Chen want in order to stop? Zhou Ziyun nearly bit his teeth as he uttered those words. If this matter were not resolved properly, his second uncle would surely become a sacrificial pawn. Without the support of that influential figure, the Zhou family would amount to nothing. What if I refuse? Are you planning to orchestrate another car accident to kill me? Chen Luo's gaze turned cold as he looked at Zhou Ziyun. Chairman Chen, you cannot make baseless accusations without evidence. Zhou Ziyun was not foolish. Admitting to anything at this time would be tantamount to seeking death. The other party had managed to obtain such a covert phone recording, let alone other incriminating evidence. If he dared to admit it, he would likely meet his end tonight. In that case, please proceed as you wish, General Zhou. Chen Luo said, preparing to stand and leave. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ziyun wanted to speak, but opened his mouth only to choose silence. Or perhaps the other party was weighing the pros and cons. Wait a moment. Zhou Ziyun gritted his teeth and called out to him. If his second uncle were to face trouble, the Zhou family would also not have a good outcome. His wife and son would also suffer the consequences. Chairman Chen, grievances have their sources. How about we each take a step back? You stop your actions, and I will go to the police station to confess and admit my guilt. Zhou Ziyun finished speaking as if he had drained all the strength from his body. He knew that this step was a huge gamble. If he wasn't careful, he would lose everything. But at this moment, he had no. Sacrificing himself to save his second uncle was still better than having everything taken down right. What if I refuse? Chen Luo couldn't help but ask, unsure of where the other party's confidence lay. Chairman Chen, today you will return to pay respects to your ancestors. I assume you do not wish to reach that point, do you? Zhou Ziyun began to threaten. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's pupils constricted, revealing a dangerous glint. I haven't done anything, I just hope Chairman Chen does not reach the point of regret. Leave a line when doing business. It will be better for future encounters. Having one more friend is better than having one more enemy. Zhou Ziyun began to gamble on the other party's familial ties. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. He did not expect Zhou Ziyun to be so cautious. With just these words, it was impossible to convict him. After all, the other party had not confessed outright, and their lawyer could easily twist these words. Since that was the case, he needed to apply a more potent pressure. Chen Luo gave Chen Zhong a glance, and Chen Zhong understood, taking out a stack of paper from a nearby drawer. Chen Luo received it, placed it on the table, and pushed it forward, signaling the other party to take a look before continuing. Zhou Jian, seeing this, was somewhat puzzled, but still reached out to take it and began to examine it. Just a glance made him abruptly stand up. His gaze fixed on Chen Luo, as if he wanted to bite the other party to death. Do you think if I release this piece of evidence, Mingda Pharmaceutical stock price will be halved tomorrow? You think that at this time, if someone enters the stock market to target Mingda Pharmaceuticals, will they be able to withstand it, or will they declare bankruptcy and delist? Chen Luo's gaze turned threatening as he looked at Zhou Ziyun. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ziyun instinctively tightened his grip on the paper in his hand. He did not doubt the other party's words. Releasing this would be the last straw that broke Mingda Pharmaceuticals' back, leaving them with no chance of redemption. Now I ask and you answer. Who is that so-called superior person on the phone? Chen Luo's gaze was fixed on Zhou Ziyun's, eyes waiting for the other party's response. Of course, Chen Luo knew that even if the other party knew, they would never have the courage to expose it. Otherwise, the Zhou family would face a catastrophic disaster with no chance of recovery. Huh? Do you think I would tell you? What you've done has already set you on a path to death. Do you think a mere Mingda Pharmaceuticals would be regarded by that influential figure? If I were to speak, that would truly be a suicidal act. Zhou Ziyun said as he burst into laughter. Go turn yourself in regarding the incident where you hired someone to cause an accident. Even if you don't turn yourself in, I will have someone deliver this evidence to the police station. However, by that time there may be other things included as well. For example, evidence of your wife's embezzlement and accepting bribes. Chen Luo said as he pulled out a slightly thinner sheet of paper from the drawer at his feet. These sheets were stapled together. At the very front, there were 2 photographs. They were of Zhou Ziyun's wife. You truly are despicable. So what if I arranged it? I now truly regret not being more ruthless back then and really taking you out. Otherwise, how could there be all these issues now? Zhou Ziyun felt at that moment like a clown. He had truly gone mad, bringing himself discomfort. His second uncle was right. Such matters should either not be done, or if done, must be done thoroughly. Unfortunately, he realized this too late. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's face broke into a smile. He took out his phone from his pocket and held it to his ear. Officer Chen, did you hear that? Chen Luo spoke, his gaze provocative as he looked at Zhou Ziyun. Don't worry, I have already arranged for officers from the nearby precinct to come. I'm on my way now. The voice of Captain Chen came through the phone. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ziyun understood that almost instinctively he rushed toward Chen Luo, seemingly wanting the other party to take the blame for him. But Chen Zhong was nearby, and how could he let the other party succeed? Chen Zhong kicked out directly, knocking Zhou Ziyun to the ground. Chen Zhong sensed something and retreated. Zhou Ziyun lay on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain, beads of sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. That kick felt as if it had shattered his internal organs. Now he found it difficult to even get up. General Zhou, congratulations, you've added another charge to your record. Attempted assault. Chen Luo stood up, wearing a smile. Chen Zhong also led the police in. Several officers took out handcuffs and restrained Zhou Ziyun. Zhou Ziyun grimaced in pain, but his body was beyond his control, leaving him with no other choice but to endure standing. Just after Zhou Ziyun was restrained, Captain Chen walked in. Chairman Chen, we will certainly handle this matter seriously and give you and the victim a proper explanation. This evidence. What evidence? Captain Chen looked at the few pages of paper stapled together on the table. What evidence? Chen Luo picked up those pages and began to show them to the others. Upon seeing the blank A4 paper, Zhou Ziyun erupted in a fit of rage. Chen, you tricked me. Chen Luo seemed to have not heard those words at all, leisurely crossing his legs. In warfare, deception is essential. How can one blame him for being devious? Zhou Ziyun was pressed down, leaving only Officer Chen standing still. Chen Luo noticed that the other party had something to say and signaled Chen Chun and Chen Zhong with his eyes. The two, understanding the cue, retreated outside. After all, they all knew their boss' capabilities. Officer Chen wanted to take action, but it wouldn't be easy for him. Moreover, they were right at the door, ready to provide immediate support at the slightest commotion. Officer Chen, please speak. Chen Luo poured a cup of tea and pushed it across the table. Observing this, Officer Chen did not hold back, sitting opposite Chen Luo and taking a sip. Mr. Chen, that case has been concluded. It was a myocardial infarction. Officer Chen opened his mouth to inform him. Why would Officer Chen mention this to me? Could it be that Officer Chen suspects I have something to do with it? Chen Luo set down his cup, his gaze fixed on Officer Chen as he inquired. Mr. Chen, we both understand certain matters without needing to beat around the bush. I simply want to convey to you that we are not enemies, are we? Officer Chen asked. What do you mean by that, Officer Chen? Are you suggesting a surrender? Chen Luo chuckled softly, naturally picking up on the underlying meaning of the words. If Mr. Chen interprets it this way, I have nothing more to say. Officer Chen took a sip of tea and replied casually. Officer Chen, my ship is not so easy to board. You must have heard the recording. That person is undoubtedly a high-ranking official with real power. As for me to say that I am in the eye of the storm would not be an exaggeration. I don't know when this ship might capsize. Is it worth gambling your career on this? Chen Luo spoke, seemingly unable to grasp why the other party would. After all, at his age, being in this position is impressive. By the time he retires, he would at least hold a deputy bureau-level position, enjoying a proper level of treatment after retirement. He truly could not fathom why the other party would be willing to wager his career. Mr. Chen, whether to surrender or not is my choice. Whether to accept or not is your choice. Officer Chen did not respond directly, instead saying this. Upon hearing this, a smile unconsciously appeared on Chen Luo's face. You may leave now. I will have someone inform you if there is any news. Chen Luo picked up his cup, took a gentle sip, and spoke. Officer Chen was not foolish, or upon hearing this he understood. He stood up, nodded, and chose to leave. Watching Officer Chen disappear from sight, Chen Luo finally withdrew his gaze. Whether the other party surrendered or not made little difference to him. However, with such a stake in play, it would certainly make things easier for him in the future. Chen Luo gave a few instructions to Chen Zhong before heading back to Yard No. 7. His grandfather was already asleep, but his father, mother, and younger sister were still awake. They had originally been asleep, but were startled awake by the sound of police sirens. Watching a group of officers rush into Yard No. 8 startled the drowsiness out of them. After all, they knew that both Yard No. 6 and Yard No. 8 had already been purchased by Chen Luo. The officers blocked the entrance, preventing them from getting close. They could only wait anxiously at home. Seeing their son return, they finally let out a sigh of relief. They did not ask for specifics. They knew their son was a person of principles. When he was ready to tell them, he would certainly do so. Knowing this, there was nothing they could do to help, and worrying was futile. Chen Luo felt a bit tired, greeted the 3 of them, and headed back to his room. Feeling increasingly worn out, he had lifted some soil during the grave visiting, and now his back ached. Chen Shi also returned to her room to sleep, but whether she was truly sleeping was uncertain. She might be playing on her phone, or perhaps creating miracles with a pen. Although Xiao Luo has made a lot of money, I still feel uneasy inside. The previous criminals, the car accident, and this time. I'm just afraid. Chen's mother spoke with concern, watching Chen Luo's departing figure. After all, compared to money, she hoped for her child's safety more. Alas, the child has grown up and has his own ideas. It's time to sleep, Chen's father said, turning back to his room. The next day, when Chen Luo woke up, he immediately checked the system. Glancing at it, he felt somewhat disappointed and made the purchase before getting up to wash up. He didn't know if it was a period of bad luck, but he felt that the marketplace was not refreshing with any good items. Couldn't a high-ranking official or a trillion-dollar conglomerate appear in the sign-in rewards? After finishing his morning routine and having breakfast, Chen Luo went to the company. Today he needed to pick up a car. After all, he couldn't keep driving the company's vehicle. Moreover, with his father's shop opening tomorrow, he needed to show his support. Chen Luo sat at his desk, checking the messages sent by Chen Yu. With Zhou Ziyan's arrest and the actions he had taken, Chen Yu had merely stirred the waters, slightly causing waves on what was otherwise a calm surface. Mingda Pharmaceutical had a market value of over 7 billion, just shy of 8 billion. On the first day, it evaporated over 2 billion. And yesterday, with Zhou Mingda and Zhou Ziyun being arrested one after the other, when the market opened today, Mingda Pharmaceutical directly evaporated over 10 billion. Normally, such a massive evaporation wouldn't occur. However, in China, the act of hiring someone to kill, as Zhou Ziyun had done, was heavily criticized. Many shareholders directly sold off their stocks as they were disinclined to hold shares in such a company. Currently, Mingda Pharmaceutical still had over 6 billion. How many more days could it continue to evaporate? Have we detected anyone secretly intervening? Not yet. We haven't detected anyone intervening to assist Mingda Pharmaceutical. Chen Yu explained. The fox's tail behind this is really well hidden. Hearing this, Chen Luo seemed uncertain. Originally, he intended